statements like, we may supply Gepards. We're thinking about supplying short-range air defense. We're going to send you some really old SAN-7s that have been sat in warehouses for 20 years, which actually are pretty shit and no one really wants to use. And you wonder why the Poles and the Estonians and the Latvians and the Lithuanians and the Ukrainians, you wonder why all these countries to your east are looking at you going, what the fuck, man? What is wrong with you? Why can you not just commit? Why not just be on the right side of history and chuck everything in there as Europe's economic powerhouse and say, do you know what? This will not stand. This will not stand, because if he got away with this, the Baltic states would have been next, and you might have been looking at First Guards mechanized on your fucking doorstep, and you couldn't even do that. And yet again, and you know, I have my own issues with American foreign policy. Yet again, we saw C5s flying across the Atlantic and Americans coming in, all the usual suspects trying to stabilize the situation, and you just sat there. You know, you should be. Yeah, I'm sorry. A nation deserves the government that it gets, and the complete apathy of the German population in many areas, not all, but many areas. You know, I'm really disappointed in you, and stand by. I think the next 10 years, do you know what? If I was a German, I wouldn't try and go on holiday in the East, and I certainly wouldn't go to Odessa for a beach holiday, because you're not going to be welcome. Whereas if I stick a Union Jack T-shirt on or an American Stars and Stripes on, you're going to get a couple of free drinks. Now, just think about that. Just think about what your status is to the East. The countries that are the barrier between you and the monster look at you and don't hold you in very high regard. You're going to have to deal with that. And if you think you're going to stick your fingers in the pie of recovery and rebuild phase, I tell you what, I hope you're really in for a shocker, because you don't deserve it. There are a lot of countries that deserve it. And I think the Ukrainians have got very long memories, and they're going to remember who their true friends are.
Well, you yourself said at the beginning of your lengthy talks that we have to make a difference between the German government and the German people. But now you just switched 180 degrees, and you're bashing just whole Germany for something.
Well, cry. Poor
well,
Germany.
More or
Cry,
less.
cry,
Yeah,
cry.
I let you.
Be a
I let
man,
you
will
talk.
you? Be a
I
man,
let
will
you
you?
talk.
Shame yourself.
I let you talk.
No,
but
you've been
you
here for
don't
like
let
3
me
or 4
talk.
times, man,
And
distracting the conversation. You don't really care what happens in Germany.
Exactly your
Put up or
opinion.
shut up,
You
Herbie.
don't let.
Okay, and now when we have people talking over each other, I will have to jump in, mute everyone, and note just one little thing. As I have said many times, this could all have been very easily avoided were action forthcoming, and we could all have been very quickly and easily shut up by simple deliveries of stuff that is in stock and that nobody's going to be wanting to touch for a very long time, or indeed ever. That's why it's particularly inane. The other thing I want to highlight is there was an excellent talk, not very long, about where this war sits in history with Timothy Snyder, with Serhii Palohi, with Anne Applebaum, and others. And one of the things that Timothy Snyder, who's a very good history professor, he noted that Germany needs to be seen as being instrumental to Ukraine winning this war. I fear that for them, it is too late to get them to get there. What does that mean? It isn't just about what Germany has delivered. It is also about communication. And this is what Gunny was stressing, among other. Right? A dog called Gimpy, that is, if you don't know whom I'm referring to as Gunny. This matters. This will matter for Germany going forward. And it won't just be a reflection on one government, it will be a reflection on the country. And for no better reason, right, than, as you said, governmental inaction. Send the things, shut us all up, send the things sitting in storage. It is very easy because there are tanks from basically more or less 60 years ago. The German military does not want to use ever again. They are there, sitting in storage. They were scheduled for to be found some sort of a buyer from somewhere else. That Bayer is not forthcoming, not certainly, and I also can tell you the numbers of how many of those Leopard 1s there are. Why are they not in theater? That is all that matters, I think, is that they are not indeed in theater. Everything else is a question of perception. You want to argue against the perception, well, tough, because this is the perception. This is the perception because of the way it has been communicated. And that is not good. That is bad for Germany. Even if it's just the government, it is still bad for Germany. It's bad for German image in the world.
I totally agree on that.
Yes, but you were arguing that it's just the Chancellor, and we are saying it's the whole government, and it's a failure of those two parties not to step out of the government, because as you quite rightly say, and as we both agree, there's only one way to change this, by power politics. Power politics from time to time require courage, dedication, and being humble. Humble means I may not achieve my political aims, such as turning around the industrial society of Germany into whatever the green philosophy makes it, or I may not be able to save my party, the Free Democrats, from what I believe might be a destruction in a grand coalition, as the Free Democrats do. Power politics, at a historic moment, as Gunny just quite rightly stated, where you could redeem the nation, finally, and you fail, showcases how navel-gazing, classic 19th century, mercantile, complacent the German people have yet again become. So it is the German people who deserve their government. The complacency, the inaction, the spirit in which you argued that it could not be changed, the spirit in which you argued that they were not aiding and abetting the Bundeskanzler, the spirit in which you argued this could be chaos. No, it won't. Because in 1982, the constructive no confidence vote, as always, as planned in our constitution and in our parliamentary process, immediately installed a fully active government at a point in time when we were at the height of the Cold War, when the NATO Doppelbeschluss had to be pushed through so that Germany would actually allow missiles to be stationed, meaning Pershing to be stationed in Germany, to keep up what Gunny just quite rightly stated, the mutually assured destruction capacity. We have failed as Germans to convince our government that we are serious about redeeming ourselves because we think we don't have to. Let us be reminded of the fact that others have been actually sacrificing themselves. And we haven't. Germany must stand up. The German population needs to use tomorrow's holidays beginning. They must use that opportunity to tell their elected officials that they are not happy. They have to take to the streets because freedom can only be defended once, and successfully so. Otherwise, it's lost. Perception can only be working to your detriment at this point in time. Even if you say that you agree with us, what you said beforehand about chaos shows exactly the spirit which everybody deplores about Germany. On that happy note,
I am trying to get up someone to tell us about Kherson and the great push the Ukrainian forces have managed to make down the west bank of the Dnipro River towards, further south from where they were. And in the meantime, oh, nope, here comes a drop.
So?
Well, would you like me to begin?
Did they take the bridge, yes or no?
Which bridge are you referring
Don't
to?
think so as yet.
Darivka.
Oh, no, they're as well. I don't say they're nowhere near there because we don't know the extent of the advance. But as far as we're aware, they are not near Darivka.
That's interesting. So the photos made by Ukrainian SOF were just spotting? Okay, all right, keep going.
Oh, if there's photos, I have not seen those.
Keep going.
So the current ongoing Ukrainian advance in Kherson. So based upon the reports that have been flooding in over the past 2 or so hours from various Telegram and other social media sources, at the moment it's mostly Russian sources. Ukrainian sources are unsurprisingly keeping very quiet, except for reposting some stuff from originally of Russian provenance. It would appear that Ukrainian forces have made a quite significant advance along the highway that runs approximately parallel to the Dnipro River. So if you will pull up a map and take a look at Kherson and then Novokhovka, if you follow the Dnipro River up to approximately the administrative boundary between Kherson Oblast and Dnipropetrovsk Oblast up there in the north. You should see a town up on the bank of the Dnipro named Osokorivka. That's approximately-ish where the front line was prior to this advance, as best we can tell. The information that has been coming out indicates that Ukrainian forces have advanced at least to the town of Zolota Balka directly to the south. That's an advance of about 10 kilometers from the front line prior to this advance, and video has come out that appears to be in Zolota Balka. I haven't seen an exact geolocation of it, but I'm reasonably confident it's from Zolota Balka, so we can state with reasonable certainty that town has been liberated. That in and of itself would be quite a substantial gain. However, reports indicate that beyond that, Russian forces throughout the area withdrew further to the south and attempted to set up a new defensive line around the town of Dudchany, which is approximately, depending on how you calculate the distance, about 30 kilometers-ish, or a little bit less, a straight line distance from Osokorivka to Dudchany. Russian forces withdrew to this general area and attempted to set up a second defensive line. However, there's some tentative reports coming out now that Ukrainian forces may have already broken through the second defensive line with a number of main battle tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. So information is a little bit chaotic at the moment, but in any case, we are looking at potentially the Ukrainian advance of 30 plus kilometers, which is absolutely massive. And if these reports are accurate, there's a high likelihood that we are watching a Russian route develop.
Sorry. A push of 20-something kilometers in a day. That sounds awfully substantial.
Yeah, so the one thing that's difficult to tell is we don't know over what exact time frame this has occurred. I believe, according to the information I've seen, the Ukrainian offensive started probably 24 to 48 hours ago, maybe a little bit more. I don't know if all of these gains have just happened in, say, the past 24 hours, or if this is, some combination of initial gains that were made, say, in the first 24 hours, just now coming out, plus additional advances that have been made over the past 12 to 24 hours. I don't have a good breakdown of that. So, the exact distance that they have advanced, just today is difficult to say with any degree of specificity. But in summation, it is quite significant if these reports are accurate.
How close is that to Novokhovka? 20 kilometers, great. But how close is that to what seems to be, at least locally, the goal?
So from, say, Dudchany to, let me pull up my distance tool, to Novokhovka, If we just going to where the dam kind of meets the shoreline, straight line distance is about 55 kilometers from Duchany to Novakovka, so still quite a bit of distance to get there. I'm the area's very wide and open, open fields for the most part, minimal cover and concealment. There's also a number, if Ukrainian forces are trying to advance the bulk of their forces directly on the roads, there's also some bridges that lie along this highway, the TO 403, due to some smaller tributaries of the Dnipro. Obviously joining the main body of the Dnipro nearby. There's several portions of this road that are spanned by bridges. So depending again, if they are trying to advance the main body of their forces via these roads, the state of those bridges is potentially significant.
So there's a salient across the bridgehead, across the Inhulets, pushing from, let's say, the northwest, from the northeast along the Dnipro. What happens in between?
So that's an interesting question. I personally haven't seen reports about any major pushes in the salient south of the Vidiv Brid. If there is one, I'm not saying there isn't one. I just haven't seen reports that there is one. I'm happy to be corrected on that. But this does create a very interesting geographic situation for the Russian forces, where essentially they now, if these gains are confirmed, they now have a massive salient running from what's the name of this town? Chikalovo. I'm probably horrifically mispronouncing that. The from that town to Duchany, there would be essentially a massive bulge in the Russian lines, kind of with the tip near Velika Oleksandrivka and Novo Dimitrivka. And so that is potentially ripe for being pinched off, encircled, and destroyed, depending on, if Ukraine has the relevant force ratios and availability of main battle tanks, IFVs and APCs, etc. I don't know if that would be something they would actually try to attempt, or if they're just trying to force a withdrawal from that salient further to the rear. That isn't really clear to me at this point. I see language has come up. I'm not sure if you have anything you'd like to add to that. You might have some stuff that I missed.
I think you got most of it. The biggest factor here is that while the front lines on this northeast section have been relatively stagnant for the better part of 2 weeks, 3 weeks, Ukrainian artillery has increasingly ranged deeper into Russian lines, including to Duchany and areas around it. So with I was chatting with War Monitor a bit, and he was mentioning we're looking at least the better part of 4 battalions worth of mechanized and armor, at least from his sources. The Russians were claiming over 100 armored vehicles. Who knows if that's accurate? But there's enough Ukrainian armor here moving fast enough that moved through the night into locations that Russia was already not at its best. So while we're still kind of waiting on confirmation for Duchany, even just blitzing past down Zolotobalka is significant, and it's not outside the realm of possibility that they're proceeding even further. So, all we can really do is wait and see. But this offensive went through the night. Russia tried to repel it broadly with artillery, and Ukraine managed to find ways to evade that and continue on. And apparently, just as bad as the Russians are at infantry fighting at night, they're even worse at tank fighting at night. So that may have played a role.
One other interesting thing, I'm not sure if you spotted this as well. According to some of the Russian according to some of the Telegram channels affiliated with some of the Russian naval infantry units in the area, they were reporting that not only had a number of these naval infantry units been continuing to withdraw. But more interestingly, that they had, still after however many days this has been ongoing, they still have yet to be reinforced, which has some interesting implications. Granted, it's only a single data point, but if that's accurate more broadly, there's some interesting implications there for, the state of Russian reserves in Kherson. If they're unable to reinforce these units, then, that could be indicative of, then simply not having the reserves in the area to be able to, counter an offensive like this.
Yes, it seems like a lot of them have been moved over closer towards that Ukrainian bulge across the Inhalets River. Beyond that, there's some spurious reports of Russian commanders not believing this was happening when it was ongoing. A specific example was apparently Ukrainians have brought more Bayraktar drones to the fight here, and there was one group that basically calls out their commander and says, "Hey, there's Ukrainian drones overhead. There's Ukrainian drones overhead." And he goes, "Yeah, I don't care. No, they're not. They're fighting over here." And that lasted until the Ukrainian drone blew up one of their anti-air systems, at which point the commander panicked and left. So there seems to be consistent communication issues, which are not helping the Russians. And it seems like the Ukrainians advance faster and further than at least the local Russian command expected and anticipated.
Right. If people have some questions to do with Kherson, we're not going to go back to Germany. We've done an hour and a half in Germany, which is plenty. Sean, no, not on Kherson, really? I thought you loved Kherson. You love watermelons. I remember that.
I do. I originally, when I requested, I just wanted to add to the German question and just give an observation that the only country that we've had issue in the past 7 months when we've been driving aid to Ukraine is East Germany. And it's the only country that we've actually had an encounter and damaged the vehicle by Russian protesters in East Germany as well. So there certainly is an element within Germany that doesn't support Ukraine, and they need to sort that element out. But that's all I wanted to contribute on that. But it's fantastic to hear the progress that they're making in all aspects of the counteroffensive.
Thank you, Sean. MS, Kherson.
Hey, hi. Yes, thanks for those updates. Those were awesome and exactly what I come on the space for. I was going to comment about Germany as well, but I do have a question related to the sort of the latest operational moves by the Ukrainians that I will default to. And it is purely hypothetical, but it's something, that I have in the back of my mind. So Russia has this ongoing mobilization. We hear that recruits will get 2 weeks training, that it's not sufficient, yada, yada, yada. Throwing a lot of bodies at a problem can create its own problems, so to speak, that will work against Russia. But then there's the flip side of my brain that goes, well, what if? What if this manpower does help Russia? So we're seeing these advances. So I just want to kind of get a gauge, and maybe this isn't an area of anyone's expertise, just trying to figure out, once mobilization goes into effect and we start to see Russia adding new new bodies to the lines, do we think that there could be a potential setback where all this gained ground is lost, or new territory is taken by Russia? I guess I'm asking, what are the next steps as we see Ukraine being successful?
Yeah,
what do we project counter? Oh, thanks.
Okay, so the follow-on forces, you have to understand the following, that currently Ukraine is operating with a set of brigades which are fully equipped, combat worthy, and in theater. We do roughly know where they are, how they're acting. We don't have a perfect image, but we have a good number at hand. The so-called follow-on forces, meaning the brigades which are directly behind the line of contact, which are required in order to support and replenish as soon as this force fighting at the front line has made its move, comes in to clean up, support, resupply, or even take over the role if one of the frontline units needs to reconstitute, consolidate, stop, and reconfigure, rest, the likes. The follow-on force can actually leap over, bound over even, and support the line. So Ukraine has trained up since the beginning of this part of the invasion a substantial amount of both mechanized infantry, armor divisions, as well as special operations forces. It has trained up predominantly its air assault brigades also and increased their number. Ukraine has a substantially larger force now than it had 2 months ago. These brigades are combat ready and worthy. They are stationed in a variety of places behind the line of contact along the whole front face, and they are equally capable than the other forces are, or as the other forces are, in order to not only take territory, but also defend it. So at the moment, we're seeing an increasing number of well-trained, well-equipped forces on the Ukrainian side facing a Russian force, which brings in more or less those numbers they say they are recruiting in their current recruitment drive. And if it is 300,000, they haven't brought them into theater, and they won't be doing so for a long time because they do not have the logistics. Konstantin went through the logistics and the requirements for trucks and the likes yesterday in quite some detail. Russia lacks logistics and supply capacity. Those which they have brought into theater already, just to throw warm bodies into the front line and replenishing existing units, which have obviously seen extreme signs of attrition and therefore combat ineffectiveness already. Those even have been captured at times. They have not been trained well. If and when they had previous experience, it was a long time ago, their equipment levels are atrocious and they are not in a position to make a significant impact. If you want to train an infantryman from the ground up, Gunny can tell you, that would, and he's Navy originally, but was in the Army later, Konstantin can tell you as well, it takes a good year to make a proper man out of a chimpanzee. It takes 2 years for the person to be actually a platoon leader and a good man in that regard. If these troops were to be trained a year, they could technically, if they were properly led and supported and equipped, they could make a difference. Now, they won't have a year. They won't be trained well. The Russians don't have the non-commissioned officer corps to lead them, and they don't have the officer corps to lead them. And they don't follow their doctrine, and they fail to have the supplies and equipment. I leave you to make your conclusions from that.
Well, I think there's a real silver lining in this because, and that's consistent with all the assessments I've heard. And the silver lining is this. I mean, you send unprepared men, those unprepared men fall, and they are not there in the future when Russia decides to put its tail between its legs and retreat and regroup and regrow its army. The capacity just won't be there. There will be a substantial lack of male bodies. So long term, this has long term profound implications for Russia's ability to strengthen its army, which I like. I like that they won't be able to. I should stress, but yeah, I guess there's a lot of pieces at play. I just hope that there isn't a new front line set up somewhere else, etc. But I'm babbling.
They don't have the force for it.
Okay. And thank you very much. I really appreciate the feedback.
You're very welcome.
I'm just trying to get M up. In the meantime, let's go to Prince.
Good morning, all. It's still morning for me. And good evening to those of you in the European area. Language and John, thank you so much for talking us through a little bit of that. I do have 3 quick questions. The first one is language. Can you give us an ETA on when you are maybe doing a full military update? It's been typically around between 6 and 8 p.m. my time, which would be 9 and 11 Eastern time, I think. So I'm wondering if you could give us just an ETA on if you're going to be doing one today. And then if you have time and it wouldn't be too much, to do a shared map just really quick so that we can get an idea of where this is all visually for those of us who are more map challenged. And the third question, really quick, is Torsky. In true Ukrainian style, when I try to look for it, I find, I think, 2 or 3 of them. Is that the one over by Lyman? And those are my 3 questions.
Sure. So I'll pull up a map now. I don't know if they're necessarily reflecting everything, but I'll throw one up in the nest. I will do an update later. It probably won't be for another, the better part of at least 5 or 6 hours. It does take a little while to get stuff together, and I'm gonna go out and enjoy a brunch. But beyond that, yes, the Torske is the one. If you're looking, it should be right next to a water feature, next to the city of Zaitsev, to the northeast of Liman. There was a blown bridge there, but that didn't really stop the Ukrainians from crossing it. So they're across and in control of the town. There's also some activity north up the east side of that river, the Zarabets, where Russian troops have broadly left, and Ukrainian troops are shelling Kremina. Special forces and recon groups are doing a little bit of running and gunning around that town as well. But let me throw up a map real quick, and then we can kind of walk through it, be perhaps a little bit more visually. Also, Igor Gherkin is having a no good, very bad day. He's posted on his VK channel, which is also another data point to indicate that Ukraine did punch all the way down to Dochany, the better part of, I want to say, what, 25 kilometers, give or take?
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thank you, John. Also, you've been real valuable. Well, and you're always valuable, but the last couple of days popping in and giving us a little bit of an update. And I think that was it, other than to say hi, Constantine. I've appreciated what you've been able to share with us also in the last few days from people you speak to on the ground constantly. And I appreciate your discretion in what you share with us. I love when you all of a sudden post something saying, okay, now I can post this, but it was a few days ago. So I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prince. And yeah, Torske next to Liman. Yeah. We have a Gunther. Gunther?
Oh, hi. Sorry. So my question is there sort of any indications as to whether or not the assault in Kherson was, if the timetable was moved up for that at all, just maybe due to situations politically and successes in Liman? Because, there's definitely they could make an argument of just keeping all those forces in Kherson bottled up and undersupplied.
That's not entirely clear as of yet when this was supposed to happen, if it's happening ahead of schedule, behind schedule. We do know that Ukraine has been shelling these towns for a while, so they've been setting the preparation. It also takes a little bit of preparation to bring the better part of 100 armored vehicles to bear. What I think John sent it to me was that apparently a number of Russian forces from this northeast section had actually been rotated down closer to Kherson city, with the expectation of being utilized against the city of Mykolaiv to the northwest, or that front. And in their absence, this sort of became a perfect storm, at least as best as we can tell right now. And it's good to see Portland up here, brother, and Pyotr, and everyone else.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry I missed your update earlier. I'll just have to extrapolate.
All right. Phil, jump in.
Thanks, Doman. My question was along the same lines of Gunther's and MS's. so, you know, with the 300,000 men being announced very close to, you know, the quote unquote illegal annexation. Well, they call it an annexation, but it's illegal. But my thoughts were they just trying to get men to freeze the conflict, to just hold the territory they had? And then that was their thoughts on it. But the fact that they can't hold it right now, and there's no way to bring those men into the front lines, Ukrainians just thought, okay, high time to just take everything and say, you know, you can't annex our land, get out of here. And like that brings me to my last point, was the only front that hasn't moved is the Zaporizhia front. And, you know, we've seen evidence for almost a month now that there's a buildup in several areas. I'm just wondering at what point we're going to see a massive breakthrough in that area. And thank you all for what you do. I agree with Prince Heather. You guys do an amazing job. Thank you.
Right. As far as what's going on in the Zaporizhia region, there have been limited skirmishes. There have been increased shelling of Russian positions. It's something that is causing the Russians a lot of concern. The Russians have deployed more troops there, but they've had to take them from other areas. So as far as exactly when or what will happen, the best we can all say here is wait and see. When it happens, you'll know, and then we can all talk about it. But there are always just a limited number of supplies, equipment, and there's a time and place for everything. Running ahead, you know, just sort of on a whim or to meet a specific date, as the Russians have tried, generally is not productive.
Thanks, Language. And just as a little follow-up, I think you made a small misspeak. You said Zaitsev next to, I think you meant Zarichny rather than Zaitsev. It's no worries at all.
Too many Zaitsevs in Ukraine. It's either a Bilhorivka, Zaitsev, or you know, they have like 3 names for every town that's under 500 people. So thank you for correcting me on that. You're absolutely right.
100%. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Was Piotr next?
Oh, okay.
Trying to get Dr. Paul up.
Do you want me to go, or I can wait? I don't mind.
No, true.
Okay.
Going.
Yeah. Hello, Axel. Nice to see yourself. Language, everyone. Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the mobilization thing very quickly from the Russian perspective, because I've been looking at that a little bit more. You know, I think there's another element here which is important, which is the weather. You know, as much as a factor which will determine the momentum the Ukrainians have, it's also going to be the shifting in the terrain and the ability for them. I think you're seeing quite a large push, because I think the Ukrainians want to maximize as much as they can before the terrain maybe makes it a little bit tougher. The other thing about the Russian side as well is that, you know, you're going to have anywhere between 3 to 1 million men, supposedly, that will be part of this, which is a full mobilization. Obviously, Ukraine's got full mobilization, but they've actually been sending troops. You know, they've got a surplus, basically, of forces, whilst Russia has a deficit. And so what most analysts, I think, have been suggesting is that the Russians would be trying to use these or free up are capable fighters to bolster the defensive lines whilst they sort of take care.
I think we're losing you.
Yeah, so you know, it's not entirely sure really how they're going to be. But from what I understand, you know, it's going to take a good 6 weeks in some areas to really see them making any, if at all, impact on the Russian side of this defense, well, resistance, or however you want to phrase it. So they're trying to that digging in. I saw one analyst earlier stating, they've broken through a front in Kherson, and some Ukrainian units were chasing the Russians to ensure that they couldn't bolster their, dig into new defensive lines. But just wanted to mention that as well.
Alrighty, Konstantin.
Hi, I wanted to comment once again a bit on the mobilization. Those troops, that are going to come. There are two ways, how they can influence that for Russia. And once again, I'm talking this from my experience, from what I've seen in Ukraine and from during 2014 mobilization, and seeing those videos of Russian mobilizations and the problems they're facing. They can, have out of all the forces that are mobilized, and they can have, I don't know, about 10-20% of those who will be capable, but those other 80, they can make things even worse. If you put those people, those kind of quality people at the front lines, it may only cause, like a domino effect of the panic, because you will have entire, battalions of people who are on 70% consist of those who don't want to be at the war, those who drink vodka, those who don't have any discipline, those who don't understand why they're there, and it's it can cause a domino effect. Alternatively, for example, in Ukraine, there was an attempt to create the battalions, full of mobilized mostly, and couple of commanders who are professional. What this resulted to, once again, to entire battalion just refusing to follow orders and leaving the positions. It happened in Ukraine, and it can as well happen. It almost certainly will happen in Russia, and if they will try to rely on those battalions, then it can cause more sorry, not battalions, units in general. It can cause more domino effect for them than bring any success. But those 20, when we talk about those 20% of the people who are probably motivated and have fresh experience and ready to learn, those if they are put into separate units, those units can be capable. If those are put in the same units with other not willing to fight, and low morale and low discipline units, it's not going to change anything. It's just not going to work for them. I think they're facing a large problem with the discipline, morale, and combat effectiveness in general in Russian military at the moment, and just throwing those 300,000 or 1 million of troops like that can make matters even worse. In the short term, it can, of course, you can plug in some spots, but in the long run, it's just gonna have more crippling effect than successful. And once again, from what I'm seeing, for example, Western military aid, as soon as they did Western military aid was increased, and the United States announced new package with 18 HIMARS systems. Now the Reapers are on the table as well, MQ-9 drones, and I think that can be an answer to this and make them even less effective. And also, one quick thing, in addition to that, they keep spreading this propaganda inside Russia that they're fighting NATO forces. And while it seems like, okay, our domestic audience eats it, and mobilizes to internally, like, trying to say, okay, we're fighting NATO, that's it's hard, and let's put more resources in it. For the troops, it has quite negative effect. There was and then I did not listen to it, but I was told there was a one interception call, intercepted communication, where one of the commanders was saying that there are NATO troops and their special forces, and they are all don't feel like they are prepared or equipped to fight NATO forces. And even though there are no NATO forces, because they're saying that, it actually starts terrifying Russian troops. And when I was in 2015, we had this as well among some of the conscripts were saying like, oh, if Russian special forces they come, we're going to be messed up. And that's like they were really scared. So right now this card plays really against them, and it's just ironic to see all of this.
All right. Thank you, Konstantin. Good evening, everyone. Let's go to Dr. Paul.
Hi, good evening to you. So I have a quick question for Language, and probably Konstantin could even comment on it further. But Language, you had an interesting tweet about the 4th Rapid Reaction Brigade. That's like really been all over Ukraine over the last 6-7 months, which to me shows kind of like an interesting logistics capability that Ukraine has that's underappreciated maybe. But maybe you could like just discuss a little bit like what makes this unit so special. Are they kitted out with the latest and greatest tools and weaponry and things like that, or what's the reason behind them kind of being deployed to all these like hot spots?
Sure. So they're a unit that I've talked to a couple people who are in, a couple representatives of, and they, without gushing too much, they are probably the most urban combat capable unit in the Ukraine military, aside from special forces that I don't know anything about. They fought in Hostomel, which was near where their original base was. They were part of the group that repelled Russian assaults on the airport. Their whole thing, it's in the name, it's the Rapid Reaction Brigade. Yes, the Ukrainian National Guard does have a lot of, quote, National Guard units, the same you might think in the US. They also have a composite group, which includes these guys and several others, that's more of what you would call a quick reaction force. Somebody who can go to plug the gaps, as well as a couple other units that were explicitly designed to protect nuclear power plants, although they had more difficulties in some areas. So these guys start in Hostomel. They blunt that assault. Arguably, you could say contributed to stopping, the Russian landing of troops and thus the saving of Kiev. Further on, they were deployed to the east. They spent a lot of time early on, they spent some time near Izium. They also spent some time near Popasna, Rubizhne, Severodonetsk. Now they've moved away from it, so we can talk about the fact that they've been around Bakhmut, which is why I was so aggravated when they got, hurt pretty bad by artillery a few days ago. Now, at least some elements of them are up in Liman, and they have become exceedingly good at moving around the battlefield. Now, there's a trade-off here. You can't take everything with you. So I wouldn't say that they're necessarily the most best equipped, Navy SEAL type things. They have good kit, but a lot of it just comes from the blood and sacrifice that they have made in order to be on the front lines and, contested, destroyed cities for months at a time. And it arguably has hardened them to a lot of these things. And so their level at which point they become uncomfortable is, I would say, much higher than that of other Ukrainian military units, or at least some other Ukrainian military units. And they just do good work. They do a lot. They do a lot of good work is the takeaway from that.
That's awesome. Thanks, Language. Appreciate it.
Yeah. So I got the map up. I threw it up in the nest. If you're just joining us, there's a free app. Doesn't cost you anything. It will pull up on your Android or Apple device. It just mirrors essentially the Google map that I'm looking at, which has an overlay, so it's easier to perhaps tell. Right now, it's centered on this is an older map. It hasn't quite updated yet for the Northeast Kherson front. But if you're interested in what the hell is a Dudchani, this is what we're talking about. It's the northeastern section of this ongoing front here on the west side of the Dnipro River in Kherson.
All right. Thank you, Language. John Ridge, please go ahead.
Yeah, just to quickly comment on the 4th Rapid Reaction Brigade. I think it's not unfair to say that that unit is a unit that is particularly close to our hearts here at MriyaReport. For those who are unfamiliar, the 4th Rapid Reaction Brigade, they received some extensive training from the Canadian Armed Forces a few years ago as part of Operation Unifier, led by Colonel Melanie Lake, who is now obviously over at MriyaAid. So they're certainly near and dear to many of the people here at MriyaReport, as well as many of the people over at MriyaAid. And I believe we've had one of their representatives on to speak here on MriyaReport at least once. I'm fuzzy on when exactly that was. It was about a month or so ago, I think. But yes, they're very near and dear to us.
Was that Operator Starsky?
I'm not sure. I don't think it was Operator Starsky. I know he's been on a couple times, but I think this was a separate thing. I believe we had a representative from the 4th RRB on, as well as I believe Colonel Melanie Lake was up, and the two of them are kind of, talking about, their experiences, being trained, and obviously, Colonel Lake's experiences, working with them, etc. It was maybe last month. I'd have to go back and dig up the date. It was a little while ago.
All right. Thank you, John. Welcome, everyone, to the MriyaReport. We have a couple of free speaker slots. If you would like to ask us any question or bring up a topic for discussion, we have Language Learner on with updates regarding the Kherson front. Feel free to send us a speaker request, and we will be more than glad to answer your questions and discuss your topics to the extent of our knowledge. Off to you, Axel.
Alrighty, and let's have a little look-see. Konstantin, yesterday we were discussing a little bit in the background about the 54th. They've been deployed in a number of very, very hard-fought areas. Can you talk a little bit about their background?
So once again, I'm not entire expert on this. I had my former commander serves in 54th. He transferred right now, and I have another friends left there right now, who sent him a couple of vehicles and a couple of drones. The brigade itself is not too old. I don't remember. I think it was formed in not that long time ago. Its base and home is Bakhmut. This is essentially Donetsk region brigade. At the beginning of the war, they were the ones holding the position in around Donetsk, Donetsk city. That's Mariinka. Around Mariinka a lot, and north and south from it. They are one of the most capable brigades in the Ukrainian army. Arguably, there are other brigades that are more or less capable, mechanized brigades that are more or less capable. There is one special unit inside of it called K2. That's essentially a call sign of their battalion commander, and they have been trained extensively, and they are you've seen lots of videos of them doing precision mortar strikes that that were landing on the tanks on the move. And it was done only through 120 millimeter mortar plus cheap DJI drone. They were trained. Their mortar crews were trained by Back in Life Foundation in Ukraine. They have a training facility, not a facility. They have a training program for mortar operators, and they trained them. And I think they also trained actually some of the Azov guys, but I'm not sure about that. So for the most of the time, at the beginning, like for first 4 to 5 months, they were holding that direction around Donetsk. That's why it was one of the most outposts where Russians failed to do anything. They did not have any progress in that direction because of their, they knew what they were doing. And there was even one example, a couple of videos filmed of in the positions around Donetsk where they stopped armored columns of one platoon stopped an armored column of 8 tanks and 3 BTRs and BMPs and it was a platoon of one of the platoons of my commander. By the way, and there is a video of that, and they are driving the car that we have donated to them on this report. It was Radio Free Liberty, I think, made it. And so the brigade is quite capable. They're right now deployed a bit closer to the north, to their hometown of Bakhmut, but operate more in the neighborhood of Siversk. There is no OPSEC here. It's a known fact right now. And they are quite successful, but Siversk and Bakhmut are one of the most currently reinforced Russian positions, and so they are right now over there, and we'll see what's going to happen next.
It's very interesting that you highlight this, because the 54th now also in the region there in Donetsk has been deployed in order to do exactly what you described, with precision mortar capability to defend against the Russian aggressors in the region. And they've been taking a lot of flak, but fortunately seemingly not too many casualties. And it's also yet another union where the mechanized brigade has been part of the trainings which Colonel Melanie Lake led during Operation Unify. And she is reportedly, as she said, still very fond of them. So there you go.
Great to hear that.
Yep, there you go then. Right, what else do we have? Seems that we've exhausted a large part of our European audience, and they're all for dinner now. I can see Maciej amongst our listeners. Let's see whether we can get our most recognized Polish journalist back up.
Got some questions from Daniel Arfire, one of our listeners here, asking about what's going on Bakhmut. So if you look on the map, Bakhmut City, been under attack for the better part of 60, 70 days now, saying, hey, are Russians sending their new recruits here? So as with most answers I can give, it's yes and no. So the newly mobilized folks from Moscow, St. Petersburg, wherever, they're not here yet. Who are here, though, all of those videos you saw of the Wagner group recruiting prisoners from Russia and then sending them in, this is where they are being sent to die. Now, what we have seen so far is that the Russians, and this may be indicative of how they will use the mobilized conscripts, we can't confirm that yet, but they're more experienced soldiers in the Wagner group, and I use more experienced loosely, who motivate the new conscripts to the front lines and then basically abandon them and say, hey, we are taking this block, we are taking this town. And then they say, okay, go, go, go. And the commanders stay back, and the regular guys rush forward and broadly get killed by machine guns and rockets and mortars and what have you. So that's the situation around Bakhmut, but it may serve as a harbinger of how Russia is going to use these vastly undertrained and under-equipped conscripts, as they seem intent on sending them to the front lines with less than a week, less than 2 weeks of training. At least the first wave of these mobilized people. Russian documents seem to indicate they want to do 3 waves. The first one is, here's a gun, here's a day of training, good luck. Hold the line, plug the gaps, slow it down. Second line gets closer to a month, and hopefully they can actually learn how to use things. And then beyond that, the third wave, sometime in the winter, was originally planned to actually get some combat training and be skilled enough to go on assault. It seems like that plan's already kind of falling apart, so we'll just have to see.
At this point in time and space, we should all realize that the mobilization is basically nothing. It's a stop-loss, desperate move that will not change anything on the battlefield. Maciej, good to have you tonight.
Yeah, good evening, guys. How you doing?
All good. Let's go to Gunther.
So language, if there were, okay, just hypothetically, if these sort of human wave attacks, which really haven't worked well since World War I, like how many people would they actually have to actually be able to punch through? Because it part of this that is such a mystery is they seem to just throwing in all their troops like piecemeal. So, but in theory, if they had like 300,000 people attack in a mass human wave, that they would probably be successful. Like, I mean, what are your thoughts?
That's a good question. I think the answer is because of the logistical constraints behind that, it is not probable, if not outright impossible, for a human wave attack to work against a entrenched defender with fire support, modern machine guns, the whole 9 yards. Because let's say they teleport. We're going to ignore how they got there. They teleport 300,000 fresh Russian conscripts who at least know how to turn the safety off on their rifle, and they run them at Bakhmut. Okay, yes, at that point, when in the realm of ridiculousness, they could do something. But you would need to feed them and clothe them and arm them and give places for them to sleep, because these guys are not getting off the bus and immediately running to the front lines, much as Russia might want them to. So there is a upper bound for how many troops you can have at an area, because you need to supply them. Unless you really are especially if you even consider that they're going to live and come back that night and they need food and water and what have you. Because if you're not giving them food and water, they're probably going to be pretty upset and maybe won't want to run into entrenched machine guns set in prisons in the east side of Bakhmut city that they're just gunning them down, right? We're seeing this around Kupiansk as well, where it seems like the logistical bottleneck here is the vehicles to bring them to the front. So Russia isn't quite World War I yet, get out of the trenches and run 10 kilometers at the enemy. They are still using cars and trucks. They're not using armored vehicles, which is causing them a lot of casualties, but they'll drive these trucks to, say, a couple kilometers away from where they want to start the advance. They'll unload people, and then with the support of a very meager mechanized force, will then try the assault. We've seen that around Kupiansk a number of times, and I believe there's been some of the fresh mobilized troops there. So this is why I'm saying this may be systematic of what the Russian plan is. But I don't think this is a winning strategy. It wasn't a winning strategy in World War I. It's not going to be a winning strategy 100 years later, especially when there's a drone overhead that goes, oh, look, they're unloading 200 guys from a truck here. Do we have a mortar team nearby? Oh, so we do. Let's take them out. I mean, that's happened a lot. You cannot sprint people through artillery guided by drones. It's suicide.
And that's assuming that there is a Russian plan at this point. Chris, please go ahead.
Hi, gents. How's my comms?
Loud and clear.
Oh, good. Okay. It was terrible early on. That's why I'm asking. Yeah. So, question, right? So, if the Ukrainians are like punching through from the northeast down the northwest bank of the Dnipro, so does that probably mean that they've punched through the defenses there, so therefore they're sort of behind the defenses, up to the northwest, if you see what I mean?
So it's possible. What we have seen in other zones is that sometimes the Russian first line of defense is the only line of defense. They are not very good at defensive depth, especially in Kherson. Really, the bulk of Russian defenses were along these two highways to the northeast. One ran up to the northwest, been supplying near where Ukraine's been fighting around the Brid. The other ran along the Dnipro River. Ukraine appears to be blitzing down this latter of the two next to the Dnipro River, and it's possible they may have actually just completely bypassed and cut off a Russian town while they slept. But I can't say for sure that this means they're sprinting all the way to Novokakhovka. I've seen the Russian Telegram channels saying that might be the case. There is going to be some logistical, pathways here that need to be established, especially because this is a very heavily armored force, making sure you have fuel, making sure you have supplies. There are still some Russian units that fled out into the woods and whatnot, especially in this more central area to the west of the highway. So they will have to be dealt with. But the ability for Russia to suddenly reconstitute a defensive line here is very meager, I would argue slim to none, because they have allegedly taken a number of forces from here, thinking all the Ukrainians are doing are shelling us and we're shelling them back. So mission is, exactly the same. We don't need these guys. They moved them across the Inhulets River closer to Kherson city. And now those bridges have been blown. There's been pontoon bridges up and whatnot. So if Ukraine goes, oh, what a shame, those pontoon bridges are gone, you're going to have to build another one. That's going to take you a day, maybe a day and a half to get people across it, maybe 2 days to get them equipped and sent up to plug the gaps. That's a lot of hours for a Ukrainian assault that is not stopping when the sun goes down. So your guess is as good as mine as to exactly how far this goes. If it gets all the way down towards Novkakhovka, gets all the way down to Berislav, which is the major concern, that is the junction point of these two major highways. After that, whatever Russian troops are north of there in Kherson, on this side of the Inhulets River, the supplies they have are those that they brought. And I would imagine then we would start to see the same trademark Russian mass retreat that we've seen everywhere from Kiev to Kharkiv to Liman most recently. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yep, roger that. Thanks ever so much. Cheers.
All right, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Language. We don't have any hands up, but we have Vishniakovsky. Please go ahead.
Give me a minute.
Loud and clear.
If you're trying to talk, I think your microphone is muted.
Thank you. So what I was interested in is we see now quite some good advance of the Ukrainians, and I'm just curious, as we have language learner here and and a bunch of really informed and smart people, is it realistic that we can expect that the bigger southern part of Ukraine gets also liberated until Christmas? For instance, Mariupol, Melitopol, and those areas? Or do you think those might be too heavily defended by the Russians, as they have to retreat to some parts of Ukraine that they still need to try to hold?
It's a good question. Sorry, go ahead. After you, Anne.
No, I was going to say Language. By all means, go ahead.
So the situation in the south is very broad. Russia has had a lot of time, really since March, to entrench themselves in a number of these cities. Melitopol, Berdyansk, the ruins of Mariupol. It would be challenging, though far from impossible, for Ukraine to stage an assault there. There have been some tentative Ukrainian assaults from Vuhledar in recent days. They've kind of gone back and forth because there is very heavy Russian artillery in the region, since Igor Girkin and other military bloggers in Russia raised a big stink after everything to Kupiansk fell, saying the same thing's going to happen here. It does appear that at least somebody in the Russian military command woke up and went, oh shit, they're right, and sent a bunch of troops. Now, I think the best indicator for how long does it take to clear a defended Russian position is probably Liman, right? Because the Ukrainians have no need or desire to run into pitched urban combat if they can cut off the city, force the Russians to retreat, and do so without trying to go block by block fighting unnecessarily. It is why the Ukrainian command around Liman said, hey, this is taking a little longer than Kharkiv. A, Kharkiv happened a lot faster than even we thought it was going to. And B, it's a different situation. The Russians are actually sticking around to fight. So what we have seen is that the Russians will stick around and fight in one or two areas, and then there's essentially no defenses for a distance until they hit the next defensive line. And those are usually very hasty, constructed ones, especially now, because they didn't do the defense in depth. So as far as the war will be over by Christmas or they'll be down to the south by Christmas, I can't say one way or the other. It depends on what resources Ukraine has, what resources they're willing to commit, and how well they're capable of continuing to fight in the snow and cold, given that Russia is going to be very poor at doing so, given their historical experience in early winter of this year. Does that kind of answer the question? I'm sorry, I can't give you a definitive. Certainly it's going to by December 17th or something like that.
No, I absolutely understand that no one can make precise predictions. So certainly it does answer my question.
All right, thank you, Language. Thank you, Vishnik. Let's go to Adam.
Hi, guys. How is my voice?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I wanted to comment on one thing. guy, like the one who was speaking like 2 guys ago, he was talking about like conscripts and how Russia needs to maintain them, like give them gear and ammo and weapons. And I don't really think that they see it that way. Like what we see from the front and what we see from how they are preparing them, like they just don't really care. They're gonna throw them there, and they're not gonna put any food to them. They're not gonna feed them. They will have no ammo, any armor, or anything. So I think calculate that they will be a huge burden on their organization, and they will have to like do a lot of stuff. I don't really think so. Like they just not going to care about them, and that's one of the really horrible things about the Russians, that they just like they have zero value of human life for even their own people, and that's really bad. Just my comment. Sorry. Thanks.
Thank you, Adam. No worries. We're seeing videos of Russian mobilized troops standing at the fence of their stations, taking food from their relatives. So behind their commanding officers and commanding NCOs, they're just standing by the fence of their training camp, taking food and coffee and water and other stuff from their relatives and hanging out with them. So we can tell from that there isn't even good food at the barracks where they are kept for training, and that no discipline is being maintained at those training camps, which are supposedly there to give them a measure of training before shipping them out. So it's all a farce at this point. Kalo, please go ahead.
Thank you. Based on the progress they made in Kherson of the last day, it looks like they're attempting for another partial encirclement again. Any idea how much armor and APCs the Russians have on the north side of the river? Just looking to see how much they're going to resupply the Ukrainians.
So there's spurious claims. Sorry, to you, I apologize.
No, language, go ahead.
So there's spurious claims on exactly what Russia has here. We do know they had brought armor, but it's not physically where it needs to be right now. A lot of that's around this pocket across the inulets near Davidi Breed, where Ukrainian forces have been kind of skirmishing with them. It's been unfortunate because a lot of the armored vehicles that Ukraine has, even when supplied by Western nations, they are a little older. M113s and whatnot, they have aluminum armor. Yes, before you send me messages, I understand that some of them are a little more up armored. But in these large fields in the Kherson region between the drainage ditches, Russia has been able to establish some level of fire control from their own armored vehicles and just essentially murders these lightly armored APCs. So they're more collected, as last I can tell, either to the northwest of Kherson or also around this bulge to try and stop Ukrainian advances. Everything else that I have seen has been broadly, let's fire enough artillery at these Ukrainians to make them go away. And for the last couple of weeks, that kind of worked. But that works until the Ukrainians, probably knowing that, okay, this is a lot of artillery, a little infantry, maybe a few armored vehicles, but nothing we can't deal with. When they don't stop and turn away when your artillery barrage begins, as is what happened the other day, the Russians are screwed because, yes, they have this strong exterior, if you want to call that, of artillery, but their interior is very soft and weak because you're dealing with infantry that is broadly not equipped well enough with anti-tank systems. And if you get the report that, oh my God, there's 100 tanks coming down this road, you're probably not going to stick around. So we have seen more Russian retreats as well. I expect that we'll see artillery systems abandoned. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some tanks and other armored vehicles abandoned. Apparently, the new Russian thing has been, if they're in an armored vehicle and they start getting shot at in an area that they don't like, they'll just abandon it because they've seen all the videos of Bayraktar strikes, of drone drop munitions, of rockets, of tanks, artillery, so on and so forth. And that's why we're seeing all these abandoned vehicles. But I suspect the greatest losses all the way down to Berislav, should the Ukrainians get that far in short order, will be artillery systems and ammo depots, whichever ones haven't been already blown up by the wave of rocket artillery strikes over the past couple weeks. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, it's perfect. Thank you. Just one quick follow-up. Can the Ukrainians potentially start to take fire from the opposite side of the river as they're moving south? So they'll take fire from their left. Have you seen anything like that yet, or the Russians just not that sophisticated?
So that's been the Russian plan closer to Kherson City, because frankly, they were running out of issues with supply. They can still get supplies over the river. They're not completely cut off, but they are very heavily choked to the point where they're running these suicidal barges across that even when they're able to unload, a day or two later, the warehouse that everything's put in explodes. So, the net effect is essentially nil. There's been reports of them bringing some helicopters in. I understand there's been reports of them bringing the real heavy, super helicopters. I haven't seen that myself, but they've been trying to set a lot of their artillery on the south side of the river near Kherson City, so that way the range can reach out to the closer front lines. I wouldn't be surprised if they have some rocket artillery on the south side of the river up here near the northeast, but frankly, they, up until 2 days ago, might have said, we don't really need that because our artillery is keeping the Ukrainians at bay. They try and attack, we shoot them with artillery, they run away. So if it's not broke, why fix it? Well, it turns out it was never really working, in the first place. So it's a possibility, but I don't think it's going to be as major a role here as it would be close to Kherson City proper.
Great, thanks so much.
Thank you, Language. Thank you, Kalo. At this point, it's not really necessary to worry about Russian armor when advancing on positions. But Lewis, please go ahead.
Hey guys, good evening. I don't want to break the flow you have here regarding military questions. So if someone else has a question regarding something military, go ahead.
Lewis, just go ahead with your point.
Okay, thank you, Anne. I would like to say something here on personal behalf because it's getting crazy. I will explain what happened, and I will ask for a favor that you please all should understand and should accept. There was a video of a Russian woman harassing Ukrainian refugees. We all saw that video, right? She is living in Landshut in Germany. I filled a criminal case in August. I don't know exactly the date, but I can look it up. I filled a criminal case. I was regarding this criminal case in contact with the security, with state security from Germany. Had a couple of phone calls. I talked about that on the MriyaReport a few times. And on the 20th, I think 21 September, I got a notice from the public prosecutor telling me that something has happened. So I also told you that something has happened, and I also have further information. But today, Alexander Scherba, or Skerba, I don't know how that is pronounced, I'm sorry, posted today in the morning that she was deported from Germany to Russia. So someone marked me on their tweet, and I simply said I cannot talk about the further details. So, and you should accept it. Please, you don't need to write to me asking what is happening, because I will not talk about that. My inbox is, I don't know how many messages I'm getting. I simply said that the case is being properly treated. Believe me when I say that, because it's happening. I live since almost 34 years in Germany. I have never saw a criminal case being handled by the state security so quick. So believe me, it is being handled. If she was deported or not, I cannot disclose that. So please,
Louis, that's fine. Everybody understands this is due process.
Yeah, but people are calling me. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to.
Louis, the answer is simple. One tweet. No comment. No further comment. It's due process. Wait till the end.
Do you know how many tweets I already wrote like that?
One is enough.
Yeah. So please don't write me. I will not talk about it anymore. I will wait till I am allowed to, because if I talk about it, I get myself into trouble. Axel knows. Axel knows how this works in Germany. So stop writing me, please.
That's okay, Louis. Obrigado. Thank you very much for all you've been doing. I think the people of Ukraine are proud of you.
I was going to say that, Louis, you don't need to worry about anything. You don't need to respond to anyone or everyone. You don't need to do anything. It's due process. And also, it's a kind reminder that someone's listening, someone's watching, someone is taking care of things. So,
but then people are calling me on Twitter that I don't even made the criminal case when I showed the letter. You don't need. And this is getting me really pissed. Really.
No. You don't need to get pissed or anything. Just ignore. Carry on with your life. There's nothing to be done there. So, that done. Ben, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a question on Russian casualties. Every day I see the casualty numbers come through, and I just have a feeling that they're the Ukrainians are severely underreporting the number of Russian casualties. Anybody have an opinion on that? I was just thinking it's possibly just to keep Western support, like to make it not look like quite the slaughter that it is, because it really does seem from just random videos you see.
And there's no deliberate attempt. It's just the fact that in order to report casualties, you have to identify them appropriately. And the Ukrainians are doing what Western societies do, what modern Western armies do. They simply go through due process there yet again. As Yehuda has indicated, more often than not, there's substantially more casualties to find, but you have to identify them, you have to segregate them, separate them, and it takes time, which is why there's often a backlog. I think Konstantin may have some input on this, because obviously we see a lot in the background and we hear a lot, but sometimes it just takes time and we have to be patient.
And it's always better to err on the conservative side. Konstantin, please go ahead.
Why me? What did I do?
You speak to the guys on the front lines on a regular basis, as much as we do. So what did you do? So they're facing an enemy which they attrit. It's hard. They're seeing a lot of Russian dead. We understand this, but it's difficult to process the data. That's all we are looking forward to.
Gotcha. Thanks, guys.
And this has nothing to do with Western support. So Ukraine doesn't need to trick the governments of Western countries to send them more weapons, because the governments of Western countries have their own intelligence services. They have their own satellite agencies watching the situation. They have their own SIGINT watching the situation. They understand quite well what's going on. So, as Axel has just said, no one is trying to deceive anyone. That's number one, because it's 2022, so it's really hard to deceive people. And it's even harder to deceive governments. And it's even much harder to deceive governments with capable intelligence services that have technological capabilities that enable them to map the battle space and understand what's going on. So when we tackle this question, or when we discuss this point, we would say that the Ukrainian government is releasing conservative estimates based on what Axel has just described, the proper identification process. Reclaiming the bodies, identifying the bodies, or announcing loss to equipment, etc., etc. It's a very systematic process that the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian armed forces are engaging in, and also it's being more or less double and triple checked by the intelligence services of countries supporting Ukraine right now. Craig, please go ahead.
Hey, Em. How's it going? Language, or anybody, one of the things I was thinking about with the possible breakout in Kherson is that what we're kind of seeing across the entire front line in general is the culmination of months of Ukraine's ability to gather strength and train, both through like captured Ukrainian equipment, donated Western equipment, and then foreign training and local training, since they were able to mobilize. They mobilized day one, while Russia has been slowly getting weaker and weaker and weaker. One of the things I was going to say is that language, because you had tweeted the Igor Gerkin a very bad, no good day, where he says that they estimated that 3 or 4 mechanized battalions and a full strength tank battalion were taking part in the assault down the Dnipro. Obviously, don't want to give away anything like too OPSEC wise, but like if you look at military land.net's map, which hasn't been updated yet for today, there are not that many troops in that area. Could we be looking at like military land could be wrong, obviously, but we might also be looking at completely fresh trained units taking part in this assault, or some freshly trained units, or reconstituted units taking part in this assault, which would represent a further increase in Ukrainian combat power in that area beyond what was previously seeable. So, which thought of that?
So, if I'm understanding the question correctly, you're asking, A, is the composition of Russian units as weak as it appears? As best I can tell, the short answer is yes. It was artillery and then not much behind it. B, for the Ukrainian units, is this a additional group of Ukrainian forces on top of what we've already seen, or is it the same constituted elements? Okay. As best I could, I mean, I certainly won't pretend to know everything about every location of tank. We weren't seeing a lot of tanks here. We were seeing some, more in the northwest, some in the northeast as well. But this large grouping, and I will not pretend to know offhand how many tanks are in a battalion, but I want to say it's the better part of 30 to 60, somewhere in that range. Somebody can correct me. That's an amount that I haven't seen collected anywhere, which would lead me to believe that if they were somewhere, they got pulled back off the line and moved over here. But as you said, it's probably not entirely likely this was a separate armored and mechanized force. Ukraine has more tanks just from what they've taken from Russia than they had when this war began. And they received several hundred more from Western partners. Their armored corps took some time to train up. That's why a lot of us were kind of scratching our heads when everything was happening around Popasna, going, well, where are the tanks? We know they're supposed to be over here, but where are the tanks? Well, now here are the tanks. They've been trained, they've been equipped, they've been mobilized, constituted, trained, led, the whole 9 yards, and now they can be utilized in these armored pushes, along with these larger mechanized groups, which honestly I think might be the rate limiting factor, because you need a lot more of these mechanized vehicles, armored personnel characters, infantry fighting vehicles, so on and so forth, to go along with the tanks. And even if you have 100 tanks, unless you have, I'm pulling a number out of my ass, 300 armored vehicles to kind of support them, what, you're going to have guys chase around with a Toyota Hilux? That's not going to work. So now that they've been able to gain that from both Russian capture equipment, Western donated equipment, I imagine that they can do these breakthroughs more easily. And I would not be surprised if this is a separate unit, separate collection of units than what we've already seen deployed around Kherson.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you, language. Oh, it doesn't matter anyway because they don't disembark. Stratina, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Is my sound okay?
Stratina Allen, you requested the mic. Please go ahead.
Is my sound okay?
You're super quiet.
Mic check.
Yes. Is my sound okay? Sorry for the inconvenience.
Stratina, your mic is coming in extremely muffled. If you're using a headset, make sure it's charged. If not, if you're using headphones, disconnect them from your phone and just use your phone microphone.
Yes, thank you very much. Is the sound better?
Loud and clear now. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I want to ask about if there is any information about the Fusnikis, the one that have gone to Ukraine but said fuck it and come back to Russia. I think there are quite a few of them, and if you have any information about them, if they were sent, demobilized, or not yet.
You're asking about Russian deserters, basically, correct?
Yes, the one that said no thanks in the past, have come to Ukraine, said I'm going back, and if any information about them, because they'll probably be one of the first, in my opinion, that'll be sent in Ukraine back.
There's some upgrade.
No, sure. Go ahead, Language.
So we're not seeing a huge number. We're seeing a lot of Russian troops who are trying to surrender and have contacted the Ukrainian 24/7 line for that. A couple of them are being told, well, if you're still in Russia, why don't you just walk away? That, for a variety of reasons that I think are more psychological and financial than physical, they're not actually doing that in there. They're sort of just like, oh, well, I guess I'm stuck in this mobilization camp outside of Moscow. There's no way I could just walk out to the street and bum a ride. So that's one thing. What we are seeing, though, is that a lot of these mobilized conscripts from the Wagner group, because there's always a grift, there is a official or semi-official policy where if you pay, I want to say, like $1,500 equivalent, then they'll let you hang out in eastern, Donbass, away from the fighting, to, as the ad was basically saying, quote, just drink and whore your way around until the war's over. And if you pay the better part of $5,000, then they'll actually say that you died in battle, give you a fake identity card, and let you leave. But beyond that, I haven't heard of any sort of mass attempts. There's been people leaving via Belgrade and Crimea for several months now, to the point where the Russian armies had to create a whole nother group just to try and track those guys down. And they have a helicopter that flies around Crimea every so often. But I haven't seen anything from the newly mobilized conscripts as of yet. More so just they're surrendering pretty much in their first battle because they don't want to be there. And when they're confronted with the realities of war, they don't want to deal with it, which is fair.
Thank you very much. I was asking about the one that were from Russia, came to Ukraine, start a few weeks, and then, let's say in August, said, I'm going back to Russia. They're sent back to Russia. I know there's some discussion online. There are a lot of days because it was still a military operation. It was not obligated to be there. So if you're Russian, just said, fuck it, I'm going back home. If they of them were sent back into Ukraine, I was asking more.
But how did they go back? 60,000 of them were killed. So basically you're asking whether the Russian security services have been rounding up deserters who left the battle early on and now they are being sent back into Ukraine, if I understand you correctly?
If I understand wrong, you could just go to your office and said, I'm not doing this anymore, and will be sent back to your unit back in Russia, if I didn't understand correct.
Probably don't have information on that. Language, would you like to take this one?
Yeah, I mean, there's been spurious claims of like once or twice of this happening, but honestly, I think they're kind of repeating a joke in the Russian military that's now spread into people thinking it's true, which goes something along the lines of, the Russian military conscript goes back to Moscow and gets arrested because he says, I served in the war. And they go, well, you were arrested. And now we're sending you to the front. He goes, what are you talking about? I just came from there. And I think a couple people took that joke and thought it was real. Could it happen? Sure. But by and large, we've seen either bureaucratic refusals. There was a couple of cases where the Russians trying to be sent over the border, they said, whoa, we can't do that. We don't have an international passport. And, officer, that would be asking us to do something illegal under the Constitution of the Russian Federation. should we tell, our people back home that you're asking us to break the law? At which point the officer goes into vapor lock mode and goes, you know what? Fine. You 20 guys are all discharged. I don't have time for this, because it's a bureaucratic, topsy-turvy state. But beyond those very incidental examples, I haven't seen anything about like a mass migration of Russian troops away from the front line, because they're in a country that a lot of them aren't intimately familiar with the topography, the locations. There's mines all over the place. What, they're going to walk all the way from Bakhmut out? I'm not going to say they're trapped, because they're not, but their agency is limited.
Thank you very much. And
go ahead, Stratina.
oh, thank you very much. If there visually any units that look like there'll be better, we send better people to them, not 47-year-old from Dagestan with hasn't had the weapons in Afghanistan.
Are you asking if there's more combat trained people than that we've seen among the mobilized forces? Because I personally haven't, aside from the Chechen TikTok brigade, but that's all smoke and mirrors anyway. So we've seen how those guys behave under fire, and it's not great. This is the issue. If you try and rush somebody from their IT job into a combat arms position and then send them to one of the fiercest, conflicts in the last 80 years, it's not productive. It is a failure from the beginning. And Russia is doing this as a symptom of weakness and trying to throw everything at the wall and see what sticks, rather than a credible strategy. As Em was saying, there's not really a plan. It's just an idea of, if we add more fuel to the fire, maybe we'll burn the Ukrainians too. That doesn't work in the modern day.
Thank you very much. So there's not unit like, okay, you will be sent a better train of people. Thank you very much.
Don't believe so.
All right, thank you, Language. Thank you, Stratina. Let's go to Joan Wilson.
Hello, hi. Yeah, so last day, I'm from India. So I have been speaking in the MriyaReport for quite some time right now. So I was trying to reach at that point of time when the referendums were being said. So what happened is, normally I have observed the pattern. So what happens is, there are some kind of a Twitter army over here in India. So as soon as the Russian propaganda is there, means I can easily identify what the Russians are going to speak by what these Twitter army is going to tell. So what happened is, as soon as the referendum was announced, so I observed a pattern. Yeah, now Putin is calling for peace. It is for Zelensky to end this war. Somewhere saying that, yeah, end this so that recession doesn't come in. So that was the narrative that was getting built as soon as that was announced, and that was also getting run in media also. But there are some great media channels who have been from the start, like 2 months back itself, they were saying that Russia is losing, and they were stating the facts. Those are mostly online channels. The news channels that are overall majority of the idiots watch in TV do not share that thought. So what happened is, as soon as this was announced, it became like Ukraine's responsibility to end this war, ridiculous. So I waited for a couple of days. Then Liman happened. Suddenly, everything is silent. So I think this was whatever that has happened in a couple of days in Liman has been brilliant in shutting these people down, who were at the point of time, even in Telegram groups. I am part of some stock market groups. So in those also, some section of people, I will not specify the name or region or anything, they were telling in the manner that, yeah, Zelensky has done enough. Now, please save the people. Just end this war. So I was, and I was silent at that point of time. And once this Liman was captured, then I went with the updated map and told that, yeah, see this now, what has happened in last 3 months. There was a graphic that showed the Ukrainian progress in last 1 month. And I told that who should be in the negotiating table when they are clearly gaining the territories that no one expected them to. So that was a great thing that happened, that Liman captured. I just wanted to update that from my end.
Thank you, Joan. Lehman wasn't captured. Lehman was liberated. And those weren't referenda. It's not really a referendum if two armed guys with machine guns show up to your doorstep with a guy holding a transparent box and asking you to cast, quote unquote, a vote. So everyone understands that these are sham referenda. And everyone understands that this is not a war, it's an invasion. It's an invasion, and therefore it's a war of aggression against a sovereign nation, and therefore the armed troops or the armed forces of said sovereign nation are basically fighting a war of liberation. So no, it is not the duty of Zelensky to come to the peace table to negotiate with Russia. It is up for Russia either to completely withdraw from the territories they occupied or continue to suffer losses as they go. So we thank you for that, and let's go to Bertrand Russell's Poppy.
So just regarding the question of the previous speaker, Stratina, I believe he was referring to the fact that technically Russian conscripts are not supposed to be deployed outside the Russian territory. So despite this regulation, plenty of conscripts have been actually deployed to Ukraine. And in order to rectify the situation, they were supposed to write a letter. In the liberated territories, in the command posts that were left in a hurry, there were reports that plenty of letters from conscripts asking to, rectify the situation. And in theory, if you write such a letter, you say, I am, for what I understand, I am a conscript, so I'm not supposed to be here, then I should be sent back home. Now, law and reality are two different circles that do not overlap too much in the Venn diagram of the Russian society. I have not seen personally any follow-up to that particular legal thing. However, it was referred weeks, maybe months ago, in a Putin speech where he said if there was something along the lines, I'm paraphrasing, I don't have the exact quote in front of me, if there were mistakes made regarding this specific situation, they will be rectified. That's all I know.
All right, thank you for that, Poppy. I would really urge us not to discuss Russia as a country of rule of law to begin with. John Rich, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Em. Just on that point, two things. You are completely correct. Russia doesn't have, rule of law in the sense that we think of it in the West. That being said, they do have this rather strange fixation with what is not really the rule of law per se, more so bureaucratic proceduralism. And so, for example, in regards to, the deployment of these Russians that are now being, mobilized, quote unquote, what they've done to get around the, their legal, and by legal, that's an imaginary air quotes, I really mean procedural regulations, conscripts cannot be deployed outside the territory of the Russian Federation, et cetera, in peacetime. If you read the text of the mobilization decree that Putin issued, it says that all mobilized individuals shall be considered contract soldiers, not conscripts. So that's how they're getting around that from an internal procedural standpoint. In other words, they just declare the conscripts not conscripts.
Exactly. Shapeshifters. Thank you, John. Chris, please go ahead.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I saw just on LinkedIn a post with that horrible Russian woman actually, not actually being deported, but with her packed bags ready to go. and then doing some sort of like, basically obscene or stupid stuff and that. So Lewis is a hero, and he should always remember that you never have to respond to anybody on social media. And just to say, it's sort of interesting that you say about 3-to-1 ratio of like IFVs to tanks and that. And I just like noticed that a lot of the pictures I've been seeing about like Ukrainian armored columns, it's like pretty well bang on that actually. Yeah. That's it.
All right, thank you, Chris. Let's go to Sylvester Close. Sylvester Close, you requested the mic. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry, it was just an accident. I tapped something. No questions here.
All right, no worries. Walter, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, good evening to everybody. Can you hear me good?
Loud and clear, sir.
Okay,
Please go ahead.
so first time here, just a quick question regarding the weather that has been mentioned before. It's winter is coming, and I would just like to know, maybe could someone elaborate about what winter is going to change? When the war started, it was the waning winter, so could someone maybe speak a little bit about the coming winter and how is it going to affect the war?
Winter warfare is much harsher. It requires a lot more logistics and a lot more training and a lot more human will to carry out the fight, to carry on with the fight. Now, how Ukrainians will use that, there might be a couple of surprises that we don't want to talk about right now. But to give our listeners a teaser, maybe Ukrainians are being trained in winter warfare as we speak, and we don't know it. And maybe someone out there is considering their logistical supply chains for carrying out operations during winter. Maybe the Russians think that the Ukrainians will not be able to conduct any operations during winter, or their winter warfare game will be not non-threatening to their current positions. So conventional wisdom calls for everyone will dig in, everyone will try to stay comfortable, and everyone will engage in skirmishes to either maintain lines as they are or try to sneak a gain here and there. However, I can say confidently that the Russians are in for a couple of surprises, and that most probably Ukrainian forces will press on during winter, and they will carry out operations to continue to free as much land as possible, as quickly as possible, to liberate their people. John Ridge, please go ahead.
Thank you, Em. The Russians, in regards to preparing for combat operations in winter, they also have a few problems, some of their own making. There were some reports that were released earlier today that apparently a warehouse that contained 1.5 million units of winter clothing has been collected for Russian troops. Apparently, all 1.5 million units have disappeared.
Say that again, John. What disappeared exactly?
1.5 million units of winter clothing.
Right, everyone. If you want to score some Russian winter gear, keep an eye on eBay.
And this is in comparison to what the Ukrainians have done. I think a couple days ago they released the sheer amount of stuff, and just in the last week that had been sent. I'd have to pull up the data, but we're talking well over 100,000 pieces of winter clothing in a week. Tens of thousands of winter boots, all kinds of stuff. Over 100,000 pieces of thermal underwear, the whole 9 yards. I'll have to look at it again, John. I don't know if they said that was all winter clothing, because Russia's been so bad at that I don't even think they had 1.5 million. I think that was just military uniforms in general, because even in the winter of this year, they were trying to get people in Belgorod to donate their clothing to the brave troops on the front line. And I've seen those Telegram groups start to spin up again, which leads me to believe that, they don't have this waiting in warehouses, maybe because it all got sold off already, as you say, or that they're just so demonstrably incompetent that the Russians forgot that it gets cold in the winter.
Let's all remember that the Russian Federation is the bastard child of the Soviet Union. And in the Soviet Union, the books were everything, and the books weren't always accurate. Maciej, please go ahead.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that actually one of the Russian Duma, representatives, Alexander Gurulyev, who was at the beginning of the war, I don't know if you remember, he was famous for making these outrageous claims about creating a tsunami wave due to nuclear strikes that will cover fully the United Kingdom, the British eyes. And right now he's somewhat of a critic of a regime, which is quite interesting turn of events. He was asking questions about those 1,500,000 pieces of winter clothing, and he was asking if there existed only on paper or whether stolen. It was also interesting. He was on one of those like the strange TV shows. I don't know who the host is, but the host was saying it was right after the liberation of Liman by Ukrainian forces, and the host was saying, well, actually we can talk about it because the Ministry of Defense officially said that the forces were pulled out, the Russian forces were pulled out, and Gurulev was his guest, and basically he said the problem that we have is this culture of always positive reporting, which we can call a culture of constant lying. And this culture doesn't go from bottom to top, but from top to bottom. And right as he said those words, the Skype connection, which he was connected to the studio with, just vanished, and there were some technical difficulties, which is it's just quite interesting. And of course this as always with this Sovietology 2.0, it's always the question for interpretation. Before the mobilization we heard like the ramblings of internal criticism, why aren't we going full scale on this war and stuff like that. So this might serve some type of purpose, or saying that Putin is great but the generals are incompetent and us actually stealing and stuff like that, because he was also criticizing why weren't we reinforcing Liman. It's a simple decision to make if you have enough forces to defend the city or you don't have enough forces, so you have to assess the situation correctly and stuff like that. But yeah, it's certainly interesting if you look at the track record of these different individuals who played different parts in this poorly staged narrative drama that Putin is deploying.
Right, and it can also mean a quick phone call from the FSB or the GRU to stop him from going on about his point. But Maciej has it quite right here. Let's go to John Sund Henriksen. I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Yeah, close enough. Yeah, I'm from Norway, and I would like to speak to the point about winter warfare. And having been on several long exercises in northern Norway during wintertime, both combat exercises and survival exercises, I would say that I'm not that worried about whether or not the Russians get their kit. Kit is important during winter warfare, but only up to a point, because they could well survive and be combat effective with winter gear from World War II. But what you do need in the cold, especially when you're in the cold for a long time, is skill and discipline. And it's quite clear that they have neither, even the best units. When you look at how their trenches are built, how they keep their equipment around, I have no confidence that they will be able to stay combat effective or even survive in the cold, even if they get gear, because they won't have the discipline to do the necessary work to stay dry and stay warm enough. So I think if there's a Ukrainian offensive coming, they're going to meet forces that are less than combat effective and might even be indifferent to living.
Well, thank you for that. To add to it, yes, human will is the primary factor, and that involves discipline. And to quote Eddie Izzard, Hitler didn't play Risk when he was a kid. Make of that as you wish.
Yeah, that's a good point.
All right, thank you so much for that. Let's go to Bertrand Russell Puppies again.
So just one tiny but potentially interesting detail about what Guryulov said regarding the 1.5 million disappeared uniforms. He also mentioned, apparently in the same statement, that there must be accountability from the Deputy Defense Minister Bulgakov. So there might be a little bit of a case of dog eats dog here, and it's nice to see. That's what happens when things are not going well.
All right, thank you for that. Nina?
Thank you, Em. Is it Jörn? You are. Did you drop already? The Norwegian Jörn.
Yeah, Jörn dropped, Nina, but you can carry on. He's still listening.
Okay.
I can
Yeah,
bring
okay.
him back up.
Okay. I would have wanted to ask him a question, but maybe he can hear me and come up. As I know, Finland, Sweden, and Norway are practicing together often winter warfare. And I think it was last January or February when it was later maybe. They had a mutual. Is there a hot mic?
No, I was just telling you it was later. It was
Actually, you're incredibly muted.
Sorry, what?
You're incredibly muted. Can barely hear you.
Can you hear me
Okay,
now?
I will come back later when I don't know what to do. Yeah. Because I didn't hear what Axel said.
Jörn is here, Nina. So if you want to direct a question for him, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Jörn. Yes, I'm from Finland, and maybe you heard what I said about the practicing together winter warfare. Last winter, I don't remember exactly what month it was, but I know that there were the Norwegian, Swedish, and Finnish, and also I think from UK and from USA practicing winter warfare. And I would like to hear if you know anything more about that. Is it something that they do on a regular basis, or how do you see it? Thank you.
All right, Nina, bringing him back up now.
Okay, thank you, Em.
Yeah, thank you for your question. There's a yearly major NATO exercise in northern Norway every year. It's biannually very large and then smaller the other years. So on the years where it's really big, it's called cold response, and typically Finland and Sweden participate, even though they haven't been NATO members until now. And the purpose of the exercise is basically to teach or for NATO countries to experience winter warfare, because it's different. Everything gets harder. It's actually has some similarities with desert warfare. You only have water everywhere because you can melt snow, but hypothermia sets in and you get cold and your responses are slower, you make poor decisions, you need a lot more water because you get dehydrated from the cold, and you could get injuries from the cold. So just being having experienced that and being psychologically prepared to what meets you if you're ever deployed to warfare in the cold is what's the reasoning behind this exercise. And if you can survive in the cold, you can survive everywhere. And I think there's a lot of competence in winter warfare within NATO that will reach the Ukrainians. But I think the main thing that the Ukrainians have that the Russians don't have is skill and motivation and discipline. And especially discipline is important in the winter. Even though you're very cold and tired, you need to go through the motions to put on dry socks and take care of your kit so that when you go to sleep, you actually wake up again, or that you can continue functioning when you wake up again. Because if your kit's frozen and you don't have anything dry left, then you're fucked.
Thank you, Jörn. And if I can have a follow-up, please. Is there something that this same kind of training could be given to the Ukrainians? Like I know that they know their stuff and their terrain and everything better than the Russians, but because it's going to be very challenging, of course, to have a real winter war there. Could there be a joint like effort to train also in winter circumstances, like in northern Norway or somewhere, to have some Ukrainians to train and then train the other Ukrainians in Ukraine? I don't know if it was clear, or could you like understand what I said?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good question, but I don't think that's really necessary. I'm sure they get training on the kit they receive, the winter kit they get from U.S. forces and others. But we shouldn't overstate the challenges for the Ukrainians to fight in winter warfare, because they fight in their own country and they know their own climate, so they would have had exercises in their own winter climate before. When they get the extra kit, they will be even more prepared. I think the main problem is for the Russians, because they have forces that haven't exercised in winter warfare before, because they just don't exercise. They don't have this kind of drills and will be woefully unprepared for this.
Thank you, Jörn. And just one more thing. What do you think about having really warm woolen socks in those circumstances?
Well, it's I've listened to your efforts to get the wool sent to Ukraine, and wool is extremely important. Norwegian forces only use wool during the winter time, and even mostly in the summer as well, because you can stay warm even when you're wet with wool. And using cotton or synthetics or something like that during winter time is a death sentence. So wool is very important, and you're doing excellent work on that front.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jörn. Thank you, Nina. Fast tracking Ukrainian. Oscar, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to say a few words as an answer to what Language said. As for Russians asking the neighboring, the border, at the border, the cities at the border to supply some warm clothing to the army. Nothing wrong about that. Ukrainians do that as well. And now I can see many requests all over the internet that's saying, okay, the bureaucracy takes time. If you can donate quickly, then let's do it, because my husband or my brother or my neighbor or whoever, they're just over there and they need it right now. And those requests are covered really quickly. Same goes not only with clothing, of course, with drones and night vision devices, all kind of that. I mean, just the other day, my sister asked the same for her husband, who's somewhere, we don't know where. She does, we don't. Yeah, that's okay. The thing is how willing the population is to help. We even had when there was the signing this NATO membership application, we had all kind of jokes over here that, oh, okay, if we have to donate to NATO army now, we're totally okay with that. No worries, we will do that. So, but from what I've heard, what I hear is that Russians, like common citizens, whatever we call them, they're completely unwilling to help their army in any possible way. We've discussed this the other day, that they're so passive at every possible level. So if their army needs help, if the warriors or defenders, whoever they call them, are getting frozen in the trenches, they are okay with that. They may donate, like, I don't know, a pair of socks or something, not many of them. So yeah, it's okay to ask for help, but the result is the main thing. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Oscar. Valid point. Lie Sniper.
Well, thank you. A completely different topic. I don't know if it has been discussed already earlier, but there was yesterday some guesswork ongoing regarding these sea mines which the Russians were digging in the ground. And now it seems that the riddle has been solved. I just read that they let 24 tons of TNT explode because they were making a propaganda film where a tank supposedly was supposed to destroy an ammo depot of the Ukrainian armed forces. So that's seems to be the reason why they dug all these sea mines in the ground. So, lol. But it was not really any strategic, or doesn't seem to be any. Doesn't seem to have been any strategic objective or even tactical objective, but just propaganda film prop. Just wanted to share this one. Thanks.
Oh, thank you for that. And if anyone wants to watch that video, the drone landing near the site that they allegedly attacked tells you everything that you need to know. Colby, please go ahead.
Thanks, Sam. On the topic of winter warfare, it's important to remember that Ukraine is a large country and it does not have a monolithic climate. And in the theaters that most of the operations are currently occurring in, the Kherson front and the Donbass, winter is still a few months away. I think in Kherson, it's the daily mean isn't below freezing until January, and then in around Severodonetsk, Lysychansk, it's not until December. So winter is still a little bit distant. It's certainly coming, but what winter looks like in these parts of Ukraine is considerably different than what winter looks like in the north around Kyiv or Sumy, and certainly different than what winter looks like in Scandinavia. So winter certainly brings challenges, but right now the challenges are more probably going to be the Rasputitsa, or in Ukrainian Bezdorizhia, the mud that comes with rain in the spring and the fall, and the freezing conditions will come later after that.
Thank you, Colby. I actually said that maybe 10 days ago or 2 weeks ago. I said that it's a bridge too far to cross right now, that we don't have to worry about it until the 15th of November anyway. But thank you so much, Colby, for this. Lie Sniper, go ahead for a follow-up.
Yes, someone just mentioned that the Russians hadn't had any winter warfare exercises, but well, they did have, in fact, in the 40s with Finland, and well, that didn't end well for them. So just wanted to throw that in, and I'm really surprised, or not surprised, but I'm shocked to hear how poorly they seem to have prepared themselves for winter warfare, and this 1.5 million pieces of winter gear. I don't know what it includes, but I think if it's true, then it's just shocking. But it doesn't surprise. Someone really must have, well, probably have stolen them and sold somewhere else. I don't know. Perhaps the Ukrainians. Who knows?
It's actually a mix of Eddie Izzard's Hitler Didn't Play Risk When He Was Young and Nicolas Cage, Lord of War. But yeah, corruption. It's bad. Erland, please go ahead.
Good evening. Yeah, I'll comment to Nina and some of the other people asking about winter warfare and all that stuff. One of the things that, well, first of all, we're not gonna see, and it's no need for creating some kind of super winter warfare soldiers, which Norway and Finland and Canada to a great extent does with some of their highly trained Arctic warfare soldiers. What it is important is to train the NCOs and the commanders to understand the challenges, and this is already being done. And in Britain, for instance, they have this large training camp where they have thousands of Ukrainian soldiers going through, and NCOs and officers. And I'm 100% sure that the Norwegians and the Finns that are helping out in this effort are focusing on the important parts of command structure in the winter warfare, and also the just the taking care of soldiers and giving them relief, and the humane part of the warfare when you're commanding a group of soldiers. It's just totally different in the Ukrainian army and then the Russian army, and that's why the Russians are going to suck at it, because they don't care about the comfort and the need for rest for their own soldiers. So there should be probably, I would hope that Norway, Finland, and Sweden did more on that part, but they're doing quite a lot already, and that's very good. And all these efforts of sending socks, I love it, Nina. It's absolutely wonderful. If you can hear me now, that's having a brand new pair of warm woolen socks is a huge comfort for any soldier in the cold. And even though Ukraine isn't as cold as Norway is, it's wet and cold. And I believe Konstantin talked quite a lot about that the conditions in Ukraine during winter, at least some parts of Ukraine, is actually quite horrible, because it gets warmer and wetter in the day, and then it gets really cold, -20, -30 in the nights. And yeah, woolen clothes, woolen socks, it's key. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Erland. Andre?
Hello, I wanted to make comments to what Oscar mentioned. So I would like to second her statement about the kind of the ad hoc volunteering, I guess, that Ukrainians are doing when people who know each other, people who trust each other, they organize kind of micro funds that are very fast and deliver very fast help. In that sense, sometimes I find myself in a situation where people whom I know and trust organize some gathering of money for some unit, but they only support Ukrainian local kind of systems to transfer money. And living in the West, in US, I have no opportunity, so I just go them and give them instructions. Hey, like everybody in Ukraine can now create PayPal accounts, and they can receive money in Ukrainian banks, and it's gonna be happening like in seconds. So I also kind of try to help my friends there to be more efficient, and also get access to kind of Western pool of money from immigrants and people who kind of support them. So that's kind of just to second that point. And then there was another statement which I don't necessarily agree with. It was about that Russian population is not doing the same, or maybe not to the same extent. I think a good counter argument to that is that military blogger from so-called LNR, or like Luhansk Republic, Murs, who is actually coordinating the help that they receive from Russian volunteers. And it sounds like they do receive drones, they do receive secret communication stations, and another thing of concern is that they have software that helps them to correct their artillery fire. It's like basically, yeah, it sounds like it's like some knowledge base for artillery. And there are software companies that continuously develop latest and latest updates for them. So just wanted to say that there is no such thing as lack of support for Russian volunteers, unfortunately. So just to keep it balanced. Thank you.
Sure. And the support is not paying off anyway. And with that said, let's go to Tracy Hull.
Tracy, I can't hear you if you're speaking.
Tracy, you requested the mic. Please go ahead.
Did you
Tracy?
guys see the War Monitor tweet about Russian soldiers around Kherson asking on social media for air support?
Yeah, it's actually pretty funny. It's halfway. I talk with War Monitor a bit, because it's mixture of we need this now and like just outright begging please, and sort of that form of the Russian vocabulary is being used a lot more. It's like, please, just anything, something, stop this. And couldn't happen to nicer people.
The air support is not going to come. Tracy, please go ahead. Tracy, we can't hear you. Please restart your phone and rejoin us and request again. Prince, please go ahead.
Thank you, Em. Oh, there's Tracy. Do you want to go to Tracy now?
Sure, Tracy, mic check.
Hi, I'm so sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. I think you were speaking at the same time as I was, but I could hear you and you couldn't seem to hear me. So I just wanted to pop up to say what you were already just explaining a moment ago then about the soldiers, the Russian soldiers asking for air support all over social media, which I find absolutely incredible. Like, what are comms doing?
Nothing really, because they are leaving behind their secure comm equipment anyway.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. At this point, it's just what air defense doing, what comm doing, what Russian MOD doing, what Russian Federation doing, what Kremlin doing. They're toast. Prince, please go ahead.
Thank you, Em, and it's good to hear Egypt in the background again. It's always a pleasure to have you on hosting. With all the talk of winter warfare, I was doing something else, and it just made me think. We all think about the big invasion that happened in February of 2022, but reality is Ukraine has been fighting since 2014. They have been doing this for 8 years. Ukraine knows their weather. They've been fighting in it for 8 years, and the world is there to help them with the equipment that they need. The army knows what they're doing. The military in Ukraine knows what they're doing because they've done it for the last 8 years. I think a big, huge challenge is going to be all of the people in occupied areas where there is no adequate shelter or heating and things like that. That's going to be a problem. But I think the Ukrainian military knows what they're doing, and they've got allies on their side who are going to do everything they can to help.
All right, thank you for that, Prince. 2 points. The first one, they have been doing it since 2014, but not on that scale. So the scale is different, so it will dictate different realities. As for the people, that's why the Ukrainian forces are going as fast as they can, as safely as they can, to liberate as many towns, cities, and villages as they can, as quickly as possible, to make sure that the civilian population have access to functioning utilities, to limit losses to civilian populations. So the more we help them now, the faster they can liberate more towns, cities, and villages and secure the livelihood of those citizens that they are freeing.
Absolutely agree with you 100%. As much as hearing 100% all the time sometimes annoys me, I totally agree with everything you just said. Very good and valid points to add to it. Thank you.
100%.
100%. 1,000,000%. $1 million. Pauli, please go ahead.
All right, mic check.
You're 100% clear.
Good. Yeah. So to come to the point, that Prince Heather asked, I think it's a scale question, and then also during winter, I want to highlight that we want to give the best equipment, the best practices, and as much edge on fighting as we can, because in my opinion, we know that the Russian forces will not have the edge, and they don't have the capability. So we want to give the best edge we can to Ukraine. And during winter, there are several factors you need to take into account. Even in the like Odessa and Crimean sector, and especially in East Ukraine. So you have snow, you have the low temperatures, you have darkness, you have wind, then you have frost and ice, and in marshes and in rivers you might have some ice, and there's a lot of fields in Ukraine. So when you have some snow, it might be all right to go with the light vehicles, but when there's heavy snow and if there's frost, it might be all right to go there with a tank, but not with a lighter vehicle, depending on the terrain. So like you would expect that, all right, everyone knows this, and like everyone's expert in this if you live in the area. But like Mr. M said, that if you really want to execute attack on a vast scale, I think I would well, get all the expertise and all the help I can in order to have the maximum effect on my winter attack. And therefore, I think I would suggest on getting the help from NATO allies such as Norway, Canada, and then of course Finland and Sweden, to just maximize the effect and the attack and the planning you are having, because it's also really important to keep in mind that when you plan an attack during winter, it will be darker, and then you usually have to do some kind of reconnaissance, like recon operations, and when you execute those, if you are a smart enemy, the enemy will not notice your recon. So it might be a good thing to also execute some false flag operations and false recon. And when you have people that know this stuff and are expert on this, I'm quite positive that your attack operations will be more successful in every front. Yeah, so that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Pauli. I don't know much about winter warfare. I do know a lot about desert warfare, hunting snakes, getting rid of their poison, and grilling them, and they are delicious, after skinning them, of course. But the best condition to train for winter warfare is to actually train during winter. And in case anyone hasn't noticed, it's October, and the invasion started last Feb. And training programs had been accelerated recently. I'm unaware if there were any winter warfare programs that Ukrainian troops or commanding officers or NCOs went through during the past 8 years. I don't have that piece of information. I don't know if it ever happened.
Yes, they have.
Bingo. But I was trying to keep it ambiguous, Axel.
Sorry.
Anyway, to put it mildly, there was this show that I grew up with as a child. It was about a group of people who rescued people who got into trouble during winter. I think it was called High Mountain Rangers or something like that. I don't know if it was a Canadian production or a North American production. It had a very cool intro song. very cool skiing bikes and such, and quads. Not quads. What do you call them? Just skiers. Automatic
Snowmobiles.
snowmobiles. Yeah, well,
Yeah, that was
English
said in
language.
Tahoe, I think. But that's the U.S. We got that one.
What was the name of the show language? Do you know it?
I want to say that was said in Tahoe. I live somewhere out in the mountains, right? So I've seen one of that on top, and people were kind of mocking it because the conditions they represent aren't as accurate to Nevada. But so they did a lot of filming in Wyoming and Montana. But
This
yeah, I
one
know
where
what
they were all wearing really nice, cool red jackets with a nice, cool logo on them.
I think so. I mean, I only kind of watched it in the bar. It was from like the 80s or something. It was just on TV in the background, and people were kind of clowning on it.
Right. So that's what I know about winter warfare, basically. But anyway, I think we'll see a couple of surprises when winter comes, and I think all of those surprises will play into the hands of Ukrainians, and will be extremely against the Russians, and they will be quite punishing.
On that topic, because I do live in an area that's fairly cold. I spend a lot of time out there during the winter because I'm stupid and I'm down to like negative. I haven't gone down to negative 50 yet. I've been trying to get down there this year. It's let's talk about socks, right? I think last night I already talked about it. One of the major mistakes that we see in the mountains is that people take the socks that they're wearing just regularly and they go up and they get wet. And I'm a fool. I've done it myself too. I fell in the river in I want to say like March this year up in the mountains, and it was a really bad time because I figured, oh no, it's cold, it's dry, I don't need to wear anything special, and that could have been bad if I decided to stay up there all night, right? The Russian military only formally introduced something other than foot wraps in, I want to say 2009 or 2013. It's not that recent. So the ability for them to issue wool socks to all of their soldiers is dubious at best. And even in the areas that are less cold, the areas around the Black Sea and whatnot, it's going to be wet and humid. If you ever spent a winter, near lake effect snow in Canada or in the northern United States, you know what I'm talking about here, the kind of cold that gets into your bones. And I suspect we're going to see, just as we did in February, a tremendous amount of thermal casualties, people getting hypothermia, people getting frostbite. There's a really phenomenal short story that's like 16 pages. There's a 10-minute YouTube video called To Build a Fire from the 1800s about a man, spoiler alert, freezing to death in the Yukon. And it's a good indicator of when you get cold and you get wet, that becomes your whole world. You cannot think about anything else. Or if you do, you're going to be in real trouble. And I do not expect that the Russians are going to have the level of training and capability and equipment to mitigate that. So you get a heavy snowfall, these guys are sleeping in their bullshit trenches, and then it gets a little bit of rain or they melt something, or even just snow falls from a tree and it gets on their socks. That goes from being an inconvenience in civilization to a life-threatening event that you do not have a lot of time to fix in the wilderness. So, I mean, I'd love to hear more from our Finnish brethren on that and whatnot. People who have experienced the real cold. Maybe we can dive into what does that mean? Like when you are cold and you are wet, what does that do to your whole world?
Here's
the Russian military. Sorry, just very quickly. The Russian military abandoned foot wraps in 2013, and there were reports that some VDV units were still using them.
And I want to say those are just regular like cotton foot wraps. They're nothing fancy. Like this is literally just a piece of fabric that you wrap around your legs. And they said, oh, we're doing it because it's better for our boots and it makes us stronger men, rah, 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 masculinity. But it's just wildly not the case.
I think cotton for summer, and they have wool or flannel for winter.
That's good to know. Lie Sniper, are you still there?
Lie Sniper?
Yes, I'm here. Hello?
Yeah, so just as we're talking about like cold weather survival and whatnot, as someone like yourself who is probably more knowledgeable about it than most of us here, can you talk about the impact of not just being in cold weather, but being cold and wet when you're in the field away from sustainable sources of heat aside from maybe a vehicle? If you were a Russian military commander and snow falls or rains, somebody spills a bucket of water or whatever, and now your soldiers are wet and cold, and it's, I don't know, negative 20 degrees outside. How much of an emergency would that be to you? Is that something that you can afford to just forget about, or is that something that needs to be dealt with? These are kind of a leading question, but
well, it absolutely has to be dealt with, because the most important thing is to keep your fingers, neck, head, and feet warm. Not necessarily in this order, but anyways, everything else is, how would I say, you can cope with it. But if your fingers start freezing, or if your feet start freezing, then you get frostbite quite soon, and the most of the heat goes from the head, because the head is very, very, the blood circulation in the head is a substantial amount of the whole blood circulation. So you have to keep your head and your feet and hands warm. And if you're wet and cold, well, your capability to conduct any meaningful act of warfare is, well, considerably reduced. And if the opposite side has better gear and feels more comfortable, they have a clear, huge advantage. And well, that's all I can say. The best thing is to try to not get wet and cold, to avoid it and prevent it from the very beginning. That's the best recipe I can give, because it's always try to deal with it afterwards when your whole gear is wet. And if you want to dry it, you have to make some fire or some heat. That's infrared wise, of course, quite challenging. And if you have your gear hanging on some rope and then there's alarm, then okay, that's interesting situations emerge. So the winter warfare is a completely different game than in the summer or in warmer temperatures. And I really can't stop wondering how poorly the Russians seem to have grasped the situation. This whole thing started last February, so it's even under these circumstances and in this area, it's nothing new for the Russians actually, and they should be able, or well, if they don't prepare themselves properly, then it's just suicide mission completely. It's gonna be really nasty for the Russians then. That's all I can say.
That's probably why they were stealing a lot of washing machines. I hope they did manage to steal a couple of Ferraris as well. Ante, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I think
Ante,
one.
sorry, just I think we need a quick intervention. So why aren't you asleep right now? Is something happening, or?
Yes, there's a war in Ukraine, or did you notice?
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
Yeah. So one thing to note, I don't know why I keep going back to history, is that back in winter war, when quite a bit of Russian kit was captured, and there were actually they supplied their troops with skis which they didn't know how to use, so they basically used them as firewood if they used them at all. But they also supplied them with manuals on how to use the skis, and there was even a section where they tried to teach Red Army soldiers how to bayonet fight whilst wearing skis. So if you add that with the fact that they were still wrapping their feet with bits of hankies a couple of years ago, then you have what you came here to hear about. Though one thing I would note about winter warfare is that also that besides requiring discipline and leadership and many other things in abundance, more than you would need in summer, is that there needs to be a cohesion among the troops, that an esprit de corps that you watch out for your body in the squat, because especially with frostbite, first signs there's a chance that if you're getting cold, when it reaches a certain point, that you no longer feel that you're getting cold, and there are many other things that when it gets really cold that you need to be aware of. And if there is if the Russian way of war in Ukraine, as we have seen, is all about leaving your body and leaving the wounded behind and not giving a shit about the guy next to you, then there is really the chances of them being effective in even if they had the right gear, which they probably won't have. It's I mean, I know that we should never underestimate the enemy, and I know that the Ukrainian military doesn't, but it's in these circumstances it's hard not to underestimate what the Muscovy troops are capable of, considering all the information that's trickling down to us. But I think the thing to note is that there are many challenges in winter warfare, and based on what we know, the troops in the field on the Russian side aren't very well equipped to face them, or at least face them successfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Antti. Live Sniper?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Antti said, that when you're getting really cold, then first your toes and your fingers are freezing, and then after a while they're not freezing anymore because you don't feel them anymore. And then well, if you don't know what it's about, you might think, okay, it's getting better. But no, it's not getting better, because after a while you might not have any toes or fingers left because they're frozen off. And it's really nothing to play with. And to answer the question, do they still actually use this jalkarätti? I don't know what it's called in English.
Yeah, the foot wraps. They were just mentioned that apparently they only gave them up in early 2000. Wasn't that the case, language learner?
I think Colby said 2013, and that some
Colby, right? Yeah.
kept using them out of some sense of, oh, these are better, they work better with our jump boots, et cetera, makes us real men, et cetera.
Yeah.
Because
yeah, so
if you wrap them correctly, I think they are excellent even today, because they are not like any plastic material, but they are natural fibers, and you can, if they get wet from one point, you can just wrap them in another position, and you can it's easy to dry and so on. But I don't know, perhaps those were the times when I was in the military.
So if you read Arkady Babchenka's quite famous book, One Soldier's War, his account of being a Russian soldier in both Chechen wars. So one particular and gruesome, actually, advantage of the foot traps is that when they get caked in after long marches and not changing your boosts, you have the advantage of just peeling them. Part by part, and you can just that's one account that is probably important here.
All right, thank you, Maciej. Seems we have lost Axel. Pauli, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I read that apparently Shoigu was the one who instructed in 2013 that we should ban or release the use of foot wraps and start using socks, which I also recommend. I think during our summer might be good to use the foot wraps, but during winter having wool socks and such, I would say it's a smart move. I do not know anyone using winter foot wraps. Please educate me if I'm wrong. But I would want to highlight one thing. during winter, there's a importance for the NCOs and officers to execute smart rotation for the serving forces, the ones who are guarding or doing some kind of exercises or doing recon or any duties due to the winter conditions, and also then the whole group, whole company has to act as a whole, and it's really important that the team dynamics work really well. Yeah, if someone has like mild frostbites, usually he or she will then be ordered to take some time off and heal, and well, everything related to that topic. And I think, as we can imagine, that kind of like team effort and team dynamics isn't usually the cup of tea in Russian army. So I'm also quite relieved and quite confident that the winter warfare will not be serving them well. Thanks.
Thank you, Paulie. John Stewart, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for hosting the stream. There's a YouTuber called Survival Russia that I used to follow. He's I believe he's Danish, and he married a Russian lady and moved out somewhere in Russia, in some rural area. And it's kind of interesting to follow him. He kind of goes around and explores the area, including gulags that are in his district, old Soviet work camps, and he's exposed quite a lot of that. And he did some of sort of the World War II archaeology as well. But he has a couple of interesting episodes on foot wraps. If you Google Survival Russia socks, you'll get more than you need to know about foot wraps. He's a big fan of them, and explains why they're so useful and how easy they dry and everything, and how you can turn them inside out. And yeah, he was. I haven't really watched him recently because I've sort of been wrapped up in the Ukraine thing. But he made an interesting video at the time of Crimea, basically trying to kind of state what he understood to be the Russian case for it, which he subsequently recanted and apologized for, which was interesting. But he's not Russian, he's Danish. He just has a Russian family that he's married into. He's kind of an interesting guy if you're into sort of old military stuff. But yeah, every time I hear foot wraps mentioned, it makes me think of the Survival Russia video. It's pretty comprehensive. It's more than you need to know. For any listeners in the UK, I would also mention that it's the end of the month, and normally I drop a few quid in to Maria Aid, and the exchange rate has been very, very poor over the last week or so because we've had a currency collapse. But what you may not know is the currency has bounced back, and you get a reasonable deal on MasterCard at the moment. So if you've been like me hanging off for a couple of days just because it seemed so expensive, it wasn't very good value. Now's a good time. It was effectively below a pound to a dollar, but it's now 110. So PayPal is ripping people off, but MasterCard seems to be the best value way to chuck a couple of quid into Maria Aid if you're in the United Kingdom at the moment, which I'd encourage everyone to do. And thank you for hosting the stream, everyone.
Thank you, John. Much appreciated. Z Power 5 Z's, please go ahead.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Long time listener since the beginning of the war.
Don't know. I guess Walter went AWOL. I'm not sure what happened there, but anyway, thanks for hosting the space. My question is about the use of the word or phrase "the West." Not criticizing anybody here. I appreciate everything that you all do. I just don't understand what is the rationale for using that. It seems to play right into the hand of like us versus them, you know, East West Germany, all the sentiments that are historic. This is clearly like you know, we've got allies north, south, east, west. So is there something I'm missing? Why do we keep using that? Just habit? Is there some strategy behind it? Yeah, thanks.
Good question, actually. I would say that there are 3 reasons. The fun one is that we're all fans of John le Carré, and the West is just a term that features heavily in all the literature that covers the conflict with the Soviet Union and the Russian Federation for world domination, for winning the hearts and minds of people, be it capitalism, be it socialism, be it communism. It's a fight that has been going on for more than a century now, whether people want to acknowledge that it's happening or not. The more realistic reason and the logical one is that it is the lingo. It is the term that has been used throughout years and decades of this war for freedom. So it's part of a lexicon that most people use. Now, whether or not it plays into their hands, it doesn't, because they mark you as the West, and you mark them as the Russian Federation. You say Russia, you say China. You don't hear anyone saying the East, because Russia is completely different from China, and China is completely different from Russia. So, no, I don't think that it plays into Russian hands, and I don't think that it plays into whatever false narratives and propaganda they are putting out, but it is the West. Western countries have different values than the Russian Federation and China, right? And you don't see anyone putting them together in one lump and saying the East. So the East is not Russia, China, India, Iran, etc., etc. No one can put them into that category. Another thing to take into consideration is that European countries are actually united in a political union, which is the European Union. And they are also members of a military alliance, which is NATO, that is built around the defense of those countries because they share certain values, they share certain ways of life and certain traditions, and they want to maintain peace for their citizens, and they are democratically elected governments. We can all have our own diatribes and gripes with democracy. We can all say that it's a rigged system and people spend money on political messaging, and then you get politicians who promise one thing and then deliver another, and some of them are corrupt and some of them are in league with the capitalists and the businessmen, and a lot of corruption cases come out, and there are perversions, etc., etc. But this is the tax that everyone pays for a functioning system, because the system is there to provide you with a framework. It's not there to dictate your actions. So when you mess up and you have strong enough institutions and strong enough representation and strong enough judiciary and public prosecution, you'll be brought to justice, right? It takes time sometimes. Some people get away with stuff they do. Yes, it happens. Nothing is perfect, right? But it's the only framework that allows you to live your life freely and pursue your dreams and enjoy societal peace. It's just some sort of a societal contract, right? So it is the West. It always has been. Hopefully, always will be. And so there's no long-term strategy in saying the West, or there's no psychological effect towards saying the West or using that term. It's just a term. We kind of inherited this whole West-East divide a long time ago. Most of us were not born when the Second World War was won. Most of us weren't born when, at least myself, I'll speak for myself, when so many things, took place, right? So I would say it's just a legacy term that people say. You can always say international community. You can always say the Western countries. You can always say Western European countries allied with the United States. So there are so many ways to put it. But when people use the West, they are trying to just use one term that would reference so many things at the same time, and they're all true. So I would say that there's no agenda behind using the term the West, and I don't think that it reinforces whatever Russian narrative they're putting out there. Because right now, Putin, like I think 2 days ago, said that the West is all about Satanism. I don't think that's true. I think that there are a lot of practicing Jews, Christians, Muslims, and European countries and North American countries who just don't agree to innocent Ukrainians being killed, and they don't really want to go to war to Russia, but they want to stand up to their aggressive actions, right? And they have the right to. And that's it. Axel, would you like to comment on that? All right, Axel might not be near his mic. Light Sniper, then John Stewart.
I actually lowered my hand because I just want to come back to this foot wraps topic, and just a small note that I wondered why Shoigu had ordered them not to be used anymore, because under certain circumstances, I think they're still a valid option. But to be honest, if you don't know what you're doing, if you don't wrap them properly, then you can cause blisters and sort of injuries. And the thought that came to my mind that might it be that the Russian military doesn't trust the troops even that much that they could wrap their feet, and it would be too much demand from their skills. But I don't know. That's because I think completely abolishing them under all circumstances, I don't think that might not be the most wise decision, but whatever. That's just a rant. Sorry. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Light Sniper. John Stewart.
Yeah, there's occasionally that you get jokes about kind of technology going backwards, and there's a famous one between, I'm probably going to get it wrong, between a NASA astronaut and a Russian astronaut. I think NASA spent the story is they spent millions trying to get a ballpoint biro pen that would write in zero gravity, and the Russians are like, they explain this whole thing to the Russian astronaut, and he said, well, we just use a pencil. And I think the foot wrap thing's a little bit like that. It's old foot technology. But in terms of the language of using the West, it's my firm belief that this is about Enlightenment values, and all the speeches that Putin's made that harken back to the sins of the West. The great thing that the quote unquote West visited on the world was the Enlightenment, and that essentially paved the way for democracy and human rights, and it moved us away from theocracy. And I know that other societies and civilizations had enlightenments too, some of which made great scientific advances, but it's the Western Enlightenment in Europe from, I guess the various ultimately meant the various underminings of autocracies in one way or another, and that's what he doesn't get, and that's what the people of Russia don't get. And it's not very fashionable to support Western values at the moment, because for all the kind of reasons people look at the bad elements of Western values. But at the time, Putin, when he's harkening back to all the sins that the West did in history, I mean, Russia was a land slave society. It was pre-Enlightenment values, and it was a Tsarist society, and it was everything that we stand against. And that is what the people of Ukraine have decided they want, and that is why he cannot allow it. And that's how I've always viewed this, and may have disagreements with people in Ukraine or people will think differently and all of that stuff. But that's the bottom line. It's if you support Enlightenment values, you support essentially, as you were describing, civil society and discussion rather than violence, and progress in a meaningful way through human advancement. And that's what the people of Ukraine want, and that's what they've been able to do in terms of, as I understand it, lessening things like the corruption in the society and bringing forward education, and hopefully when this is all over, having a hugely rapid growing economy, much as countries like South Korea recovered. I sincerely hope Ukraine will be the South Korea of Europe going forward, and yeah, so it's the word Western for me stands for the Enlightenment, really. And I don't think we should apologize for it.
Absolutely, John. Thank you for that. And also, it's just, we have the Universal Transverse Mercator Coordinate System. It's a projection of planet Earth, our blue dot. And these countries happen to be on the west side of it. That's it. Enda, please go ahead.
So I wanted to add a bit on. So I was born and raised in a country during communism, and I find that Putin's narratives are not very far away, even if they pretend otherwise. For those who were brought up like me, we heard the narrative that the West is corrupt, the West is the mother of all evils. But also everybody wanted to go to the West because, well, into the West, apparently it was better. And this better was due to freedom, individual freedom, freedom to choose for yourself, for your family, for your life, which we didn't had. So, one thing I don't understand, and I won't understand, it's beyond me. We didn't have access. When I grew up, we didn't have access to information. So we have TV and school and maybe friends, and we had gossip. And basically, you got some snippets of information through gossip, through word of mouth. People who were out, who came into the country and talked how it is in the West. This is not valid for the Russian population. For the majority of the people who live in the cities, who went abroad, who had access to internet, to life, to visiting, to everything. Okay, in the far west, in Dagestan, or I don't know, maybe there are rural families who barely have a TV, and the toilet is in the back of the yard. Okay, they might not know, but the younger generation in the in Moscow, in St. Petersburg, in all the big cities, they do know. They do have an idea what is the West and what it stands for. So it's very hard to understand how can they go into the West, work there, and still support Putin. It's beyond me. If someone can have an explanation for this, you're far more intelligent and knowledgeable than me, because honestly, this is way beyond me. And yeah, I will stop. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and that was quite powerful. And I know John has something to say to that, but before John goes ahead, I would like to wish everyone a good night. And I, like Wendy and Axel, will be your co-hosts going forward. So thank you, Andy, so much for this. This was very powerful. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to listen. Thank you for supporting. And thank you for everyone who's been helping with this effort. So with that said, I, like Wendy, please go ahead. And John, go ahead for a follow-up. And the floor is yours.
Thanks, Em.
Thanks, Em. Thank you, Ander. John, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, and I was thinking about you really need a psychologist in the space, like to explain why people hang on to bad ideas, and I think there's lots of different reasons. And but you mentioned the kind of thinking in communist societies, and I'm someone who's done a lot of work on cultural studies and how culture works alongside other things that we do, including psychology and the economy and other areas. And there is a core text written by German communists, Horkheimer and Adorno, which is very famously called the culture industry enlightenment as mass deception. And it lays out this whole argument about how the West or capitalist ideas are twisted and fake, and it's actually become a core text of the universities in any form of cultural studies. Bizarrely, I've taught it myself for many years, and it has some interesting things to say about how culture works under capitalism. But it's basically an argument against Enlightenment values, or an argument that capitalism doesn't meet, or that the current society in the West doesn't meet the values of the Enlightenment. And I guess communism as a whole is an attempt to move beyond that, and deeply flawed. It's an interesting critique of the system, but it has no solutions whatsoever. It's just a return to autocracy. It's a return to the medieval values that preceded the Enlightenment, and such as they were. So it's always going to be a retrograde step, I feel. And I think once people are in that world where they support those ideas, it's always difficult to reassess your thinking, isn't it? It's always difficult to admit you're wrong, to admit that that people are suffering because you've got it wrong. Nobody wants to admit that, and you just kind of dig deeper in that kind of cognitive dissonance sense. And yeah, I don't really have an answer for it, but it just occurred to me since you mentioned those communistic societies that one of the core texts written by Western communists is actually a critique of the Enlightenment that's called, Enlightenment as a mass deception. It's ludicrous, really, when you think about it. But there you go. It's a very, very well-known text in those fields. It's foundational text, really, in those fields.
Yeah, thank you, John. You made a lot of good points there. I mean, I'm sure Anda recognises a lot of the a lot of the sentiments of what you just said, and the factor of a system built on lies. I mean, this eventually led to the collapse of the Soviet Union, and we are currently seeing a system built on lies, which is experiencing a collapse of its own. So yeah, some fantastic points there. I mean, we've seen some incredible things over the last 24 hours. Really, we've seen this enemy take time to collect together a large collection of sea mines. I think we've all seen those pictures. I thought it had everyone bemused for a second, but then I kind of remember that the state of bemusement is a permanent feature of observing how Russia and how its decision making happens these days. Anyway, it turns out that this collection of sea mines was just for the purposes of historical reenactments of the time when Rasputin tried to make the Tsar bell ring a second time by firing himself out of the cannon or something. But it could have also been to rip off the film Indiana Jones with some midget vatnik locked inside a fridge right next to the place of detonation. We don't know. But anyway, the whole thing, as no doubt those of you who have seen this particular video, it was filmed by 2 drones. So this particular system built on lies couldn't even get a lie right in this case, because they forgot to move the first drone out of shot, which practically ruins any suspension of disbelief when you watch it that may exist in the mind of the viewer. But with a bit of levity aside, yeah, this is for people like the wonderful Anda that we just heard sharing her experiences of living under the Soviet Union. This system of lies has a great impact on the lives of those who have to endure it. Chris, welcome.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
You're a bit crackly there, Chris. If you could possibly
okay, I'm not sure if I can do anything.
Chris, it's still your headset. It's still your headset or your ham radio.
Oh dear. Okay, I'll just go away then.
Okay, you can give us a mic check if you want, Chris. No, going once.
Yes.
Hello.
Much better. That's bloody loud and clear. What did you do?
Took my headset out. You gave me a clue, Axel.
You know what? That headset needs a proper, sensible place to live. I think it's a waste basket.
The dustbin, yeah, okay. Okay. Well, now I know, yeah. It probably is past its sell-by date. But I was going to say, actually, you know, that what's the word? That, you know, film set that we now know about, and that, you know, I'm beginning to wonder if maybe somebody said to Putin, well, what you want to do, mate, is you want to create a film, you know, that can be your legacy for all time. And so the whole thing's a film set, because you can't explain it any other way, can you? It's just so crazy and ridiculous. And then somebody said to him, oh, well, you know, we need to kill about 100,000 people. And he went, oh, yeah, that's fine. No problem. The whole thing's just completely mad. No wonder people can't understand what the hell is going on. That's it. Thanks for the tip on the microphone.
No worries.
Thank you, Chris. Jingu, great to see you.
Great to see you, Wendy. So just want to make a few comments. The first is the end that the premise that these people are lied to, they should know better. That is something we would like to think, but maybe that's a flawed framework to think about these things. I just want to be very frank. So let me give you one example. Many people in the drug business joining the drug cartel, it's very hard to say they should not know better. They know better. How do we know? Many drug cartels forbid their own members to use the drugs. They know it's very harmful. They know it's very toxic. But have you seen anybody in a drug cartel at the same time abiding to the internal rule that we shall not use drugs, quit the drug cartel? Quite the contrary. The other thing is look at the history. So the telecommunication revolution started in the, I would say, in the 19th century with telegrams, telegraph, mass media. So in 20th century, we should expect it's going to be a lot less brutal than the 19th century. Quite the contrary. World War II, World War I, both had massively more casualty. And also, after that, communist revolution. So therefore, just to assume these people should have have access to better information. Therefore, they will make rational choices. Is a flawed assumption, not only for now, but also going forward. The expectation is, despite the technology promise, people will still make irrational, cruel, bad decisions. And the other thing is, just because there's a switch that people are shown a better alternative, will they switch to that? I have some bad news. Not really. Take a look at, for example, Afghanistan. Before the 12th century, Afghanistan, that area, used to be the wealthiest part of Far East, in Central Asia. The living standard was way above the neighboring regions. Now, after the Mongolian ravaging, it is a very poor place. So, in today, what is the main crop for Afghanistanis? Opiums. Has the world been helping the Afghanistanis to switch to better crops? Legal, profitable? Yes. For how long? Several decades. What's the result? The result is still a massive failure, which actually helped the Taliban to take over. Russia embraced democracy, which went into total chaos. Why? Because it's not just you need to have a national process for election. You also need the core system, the local governance, everything coming together. That takes a lot of time. It's not that easy. When these things fail, guess what happens? Massive takeover of reactionary forces. If you watch, for example, the BBC documentary, the world worked very hard to help Afghanistanis to adopt modern judiciary system. Guess what? It's not successful. Part of which is the implementation takes a long time. Part of which is you cannot rule out corruption in a very nascent stage of these kind of development, especially in a place alien to these concepts. It's not guaranteed to be successful. So guess what? All the local peasants went back to Taliban for jurisdiction because you know what? The Sharia law ruled a lot of things faster, even more effective. So as a result, that paved the way for the Taliban to come back. So when we look at all these things, just because there's some better idea, just because people have information, is no guarantee at all people will make good decisions. On the contrary, we should fully expect, even with these things, people have a history of going back to make very bad decisions. That's my point.
Thank you, Jingu. So it's a bit like the Hotel California, except it's not a hotel. It's a barracks built in the 1950s with stone cold floors, toilets that haven't been cleaned since January 1951, and definitely no amenities. And of course, being a tyrannical state, it won't provide for its soldiers, let alone its people. I was going to ask you a question, Chingu, if that's okay. With regards to China, I'd like to just to steer away from Afghanistan, if that's possible. China is starting to find itself in a position where it cannot do business, of course, with unrecognized states, which Moscow declares belong to itself, but of course are occupied territories and are recognized as occupied territories internationally. These occupied territories being in Ukraine. Russia is experiencing a mass exodus of men of mobilization age from its borders. The country is suffering a brain drain where its qualified people are seeking to leave because the rewards of living and working within the Muscovite state are rapidly diminishing. Its industry will be increasingly lacking in its ability to produce certain exports which are reliant on expertise to continue functioning. So at what point, in your opinion, at what point does China determine that the country currently known as the Russian Federation is not worth supporting?
My short answer, on the surface, it's now. In reality, the real what's going on in the current is as long as China exists in today's shape and form, the answer is never. Because here's why. Because the Russia to China, especially to the Chinese imperialists, is not just one country. It is a symbol. It is a symbol that, because in the Chinese mentality, you need to look at it. Basically, there are two paths, alternative paths for selection. The first is to embrace today's liberal democracy as more and more countries are adopting. That promote the rule of law, and therefore China will be more and more like Taiwan. However, by doing so, inevitably, it's a matter of time, Eastern Turkestan and Tibet will become independent. Today's China, as we know today, will eventually disintegrate into quite a few countries. Of it, every nation will live a lot happier. Any one of them, many of them can become an industrial power and defend the fortress of liberty. That's one path. The second path is be like Russia. Be like Russia to the east. Follow the same model. Yeah. Rule the ethnic territories with an iron fist. Sonify them. Sonify means just like Russia, right? We kidnap, the Russians kidnap Ukrainians, put them into the Far East, and force them to become Russians. Well, China's doing the same with Uyghurs and Tibetans and so on. So therefore, to China, if Russia dies, the second path goes with it. Everybody will see. Now, we cannot go to this path. Therefore, eventually will lead to the disintegration of China. And to many Chinese imperialists, that's a treason. So therefore, I'm going to argue, on the surface, China is going to be very cautious not to be caught red-handed. At the heart, I'd be very, very surprised China would ever give up support to Russia. So that's my answer.
Thank you, Chingu. The two countries do seem ideologically and always and historically have been linked, but it is an interesting point of debate given the diminishment of the country currently known as the Russian Federation by its own hand. At what point this becomes a liability to the Chinese state?
Well, so first of all, let's start with one very, very good, very famous comment made by Professor Stephen Kotkin. This the preeminent scholar on Russia and Stalin. He said this: "Don't take Soviet Union as an unfortunate totalitarian regime imposed upon innocent Russian people. Take Soviet Union as just one trial and error by the Russian people to achieve their imperialistic dream. So therefore, whether it's Marxist or not, it's just one trial and error. Fundamentally, they have a Russian imperialist dream. Same to China. China and Russia are very, very similar. So why? Because there's no such thing as Chinese state. If you say the Chinese state, it's about 30% of what the territory China controls today. Like I said, China includes 5 blocks, not net of Taiwan. It is China proper, Manchuria, South Mongolia, Eastern Turkestan, and Tibet. China proper accounts for 30% of China. That's 99%, 90% of where the Han Chinese live. But the rest of the places historically were not part of China. However, with the help of Russia, China occupies them. Therefore, China, in every textbook, is saying it has been ruling these places for thousands of years, which is a blatant lie. Now, because of that, it has to use kind of a modern system to hold that together. Guess what? The only modern system allowing brutality, ethnic cleansing to hold these places together is the Russian model. So therefore, Russia is always a step ahead in terms of how to hold these places together. So China, although it's much bigger, views Russia as basically like a lab. Whatever Russia tried, if it's successful, I'm going to try it. Russia and China, the relationship, imagine it's the Bell Lab versus the Silicon Valley. China's the Silicon Valley. Russia is the Bell Lab. So that's the relationship. So therefore, any analytical framework to start with, the national interest of China. So therefore, we need to go ahead and China is going to out of its national interest. Keep this in mind. This is how you look at the national interest. So many people are arguing, well, Russia is weakened, so therefore the China can have a much better access to cheaper oil and so on. China's going to do these calculations. True, China will do that, but that's not everything. Okay, the communist regime is built on this notion that the Russian model offers another Western model different from the Anglo-Saxon model, which is promoting the rule and order, rule of law. Now, to China, Russia is still West. It's still part of the Western world. So therefore, what if now everybody in China sees the Russian model sucks? We should not follow this model. Occupation of the other blocks, which we never ruled, was a very bad idea. The entire thing crumbles. So therefore, any Russian defeat, you should see Xi Jinping is dealt with 2 things. The pro, oil is cheaper. Con, the entire model, Chinese communist system is built on a piece of lie. Now, the second one is going to directly jeopardize the legitimacy of the regime. So now think about it. Is Xi going to say, if I can get oil $20 barrels cheaper, that is worth my entire regime being jeopardized? I don't think so. She is evil, but she's not that crazy. That's my point. So the many Western observers see the first part, but they don't see the second part. So that's my point.
Thanks, Jinku. I'm just going to put that on hold just for now because got a couple of other questions to ask you. And it's a fascinating point of debate. War Pigeon, you've got your hand up, so welcome. Please go ahead.
Hi. So yeah, I've raised my hand before Jingu, and what I wanted to say is not about China. So if anyone wants to comment, I will be glad to wait a bit.
No problem at all. This is please go ahead with your comments or question on Ukraine or the Russian
Sure.
invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. So I've listened for a while. I've been listening for many months now, and I've listened to this discussion. It's fascinating as always, and grim, of course. And the question posed by Anda, which is like, why are Russians not rebelling, not showing protest, even though they found themselves in the West? You know, the ones that escaped is probably one of the crucial ones that will lead us to that might lead us to an answer, like what to do with the problem of the aggressive Russian culture, which materializes right now in Ukraine and genocide, but is a much larger and much more extended threat to the world. And I wanted to say that there's a fascinating lecture on YouTube, which is it's actually a series of lectures by a very well-known historian of the region, not just of Ukraine, but the whole region, which is one of the key points here. Many of you might know him. The guy's name is Professor Timothy Snyder. He speaks Ukrainian, he speaks Polish, he speaks Russian, and a couple of other languages. And it's actually, if anyone has the time to do this, it's very fascinating. And one of the interesting things about this series of lectures is that, since he's a very high-profile historian and very pro-Ukrainian, he addresses, he not only gives a story about the making of modern Ukraine, because that's the name of the lecture series, but he actually addresses the key points in the Russian propagandist narrative, which is kind of like, you know, there was Kievan Rus at some point, and for some reason the center of the Rus civilization moved to Moscow, and Moscow fulfilled its destiny by taking over Kievan Rus, and now it has the destiny to unite all the Russian-speaking peoples, right? It's something along those lines, the narrative which Putin and the Kremlin are pushing. So the fascinating thing about the series of lectures, which are, by the way, according to what he says, the only, it's like the only class which is in the United States right now about Ukrainian history, like a whole class dedicated to it. So he addresses this narrative because the lecture series started in February of 2022. So it's really interesting, and the first the first couple of lectures are not even about Ukrainian history, but they're about history as such, which is really interesting because he's making the point that the Russian narrative, which is very ingrained in their propaganda, is using history, is weaponizing history in a way that you cannot use history at all. Like you cannot talk about inevitability, right? Because that's what the Russians are doing. They're saying because there is a common root to the Ukrainian culture and Muscovy, then we must rule them, right? Like very simplifying the thing a lot. And he's addressing the issue why you can never speak about history in that way. You can never talk about inevitabilities, and that it's a lie to approach history that way, this way in general. But he's also saying fascinating stuff about Ukraine, you know, about the coining of the roots, the historic roots of the Ukrainian nation, the coining of the national identity. So I would very strongly advise everyone, you know, to do this. It's on YouTube. There's quite a few of these classes. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to say.
Yes, Timothy Snyder is one author I particularly like, War Pigeon. the Kievan Rus is indeed, as you said, a foundation stone of not just the country that lies to its east, but also heavily have influenced the Western culture as well. So yeah, it's I certainly share your like of this author. He speaks and writes particularly well. And this aggressive Russian culture you described has already shown itself outside of its borders. As we know, over the last few months, we've seen Ukrainian refugees harassed in the streets. Likewise, with some people, the victims of whom are, unfortunately, but not perhaps surprisingly, given the inherent nature of this culture we're talking about, these victims are predominantly women. And they have been harassed and assaulted for displaying Ukrainian flags or public acts of solidarity in the cause of Ukrainian freedom. So this links back to the current issue of the exodus, and I don't mean the biblical one or the Bob Marley one, but the exodus of military age males, which has occurred at the borders of the current Russian Federation recently. This of course is an issue for the countries neighboring the Russian Federation, but the risk is there. The risk is evident for all of us to see. So thank you for making your point more Pigeon.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And there's many levels to this. I mean, there's the kind of criminal law level. I strongly believe that Russians who are in any way harassing Ukrainian refugees in the West should, the full extent of the law should be applied to them. But also, it's a question of they're taking their culture with them. So how do we address that? And obviously, on one of the levels that this needs to be fought at is the level of the historical narrative, just because it's so crucial in what Russians are doing with their armies, but also with their immigrants. Harassing people. These people believe that they're right. At least a lot of, at least a big amount of them. So we need to address the narrative with a different one, one which is more based on truth. But it's hard because on some level, all of us have been brought up and learned history in schools of our respective countries. And it's always, wherever you learn history in school, the history, your nation is the good guy, right? These narratives they can be more benevolent or they can be more imperialistic. And, we have a right to the land of other people, right? Which is the case with Russians. And it's evident to everyone here, probably. But and I'm circling back to the to the lecture series by Timothy Snyder. I think people who will be addressing the problem with Russians fleeing Russia and settling either in the West or in other countries need tools to address their false imperialistic narrative. And it's very good to be equipped with the adequate knowledge to do that. So thanks for giving me a voice.
Oh, you're most welcome. I mean, the education system within the Russian Federation has deliberately omitted the support that it received during the Second World War, and has been and has brought up generations of people within that country to have a completely false idea of what lies beyond the borders of its country. So I mean, this again, I would say does link back into what we were talking about with the exodus of military age males on the Russian border. Because at risk of repeating myself, I mean, it's it's a potential threat to, first of all, the physical security of Ukrainians within European countries, demonstrated as we have seen by the recent attack on Ukrainian refugees, but also they are evidently a threat to that. There is evidently a threat there to national security. I mean, it doesn't. It only takes a layman to see that quite recently Albania, a NATO country, experienced an attack upon its serving soldiers, and thirdly, I mean, by the country's own, by the Russian Federation's own account, it is not at war. So if its citizens have an issue with the conduct of its country's foreign policy, in particular its country's genocide and war crimes within Ukraine, the deportation of the 3.5 million Ukrainians into Russia, and these people trying to leave the country wish to see this war concluded as swiftly as possible, then perhaps they should take this matter up with their elected representatives in a manner they see fit. But there are clear issues in terms of personal and national security to the people that in the countries that border the current Russian Federation. And each country has a social contract with its people. Each country has a responsibility to provide security at a basic level for its people. So Timothy Snyder is an absolutely is an author I would certainly recommend, sir. And his ideas are very germane to current events. Jingu.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing is that many people here that I have been reading, people are talking about the ideas and the notions, how that will change people. That's very important. But I so far haven't found many people doing enough analysis on one thing, the fiscal aspect of those ethno empires. So let me give you one example. So we have read a lot about the many Russian cities built in the Soviet times in remote places of the Soviet Union, the Russian Far East. They are languishing. They're becoming ghost towns, and because of the Soviet Union, the collapse of the Soviet Union, these things are crumbling. Now, this is behind that is actually a phenomenon very common to those ethno empires. So what happened? Here's what happened. It's happening in China too. So, if, for example, you follow the common sense, what will happen is there are places in Russia which is closer to the Europe. They actually have a lot of trade and they're much more open to the Western world, or they're part of the Western world by themselves. They can create a lot more wealth by themselves. At that time, the central government would step in, take the money away, ship it to the Far East to build a city. Because you know what? We need to hold this vast swath of land together. Same is happening with China. So in China, if you look at all the economic growth, so-called economic miracle, it all happened in two delta, the Yangtze River Delta and the Pearl River Delta. If you add that together, that's probably not bigger than Taiwan. Understand, China is about 30 times the size, 300 times the size of Taiwan. But 90% of the wealth is generated in these two little places. Now, what does that mean? If you give people their own autonomy, even these regions are not crazy about sending their money to the central government just to hold a piece of remote land they probably would never visit. At the same time, why would the central government not let those regions be autonomous? Here's why. Because, for example, China is now building the Belt and Road, is extending its trade route through to through the land to the west. But guess what? The Uyghurs in the history are the owners of the Silk Road. If you let Uyghurs just be Uyghurs, if you give them freedom, they can do very, very well. They can reactivate their historical ties, and they can be very wealthy. And the Silk Road can be revived. But here's the problem. When you have a system like that, people in Shanghai, in Guangdong, are not keen on sending their money to keep the Uyghurs under their thumb. At the same time, Uyghurs can do very well by themselves. Guess what's happened next? What's going to happen next is these two places are going to say, we don't need to be one country. Why? Because by being separate countries, we can actually be each of us will be better off. That's when the imperialists step in. The imperialist is going to say, no. Chinese, Cantonese, you guys give me your money. I'm going to decide where I'm going to invest in Eastern Turkestan. Then there's a lot of their cronies and so on making a lot of money in the process. I would bet in Russia, same thing's happening, albeit to a much lesser degree, because anyway, it is freer than Soviet Union. But that's actually physically how these ethno empires work. If every region is self-autonomous, they'll be a lot better off. But at the same time, they are more likely to be like a centrifuge, leaving each other. They're going to form their own states. Then you have the ethno-imperialists on the top, trying to hold them together. Step in, rob Peter to pay Bob, and not to pay Bob, to pay someone living in Bob's house and say, I'm not going to let Bob make money because you know what? That's too dangerous. I'm going to let Bob's neighbor, who although is no good, to get my money, get my transfer payment, to build whatever I want to build. That's how the ethno empire holds together. Now, if that is broken, then there's a major step towards freedom. If that is still kept in place, no matter how much you try to change people's notion, ideas, this kind of brutality will continue. Because why? Because the imperialists ruling those countries will come in and say, guess what? Just because the Western system makes sense, just because everybody would naturally like that system, I actually see a bigger threat. Because you know what? Uyghurs will buy into that. Shanghainese will buy into that. Dagestanese will buy into that. Kazakhs will buy into that. Therefore, I will have much less support. Therefore, my regime, which is built on a piece of lie, will crumble. So therefore, I'm more motivated to stifle that process. I would love to see more people doing research in that regard.
Thank you, Jingu. And well said. Both China and Moscow rely on the exploitation of people to continue their current economic and political system. What happens when a source of this human resource, to put it coldly, is what happens when this dries up?
So, yeah, you good question. So you're asking, what if the source is drying up? So the source, so there are two possibilities. The first is the source is drying up. So therefore, the system is starved to death. The second is because there's so much opportunity, the individual regions, separate regions, are doing better and better. They realize they will rely on the central government less and less. They don't need this empire stepping on, imposed on top of them. So therefore, they are more likely to seek independence. Now, that's exactly why Xi Jinping is cracking down on the Chinese economy. Because you know what? That before Xi Jinping came into power, Communist China has been persecuting one type of people. Who are they? The Uyghurs, who are making a lot of money. The Uyghurs, who, because of this system, because of their historical relationship, someone my grandpa was doing business with several decades ago, Then I got in touch with their family. I start to resume the business connection. So therefore, I'm getting the contract. I'm doing well. This type of people are being persecuted. Why? Because these two people are the very grave threat to this kind of ethno empire. I bet you those Russians who are Western minded, those ethno groups who actually can do the business and take care of themselves and make themselves rich, and will look at Moscow and say, heck, I don't even need you guys. These are actually the hope for these regions. And also, they are the targeted potential threat to the guy in Moscow, to the guy in Beijing, who holds that imperialistic dream and people around them and bureaucracy built around them. So that's my point.
Thank you, Jingu. Well said. I've just noticed, it's wonderful to see him here. Ben, welcome up, me old mucker. Good to see you.
Thank you, Wendy. Good to see you too. Well, your profile picture at least. Good to see everyone. Good evening. Today is I'm very charmed. It's a bit of we clear a milestone. It's personal. Not going to share exactly what, but I want to tell everyone that I'm very happy, and I wanted to thank everyone at the MriyaReport for doing this. This is grand, fantastic work, and I want in particular to thank Axel and Yehuda, who are doing a stupid amount of work very often in the background that no one sees, but they push the sort of huge bowl of blob that the rest of us are, and wanted to thank them. This is fantastic. I'm very, very happy and very honored to be involved a little bit in this, and thank you guys. And one last word. Beep beep.
I think that was 2 last words, Ben, just to be...
You don't speak Roadrunner. Roadrunner is entirely repeated, so it's always one word but repeated twice. So it makes it one word.
Well, I have learned something new today. Thank you. We're going to cycle through a few hands. That's okay. We've got a few requests. If you're having trouble coming up to speak, apologies. There is a bit of Twitterpox around today. But we do have a couple of new speakers who've had their hands up for a while. So I think first of all, we'll go to Abdullah.
Hi, thank you. Great conversation. I just wanted to ask Jingu, some of my Taiwanese friends from university, they're really concerned about what the Russian aggression against Ukraine means for their future and for their democracy. They don't want to be part of China. They're happy the way, their system of government. I just wanted to ask you, is Taiwan ready to confront the communist China if they were to be invaded at the moment, right now? If not, what will it take for them to be ready? Because I know China is watching the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you so much, Jingu.
Okay, so Abdullah, I think right now, so your question is Taiwan ready to defend itself, and what is the Ukrainian war, the implication to Taiwan, and also what's going to happen, correct?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to say 2 things. The first is I think the Ukrainian war, more than anything, has proven China's military adventure to Taiwan will fail. China is nowhere close to take over Taiwan. Just use several data points, okay? The first is take a look at the Normandy invasion, okay? The English Channel in the Normandy is about 70 kilometers. Taiwan Strait is 140 to 180 kilometers. So no matter how much the technology advances, in order to carry out such a massive amphibious invasion, you have to amass a large quantity of military assets. So in the Normandy, the Allies amassed 2 million personnel with all the the tanks and so on. On the day one, the invasion, 200,000 Navy participated, sending 150,000 personnel across the strait, and 10,000 airplanes participated. Now I got these numbers from the Eisenhower library. I think that's pretty credible. So in a total, in the entire operation, basically the Allies sent over 2 million personnel to land in Europe. So the Taiwan Strait is twice or to 3 times as wide as the English Channel. So therefore, it's unfathomable. China will be able to attack Taiwan without a massive amassment of its military assets. And you know what? These are things you cannot hide from the satellite. There's absolutely no way. So the other thing is not to mention the readiness of Chinese Navy, not to mention the Chinese Navy, which is pure quantity, no quality. So that's one thing. With that said, I think the chance that Xi Jinping will take an ill-advised military adventure against Taiwan is not lessened. Why? Because Xi's calculation would be, oh my God, the Russian technology is no match to the Western technology. And you know what? The Taiwanese are getting more and more support from the West. So the longer I wait, the less likely I'm going to win. So even if today I have 1% chance of winning, it is still better than 5 years down the way. I have 0.01% chance of winning. So if I'm going to ever to try it, do it now. So I look at this whole thing. I'm looking at it and say, well, on the one side, for China to invade Taiwan, to inflict material harm on Taiwan, I think the chance is not that so high. With that said, I think there's still a heightened possibility that she might do something. And you know what? These things are nerve-wracking. When it happens, nobody is going to be happy with it. So that's my guess. I don't think Taiwan will fall, but I don't think Taiwan will be immune from being attacked. So that's my point.
Thank you, Jinggu. And yeah, it's important to note that you mentioned the invasion of Normandy. Your figures were, I believe, correct, and the defences of the Normandy coastline at that time did not involve multiple launch rocket systems. So your analysis is absolutely correct, sir. We're going to go to La Mer. You've had your hand up for a while. Please go ahead.
Hi. I'm maybe a little bit late because this topic already was discussed. But I'm originally from Soviet Union, where I grew up. And then I moved, I'm from Ukraine. I moved to United States in '96, but because I have relatives in both countries and I'm watching politics and I'm listening to their propaganda shows and stuff, it looks, I will start with '90s. '90s were really, really bad. Even though Russia and Ukraine had freedom and it was liberalized, but economy was really bad. Even my parents who are here and the engineers and stuff, they basically worked at flea market at some point. And it was really bad. So when Putin was elected in Russia, and oil prices went up. He became like a god for many. I mean, he was not a god, but he was associated with success. And without Putin, and all Russian propaganda was telling them that without Putin, you're going to go back to 90s and be very, very poor. That's why they kind of, they don't want to have another 90s. They don't want to protest. They don't want to. But also, you say that they travel. Yeah, but only maybe 20%, even less, travel to Europe or to US. At most, Russian people travel for vacation in Turkey or Egypt to all-inclusive resorts. So it's not like they know how West works. And also, but what was surprise to me, I have relatives in Russia, and one of them, he's a physicist. And he worked here in US, in Brown University, in Manhattan, not Manhattan, in Manhattan Project. He knows very well how West works, but still, probably he returned back to Russia and listened all this propaganda. He, at first months of war, we called him and he didn't respond. And when he responded, he sounded scared. And he was saying that, well, nothing we can do. Government knows better, and USA, USA, what USA was doing in Vietnam. And so it looks like many people are scared. And also what Putin does, he pitches left and right and liberals. He picked on people mostly from Moscow or St. Petersburg, who are more liberal, who understand how freedom and how West works. But there is very huge propaganda against them. So basically, so all independent papers, channels are closed. So that's what's happening there. So I don't see, even though many people don't support war, I know people now who are afraid to run to another country and they don't want to go to war.
Lamed, I'm too sorry to interrupt you. Why do you think they're afraid?
What?
What are they afraid of?
Well, modern Russia is not Stalin, Soviet Union. So it's not like everybody is thrown to jail or to camp. But people are oppressed. People are thrown to jail. And what they do, they don't throw to jail famous oppositioners. Well, they do, but not everybody. They do it randomly. Like, you show up for meeting, for demonstration against, and you're not, you're just random person there and you're arrested. That's what happened. I think it started happening massively in 2012. And that was almost the last time where they protested massively. They had protests later, but not as much.
I'm sorry, I didn't express myself correctly. What I meant to say was, what do you think that in 2014 the Ukrainians, despite the amount of repression that was very, very large, managed to get all together in the streets and push very, very hard? The fact that they won is almost secondary. It's the amount of pressure they managed to impose on their government, despite the fight back of the government. Why did the Ukrainians manage to do this while the Russians don't manage to harness a tenth of the same thing? And in a way, the question is more about Ukraine. How did the Ukrainians manage to build up such a collective strength?
Because first of all, you're talking about Maidan, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Again, Ukraine didn't have like Putin managed when he came to power. He started, and year by year, he created very large oppressive mechanism. They have so many. He created like we have National Guard. He created Rose Guard. So those people, policemen, they have much more, much bigger force.
Yeah, but the question is, how did Ukraine manage to build up the force so we can have a contrast? Because otherwise we're only talking about Russia, right?
No, Ukraine didn't have very. First of all, Ukraine didn't have very huge centralized power. Like Putin was from KGB, so he amassed government against him, and like Ukraine, it's just different. When you Ukrainians, even on Maidan, yeah, some people were shot, but they managed to have police and army, at least some army, on their side. You know, people who protested. In Russia, police, army, their National Guard are against protesters. Ukraine just had much weaker power. There's much smaller repressive mechanism. You know, in Russia, at some point, people who work in police, you know, in other organizations like that, were not allowed to leave the country, just even for vacation. Russia is more like, and it was in Soviet Union or in China. Ukraine just very different. So, but Yanukovych was pretty close to changing to the same type of regime. That's why Ukrainians decided to have Maidan.
And we're damn glad that they did as well, right? Aren't we, Wendy?
Excuse me, can you repeat?
I'm asking Wendy if he's glad about Maidan.
Yes, and Maidan was, despite all the odds, and in the Orange Revolution, of course, but Maidan particularly, Ukrainians were able to show that they were willing to put their bodies on the line to shape a new tomorrow, a brighter future for their country. So this is what they won, and this is what everyone across the free world, peace-loving people, hope for. People who hold the same sentiments, people who wish to live free from tyranny. So yes, certainly agree then.
That's absolutely right. But they, in spirit, like they're closer to the West. That's why they. That's why I'm more willing to fight against tyranny. You're right.
Yes, but freedom must be won, La Mer. It cannot be. Ukrainians showed us in 2014 that freedom must be won, and with respect. I understand the situation you were explaining with regards to a family member, but yeah, I mean it's possible to make a comparison here, as Ben was saying, that I mean that there is more than one way in which freedom can be won. I mean, in 2014, of course, we saw Ukrainians, protest on the streets. This, of course, is not the only way that that protest can happen. There are many people that keep a system, a regime functioning. It could be, lorry drivers, people involved in the infrastructure of a country. There's been a great deal of resistance throughout the ages, which has happened in a way which has not involved fighting in the case of the Russian Federation, the Rosguardia. Civil disobedience can take many forms. Things which slow down or stop a tyrannical state, particularly one which has invaded its neighbor. Collective action is certainly important in ensuring that a brighter future can happen. So I wish you and your family well, and a brighter future for anybody who is seeking such. We also have a little rule on here, I think, Ben, that anybody who, I mean, just correct me if I'm wrong, but anyone who's on the space and comes up with the name La Mer, that our resident French co-host Ben has to sing the aforenamed song by Julio Iglesias. Am I right, Ben?
You're triple wrong. Such rule does not exist. Secondly, no one wants to hear me sing. And finally, the song is not by Julio Iglesias.
Thank you.
And
Chris?
fourth, I'm not drunk enough.
Mic check. Is it?
Lima Charlie.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know whether this has been discussed before. I don't think I've said it on here, but on the 24th of Feb, I was watching TV, I think, or YouTube or something, and there was an interview with Sean Penn, the actor, and I think I'm right in saying that Sean Penn was filming in Kiev on that day or around that day. And so they basically said to Sean Penn, "What do you think, Sean?" And Sean Penn said, "I've only got one thing to say to you, and that is watch Winter on Fire, the Netflix documentary, for those that don't know it." So I don't think he had shares in Winter on Fire, but he said, so that's what I did. I went and watched Winter on Fire, just found it on Netflix, and I watched it. And obviously, as I guess people probably know, that is about, the Maidan revolution. And I watched that, and I basically went, "Oh my God, the Russians are never going to win. They're never going to take Kiev." And then, of course, what we saw after was that they never took any city apart from Kherson. And I think we know why they took that one. And I think, one of the things that really struck me was sort of what's just been said, right? You I think I'm right in saying there was about 100 or something of the protesters that were shot. I think that's about right.
In case the whole thing will start to fall apart. A very good example is Afghanistan. So after Taliban was defeated, the entire Afghan nation was jubilant. However, they quickly found out in order to restore the law and order, for example, there are always all kinds of the disputes in the civil life, right? That so and so borrowed my money and does not want to return those little things. Then they found the Taliban-controlled Sharia law system could give them a verdict much cheaper, much quicker than the Western-style legal system the Afghani government was trying to install. And because of that, it's a path of no return. Your failure is doomed. So think about it. It's much easier to transform into democracy in Ukraine than in Russia. Why? Because the Soviet legacy system, the central government, the imperialistic system is in Moscow, not so heavy in Ukraine. So it's much easier for Ukraine to go through that. Even so, it still took a while. Remember, Ukraine declared independence 1991. Then Maidan was in the 21st century, right? So it still takes a while. So, but with that said, the legacy in Ukraine is still a lot lighter than in Russia. The other thing is Ukraine executed a very successful military reform. Guess what happened? In 2014, the old Ukrainian army was destroyed. That army was reeked of corruption, incompetence. It was completely destroyed. Ironically, that paved the way for a new Ukrainian army to be installed. Similar things happened in his history. World War I, Germany was supposed to be defeated, right? So the entire general corps, supportive or obsessed with the trench warfare, lost a lot of power. A new generation of generals who actually understood the tank warfare a lot better, they came to the center. France won the World War I. So therefore, those people who made their fame through the trench warfare stayed in power. The reform to adopt tank correctly was much more difficult. So when you have these things, same thing happened in China. So in China, the province of Canton, which is next to Hong Kong, which is far away from Beijing, China's economic miracle was probably 70%. That one province alone. Okay? So what happened? When Xi Jinping came into power, actually before he came into power, the Chinese Communist Party has been replacing the local bureaucrats who understood the West a lot better with their party ideologues. They intentionally did so even at the cost of the local economy. Because why? Because if you let Canton, the province, prosper, that province will become so successful, and one day they will say, guess what? We are not into this imperialistic game, giving you out billions of dollars every year just to put the Eastern Turkestan under your thumb. There's no reason for that, because we can do business with a free Eastern Turkestan, with a free Tibet, much better without you. So at that time, when that happens, the Chinese empire, as we know today, the communist China, will crumble. So these are the things very important to keep in mind. Just because it's a democratic process, just because it's a superior process in the long run, does not mean you have a path to success. Yes, if the judicial reform in Afghanistan was successful, if the entire Taliban-controlled Sharia system was not there, probably we would be having a much better judicial system in Afghanistan. Maybe Taliban could not sweep through Afghanistan so easily, but because it was there. It was there, it was delivering better service, then people start to question, what does the Western democratization bring me? there's a lot of chaos. Yes, at the first few years I was happy, but after that, any dispute I had with my creditors, my debtors, any divorce lawsuit takes forever and can never be settled. People start to resent that. People start to abandon your reform. When that happens, you return to the past. The same is happening in Russia, and the opposite is happening in Ukraine. So that's my point.
Thank you, Jingyu. Wendy, do you want to add something, or shall we move on to John?
Not at all, Ben. Let's move on.
Fantastic. John, the floor is yours.
Yeah, just a quick point on Winter on Fire. It's available on YouTube. You don't need to be a Netflix subscriber. Shortly after the invasion of Ukraine, Netflix made it available for free on YouTube, and if anybody hasn't seen it, I heartily recommend it. It's also worth reading the Wikipedia account. There's a few interesting accounts out there, lots of disputed accounts of it, but basically it's really worth watching. And yeah, for free on YouTube. You don't need to be a Netflix subscriber. So thank you for hosting the site, everyone, and yeah, keep up good work.
Fantastic. Well, everyone can watch it definitely once the war has ended and MriyaReport has closed its doors. Iona, please go ahead.
Yes, hello. Thank you for letting me speak. I just wanted to add a little to your conversation with Lamer, and I like Wendy about, and I'm trying to answer to your questions why the Russians do nothing now, and why it was so different for Ukraine and for Romania. I'm from Romania. And even after the revolution in '89, we had some issues with the parties in power in 2017. And at one moment, 1 million Romanians were on the street protesting against their attempt to change the law in order to enable corruption. 600,000 in Bucharest and the rest in other cities in the countries. So it is possible to go against the regime, but why is it different in Russia? So after so many years of Stalinism, socialism, and communism, and this new current that is political current that Putin is representing now, and I will go back to this. In fact, some very basic things are corrupted, are perverted, are turned against what they mean. And I'm speaking about power, the relation to power, the trust, and the agency of the people. So, but before that, I would like to just relate to what Lamer said about the fear, why people fear. You don't have to go to prison. In fact, there are other means. You can lose your job. You can never get a credit. Your kids may have problems in school. You can be investigated for fraud if you are in a position, better position in the society. And of course, they will find something, of course. And then your family will have problems. So the fear is real. At the beginning of the war in March or in April, I was trying to tell everyone that this fear in Russia is real and people do fear. And we have to understand this in order to understand the Russian society. So coming back to the what I said before, power, trust, and agency. In communism, there is this story that power is for everyone, and everybody is taking part in the decisions, and power is split between all the people. But when power is dissolved in such a way, there is no power to the people. The power is only for those who are in power. It's not like in democracy, when you can express yourself and you can choose. You have no means to do this. Even if you vote differently, the result will not be the real one. And we all know how elections are taking place in Russia, and for example, the sham referendums now in Ukraine. So there is no power of expression. You cannot speak for yourself.
And when you realize you have no power, this changes significantly the way you relate to yourself. And besides this, because these people are powerless, well, the propaganda is trying to make them feel powerful. They offer them a simulacrum of power. You are the best, Russians are the best, we are the best people in the world, we are special, we are so very special. Or you can do the reverse, to say that everybody else is bad, everybody else is corrupted, but we are the real ones, we are the religious ones, we are the traditional family ones, and so on. So there is this illusion of power, and people do believe in this because they need to believe in something. They do not, nobody likes to feel powerless. So you say, okay, I'm in trouble, okay, things are not getting very well for me, but I'm a Russian and this is something special. And in fact, this is National Socialism. We talk a lot about Nazi, but nobody, so, or very rarely, it's explained from what the Nazi word comes. It comes from National Socialism. And this is what Putin does now in Russia. It is a form of socialism with a strong nationalistic accent on it. And it's everywhere. We can see it everywhere. So the real Nazi is Putin and his clique, his league. So when you have no power, it is very difficult to trust someone. It is very difficult to believe in institutions. It is very difficult to believe in people which are not very close to you, in family or very close friends. So when you have no trust in nothing, you work just only for yourself. You use any means to live a life as good as it can get. You know that nobody is on your side. You are just all alone. All alone. Nobody care, and there is no community feeling. This destroys community from the bottom. There is no true relation of empathy and communication with the people around you because you have no trust. And because you have no power and you have no trust, you have no agency. And you know that you have no agency. You know that you can change nothing, you can do nothing, you can go nowhere. So if you don't have those, you have no freedom at all. So the freedom you have after you work and you do what you have to do is just maybe have a good house or have the kids getting a good school, and sometimes you have to pay for this because the educational system is not like in the West. You have a TV, you have a washing machine. This is a perverted and pragmatic and very individualistic sense of freedom. The freedom that you have is the freedom to maybe steal from work, maybe commit fraud, just to get something for you, just to feel that you have something, you have achieved something. So in this case, what choice do you have to face the regime that is doing all this to you? You can go with the flow, and we see the Russians going with the flow, even if everything is wrong, even if the world is upside down. You can believe that it's not good, but you look away and do the least possible that you can do in order not to be punished, or you can run away. You could rise up, but, well, it's a very sensible balance there between all of those, and what courage it takes to participate in an uprising. And if at the beginning of the war I was optimistic, now I really don't know if it will be possible in Russia. Thank you.
Actually, thank you very much.
Limit. We're trying to keep to the logic of hands. Thank you very much, Ayana. May I beget everyone to try to have slightly shorter points, because those are very, 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 very long things you're saying. If you can focus on one, that really helps the discussion.
Really sorry. Thank you.
It's okay, Ayana, but yeah, it's it's difficult to make, like, I don't want to interrupt you, but at the same time, I genuinely don't remember what you were talking about in the beginning. Chris, you had your hand up first. Please go ahead.
Mic check.
Still perfectly good. Your mic is always good, Chris. You've got good material.
It's always good now. Thank you for that. So I don't want to. By the way, I'm very glad to hear that Winter on Fire is on YouTube as well. That's brilliant. And I don't want to spoil people's, like watching of that. But I think, one of the things. I mean, you got so many things from that about the Ukrainian people. I did anyway. I got so much from that, right? And and one of the things that you get from it is that they understood that actually they had the power. You could see that. You could see that they believed that they had the power. And once you've got to listen, I've not been in a revolution and or anything like that, so I don't speak from personal experience. But I think what you can see that once you get to a critical mass, nothing's going to stop you. Nothing is going to stop the people once they get to a critical mass. So it's about believing that you can get to that critical mass, and then you will have the power, even though the Berkut or whatever they're called, are beating all these people up, and the Russian snipers that they've brought in are shooting all of these people. They just build like a massive fort on the Maidan Square, a Sich, I think it is in Ukrainian, which is just like incredible to behold. That people will see, but that was it. It was their absolute belief that they had the power to change things.
Yeah, I think that's been evident from that particular show, Chris. Thanks, and all the Ukrainians we've had the privilege to have on this space. They've all got their individual stories, their own individual journeys since 2014, and we've heard some incredible journeys on this space. People who are who joined the Donbass battalions back in 2014 through to people fighting right now, and people fulfilling roles which they shouldn't have to. The reason they are is because Russia invaded their country, and they have been forced into defending their country. So yeah, their journeys, their stories are inspirational, and we're also very lucky to have Eastern European speakers on this show. We just had Iona and La Mer as well. So yeah, it's this is what this space is for. One of the many reasons. The other is, of course, promoting the wonderful charity that is MriyaAid, which is providing life-saving measures to help Ukrainians as we speak. Things such as medical packs, night vision optics for ambulance drivers, drones to enable the safety of civilians, all kinds of things. So it is the beginning of the month, and if you're feeling generous, please do consider a donation, because it's not the only charity out there, but it is a charity that this space promotes, because it's been sending life-saving aids to Ukraine for months on end now, and it's certainly done a lot of good. So just a little bit of housekeeping. If you'd like to voice your opinion, ask a question or make a comment on the Russian invasion of Ukraine, please request the mic button, which, as you probably know by now, if you're a regular, to the show. It's in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. And come up and have your chance to speak. If you'd like to send us a DM, if you're a bit shy, that's fine as well. Just pop your question into a DM and it can be spoken on your behalf in the space. Please do retweet the space if you can, and quote tweet if possible, because that really helps promote the cause that we're all here for, which is finding solutions for the Russian invasion of Ukraine, finding solutions for the existential crisis which Ukraine faces right now, and of course, bringing together the incredible diverse range of people which, you know, we've been lucky to have on this space in the last 8 months, from the founder of this space, Yehuda, to Axel, to my personal favorite of the moment, Ben, and a great many others. So please do retweet the space. That's in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. And that helps us. It helps the Twitter algorithms, and it helps the greater cause of Ukrainian solidarity and keeping the cause of Ukrainian freedom prominent, which is what we all need. So yeah, I would say that we've seen a pretty interesting 24, 48 hours. I mean, I think we've seen some pretty incredible hours and days and weeks here. I mean, what amazes me is that this whole time, Ben, what have you what amazes you over the last days or weeks that you've seen?
I'm a pretty blasé guy, so it takes a lot to amaze me. But I was very impressed by a piece of information I saw today. Apparently, the Ukrainian government has been talking with Usain Bolt for him to come and train their troops. The chief of staff of the Ukrainian army is saying that this is the only solution they can see to catch up with the Russians, because they've been running so fast at the moment. Yeah, it's always difficult to deliver those jokes. Thank you, Wendy. No, there's more seriously, a lot of things have been coming up. I have to say that I'm less impressed by the whole shenanigans related to what the heads of states have been doing over the past few days, as by the incredible performance of the Ukrainian army. I think we're going to have some military update at some point pretty soon, so I don't want to cover too much of it. But there's one bit of information that really got my attention. If you can picture in your head the Hudson Front, so it's a large pocket that is against a river. And on the north tip of that pocket, that's where the Russians have probably recognized was their main point of weakness. Because if the Ukrainians manage to break through that northern bit, then they can really close the rest. They can lock the rest of the army in an even smaller pocket, and this time disconnected from the rest of the Russian army, so they would be completely surrounded. So they've put there on that northern tidbit the best of what they had. I'm talking Navy infantry, and I'm talking VDV. So they're best troops. This is the point. The Ukrainians should never, ever come through. The rest, you can lose 1 kilometer, You'll take it back later, doesn't matter. That bit, impossible. It must hold. Wendy, I'll let you guess what happened today.
Did it involve a slice of cheese and an inflatable unicorn?
Okay, I don't have the slice of cheese, but no, it does not involve the unicorn yet, and it might never involve the unicorn. That's the beauty of it. But what's the slice of cheese? I don't get it.
Well, I just figured that that Kherson is a particularly difficult region to supply. It is not the closest region to the invading nation, and it seems to be suffering from a particular weather system at the moment in the form of rain, HIMARS rain.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't have the detail of how what should never have happened, but apparently the Russian troops had to fall back. Let's put it this way, on 15 kilometers. 15 kilometers in one day. This is at this point, this is not even funny anymore. There's the work there. That's whatever unit is doing at the moment in the northern Kherson front is tremendous, and they could be bringing that situation to a close very, very fast, very, very soon, and this is this is amazing, because this is really, really, really this would be a shot heard the world over. If the Russians were to lose Kherson, if just a few thousands, let's not be greedy, a few thousands were to surrender, this would be this would be the conclusion of a master move by the Ukrainians, a fantastic effort by the troops, because we're talking a lot about the generals, but the troops are doing fantastic work. CJ has been talking a lot about how difficult it is to fight in Kherson, because it's completely flat. There's nowhere to hide. There's no future. So the only place where you can hide is when there's trees. But of course, the enemy knows that. So it's exceedingly difficult to fight there. And yet they're managing to pull this one trick, and which cannot be easy. Amazing that despite everything they've managed to go through, and apparently the Russians have now evolved from what air defense doing to what Air Force doing. They're desperate for some air support. But yeah, I don't want to pretend I understand much of this. You asked me what I was excited about. That's one of the things I'm excited about. And the other thing I'm excited about is that we're early October. So for those of you who want to give money to MriyaAid, that means that you probably received your paycheck very lately. So that will help. But it's also the moment when some economic data is starting to show up, and in particular for the month of September. We're gonna have a better view, hopefully, of what has happened in September in Russia, and it is not going to be pretty. There's rumors that the first signs of the crumbling of the Russian economy are being heard, a little bit like when ice breaks. Wendy, you wanted to add something?
Yeah. Thank you, Ben. I mean, that was a really good piece of analysis. I mean, I am a person which is perhaps more easily amazed, and one thing that has amazed me is that the place in which certain Western European democracies have been happy to allow as a frozen conflict, as they say, since 2014 in the Donbass, which of course has not been a frozen conflict. It's involved Ukrainian soldiers living year-round outside in fields under constant Russian artillery bombardment. This place was supposedly where the frozen conflict was supposed to happen, and that Kherson, as you correctly said, CJ's one of our many amazing, incredible military vets and experts on this space has said before, with its flat topography, is incredibly difficult to penetrate. The progress is being made in Kherson, but the place where I don't think anybody saw it coming, in the Donbass, in Kharkiv Oblast, primarily. This is where liberation had started to happen at a massive rate. So I mean, this certainly took me by surprise, and like you say, as we've seen today, there's been progress on the Kherson front. The Russians who are there, they know they've been left behind. They know their officers have retreated across the river, and they've just been left with. I mean, I was joking with a slice of cheese and an inflatable unicorn. But frankly, I wouldn't be surprised. They've been left there and been seemingly given orders to stay there, and we can only imagine what their mood is, and I don't think it's a particularly jolly one. But yeah, you're absolutely correct in your analysis, Ben.
Oh, great. I like being correct. Thank you, Wendy. You're way too kind calling it analysis. It's just a general sentiment, feelings. I'm sharing my feelings. I'm a sharing type, as you know. Okay, I've got a number of extremely small economic information to share with everyone, which are exceedingly boring. And what makes them even more boring is that I need to explain about every detail about them. So this is going to be the worst piece of radio that you will be hearing in your life. If you want to avoid that, there's a chance. Come up, ask questions. I'll give you 5 minutes. Here, David is already showing up. He knows. He knows. He wants to avoid that. No, it's not boring. There's actually a few very interesting information related to the economy that I will share with you after David has told us what's up.
I heard a few people recommending Winter on Fire, which is a great film, and I wanted to suggest that there's a sequel coming out soon. I put a link to the YouTube trailer in the comments. I can add it to the nest if you like, but I'm really excited about it. It's just started making the rounds at film festivals. It's called Freedom on Fire, and I think it's covering the events of this year. So I just thought that's something that people have to look forward to, or if you find it, it's going to be in the Bay Area playing at the Marin Valley Film Festival, but it probably make the rounds to a lot of locations, and I would assume eventually on Netflix.
Okay, good news. More things to watch after the war and after the MriyaReport has closed its doors. Because, by the way, we're devoted to Ukraine. I think we could borrow the motto of the city of Porto in Portugal, which is Invicta et Semper Leal, undefeated and always loyal. But it doesn't mean that we don't see what else is happening in the world. And if anyone from quote unquote elsewhere in the world, which happens to have excellent food and be neighbors with both Iraq and Afghanistan, we see you, we love you, and we'll be with you as soon as this finishes. Chris, please go ahead.
Assuming the mic is okay. Just looking at the couple of maps and that are coming out about the Kherson attack. I'm not an army officer. I'm an ex-Royal Navy officer, so bear with me in that. But what's interesting to note is that there's actually 3 axes of attack on Kherson going on at the minute. The one that we're hearing about is from the northeast, but apparently they're also attacking in the middle and in the south of Kherson as well. So I just thought that might be interesting for people to know.
Oh, Chris, fantastic. I didn't know you were from the RN. I do have which, I won't hold it against you.
It was a long time ago, if that helps.
Yeah.
I'm a Cold War Navy officer.
The war is always cold.
Yeah.
No, is there something that the land guys, the land grabbers, could learn from the Navy when it comes to a place like Kherson and potentially the sort of place where the Ukrainians are bound to start fighting in the north, where it's very, very flat. There's a very, very long line of sight, and it might look like more some sea battle than anything that resembles the usual land battle, where you can jump from one feature to another, and when all the operative art is precisely to take advantage of those features. Whereas in the Navy, well, you cannot hide in once you're floating. So, is there something that's to be learned from you guys?
Oh gosh, that's a good question. You're stretching me now, Ben. Well, what can I say that's clever? Well, obviously, I think one thing that's obviously made the massive difference is HIMARS, isn't it? The missiles and that. I don't know what you're looking for really, but that has made an absolute massive difference, hasn't it? That they've been able to take out, from quite a long range, critical, ammo supply dumps, and and places where the Russians are meeting as well. So I don't know if that helps you at all. What I did notice, if I could slightly change the subject, right, is I don't know whether you've seen this, but the Ukrainian Navy is being built up at the minute. I don't know if you've seen that. And then the other day I was discussing, Ben, the HMS Defender Black Sea incident. Did you know about that?
No, I don't. I only know that the Dutch were involved, and it can never be good when the Dutch are involved.
Well, I don't know about that, but actually, if people Google HMS Defender Black Sea, I confess that I wasn't paying attention in 2021 when this incident happened, but it's quite interesting. Just briefly to say that the HMS Defender went to Odessa for a signing ceremony. Because there was an agreement between Ukraine and Britain to supply them with 2 minesweepers and I think 8 missile boats, something like that, off the top of my head. So HMS Defender and the Dutch frigate, I think this was June 2021, Ben, if I'm a bit on the spot here, but I think that's right. So sailed up basically, through the Turkish Straits, up the west side of the Black Sea into Odessa, signed the agreements for the supply of these ships from Britain, and then sailed from Odessa to Georgia, and cheekily, well, some would say cheekily, sailed very close to Crimea. The Russians got rather upset about that, and they actually they sent out. This is just what I read. I wasn't there, so that may not be accurate, but exactly accurate. But first of all, they sent out the Coast Guard cutters, and then they started firing guns astern of the Dutch and British ships, and then a Sukhoi some number started dropping bombs in front of HMS Defender. So with great constraint, almost as much constraint as the Ukrainians when they didn't fire back on Maidan and that, we didn't do anything. We just sailed on to Georgia. So, but when you look back at that, you go, oh, that's interesting. Didn't know about that incident. So there you go. I don't know if that was the answer you wanted, Ben, but there's a story anyway. And they've just, and the other bit is that they have just, I think, launched or had the ceremony for launching a new Ukrainian frigate built by the Turks. So that's sort of interesting as well, isn't it?
Absolutely, it is. I think they launched it with the Ukrainian First Lady attending. So
I think you're right. Yep.
There's going to be somebody to pick up the slack, and if I'm not mistaken, the South Koreans are also doing something, but I could be wrong.
What did you say then, Ben?
I think the South Koreans are also building something for the Ukrainians, but I might be mistaken, or I might be confusing things.
I'll do some research.
Thanks a lot. And no, fantastic. Yeah, it was. I put you on the spot. I'm sorry. It was a bit of a difficult question, if potentially nonsensical as well. And you did very well. It was a nice story, and yeah, it's going to be interesting. When is the next time the Russians will build up enough confidence to do this to the Royal Navy again? I like Wendy. You have your mic open.
Yeah, I mean, calm, stoic attitude in the face of a paper tiger, as it's proved to be, was certainly the right decision that day that David was mentioning. I think there's just a slight issue of debate about the actions of the Moscow Air Force that day. Just with regards to where these particular bombs landed, I think Russian propaganda was full of stories of close strafing and all this kind of thing. I think there is a little bit of dispute. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but there may be a little bit of dispute over how dramatic the latter part of this incident was, but there certainly was provocation by the armed forces of Moscow, and like David correctly said, HMS Defender continued sailing straight onto Georgia, which is, of course, these days an incredible ally to Ukraine and the rest of the free world. But
I'm sorry, Wendy, can you develop on Georgia? How is it an incredible ally to?
Well, it's been moving closer to moving away from trying to escape the tyranny of the Russian sphere. And ever since they were invaded back in 2008, they've had this phenomenon where the actual line of separation, the border line between the current Russian Federation and the country of Georgia, it's been moved on quite a consistent basis by soldiers from the Russian Federation. Sometimes just by a few feet, and other times by a little bit more. But they do this. They do this to provoke the Georgian border guards, and to try and intimidate them. And yeah, as we've seen recently, there's but particularly during the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine, we've seen incredible acts of solidarity from the Georgian people. We've had the Georgian Foreign Legion on here, which has been an incredible privilege to have. They've also been very active in terms of trying to convince Russian soldiers to surrender to the Ukrainian forces. There's been how shall I describe it? Not documents. They're kind of surrender cards that have been handed out. Which have instructions on how Russian soldiers should surrender. The Georgian Legion has been absolutely, it's been incredible in its support for Ukraine, and its support for the cause of Ukrainian freedom. No doubt because it's experienced its own invasion by the forces of Moscow. So like other people who are other speakers we've had this evening, who can relate to what this is like and have memory, or their families have memory of what occupation by forces from Moscow is like, they know full well that the cost of losing such a fight, it's not something which can be afforded. I would just say that the current border between the Russian Federation and Georgia is one which is in terms of its actual physical location, it has been the subject of disputes in recent years and the subject of intimidation tactics by the soldiers of the Russian Federation in them moving these border posts.
Okay. All right. I stand corrected. Thanks a lot, Wendy.
Chris, you've got your hand up, sir. Please go ahead.
Well, I thought you might also just be amused if you didn't notice it, that the frigate being built in Turkey for Ukraine, it was stated that her home port would be Sevastopol. I guess that's some sort of a prediction. And the other thing I was going to say was that it's obviously somewhat interesting for me to note how the Russians have hidden all their ships away around the corner of Crimea. And I don't know whether people realize actually, well, I'll just tell you this, that although I've not been very involved in military matters since I left the Navy in the 90s, I have done a lot of research since. And, you know, one of the things that perhaps most people don't realize is the very long experience that the Ukrainians have with missiles and rockets. And as I say to people, actually, there's a lot of rocket scientists there. So I don't know all the details of that, but I know that they basically were building Russian rockets until 2014. And of course, they were building the Neptune sea skimming missile. I wasn't in the Falklands, but I was in the Navy in the Falklands. So obviously I know all about exocets and yeah, sea skimming missiles themselves of any design or era, if you like, are always pretty dangerous things. So actually it's amazing, you know, the Ukrainians' knowledge with missiles and rockets is, you know, incredible, frankly. So I'm not surprised the Russians are staying around the corner, actually. That's the best place for them.
Chris, serving in the British Army involves a tour of the Falkland Islands usually. What were your impressions of the challenges relating to land versus sea combat within that particular area?
What, the Falklands?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. well, so I just want to, you know, state for the record that I wasn't actually there. I was in university at the time. But, you know, obviously when you think about this in relation to that, it's quite interesting, isn't it? Particularly in the fact that we are coming up to the winter. And of course, I can't remember what month that was, but it was definitely cold down there, wasn't it?
Yeah. And also interesting how there is one country, of course, the one we're talking about, which is at war with an invader, which has a naval force positioned, you know, in the Black Sea. I'm just wondering if what take you might have on challenges for either side.
Oh dear. Well, you know, I mean, obviously, again, I'm just like trying to pick up here. I mean, obviously, the Falklands was a massive logistics issue, wasn't it? Is one thing to say. Massive logistics issue, right? It's actually quite incredible, isn't it? And I mean, if you have been down there or were involved in there, you must realize yourself what an incredible logistics exercise. To be honest with you, I didn't really think much about that at the time. But when you think about it, to transport all of that lot down there and then fight a war against Argentina, who was not very far away, if you like, able to fly planes from Argentina over the Falkland Isles. Maybe you're talking about the French exocets, are you? Was that what you were hinting at?
That and the challenges involved in line of sight within.
Yeah. Well, you know, actually, so obviously the Falklands was a massive test of anti-missile missiles for a start. So at the time we had the Seawolf missile and the Sea Dart missile, and unfortunately neither of those were very effective against exocets. So actually, one of the things that happened after the Falklands War was that the Phalanx system was installed on Navy ships, because if anybody remembers back that far, they actually were mounting like Bren guns and things like that on the ships, as a last resort for when the exocets were coming in. And I may not be getting to your point here and that, but one thing I will say to you is that tracking a sea skimming missile across the sea is an extraordinarily difficult thing. So, I mean, basically, one of the things was happening was like the radar that's trying to track the sea skimming missile coming across the water has got a signal being bounced off the missile, and it's also got a signal being bounced off the water and the missile, which wreaks havoc with your radar systems. And then another shortcoming that was found then, which I'm just trying to think whether I'm allowed to talk about it or not. I'll just say in vague terms, was that the Argentinians used to like to fly in pairs with their Mirages, because in that case our radar system was so accurate that it would punch a Seawolf missile straight through the center. So as long as they held their nerve and their course, we actually could not shoot them down. So I probably still haven't answered your question, but I hope that's interesting.
No, that's fine, Chris. I mean, I'm sure you're not breaking OPSEC from 1982 or anything like that, and that's just coming from a layman's perspective. Yeah, no, that's really great insight. Thank you. And you've probably heard we've had many fantastic experts on this space. We've had Gunny. You've probably heard him speak before.
I have, and boy does he know his stuff. He's he's a much younger version of a naval officer than me. So yeah.
I think Gunny would not be very happy to be called an officer.
Was he not?
Oh no.
Okay.
Bashed
Sorry.
Too many noses in to be ever considered officer material.
Sorry, I thought I'd heard him say that he was, but anyway.
Thank you, Chris. You've got the best laugh.
Thank you.
I like when you want to continue on the Falkland, or shall we go back to Ukraine?
I agree that Chris has a wonderful laugh, but we should continue to Ukraine, certainly.
All right. So I guess the Right Honourable has his hand up, or her hand up.
Hi. So first of all, I want to thank you guys for this space. It's great, and I'm learning so much. Being in the US and so far away from really everything, all we get are rumors pretty much until I can get it confirmed on a Ukraine site. I have two concerns, and I'm wondering if any of you know anything about either of these. I'm so glad to see Ukraine taking back so much of its territory. One of my biggest concerns, though, is that they're spreading their troops so thin that even if Russia just throws in a ton of cannon fodder, it can still be, it can still cause at least enough distraction that there's enough of a mess that they can't secure and keep what they've already recovered, let alone, advance more. So if any of you know something and can enlighten me on that. Another thing that I was really concerned about is I read today, and this could be just a rumor, I have no idea, but I read that Lukashenko is going to be supplying 122,000 troops. And I'm wondering if any of you know anything about that. Thank you.
Colby, you want to reply to Honourable?
Sure.
So Belarus is not going to get directly involved in this war. They did not get directly involved at the outset when many people assumed that either Russia would win or at least go much better for Russia than it currently is. So the chances that now, with Russian forces being routed on two different fronts, it is highly improbable that Belarusian armed forces are going to now participate in Russia's invasion. And even if they did, the chances that Belarusian forces would have any sort of appreciable impact on the war is just not the case. The Belarusian military is in terrible shape, and that has been very well known for some time. Obviously, a lot of analysts got it wrong when it comes to Russia's military, but there's been pretty unanimous conclusion that the Belarusian military has been in very, very poor shape, probably worse shape, certainly worse shape than the Russian military. So they are not a fighting force that would have a impact on the war. The terrain in northern Ukraine is extremely difficult. It would be very challenging for Belarusian forces to cross the border in any organized fashion and be able to make much progress. It's a terrain of forests and swamps, and again, now we're heading into fall, so it's going to be very muddy and slow going. So I would not be concerned at all about Belarusian forces participating in this war. That would be a death sentence for the Lukashenko regime because his grasp on power is much more tenuous than that of Russia, and mobilization orders in Belarus would likely cause very significant resistance from the population there and the military itself, who are not completely clueless and can see very well what's happening to Russian soldiers in Ukraine, and they don't want to meet the same fate. So wouldn't worry about that. As for Ukraine spreading themselves too thin, I wouldn't worry about that either. Ukrainian command has been pretty cautious so far in not overextending themselves, and they have chosen the time and place to commit their forces very carefully, and it's paying off. And they are still not pursuing any sort of broad front strategy because they know that they do not have the resources to do that. Instead, they are making much more concentrated efforts where they sense Russia is weak and where they can exploit holes that they create in Russian lines, and they are not overextending themselves. And even with Russia mobilizing and potentially getting a lot of new manpower, I would not be concerned about them all showing up at the front in any manner that could turn the tide. They're most likely just going to be thrown into attempt to stop the bleeding, and I would not worry about them being able to orchestrate any sort of large-scale counterattacks or counteroffensives with an induction of new, very poorly trained recruits.
Thank you. That's so reassuring. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We've unleashed the Colby. Thank you, Colby. That was great. Alec, Wendy, can you take over?
It would be a pleasure, Ben. Thank you, Colby, for that very articulate answer. I mean, I think it's I think the layman can see that Lukashenko couldn't organize a party in a Belarusian McDonald's right now, let alone an invasion of a warrior nation down a highway of death, which it has been proved already for the soldiers of the invading Russian Federation in the north. And your answer was absolutely excellent, sir. Thank you very much. Right, going to Hans. Lena, I believe you were next.
Thank you. Just to support what Kobe said, there was in the beginning of the invasion, there was a lot of talk about Belarus joining Russia, and there was a whole slew of former Belarusian military people addressing actually troops and telling them not to do that, which I think had an effect, and they were quite respected military people as well as athletes. And there is, in addition to that, there is a Belarusian battalion that fights on the side of Ukraine. So there is a deep connection that exists between people of Belarus and Ukrainians. So I do think that it's highly unlikely that they will join. Otherwise, Lukashenko is really risking to have those weapons turned against himself. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. We're lucky to be joined by Bloke. Welcome.
Oh, I wasn't next in line though. I think Chris or Latin were ahead of me.
That's very kind of you, Bloke. Chris.
Well, I'll just be brief and thank you, Bloke. Very kind of you. You know, obviously it's been comprehensively answered, but one point I would make is that, you know, when I was in the Navy, obviously Ukraine was still part of the Soviet Union. So that was about the time that I came out. And what I never understood here was how the Russians did not understand that the Ukrainians knew exactly how they would fight. I've never, you know, so and I think that if you add to that the fact that that Ukrainians have been trained by Americans, British, goodness knows who else since then, and particularly since the 2000, you know, I mean, I don't know whether we're saying that the Ukrainian military is the top military in the world, but it's pretty close to it now, isn't it? You know, and obviously with their experience of fighting the Russians, they are probably the most experienced military in fighting the Russians that exists in the world. So, you know, I have every confidence in almost every single move that they make. You know, so if that helps as well.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there, Chris. The from the layman's perspective, they have they've been invaded by supposedly the world's second military power. They've shown it to be a paper tiger, and this great lie that the Moscow Empire has told its citizens, as we've heard from people on this space who have lived and endured occupation under the Soviet empire, that great lie of the decadent West, the corrupt West versus the Soviet system, with the belief that the Soviet system is somehow superior, that their tactics did not need to change from the Rata Roads to Grozny 96 to 2022. They have kept rather consistent in sacrificing as many of their troops as they want in order to gain occupation and the oppression of the country they're invading. And yeah, the Ukrainian military has certainly been an inspiration to the free world, and in many ways. With that, we'll go to Latin.
Great, thank you, sir. Couple of quick notes. First of all, on the air campaign, there are reports coming out of Ukraine of 2 losses to the Ukrainians, 2 MiG-29 losses. One of them, unfortunately, in both cases, with the pilots being lost. One of the pilots was a senior pilot, commander of one of their tactical aviation brigades, which is, you know, that kind of loss is big when you lose experience. And it's a reminder, you know, earlier in the day, we had been talking about some of the successes that the Ukrainian Air Force and Ukrainian Army aviation have been achieving in this conflict. And yeah, this latest news is a sobering reminder that it does come at a cost, and I'm sure there will be more. Now, one of the interesting things about one of the 29s, I believe it was the unit commander, was that loss is being reported, I've read on a couple of posts, as it having occurred over the Black Sea. That's interesting because that's not an area that I was aware that they were focusing on. So that'll be interesting if that's confirmed, to try to get a fix on what kind of action was going on there. The other one, I promise, very brief. Just I couldn't help but notice some talk about the war in the South Atlantic. There is a very direct point to be made there with the current conflict in Ukraine. It's a reminder that you don't have to be in Arctic conditions for cold weather to really take a toll on troops. And that was one of the things that happened with the Argentine forces. The majority of them were conscript troops. Many of them had come from semi-tropical northern Argentina. They had virtually no experience in the kind of very cold, wet, windy conditions that they encountered on the islands. And combined that with terrible leadership, for the most part, from their officers, meant that by the time the British, who were obviously very professional soldiers, encountered them, many of them were in just a pitiful state, and they had cases of frostbite and trench foot and whatnot. So I have a feeling that a lot of I almost said Soviet, right? That some of the, quite a few of the Russian new forces that are being brought in, these conscripts, are going to experience this sort of thing.
Well said, sir. Yeah, that comparison that you just mentioned, I'm pleased we agree on, is an interesting point of debate. Can I ask, have you served, sir?
I was a reservist in the Canadian Army briefly, and did what is called what was called, they changed the name of it, but it's weekend QL2, weekend basic training. So in garrison here in Toronto with one of the units, it was alternate weekend training. I did that 25 years ago, and that's it. Not a veteran by any stretch, by any no, just somebody who did basic training with the reserves.
Well, thank you for your service, sir. Nonetheless, thank you for your service. Those two Ukrainian pilots, yes, I saw the news, and over the Black Sea is extremely interesting, and when we are joined later by our some of our many military experts that we're lucky to have on this space, no doubt this will be a very important talking point. Heroes never die, and Ukraine has, as we know, has seen many of its heroes fall in the defense of its freedom. But no, thank you for your points, sir, and your insight. Bloke, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. I'm just trying to get caught up, and I was wondering if we had a military update, or if there was one planned this evening. Did you know?
We were lucky enough earlier to be joined by Language Learner, and he has a full military update planned for a couple of hours from now.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and there's been, as you've probably seen, quite a few interesting developments around the Kherson province today, which I mean, I was saying to Ben earlier. I mean, just from the layman's perspective, this has probably taken a lot of people by the events of the last 2 weeks have taken a lot of people by surprise. I mean, Eastern Europe, Western European democracies considered the Donbass, some kind of, this is doing the Ukrainian soldiers who had to stand in fields for a whole year, in all conditions, being shelled by the Russians, a disservice. But it was considered a front which was, unlikely to change, and it has been. We've seen quite the opposite, and fortunately today we've seen positive news on the Kherson front.
Yeah, I was following that. That's fantastic. Okay, good. Glad to hear that. And the other question I had was more financial. But I see that Ben has left. So it was just about some possible rebalancing and in the Chinese reserve. So I'll research that a little bit more. But thanks. I'll look up a little bit more about Carmena and Kherson. And there, you haven't heard any changes since the update, eh?
I tend to go off the rather conservative ISW reports, as well as our wonderful founder of the Space Yehuda, who I secretly listen into when I'm at work, because I pretend I'm on a phone call, because whenever I see him speaking, I know he's 2 weeks in front of the news, and I'm sure we'll be lucky enough to have him on at some point.
Okay, thank you. I think there's a hand. Thanks for the answers. I'll go do some reading. I appreciate it.
Thanks, bloke. Latin.
Hey, can you confirm what time, whatever time zone, I'm not sure if you want to work with, but what time that update is going to be? I think it's set in about 2 hours.
I think we had him on a couple of hours ago, and he's planning something for round about 7 p.m. EST.
Okay,
a couple of hours from now, yeah.
Okay, good enough. The only thing he may have mentioned this. The only thing I'll chip in on is that again, on the Ukrainian Twitter accounts, I picked up some information about a place. If kind of draw a line east from Lehman, apparently, I think this was recent, is the small town called, I'm probably butchering the pronunciation, but I think it's pronounced Torshka. I think that has been reclaimed, and with that, that's just a stone's throw to Crimea. So I think hopefully we'll get some good news in the next 24 hours on in that sector, because I think that's one of the areas I'm hearing a lot about. But there's also been quite a bit of news from Kherson as well, right?
Yeah, there has been a push down the west bank of the Dnieper River. The extent to which is there's actually a post in the nest shared by our dominator, Doman.
Can I just jump in?
Sorry.
Can I just jump in very quickly? Torska has been taken already, and it has been liberated. There's already evidence of the Ukrainian armed forces hoisting the flag. They've also gone further, and Crimea is currently being evacuated or vacated by Russian forces since about 2.5 hours. So that's already happening.
That's absolutely astounding.
Yeah, that sounds like an imminent liberation of Crimea. That's incredible news. Thanks, Axel.
Okay, and we are lucky enough to be joined. It is incredible news. We're lucky enough to be joined again by Ben. Ben, how are the balancing of how's the rebalancing going?
Okay, maybe not the best moment to speak about it. I'll be very, very fast. When you're managing a portfolio, one of the problems you may have is when your asset is appreciating very, very fast, because then this asset is taking more and more space in your portfolio, and you might begin to be overly exposed to said asset. So the result is, paradoxically, in many circumstances for portfolio managers, when an asset goes up, you need to sell it, or at least you need to sell part of your position. The question of Bloke was, why is the Chinese government selling its dollar assets? And it could be because precisely they're too exposed to it, they're becoming too exposed to it, and they need to re-leverage and start buying some renminbi-denominated asset to advance.
Okay, so thank you, Ben. So that means this is quite routine, right? Because I know people are a bit nervous nowadays, but it almost seems that everyone is looking at every move and making and wondering what the implications are. And you're saying this could just be just something very routine. Is that correct, Ben?
Yeah, I think that was that sounded pretty correct to me. So, and I'm just to do a little bit of housekeeping. We've got a few requests and a few cases of the Twitter pox. If you would like to raise your hand and ask a question, please do request the mic button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. We're going to cycle a few people down. Please don't be offended if you do get cycled down. You can always be brought up just by requesting the mic. We're lucky enough to be joined by one of our military vets on this space. John, please go ahead, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. And I'm afraid I haven't got anything to contribute. I just had the space on in the background and thought I half heard a message from Axel. Wendy, would you mind just saying again what Axel was relaying there?
What Axel relayed was to give an overview was related to Kremina, which is he gave the very politically correct terminology of its being vacated, which I think we can all interpret as it's being liberated by the incredible warriors of the Ukrainian armed forces and their allies. But we will see. There's been no definitive news as such. However, the changes on the ground that we all have been watching closely for over the last few months, this is happening before our eyes as we watch on. And in a few minutes, we'll be lucky enough to be joined by Yehuda, the founder of the space, and who will be able to give us much more of a detailed update than I can give you, sir.
Well, that's brilliant. I mean, thank you very much for that. I mean, it is possible that they have pulled out of their own accord and maybe fallen back to Rebizhna to try and actually prepare some proper defensive positions. But yeah, if you're just coming up, fantastic. Thanks a lot, Wendy. Appreciate it.
Anytime, John.
Yeah, John, just remember, though, the last couple of retreats have been very chaotic. It's not like Kyiv in the north of Kyiv, where they did, a relatively good withdrawal. But the last couple of retreats, they haven't seemed coordinated, to say the least. So even if they withdrew, it's really because they're in trouble.
No, for sure, bloke. Fully appreciate that, but it may be that they're not trying to withdraw under contact this time. They're not trying to physically break contact and run away, but they're actually running away in good time, which would, in that case, give them some ability, some time to actually try and form some sort of coherent defense line around Rebizhna. So yeah, I fully understand what you're saying. But what I'm trying to say is that if they've pulled out before that point, while they're not in contact with the Ukrainians, then they might have more of a chance of actually pulling something together in Rebizhna.
Well, John, guess what? We've got CJ here. It's perfect timing. Okay, CJ, I would love to hear from you about Kremina and, apparently the Ukrainians control the 3 roads leading in. If that would be fantastic. If that's okay with their co-host.
Yeah, sure. I just raised my hand because I got a question from Chuck. We're so lucky to be joined by him, I believe, in just a few couple minutes. But and first, as far as Crimea is concerned, for everyone's awareness, of course, this is a very important town, and it is basically east of Liman and northwest of Rybizhne, Sverdonetsk, Lysychansk, and it also has a highway that runs directly, from its center to Savote. So it's a pretty key junction. And what was so interesting today was that Russian Telegram and Russian war reporters were reporting that it wasn't getting attacked from the west, from Liman. It was getting attacked from the north. And so it's quite clear that it has at least been partially surrounded, at least on two sides, which is very important because it means that even if it's not fully encircled, it means that reinforcements can't go north to south or south to north, really in between Luhansk and Donetsk. So this is very bad news from Russians. And it's really important because after Liman fell, pretty much every Russian military blogger and Russian strategist, they're pinning all their next hopes on Crimea, and it's already crumbling in front of them. So great news for Ukraine.
If I may just jump up for a second, CJ, do you think that there's a chance they could be falling back on Rybizhne to try and set up defensive lines there?
No, they're going to probably try and make another foolhardy stand, because if they lose that north-south running highway, I mean, the doorway into Luhansk is completely open. So they really can't leave Crimea. They're going to have to die in place, which is unfortunate, but that's just how their strategy goes. I mean, it would sort of make sense to pull back, but then at that point in time, you now have basically two axes of advance into Luhansk if you're just trying to hold on to Sverdonetsk or Rybizhne. So they sort of need to keep a presence in Crimea if they want to keep the dream alive here, which is, obviously way much of a long shot.
Bloke, go ahead, please.
Yeah, CJ, I was wondering if you'd heard anything about what happened north of Kherson and that region. Did you hear any details of, like, are we talking a full breakthrough? I've been reading about it, but I didn't get a lot of detail.
Well, I'm not going to steal Chuck's thunder, because I also know
He's here in minutes. Eh? Okay.
Yeah. So what I will say is maybe talk about an angle that Chuck won't talk about from the fire's point of view, or the artillery point of view specifically. There were some reports that, we could see it clearly on Telegram. Russian soldiers and Russian commanders were begging for air support via Telegram. I mean, it was just an incredible happening, and not just like, hey, generally we need support. It was, we need immediate, sort of broken arrow type situation where, that's a clear sign they're not doing well. But as people kind of, I think, incorrectly point out, maybe because they didn't know, or maybe because I haven't looked at the weather closely, basically the reply from the Russian aviation was, the weather is too bad. And everyone looked at the weather in Kherson and saw it was clear and thought, this must be, a lie, or they're too scared. I went back and looked at the weather in Crimea, and this is the really important point. The weather in Crimea when this attack was going on was at least low cloud cover, rains, and winds. So what people have to remember for aircraft and fire support, it's not so much the weather over, the target area, it's the weather on where you're taking off and landing. And thanks to HIMARS, and thanks to long-range precision strikes, and thanks to HARMS and all these different sort of assets that Ukraine has used so well, Russia has to fly close air support missions, or any type of general aviation missions, from deep within Crimea, 200 kilometers away. That is a very long flight. And so when you're planning air support, you have to consider not only, the takeoff window, but if you're not even sure when you're coming back 3 or 4 hours later, you have to use, predictive weather analysis and look into the future and try and guess what the weather conditions are, because you don't want to put a bird up in the sky that might not be able to come back down again. So this is the problem. And I wouldn't be surprised if Ukraine sort of planned on this, right, to make a daring move in a region such as Kherson, where, presumably Russia can have some type of fire superiority through their aircraft. But if the weather's bad, then that advantage is lost. So with that, we are welcomed by Chuck. Chuck, how's it going?
Hey guys, great to be here. A big day, as everyone knows. And CJ, I love your analysis on how to handle forward aviation. And you're right. There's no point in taking off if you're not sure you can even bring it home.
Yeah, and I think, that's why, people were wondering why this, supporting effort or, the Kherson campaign took so long, and it was really setting the conditions to advance 20 kilometers in a day. So, I do have a bunch of questions for you, Chuck, but sorry to take over, Wendy. I'm just curious what your general thoughts are that you have to update your map so much. That must be real heartbreaking to you.
What I do behind the scenes is I pair maps sort of like pulling back and thinking, okay, what's the biggest area that could be in play? And I'm lucky I was doing that last week because it's just been incredible. And as happy and delighted as we all are, I mean, always put yourself in the shoes of the enemy, and they must be having maximum helmet fire at this point because there are bold and continuing and momentous advances on every axis, on every front, and it's amazing. And as you guys were saying, this is literally history tonight. This is I've been saying for a while I thought the war was unwinnable for Russia, but I think we're at the beginning of the end. It's going to be a long third act, but I think some amazing things have happened.
Well, while I think we're shifting up some co-hosts here, maybe getting Joe up here. Chuck, while we have you, I've put in the nest your latest map about Kherson, and we've seen a lot of analysis from Russian military figures, but I'd be very curious on yours. In this sort of situation where at least a 20-kilometer breakthrough was achieved, still probably a little bit murky exactly all that happened. There's two possible scenarios that I see it, and the Russians have kind of ranked which ones they think are most dangerous to them. But I'd be curious what you think. What do you think is the better option for Ukraine in this scenario? To basically focus on encircling and destroying in place the Russian troops in that northern pocket that have emerged, or to try and get as close to Novokhovka and secure the bridgehead as soon as possible? What are your thoughts about those two options?
Well, one of the things you always want to do is if you've got the enemy back on his heels, you want to keep hitting him. For those who can get a look at the map right here, basically you would have Kherson in the middle of the map, and the Dnieper River basically flows east, and then it makes not a 90-degree turn, but a 45-degree turn to the northeast. Along that bank of the river is the T0403 highway. And as everyone is saying, it looks like we've had a 26 kilometer advance straight down that highway. That means a lot. There's going to be all sorts of scattered units trailing in the wake of the Ukrainian advance. Just looking at the blue arrow on the map, what it has punched through the leading defensive positions, and when you get that much of a gain, for those of us on imperial measurements, we're talking 20 kilometers, 10K is 6 miles, so you've got a 12-mile advance. Imagine if you had to walk back to your house because you left your car keys. I mean, 12 miles is a long way. Now imagine you've got 60 pounds on your back. You're carrying a rifle. Now imagine it's dark, and imagine everyone you know is chasing you and trying to kill you. So those units that are scattered, as we've seen in the past, the Russians, 38% of their vehicle losses are people who just bail out of their vehicles and run away. And they do that not because they would rather walk than ride, but because they're convinced that if they're driving a vehicle, they're going to catch an in-law. They're going to catch a javelin. They're going to catch even an RPG. So we've apparently the Ukrainian forces have the town of Dachany. This is where the Dnieper starts to narrow again. I don't see reason why this attack won't continue to be prosecuted all night long, where the Ukrainians have an advantage in that they've got at least some, or let's call it 40% night vision capability, and the units don't have that. And if there are NVGs available for those Russian units, they were at the front. When by the time these guys will get to Decheney, this is the rear, the gear and the beer, right? This morning, the guys in Decheney got up and thanked God they weren't on the front, and now they're in it. I think that by the morning, we might see Ukrainian forces in the town of Mylove, which is, I guess it's another 10 kilometers down the road. That's completely possible. Coincidentally, but there's nothing coincidental in war, north of Kherson, two highways come out, the P81, which goes up to Snem, which is the apex of the Russian defensive front there towards the west. There's another highway that comes out, goes to the east. It's the P47. The P47 goes east. The bridge there was struck this afternoon. It gets hit occasionally, but in this case, this was extremely well timed because any reinforcements coming from Kherson now have no way to get across the Enulets River. So this means that the breakthrough that we've seen now is only going to continue. And remember, we've been saying this for a long time, that the 49th Combined Arms Army, which is principally the unit on the north bank of the Dnieper, they've been on half rations and 1/3 rations for weeks now. They have no bridges that cross the Dnieper. They're provided ferries, totally inadequate. They're running low on ammunition. They occasionally run out of food and water. So I think this is probably the most important breakthrough since the Kharkiv counteroffensive got its legs under it. So this is a big moment.
And I want to just pick your brain before anyone else comes and stops me. Then this will be my last question, I promise everyone. You kind of mentioned something very interesting to me about troops waking up and realizing they're at the front. This is something I've kind of argued with Greg and some others in good spirits in an effort to try and figure out, what kind of aid, Ukraine needs, and, of course, supporting them to the best of their, our collective ability. And so with the Oskil River out in Kharkiv, and also with the Svirsky Donets, we saw a lot of these DRG reconnaissance groups cross these rivers, obviously without bridges, on smaller boats, and really wreak havoc and set the conditions for, both the massive successful counteroffensive in Kharkiv and more recently in Donetsk. So my question for you, Chuck, is when can we expect people to cross the Dnipro? I guess, in this situation, we're talking about an advance that's, handrailing the river, as we would say. But could we expect, what situation would that be beneficial for Ukrainians to start crossing over to cause havoc, whether it be Novokhovka or somewhere further upstream? Do you see that happening before Kherson is taken?
Wow, that's a great problem for the FSB guys who are listening to us. They can put that and chew on it. That's entirely possible. One of the other things that that's going on here. These are the things that happen sort of literally in the dark. As the Ukrainian forces have punched through down the TO-403. Look, remember, there are partisan groups operating way ahead of them. They were able, advancing even in the dark, in this confusion. The advance elements and the reconnaissance elements, and ahead of them, SOF, were able to link up with partisans who've been activated, who knew this offensive was coming, and are able to do all kinds of nefarious little tricks to their Russian guests. in advance of the conventional force coming. That includes staging ambushes, off-route mines, even something as corny as ripping up the road signs, assassination of sentries, starting fires, all of these things, which von Clausewitz would call the friction of war. These are important psychological means of preparing the battlefield. Other things that happen here that we're not really aware of. Well, let me rewind a little bit. The fact that the Ukrainians could move forces into position, concentrate them, make sure that logistically they could support an advance that might go as far as 20, 30, 40 kilometers. Just the fact that they were able to get their troops into position, concentrated, briefed, pointed in the right direction, and ready to go while being completely undiscovered by the Russians. Just that in itself, preparing the battlefield in that manner, it says two things: how well the Ukrainians have planned this, how well they operate, how good their operational security is, how good the field craft of their soldiers are. This means no one building a campfire, nobody calling their girlfriend, nobody texting selfies, all of that, and a complete and abject failure of Russian battlefield intelligence. Nobody smoked this. Nobody saw this coming. And when you've got an advance of this magnitude, they are already deep in the Russian rear. They are in the rear. And again, momentum is everything. Just imagine yourself in a boxing match. If you get the guy back 2 or 3 punches, you've got his chin up, you keep hitting him, you keep pushing. And, I'm hoping tomorrow we're looking at my love, maybe a little farther. They could go a lot farther, because remember, the principal axis of their advance is a paved highway, and they are gobbling it up. So interesting problem for our Russian friends.
Chuck, if I could just jump in for a second, if you don't mind.
Oh, certainly. Yeah.
Thank you. Yehuda was on earlier, and from his breakdown of situation enemy forces on the west bank of the river, he was suggesting that he thought there were 4 mech infantry brigades basically holding the northern end of that Russian position west of the Dnipro. There's got to be, I would imagine, looking at your map and that breakthrough, there must be quite a temptation to try and cut across from their west to the T-2207, which the Ukrainians are already across on the other side of on the western side of that Russian position, and trying to snip off, some or all or most of those 4 brigades, and investing them in a pocket with all their ground lines of communication cut, and trying to bank that effectively as a massive win.
Yeah, that's spot on analysis, and I absolutely agree with it. And but remember, we've got. I special operations is my hammer, and I try to hit every single nail with it. But in this dynamic conventional battle that's going on here, as everyone's looking at the map, you can see that there's not a lot of roads, that there's a lot of water courses, etc. As the Russians are going to try to react to this, they're going to be essentially channelized onto a couple of roads. Any reinforcement coming up from Kherson is going to have to take the P-47 for at least some of its journey. They're going to have to try to get on the T-0403, head north to meet this advancing Ukrainian force. And remember that all of these roads are lined with partisans who can communicate what they see, They can report every Russian convoy, every Russian movement. And given the precision strike munitions, in my day, you had to call in a couple of shots and then, adjust fire and then fire for effect. In this case, they can hit these targets literally on the move. There are dozens and dozens of water crossings involved here. Some of them as minor as just a little creek or even a couple of, culverts, a couple of pipes going under a road. If you hit that, these vehicles can't cross. Then in this whole big interconnected doo-doo sandwich that the Russians are facing, you've also got troops with zero morale. They don't want to. This is a case where the cavalry does not want to ride to the rescue. They don't want to do it. That's why I just see this continuing. Nothing succeeds like success, and when you've got the enemy doing this on his heels, and then also looking at the map, put yourself in the Russian commander's shoes right now. Whatever he diverts from Kherson up to Duchany, he's going to have to weaken his defenses somewhere. Now, does he weaken them on the M14 highway leading into Kherson? One of the reasons we don't see a lot of advance there is that it's heavily fortified. But those fortifications don't do any good if they're unmanned. He could probably take them from Sinhurvkia. That's closer, but that's the apex of his line. And if he unmans that section of the line, look, I'm just a naval officer, folks, but I can tell you, if Sinhurvkia gets taken, the western defenses of Kherson are going to collapse. I called it a helmet fire, but tactically the Russians are in a bit of overload right now. Moving their troops around. Normally, in a defensive position, you have the benefit of what are called interior lines of communication, which means that the enemy has to move farther than you do. It's like being inside a circle, and you can move to the outside of the circle by going across a little radius or a diameter, but the enemy has to move along the outside of the circle. Those are interior and exterior lines. But in this case, given the way the terrain is and given how deep this thrust already is, there are considerable Russian forces to the north of Duchany. They don't have the interior lines anymore. Anywhere they weaken their defensive perimeters, they're going to get clobbered. So, we might be looking at a house of cards. And again, look, the Russians, it's easier to fight from the defensive. It's easier to get bad troops to at least dig a hole and shoot back from it. But remember, if you're flying a foxhole and that's what you're riding in the battle, that's static. And what we have going here is a classic case of maneuver warfare. And the Russians are going to have to move reinforcements. They're just going to have to do it. And wherever they move them from, they're liable to being attacked again.
And just for clarity, hi Chuck, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Good to see you.
Yehuda, hey bud.
I was just listening in to the question who mentioned, yes, so those four motorized rifle brigades that I was talking about, I definitely didn't want to give the impression that they were also full strength. So we're looking at the 34th separate, the 205th separate, and what else was there? The 10th separate and the 126th separate. These are brigades that the Russians have in play in that northern area. And so there's also an artillery There's an artillery brigade as well there. So they're not full strength. That's a 227th Artillery Brigade. But just remember though that this is something that the Russians have had attrited. The Ukrainians have masterfully done that. And then recall that I said the 5th Combined Arms Army is in the center. So this on paper looks great, and a proper commander wouldn't underestimate the strengths of them. And they're obviously in a smaller area, so they're concentrated. But everything Chuck was saying, all totally agree. I know that you asked me specifically what's hiding out there, and I thought I'd give you that answer. The only major difference is there's another artillery regiment pulled up in addition to the brigade, and it is formed right on the Dnipro at I think it's Nova Alexandra. Okay, so just want to clarify that.
Hey, Chuck, I had a question, and I really respect your work, and I'm immensely in favor of countries that are fighting so hard for their democracy. But we're getting into territory now that, you know, Putin has been financing the gangsters in these neighborhoods since 2014. And we're going to have partisans on both sides, I suspect. I don't know.
No, we won't.
So I was just curious, like, does the resistance get...
So, Andrew, and there aren't partisans on both sides. There are Russian puppets that have been installed, and many of them have already headed for the hills. The only partisans are the actual Ukrainians who are fighting for their lands. I'm not trying to sound patriotic or nationalistic, but we've seen what happens to people who are paid by Putin. They cut and run at the first opportunity. So I do want to actually, Raver did have his hand up first, Andrew. So just because we like to go in order, I'm just going to go to Raver, and then if you want to restate your question for Chuck, that'd be great. Go ahead, Raver.
Hey, Yuda. Hey, Chuck. So you said they've gone 26K deep. That's well into the artillery areas and where the local reserve should be. Have you seen any signs of the Russians trying to mount any type of counter-penetration effort, or is it just completely shambolic, you know, no men, no fuel, no coordination?
Well, I can say one guy who was caught off guard by this was me, because normally I like to plot every village I can get my hands on. Unfortunately, I work a lot of it's from Russian maps, and it takes me a bit of time to Romanize the names. Regarding them being in the rear of the artillery support areas, you know, absolutely they are. We've seen scores of artillery pieces captured, and among them a considerable number of self-propelled guns, which normally you would expect the artillery crews to try to get out of the way. Again, we've got that case of don't fight, bail out. They're in those areas now. I agree with Yehuda that one of the problems where when you break through to the enemy's rear, the enemy is also in your rear. So there are still considerable forces, and they are to the north of Duchany. But again, the Ukrainians are smart. Every time they're passing an intersection, of course, they realize that they're going to have to put a blocking force there. I expect right now that the Russians are in maximum confusion right now. I expect that they are not getting adequate or timely or even relevant reports from their units that are in contact. Never always believe social media, but someone wants you to believe that Russian forces are actually using social media to try to call for help, air support, artillery, etc. But one of the things we have seen, the Russians, they don't order a ham sandwich without a plan. We know that they have a very top-down, micromanagerial command structure. We also know that military ethos like that does not do well under pressure. It does not do well when you have an unleashed string of contingencies. The short answer there is they're not going to be very good at reacting to this. They have never been the kind of army that supports local commanders with initiative. These are people who wait for orders, something that I wouldn't even, I'd court-martial a corporal who was waiting for orders. You know, I don't want to work with petty officers that aren't, you know, in it to win it. I am wondering, as Yehuda is as well, you know, how this is going to be met by the Russians. But again, those forces to the north, and they are considerable, but should they converge on Dachany, they're going to be evacuating their defensive positions. They're going to be on the move, and nothing is more dangerous than being a moving unit, especially with Ukrainians' ability to hit moving targets. Look, every one of these roads is, there are fire solutions already cranked in for every one of these roads. Every threat vector that the Ukrainians would face, it's dialed in and ready for artillery strikes. So again, we're at that point right now. I think it's the tipping point, but we'll have to see. The sun will be up there in, let's see what time it is. I don't know. Who knows what time it is over there right now? I got the wrong computer. You should see all these things. Okay, so it's I don't know. It's 2:30 in the morning there right now. So the sun will be up in what, 4.5 hours, 5 hours. It's going to be an interesting morning.
All right, 100%. Andrew, back to you. You had a next question. And yeah, listen, things are changing. Retweet the space. Let everyone know we're here. You know, I hate to say we told you so, but here we talked about Ukraine's position in Kherson and how there seemed to be an operational pause, and perhaps for an important reason. What was that reason? You know, doing other things. A little busy, tied up. We'll get back to you later, Russia. And now that looks like Liman is obviously you know, been liberated, and I think it's fair to say Kremena has been evacuated by the Russians. Probably will be liberated shortly by Ukrainians, and I suspect the Svatove and Troitsky line will be open, leaving Starobilsk, the last major city that Ukraine has to get. So things are changing. Ukrainians are capitalizing on their planning, on their execution of their missions, and Kherson is supremely prepared. The conditions were set for over a month of Ukrainian artillery and all that good stuff. The question is, how do they do it? How do they slice it up? And obviously, as the military members of this panel have said, they're obviously going to do it to the best of to their benefit, survivability, you know, take advantage of Russian weaknesses and failures in communications and failures in sustainment. So I think we're seeing more and more of that coming up. What do you think, CJ? Do you think you know, cut it in half, go for Novakhovka, clear in AO in specific AOs, and then move on to Kherson City, or would it be all fronts? Any ideas? Any speculations?
Well, right before you got on, that is exactly what I asked Chuck about, because it's something that, you know, really is very important. You know, do you try and encircle the enemy, capture as many pieces of kit as you can, you know, maybe avoid some casualties of your own, or do you just keep driving on for Novakhovka? I think, well, personally, you know, I'm no riverine expert or no general, but I think they should, you know, with all due haste, head to Novakhovka, and as Chuck said, the whole line will pretty much collapse at that point. If Russia doesn't want to actually defend this amount of frontage, then Ukraine should help them out and make sure they don't have to defend that much in the future.
Do them a favor in a way. So the thing is this: so we have to remember that the terrain is different in the south than it is in the north and the center. So I think that's one way to, you know, bell a cat in the northern part of Kherson Oblast, west of the Dnipro, and in the center as well. The Kherson city is more interesting because to the southwest of it, the terrain is quite canalized. There are many obstacles. There are actual water canals. Not the easiest way to get a lane up to the city. And the question becomes, will this become an urban ops? Will this become withdrawal under pressure? Will this become massacre of civilians by the Russians, as they're wont to do? That's why I suspect Novakhovka clear the north and execute an operation that brings pressure to Kherson City and its environs from the north, from the west, and the southwest. That's kind of where I'm thinking this is going. I don't know if that makes sense to Chuck or CJ, or just Chuck now because CJ is gone. Chuck, what do you think of my thinking there?
Well, absolutely. You want to get as far as you possibly can get down the TO403. That's absolutely what you want to do. You can make Novakhovka, you can make it irrelevant. Remember, there is, as you all remember, there's a hydroelectric dam there. There's a road crossing. It's been interdicted. The Russians are operating on a ferry basis there. Again, so put yourself over there. You're going to watch in impotent fury. The Ukrainians are not going to allow you to safely cross the river to support your brethren on the North Bank. That isn't going to happen. The Russians never do what you would think a careful commander would do. Remember, they're under orders direct from Moscow, and we're playing out the downfall script from Dictator 101. Putin knows that he is now associated with this war. It's his war. He's already relieved 7 commanding generals of this special military operation. That almost comes down to, I don't know, it's one every couple of weeks. He's giving orders, directly to the front. He's saying the classic dictator language, not one step backwards. But we saw how well that worked in Lima. It doesn't work. You take the things that your local commander, the advantages he has over you. You don't know which way the wind's blowing. You don't know what the roads are like. You don't know the condition of these units. You don't know. We also know that the Russians, they don't even report their casualties. And it's not just to conceal them from Moscow, although that's reason enough. They carry dead men on books as a courtesy to their families so they can continue to draw their pay. So these units are badly attrited. They don't report damaged vehicles. They don't report vehicles abandoned by their crew. So these units that are going to be facing this new and dangerous Ukrainian offensive, they are not up to strength. Their vehicles are not maintained. They've got fuel problems. They've got ammunition problems. The artillery that they has really seen hard use. Guns that are overstressed like that, they blow up. They malfunction. They don't put shells where you want them to. All of these things, all of these little screw ups, they mean that you can't fight at your potential. You can't meet these threats that Ukraine is right now. It's shoving down the Russians' neck. So, fascinating. And these are battles that are going to be studied for the entire 21st century. People are studying the grace of these and the execution of these offensives. They're not just textbook. They're innovative. They're extremely well done, and they're extremely well maintained, and they're very well prepared for, which is what Yehuda was saying. There a lot of homework's gone in here, and a lot of rope and dope, right? We had Kharkiv. It looks like Kherson was on the back burner, but it obviously wasn't. You don't have a 26-kilometer breakthrough. It's not a fortuitous circumstance. This is something you plan for.
we've heard it a lot. Oh, perhaps they gave up or they lost or was stalled. Not at all. The Ukrainians didn't commit that kind of artillery and deep fires in the deep battle there in Kherson because they thought it was a good idea. They did it because they were setting the conditions. Those bridges are dumb. They were hitting pontoons here and there. They were allowing more resupply, especially of equipment, because it's better for Ukraine at that point, right? Let the Russians put more stuff where they shouldn't, because they should have it up in Donetsk and Luhansk, but they want to put it to Kherson. It's bad for them. It's good for everyone else, really. And now, if you look at the times that you had, the amount of people you had in Kherson getting treated and chopped up, and then you look at what the Ukrainians could do in a day. That's maneuver warfare there, right? So the fact that they're able to do it it's a big deal, and I think that we need to recognize the basically the awesomeness of the Ukrainian military in what they've done, because it is absolutely incredible. And they were planning this. They probably they paused on their initial objective there with the with Kherson, redirected forces and resources to Kharkiv Oblast and Luhansk, and then now that they're able to breathe a bit in the north, because they're going to consolidate there, move up their A1, A2 Eshes, and move up all sorts of support areas, and then now they're looking at finishing the job they started in Kherson, and it looks as though they managed to fix, for these 3 weeks they've managed to fix those Russian forces. So they to keep them there, to hold them there in the area west of the river. You didn't see the Russians advancing. You saw the Ukrainians toying with them, taking a bit here or there, keeping them engaged, making them think something's coming, and then boom, just when the Russians don't expect it, a huge thrust in. It's this was all not just set by the condition. These conditions weren't just set when the Ukrainians were fighting that deep battle and deep fire and conducting deep fires. It was also the fact that the Russians had stopped in Kherson for several months, and that gave the Ukrainians the ability to come up with a series of plans, saying, "Okay, it looks like this is where they're stopped. They're going to try to do this thing to Odessa, Mykolaiv, but that's silly. And when we do get to them, we kind of have a good idea of how we want to bell this cat, how we want to, conduct our counteroffensive." I have one of my tweets from 3 weeks ago, where we talked about a surrender, which was being discussed. As you know, a bunch of political commissars either murdered some of the Russian commanders or people who talked about surrender, and the surrender was off, but they were discussing a surrender, and the alternative was a counteroffensive, which I suspected would go on at that point. Basically, take everything from that period and fast forward to today. So that's what we'll be seeing conducted. You will see the collapse of Russian forces by hook or by crook, by surrender or by counteroffensive. They are not in a position to sustain themselves under contact. They were able to sustain and bring enough food and certain ammunition. I know that there was some heavy equipment that did make it over by barge. And guess what? Now the Ukrainians have all those HIMARS that they were using in other places. They've got them all back where they need to be. And they're going to knock the Russians really hard. Question is, how do they crumble? Do they disintegrate in the north? Do they run for the border or the river? Do they surrender, or do they do what they did in Liman, get destroyed in place? That's what the soldiering aspect of this is all about. Close with and destroy the enemy. I think even the Navy teaches that, right, Chuck?
We do. And I was scanning through the Russian mill blogger traffic today. One of the things they were complaining about in Liman was that 500 of the Mobnik reinforcements refused to fight. Were pushed at bayonet point into their defensive positions, told to hold them. And as soon as the adult leadership left the room, they surrendered. One after another. That said a couple of important things to me. That Look, they're so hard up for men that they put what they knew would be unreliable troops into, if not critical, at least important positions. And you just can't imagine that. The other thing, I mean, Yehuda just said it casually, but we've got people murdering commanders, negotiations for surrenders of your unit. You know, with my NATO hat on, I can't even imagine that. In the American Uniform Code of Military Justice, it says, I will never surrender of my own accord. You don't do it. You know, the other thing it says in the American Uniform Code of Military Justice is, if another unit next to you is getting hammered, you are obligated to support it. You don't have any options. You can never say it wasn't tactically expedient. I couldn't get to them. You can't say it. You have to fight together. But we don't see that happening in the Russian forces. You know, it was the Lyman races, right? Everybody who could got out of Dodge. You know, there were some people that fought to the bitter end. You know,
No, there are massive casualties in Liman.
Yeah,
There were considerable casualties, and I don't, and even the route that we highlighted as to where they would leave, there was live video of that after the route was littered with destroyed equipment and dead Russian soldiers. So bad move.
right. I was looking at some of the battle damage of those vehicles. Main battle tanks, for example. You know, I wasn't seeing the catastrophic javelin kills or an NLAW kill. I was seeing what it looked to me like RPG holes in the back of these vehicles, which told me that infantry was mixing it up with these tanks. And it also told me motivated infantry, guys that know how to fight. You know, you don't always get a javelin or an NLAW or something sexy. You know, sometimes you got the old RPG-7. But it works pretty good on the engine hatch of a main battle tank. You know, I'll take that shot any day of the week. You know, and again, it's all of these things fragment the Russians. They don't react well. They don't think on the fly. They don't delegate the kind of important authority down the chain of command. And man, it's showing.
Thank you, Chuck. It's a privilege having you on the space, sir. I think we just lost Yehuda temporarily. Cajun, you have your hand up, sir. Do you have a question for Chuck?
Yeah, I have a question, and it's almost more of a statement. You know, we watched for months as the Ukrainian military had to be extraordinarily patient as new forces were mobilized, new forces were trained, taking the time to send forces for training in the Baltic states and in the UK, not panicking and pushing these forces to the front before they were ready. Watching, in fact, terrible things happen. You know, the fall of Mariupol, loss of Severodonetsk and Lysychansk, and the strategic patience of the Ukrainian military. It's incredible. You know, they took these losses knowing that if they took the losses, they could win the war, and that's an incredibly hard thing to do. It's difficult from the military leadership perspective, and it's incredibly difficult from the political perspective. I mean, the Zelensky administration had to sit back and watch this happen. And it speaks to the courage of the Ukrainian people, the trust that they have in themselves to be able to get this accomplished. It's truly an amazing thing. The patience of this, to be ready for the counterattacks, for them to be as effective as they are, and forced the collapse, what looks like now, of the Russian military on a couple of fronts, on at least on two fronts, is just extraordinary. It's an amazing thing to do, and people should recognize. I think Chuck and Yehuda were both talking about how this didn't happen overnight. It's been the planning of the whole strategy of the war from the beginning. It's truly amazing. Thanks.
I'm with you 100% there, Cajun. And there's another thing that is is that odd or is that God? On one side, you've got a villainous, clutching, kleptocratic despot, straight out of Central Casting, right? This mediocre KGB apparatchik who managed to go from being demobilized and driving a taxi to becoming the richest guy in the world. You've got his leadership, micromanagerial, not one step back. And on the other side, I don't think I'm stretching the metaphor too far to say this. You've got a wartime leader of the caliber of Abraham Lincoln, who is not a military man, but knew enough, read as much military theory as he possibly could, and listened to his general officers. And we've seen, the president of Ukraine, he's had to sort through. He had a variety of officers. He had people who were outright agents of the FSB. He had collaborators and sympathizers, and he's had brilliant generals. And he has managed to give those generals what they need: political support. He's taken his own important role as a spokesman for Ukraine. This is the kind of guy who was 10 years ago, he was a stand-up comedian, right? One of the epic quotes of all time. President Biden calls him, "Hey, we're sending in we're sending in a Globemaster 2 to get you out." I don't want to ride, dude. I want ammunition. You've got that sort of leadership on one side, and you've got Vladimir Putin on the other. And the good guys don't always win, but in this case, the good guys are kicking some ass, and that is magnificent.
Yeah, that's one of the more amazing things about it. In the course of history, it's extremely rare for a society and a culture to free themselves of this kind of their own volition, free themselves of in a war of liberation. It really, truly does not happen that often. So it's another thing that's so amazing about it. And looking at the pace of operations, the fact that we move immediately from the Kharkiv counteroffensive into the capture of Le Mans, to pressuring of Crimea, and there's also some talk about Ukrainians pushing out of Kupiansk in the direction of Savatov and cutting that rail line, which will be devastating to the Russians in Severodonetsk and Lysychansk, and now this at Kherson, all at the same time. The Ukrainians are definitely inside of the OODA loop of the Russians, which is observe, orient, decide, and act. Before the Russians can observe, orient themselves to what's going on, decide what to do, and act, the Ukrainians are doing something else to keep them off balance. The Ukrainians are moving faster than the Russians can react, and that's why we're seeing this cascading effect, I think.
Yeah, and it's also been amazing, and we've talked about this too before. And Cajun, you obviously know what you're talking about. We've talked about comparing this war to the Spanish Civil War, in that was a war that the technology emerged that completely changed the complexion of war and the technology of war. It is not just a cliche to say that a bad general is always equipped to win the last war. And we've talked about this as well. Mr. Putin charged in here in a special military operation with the best plan he had from 1983, right? It was just how they were going to win the Cold War. They're going to maneuver armored spearheads, motorized rifle battalions, and they had that all ready to go. Don't forget, the Ukrainians lost rounds 1, 2, and 3, right? They weren't winning. They pivoted to asymmetrical conflict, or at least they atomized their force into small units that could strike where the Russians were weakest, not strongest. The Ukrainians never made the mistake of trying to meet Russian armored thrust with an armored Ukrainian counter thrust. They had to take some big lumps until technology arrived that allowed them to change the complexion of the battlefield. By that I mean javelins, NLAWs, precision strike artillery, M777s, a lot of the state-of-the-art 155 millimeter self-propelled guns. But again, just as Cajun said, they bided their time. They waited. They didn't mobilize troops the way Putin did. They sent them to Britain for training. They sent them to Poland for training. They've got, much like the United States Army, they have citizen soldiers. Not hired thugs, not people released from prison, people who are serving of their own volition, serving their own country. And look, let's face it, you're a soldier, you go to war, it's your family that makes the sacrifice. I'm from a military family. My family's been in this country for 3 generations, and I'm a 3rd generation naval officer. We took it very seriously, but I think Cajun knows too. You go down range, it's your family that makes the sacrifice. And look, the Ukrainians are losing men every day, probably about 200 guys a day, and that's a lot. But they're fighting smarter and not harder.
And I guess the last thing I wanted to point out is it's important to remember when people talk about the U.S. military versus the Russian military. There are fewer HIMARS in Ukraine than is the standard rocket artillery TOE for a U.S. heavy division, a mech infantry, or the 1st Cav, or an armored division. There's an enormous disparity between combat power of the United States Army and the Russian Army, and very much look forward to building up the Ukrainian military to the point where obviously we're here, and beyond that, where they can easily take care of themselves, and this thing can't happen in the future. Thanks, guys. I appreciate the time, and Chuck, always enjoyed the commentary, and too bad Yehuda dropped off. And take care, guys, and I'll go back to listening, and we'll see you another time.
Thanks, Cajun. It was great talking to you, sir. It's, by the way.
Thanks, Cajun. Thanks, Chuck. Yeah, I mean, one question I guess I've got for you, Chuck, is the adaptability of the Ukrainian army has, from a layman's perspective, has just been absolutely incredible. I mean, today I saw a Ukrainian tank walk indirect fire using HE frag ammunition and take out three I think T-72s. What would you say this is indicative of?
Wow, there's the classic case, I think, of initiative and problem solving on the battlefield. You've got one tank that took the initiative and 3 tanks that made themselves into targets. I didn't see that particular video, but reading between the lines, I'm imagining that you've got Russian vehicles, and they are not maneuvering to save themselves. They're not fanning out. They're not looking for cover or in defilade fire positions. They're standing there presenting themselves to the enemy. You know, I don't know what's going on with the Russian troops on the pointy end. You know, the amount of equipment abandoned, not just main battle tanks, but some extremely sophisticated, you know, anti-satellite electronic warfare centers, air defense complexes, regimental and brigade command and control vehicles simply abandoned. And we've been throwing out that number, 38%. Those the vehicles abandoned intact to the enemy. You can't win a fight if every time you move forward you're going to lose 38% of your gear, your wheels, your mechanized artillery. You just can't do it. And having these problems now on this balmy night in October, things are going to get worse. They're going to have a muddy November, and then we're going to have a snotty, blizzardy, freezing December, followed close on by January and February. Those Russian troops are going to require 500 calories a day. They're going to require winter clothing. They're going to require different lubricants for their equipment, because when it goes to 20 below zero, the stuff you were using, the brake-free you were using on your rifle, doesn't work. Where are they going to get this stuff? I put up a post today about a deputy member of the Duma representing a Siberian constituency, discovered as he's mobilizing his quota of people to send to the front that 1.5 million winter uniforms weren't warehouse where they were supposed to be. Those things have been sold, bartered, traded, they're gone. But that's 1.5 million people that are going to have inadequate clothing, and they're not going to be able to fight. You can't do it. You know, in the SEALs, we got this thing called the rules of three, right? That you can go 3 minutes without air, you can go 3 days without water, and you can go 3 weeks without food. And I left out, you can go 3 hours without shelter. 3 hours. That's not enough time to get into your foxhole and unsling your pack, right? You don't have socks, you don't have layers. Look, these guys aren't, even if they had their winter uniforms, we're not talking Gore-Tex and Velcro, right? We're talking woolly long johns. We're talking the foot cloths they use for instead of socks. We're talking leather boots that had to be treated with needs foot or minx oil or whatever they have. Things are going to get worse this winter. They're going to get worse. And you know, this is a home game for the Ukrainians and a away game for the Russians. Everything that Russia needs to fight this war, they've got to send into Ukraine.
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. And these 1.5 million uniforms that have gone missing, I mean, this is indicative of a problem we've seen already within the Moscow within the Moscow army. I mean, there was the story of the guy who sold the propellers off his destroyer early on in the war. We've seen anti-armor devices go missing from Russian tanks. So yeah, 1.5 million winter uniforms. This is going to cost Moscow's soldiers dear this winter.
Right.
Again,
Yeah, and the other thing is, look, they just can't roll out to Walmart and get that gear, right? They've got to make it. And this is just one place. And you're right. Selling the propellers off your destroyer, I mean, you couldn't even make that up. It's crazy.
I'm just trying to bring up a couple of speakers for you, Chuck. There's a couple of people with the Twitter box, and just while I do that, Colby, you've got your hand up, sir. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Wendy. Chuck, earlier you were speaking about interior versus exterior lines, and just looking at the geography, the topography of the area of operations around Kherson, the road network is not particularly well developed, especially for sort of east-west movement. So it seems that Russian lateral movement is going to be severely hampered. Whatever they try to do, they're not going to be able to respond very well to Ukrainian advances because the roads just aren't there for them to move around forces along the front line, except for just right along the Dnipro River. Other than that, there's not a lot of roads crisscrossing the front line. So just wondering if you could provide some thoughts on that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've got, I'm working from the laptop that doesn't have all the good stuff on it right now, but the P-47 highway leading east out of Kherson, it crosses the Invades, just not too far out of town, maybe 10 kilometers out of town. That bridge has been continually interdicted by the Ukrainians. You would think this is just like, okay, it's just a bridge in the rear. It's it's 10 or 15 miles from the front lines, but amazingly, this is the only road crossing of any significance across the Inulets from Kherson all the way to Snivhervya. It's the only place where they can move east. And, you might be able to walk across it, but you're not going to be able to get a loaded truck across it. And you're certainly not going to get a tank across it or an infantry fighting vehicle. And not just that, if you were a Russian commander right now, you're trying to concentrate your forces at Chany or somewhere in that vicinity to make a stand. We always use the analogy, an army is like a plug-in leaf blower, right? You need to supply it. So even if you were able to concentrate your forces on the TO403 to the south of Chany, you've got to supply those people. You've got to get them into position, and you've got to keep feeding them ammunition, food, fuel, spare parts, artillery shells, all of those things. And there's no way to get them there. And again, we come back to that circular problem here for the Russians. Where are you going to pull your people from? You don't have any superfluous troops. All these units have been attrited. None of them are up to speed. If you're a commanding general, you can't know, because your subordinates do not report correctly, how many vehicles are in working order, your ammunition situation, your manpower situations. The Russian commanders don't have adequate information. This road's interdicted, just as you said. It's almost like watching a master chess player beat up somebody and playing a kid in 6th grade. You're wondering what it is the Russians can even hope to do at this point. I'd rather be on the blue side than the red side of this war game.
Chuck, can you see the Ukrainian SOF playing more of a role in the winter, as they did back in March?
Yeah, I absolutely can. I think one of the things we were predicting, that there would be a Christmas offensive. I still predict that. I don't think I'm giving anything away. The Russians know that the roads are going to freeze back up and make transportation a bit easier. I think that we're going to see the Ukrainians pushing as much offensive action as they possibly can before November gets here and the rains come on. The entire complexion of the Russian battle spaces, they're in an occupied and hostile country, and they are surrounded by partisans. And there are a bunch of missions that Special Operations Forces train for. I'll use the example of the American Special Operations community. You've got the SEALs on one hand, and they tend to be more of a direct action kind of outfit. If you absolutely positively need it destroyed overnight, we're the guys. The Green Beret, but they're, and again, both the SEALs and the Green Beret, we have considerable overlap in mission capabilities. Green Beret exists essentially to operate behind enemy lines in occupied territory, pull together a partisan network, literally start with a farmer with a pitchfork, and you want to train him up to the level of competency and training of an infantryman. You've also got to establish communications plans for these people. You've got to teach them how to make a cellular network, make sure they have secure communications, make sure they have operational security, make sure they know how to operate in an environment that's not permissive, where you're going to have repressive police organs, collaborators, etc. So one of the things that the Ukrainians have been quietly doing throughout the war is deeply inserting special operations forces and intelligence people. And they've been training and actuating the partisan networks. One of the easiest things to train a partisan to do is to take pictures with a cell phone and get on signal and blast you the pictures. Those pictures literally say 1,000 words, right? The metadata in there gives you time and an 8-digit grid coordinate. And you can see almost in real time what the Russians are. Virtually every place in occupied Ukraine is the home of an active partisan network. These guys, their most important function right now is the gathering of intelligence. Look, this goes on in Crimea, it goes on in Donetsk, it goes on in Luhansk. It was a key part of the Kharkiv offensive. I am virtually certain that the thrust we've seen down the TO403, look, they had the partisans stood up. They knew, if not where and when the offensive was coming, they knew to step up their reportage. As the Russians are converging right now on Duchany, look, there are text messages and phone calls and everything else coming in. There's nothing the Russians can do that the Ukrainians don't find out about. It's extremely difficult for them to operate.
Thanks, everyone. Sorry, we did have a lot of audio problems, so a good half of the panel was not able to get up. We've just corrected it. Apologize. Thanks, Wendy, for holding the fort there. And sorry about that, Chuck. We didn't forget about you. Are we going to get into perhaps a little update later on? Maybe I'll send you a message towards after you're off, and then I'll do an update later at night. So for those listening, I will do broad picture military update with little zooming into some tactical situations. And Chuck, we've got a question from a Kiwi living in Sweden. So he's a Swedish berry Kiwi, Kiwi berry. Lucky, go ahead.
Thanks for that introduction. Yeah, so we've seen a lot of examples where recently, especially where the Russian army has been failing. I was just wondering if there's been any signs at all that you might have observed about successful adaptation from the introduction of HIMARS or anything like that from the Russians. And then the second question is like all these problems that they seem to be facing in the field with logistics and problems with command and equipment and troops. What are the easy things for them to fix? What should the Ukrainians be looking out for?
Those are really good questions. There were a couple things that were when I was in the game that we were taught to respect very much. One of those was the Russians' ability, electronic warfare, their ability to jam and confuse your communications, their ability to locally inflect your GPS signals, which isn't just the GPS used by a navigating rifle squad to get from point A to point B, but a lot of NATO weapons depend on GPS signals to hit their target. I've been constantly amazed at the catalog of very important electronic warfare equipment that the Russians have abandoned. Not only were these things bonanzas for Western intelligence, and some of them made their way to the Aberdeen Proving Grounds where they're disassembled thoroughly, but the majority of them are put right back into use by the Ukrainians, used against the Russians in two ways. First of all, if that important gear, which underpins a 21st century battle space, the Russians no longer possess the equipment to adjust the electronic warfare space. The Ukrainians have shown a talent we never knew they had at the beginning of the war. They've been able to hit extremely high-level staff meetings because their signals intelligence is so good. They know where to send a HIMARS based on how many generals are in the room. One of the things I thought the Russians would do after they hit the first 2 or 3 headquarters, I didn't think that would happen to the Russians again, but it continues to happen. That's something I thought the Russians would do better at. Another thing I thought that the Russians would do that they haven't done would be to feign a retreat to prepare a force to react. For example, after Lyman was taken, the Ukrainians were very quick to follow the retreating Russian forces. That was a magnificent time for the Russians for a counterstroke, for them to hit the advancing Ukrainian forces. But they didn't do it. But they didn't do it in Kharkiv either. I think that one of the reasons they don't do it is they can't. And they can't for the worst of reasons. And that is that they lose control of their troops. We saw this in Bucha. They were heavily fighting at Hostomel, where 2 VDV battalions were engaged and essentially annihilated by Ukrainian counterattack. These 2 units were some of the principal war criminals who rampaged through Bucha, raping and killing and murdering and looting. That could have been orders from Moscow, but I was one of the guys that thought, look, these are units that are utterly out of control. You might have orders to terrorize the civilian population, but that's not happening when I see trucks and infantry fighting vehicles loaded up with flat screen TVs and washing machines and irons and microwave ovens. They've lost control of their troops. The sun's coming up in 4 or 5 hours. Look, the Chani could be the next Lyman. It really could. And in fact, the roads were worse in Lyman. There was a much smaller road network, both going in and coming out. The TO 403, not only is it a decent road, but it goes exactly into the heart of the enemy. Again, these are things I thought the Russians would do better. If I were a Russian commander, I'd be blowing up bridges along that road to stop the Ukrainians. But again, remember, if you're interdicting a road so that it can't be used by the enemy, you can't use it either. It's going to be an amazing morning, I think. But that was a great question.
100%. All right. I think it was Brad and Dan.
Thanks for that. Hey, Chuck, thanks for joining us. Always appreciate hearing from you. I had a quick question. Bearing in mind winter is coming and the state of the Russian army is currently constituted, if you had a team inside of Russia, special forces team with some capability, and you could hit one target, but one target only, and it could be anything other than, say, targeting a specific individual, what would you hit? Be it an industrial complex, anything. What would you hit inside of Russia that would do the most damage to Russia over the next 3 to 6 months?
Wow, that is a great question. And I don't have a sort of strategic target list at my fingertips. I'd have to give that some thought and get back to you. And you disqualified the first thing that I could answer, and that would be striking at people. We're seeing already a kind of low level of sabotage and I would say arson. I haven't really taken that entirely seriously. It's easy to get in an echo chamber, and every time the fire gets called in Russia, someone's going to say, "Well, look, it was sabotage, it was arson." Look, it's a huge country. I could put up a thing that if I showed every fire in the United States, it would, I could convince somebody in media that, look, these fires are all caused by penetrating Russian agents. At this point, it's almost to the point where I don't think I'd hurt Mr. Putin, because he's making every mistake, unforced errors, own goals. He's assuming control on the battlefield. It's almost everything you exactly want him to do. I've been putting this off for a while too, because look, he is an extremely brutal and clever man, and he is not going to go sweetly into that good night. He's not going to wake up tomorrow and say, look, this was really a bad idea, let's cut our losses. He's not going to do this. But eventually, he's not going to be able to foist this off on bad generalship, people who don't follow his orders, people who can't follow through. Eventually, this is going to start sticking to him. And given what's happened in Kharkiv, and given what just happened in Liman, and given what could be happening right now in Kherson, 2 days after, 48 hours after, he throws the Steven Seagal concert on Red Square and tells everybody this is now part of Russia. And Russian cities, by his lights, they're falling every day. I think this will stick to him eventually. But as far as the strategic question, I'm going to have to look that up, because I'd like to know the answer to that too. I'm sorry that was no answer, but that was a good question.
I'd love to hear if you ever come across an answer to that question. I'd love to, of course, to hear it. So thank you.
All right, thank you guys. We've got a few new speakers on the panel. We've got the absolutely awesome Chuck Farrer here. Viking, you seem like you've just joined us. would you like to ask a question? No, perhaps that's my audio issues.
I think your audio is fine, Wendy. Viking may be having an issue coming off of mute. It's the button at the bottom left of your screen. It should be purple, not red. We can go to Lockie and come back to Viking.
Yeah, thanks, Chuck, for those fantastic answers to my questions that I asked earlier. It seems that there's going to be, that Russia can't win on the battlefield, and Ukraine is just getting better and better. And I was just wondering, how far do you think it'll go before the Russian troops just refuse to go on and fight and just sort of turn and run? I mean, there's like, what kind of signs are you going to be looking for just to see a crumbling front? Or are you already seeing that?
Well, we're seeing it already. We've had red on red firefights. We've all seen videos of platoons and companies of especially the LNR and DNR militias appointing a spokesman and reading out their grievances. And as democratic as that would all seem and reasonable to us, that's mutiny in the armed forces. That's insubordination, and it is mutiny. And we've heard of things that are just inconceivable. There was apparently a lieutenant colonel at a makeshift barracks in a sports center in Moscow. In Moscow, there was some drinking involved. He decided to address these mobilized young men and telling them they were, quote, cannon fodder and they were all going to slaughter. A brawl broke out and somebody broke a lieutenant's colonel's nose. Wow, you can't make that up. You can't hope for such crappy morale in your, among your enemy. There's some things that Ukraine could probably do better in the information space, and that would be to drive a wedge between the Russian troops and their proxy forces, the LNR and the DNR people. I think this will become increasingly easier to do because these militias feel now, perhaps rightly, that they're bearing the brunt of the fighting, that they're not being well equipped, that they don't get any respect from their Russian co-belligerents. We've seen how bad the quality is of the Russian troops that have been mobilized. Mobilization continues in the LNR and the DNR, and there's no one else to get. I mean, I'm an old guy. If you get me up there, look, you don't want a 50-year-old on the battlefield. You don't want someone who's already been wounded 3 times fighting in Luhansk since 2014. You don't want that guy. And there's a couple of reasons why you don't want a 50-year-old guy. Because you could get an 18-year-old guy to charge a machine gun nest, but you can't get a 50-year-old to do it. And given the manner in which the Russians conduct their military operations, there's a lot of senseless things that are being asked of their troops, and they're not fighting well. And I keep banging the morale drum, but of all the things it takes to put a soldier into fighting trim on the battlefield and to give him utility in combat, to make him capable of carrying out orders, following through on them, and executing them. That's an interdependent set of variables have to come together. And there's only one variable that could cancel out all the others, and that is morale. And that is willingness to fight. And that is being ready to take the battle, because it doesn't matter if you've got Gen 5 color night vision goggles, an infrared laser on your rifle, 300 rounds, and the latest, the latest 7.62 AR-10 with a reflex. None of that matters if you're not willing to fight. None of that matters. It doesn't matter if you've got a T-90 tank. It doesn't matter if you're driving the Armada. It doesn't matter if you are in an F-22. If you don't want to fight, everything falls apart. And we just see this every day. We see it every day. The Ukrainians are extremely cagey on how many prisoners of war they've taken. I was getting bashed saying that earlier in the Kharkiv offensive, I figured that the Russian prisoners ran into the tens of thousands. I still cling to that. You can beat me up all you want in the comments, but let's all talk in 2024. Earlier reports about the collapse of Lehman said approximately 5,000 Russian troops captured. Look, to get 5,000 people to surrender on a battlefield takes a lot. It takes a lot. You can imagine. Look, being surrounded doesn't mean you're defeated, right? We have the 101st Airborne in Bastogne, completely surrounded by the best forces that Hitler had at the time. They wouldn't surrender. That morale was the factor. It's the key factor.
100%. All right, let's go to Claire, and had a question for you.
Good day, everybody, and Chuck, thanks for your service and for the time you commit to this space.
You're welcome, man.
Yeah, I guess with this string of...
While we're at it, if you're new, please give Chuck Farah a follow. He's not just a superstar Navy SEAL commander, served his country with honor and distinction. He also was in entertainment business for 30 years, screenwriter, author, lecturer, all around great guy. Please do give him a like and a follow and check out what he does, because we sure do appreciate him and the knowledge he brings to the space. Thanks. Go ahead, Clarence. Go ahead.
Yeah, and thanks. And Chuck, the quality of those maps allow simpletons, even like myself, to have an idea what's going on. So thank you.
That's because I'm a simpleton too.
I guess, my question is probably obvious, but I wonder now about, after this string of successes, we generally are followed by spiteful response, right, from the other side. It's usually targeting civilian centers. And I just wonder that, I guess I worry, probably with the rest of us, what that's going to look like, right? Once the Kremlin absorbs and comprehends what's occurred over the past day or number of days, until this thing actually shakes itself out and pauses. I guess we could probably expect more of the same. And given that this is on the heels of, that circus that Putin put on, with the annexation, maybe it escalates even more than it has in the past. But that's probably something that we should all be concerned about at this point. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would. I got some information now, and I can't verify this, but it makes sense that one of the train loads coming into the Kherson AO, and remember, these things can't get across the river easily, but it was a number, perhaps 20 Iskander short-range ballistic missile launchers. If I had to bet, I would say that Mykolaiv is the place that's going to get hit with them. The Russians can't find the concentrations of Ukrainian units. That would be the place to send your artillery, right? If you want to do some damage to the enemy. In lieu of that, the Russians target hospitals, civilian centers, little villages, and whatever city they can reach. But this is sort of how they act out in impotent fury. They are not finding and locating the units that are going to attack them. Again, that's no way to fight a war. And as awful as it seems, every missile that the city of Mykolaiv catches is a missile that isn't hitting a concentration of Ukrainian troops. And it's a hole that Putin just digs himself deeper and deeper into. These Iskander missiles should be striking Ukrainian ammunition dumps. We always see the Russian fuel and ammunition dumps going up in gigantic fireballs. We don't see that happen so often on the Ukrainian side. It's because of increasing and frankly unbelievable failures of Russian intelligence, but also that every time a Russian truck stops and the guys in it start unloading crates of ammunition, it gets reported. It gets reported. And I know for a fact that some of these things are not targeted until they'll make a big enough and more satisfactory bang. I look at these. I look at some of the positions that are interdicted. You've got lazy quartermasters. I mean, you don't pick a conspicuous road intersection and not even walk into the wood line, but just stack your ammunition right there. You don't do that.
All to see. And also, Chuck,
yeah.
What about all that partisan and special forces activity? It's about a 50-kilometer wide band coming down from Zaporizhia all the way to the Black Sea. That means everything that's passing through there has eyes on it. And could that have been part of the success in neutering Russian resupply and sustainment into Kherson, west of the Dnipro? It's kind of a softball, but
no, I think so, exactly. I mean, you hit it right on the head, Yehuda. Let them deliver that stuff north of the Dnipro. Man, it's like, hey, you're Amazon Prime. Go ahead and pay the delivery fee. Because you get that stuff over there and you've got a self-propelled gun. It doesn't have fuel. It doesn't have ammunition. It doesn't have spare parts. It's going to wind up with a white cross painted on it and a splash of yellow and blue. Bring it.
There you go. There you go. It would be criminal of me if I didn't ask Matthew Light. It's from my alma mater, and he's also a professor of criminology. That's why I said, wouldn't it be criminal? Maybe he knows some of my old professors. How are you, Matthew?
Hi, thank you so much. Thank you for the warm introduction. And that's a good line. I haven't actually got that line before about criminal.
I ain't a criminal. It'd be criminal if I didn't. Bring it up. Do you know David Welch?
I'm afraid I don't.
He's not there now, but he was there for 15 years. He's an international relations guy with China, especially Asia, Southeast Asia. Anyways, welcome to our space. We've been running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 8 months. So I don't know if you're new to us, but if you...
Thank you so much. I've really been enjoying the show. I started listening recently, and thanks to all today's speakers, I've already learned a lot from what you said. I have a question about the issue of the mobilization and the flight from mobilization that's been going on to Russia's neighbors. And it's been quite interesting to see a kind of debate unfold about whether it is actually harmful for Putin that these people are leaving. If so, why haven't they been stopped? And a kind of related question about whether it's in the interest of Ukraine's allies to encourage those what should we call them, conscription evaders or draft evaders to leave Russia and to provide them with the means to do so. Thanks very much.
Great question. So I'll touch on part of it. So There is a factor here of martial law, which Putin is loath to enact. This martial law would prohibit the exit of fighting age men. Do they have even the logistics to be able to, survey people at the border? Not really. Are they setting up spot checks in certain places? They are. They actually have draft offices at certain crossings. Some in Finland, one towards Finland, another towards Georgia now. So they're trying to stop people who have already been called up, but without the martial law being declared, he's not able to legally stop them yet. That's one issue. The overall logistics. I mean, every functioning person that can put on a green piece of clothing and call him a soldier is heading towards Ukraine. So they would have to have, I mean, what is it? 300,000 alone have fled Russia in the last week. 10 million in total, there's an estimate, have left since the 24th of February. They don't have the manpower to stop them, and especially if they go through porous borders where they can cross on foot. They're being smuggled, obviously, through Georgia, Kazakhstan. Those would be the main factors, I would say, limit his ability to stem the flow. Whether it's good or bad, I'll let Chuck maybe talk to that. Or I'll have asked Chuck to do that. I think anything that creates, from a military perspective, from the psychological plane, anything that creates dissension, chaos, fear in the enemy's ranks, whether it's in their country here or in their troops in Ukraine, is a net positive. Do we want them to come and fight for us? No. Can they be useful in terms of intelligence? Absolutely. Get a good idea of what we call force generation in the military, where they came from, what time they said they'd get called up at, ideas of numbers in general. There's a lot that can be gleaned from people who do flee Russia, and that's something that, unfortunately, some of our friends who don't want to talk about Russia get upset about. There is information to be had, intelligence to be gleaned. We already know roughly that certain areas like Tuvia and the Buryat areas have had, Tuvia's already filled their quota. There are almost no men left. If you're a fighting age male, you're either disabled, or you're in Ukraine. They've even taken disabled ones too. So I think there would be a good use of those people leaving, as it creates confusion, dissension, and overall it puts pressure on Putin. Some people said that they should stay so they can fight. Well, they're not interested in fighting for Russia in Ukraine. They're probably not interested in being put in jail or mowed down on the streets of Moscow either. They're in it for themselves, obviously. So that's all I have to add to that. I don't know if Chuck, if you have any color, can add any color to that.
No, I agree absolutely. And again, even if we put the number way low at 300,000 people who've absconded, you can say, look, the nation is big, and there are lots more people, but the people who are leaving are exactly the people you wanted to be soldiers, in their 20s, physically fit.
Do we lose you, Chuck? Sorry, do we lose you, Chuck, or Wendy, you there?
Yehuda, I think we lost Chuck, and he may not know it. You might drop him to listener and let him know to cycle back up.
Got it. Thanks. All right. I don't know if Ryan, you wanted to dovetail onto that with Matthew. I don't know, Matthew. Does that answer the question?
Yes, it basically does. But could I maybe just throw in a counter argument and see whether you think it's right? Well, sure. I suppose the counter argument that you often hear is that these people are potential troublemakers. So
they can't look up at the sky and tell you.
So if they leave,
that's Chuck. Actually, he's not even showing on my screen, but it's showing him as he's speaking. So just hold on. Let's get him up here. Go ahead.
Should I continue?
Yes, please. Sorry about that.
No, no problem. So, one view that some people have expressed is that the people who are leaving are sort of indicating that they are a disgruntled element and they would make trouble if they had to be drafted. So there is kind of counter argument that by leaving, they're kind of, it's kind of an escape valve, and Putin is ridding himself of malcontents. Do you think there's any merit to that idea?
It's a good point, but I mean, look, people say that effectively in the battlefield, if you've got, the chances that the same disaffected people are going to be in the same platoon and in the same company and the same regiment is probably low. So on balance, are they going to be able to cause a lot of problems in an army? I'm not sure. Are they? It's an interesting argument, but it's really tough to gauge, and the metrics would be pretty skewed. Then there's the argument, I think, did you touch on, because you broke up a bit, that what if they go to other countries and cause problems in those countries? Is that what you said?
Well, I actually wasn't going there, but there is that question too about the extent to which, even if they want to fight in this war, some of them might be sort of pro-regime in other ways, or sort of essentially embrace Russian expansionist policies toward Russia's neighbors. But that's a slightly distinct question.
Right. So sorry. So can you, because I missed that, I must have missed part of it. So the question is, can you just clarify that again for me, please?
Well, okay. So I mean, I think that you responded to them at the main point. There is a kind of secondary argument that it's not necessarily politically advantageous for these people collectively, not necessarily every single one of them, to be allowed to enter Western countries, because many of them might share at least some of the expansionist aims of the Putin government, even if they don't want to fight in this war. That's not a strictly military question, though. It's more about sort of the political consequences of their actions.
Of it. Yeah, no, but the first part, you touched on something. If it's always a Putin getting rid of a problem. No, I suspect, to be honest with you, it's a much simpler answer as to why those 300,000, not others, could very well be because they're the ones with the means to leave, right? Flights are expensive, trains, cars, gas to get to the borders, and pay and bribe to get over. So I don't think it makes much of a difference, because I suspect that no one really wants to fight, if I'm honest, right?
Got it. Thank you. That's very clear. Thank you.
Yeah, because the prices, for example, to fly to Moscow quadrupled. And this is stuff to the point of more money than people earn in a year. So I suspect that we didn't see 5 million leave because 5 million couldn't leave. And where would they go? And what would they eat when they got there? They know they're not being welcomed as heroes anywhere. They know that they're going to have to pay. They're going to get charged exorbitant fees for hotels and bed and breakfasts in Georgia. The Georgians don't like them. Kazakhs don't like them. So they better be coming with a good chunk of money to try to ride out this war. I suspect the numbers, if they had a permissive environment to go to, would be quite much higher. That means that those who didn't leave, that are there, they're not willing participants in the war. They just don't have a means to escape. They'll be just as crappy as enlisted soldiers. And I think it's pretty clear. A lot of them are willing to. You got to look at who the concentration of people who have been fighting for Russia for all this time is not. It's not your ethnically white, phenotypically Russian from Moscow and St. Petersburg. You do have them overrepresented in the VDV and more quote unquote elite units, because that's considered a noble thing. But for the rest, it's obviously a poor way, a way to get out of poverty. And so now that the chickens have come home to roost, you're seeing Moscow, St. Petersburg, all the bigger cities kind of lose their marbles. And it's played out in Russian Telegram. I don't know if you read Russian or have access to the Telegram channels there. The Russians make no bones about how they feel about this.
Yes, I do. Are there any ones that you particularly recommend where you've seen this playing out?
Yeah. Send me a message. I've about 400 Russian Telegram channels on my thing, so I'd have to send me a note, and then when I sit down, I'll flip you some links.
With pleasure. Many thanks.
No worries. Thanks. All right. So that was interesting. And let's. I think we've lost Chuck for good. I don't know. Maybe.
No, you
Oh,
only
there you are.
wish you could lose me for good.
Oh, never. God bless you. All right, Chuck. Yeah. So interesting. I don't know if Ryan, are you coming up to co-host or soon, or is it someone else? I just want to know who's coming to relieve us.
I was waiting. I'm not sure exactly. Here if you need me.
Fair enough. All right. So Chuck, let's grab some other questions here. I think Brad's been waiting. Brad, height man.
All right. I think now I have a real Chuck question. So what's been fascinating to me as kind of a management type person is that the number of overlaps between management, leadership, and organizational studies and what is happening in this war are astonishing. Like I could come up with like 25 potential PhD theses, based upon what's been happening here. So it's fascinating. One area in particular, which would lead to a very, very specific Chuck question, would be coming from a report in 2015, a study, and the name of the study is Toxic Employees in the Workplace, Hidden Costs and How to Spot Them. So this is done by a company called Cornerstone On Demand. And in this study, Cornerstone found that good employees are 54% more likely to quit when they have a toxic coworker, which is costly because replacing employees is expensive. It's actually incredibly expensive. That's a whole other topic. And so as we think about troops, so let's take Liman, for example. You have a certain number of Russian troops who get killed or captured. You have a certain number that escape. And let's say Chuck Farr is in charge of the Ukrainian forces, essentially handling the Liman situation. And let's assume for a second that you had complete control over the number of the percentage of Russian troops that were either killed or captured versus the percentage that are able to escape. Every one of those escapees that are able to retreat from the battlefield, in my opinion, I would consider them a traumatized, toxic employee. They just got their butts handed to them, right? They saw a whole bunch of their friends die, and now they're going to get redeployed and redistributed within the Russian army. If we go back to that statistic, let's just call it 50%. 50% of employees are more likely to quit if they have a toxic coworker. So my question to you would be, if you could choose what the percentage is, what percentage do you keep? In other words, they either get killed or captured, versus what percent do you decide to let go? And knowing that they are more toxic, and that by letting them go back into the Russian army, that they are going to cause more and more people within the Russian, they're going to be contagious. They're going to be spreading and lowering the morale even more. Does that make a difference? And would you ultimately decide to let more Russians go?
That is an incredible question. And I'll frame it by saying, I've got a degree in clinical psychology, as much good as that's doing for me right now. But I'd also add this: those are the numbers and the effect of toxic coworkers. Let's add to that equation toxic leadership, and beyond toxic, noxious. We've seen the LNR and our militias complaining that their lives are being squandered. They're not being, they're not being equipped. They're not being well led. They're not being fed. All of those complaints that they have. And let's put that aside. That was a footnote to read first. In any sort of traditional war, you would have units at the front. You'd have people that gained combat experience, and you would take the people who had completed their tours, and then you'd pick the very best of them and the most effective of them, and you'd bring them back to the home country where they would communicate their hard-earned battle knowledge, and they would shape and inculcate and train the people who followed on. That's in a perfect military situation. The Russians now are so past the point where they could even hope to do that anymore, because we've seen, look, they've lost what, 12 general officers, flag officers, general officers, their senior field grade officers, colonels, majors, lieutenant colonels. They're getting clobbered at an alarming rate. But one of the heartbreaking things for me, and I can even feel for the enemy, are the junior officers that are getting burned through. And these are the captains and the young lieutenants, the young officers that you want to lead your companies and your platoons and your batteries, etc. These junior officers, they are most effective when they have a bond with their men. When I was a young SEAL, Master Chief took me aside one day and told me, "Look, sir, the platoon is your weapon, right? You got to feed it. You got to take care of it. If it's a shitty job, you make sure you're wading in to do it. And a good leader will get these guys to follow you anywhere." Well, add to this a toxic culture in the Russian military. Yehuda was telling me about the first NATO trainers who came into Ukraine were dealing with Ukrainian officers. Then, this was in the past, not now, but Ukrainian officers who were trained in the Soviet/Russian command ethos. And that was, the enlisted men are pigs and they're going to do whatever I tell them. Look, that doesn't float, right? That spells frag where I come from. But adding to this problem of the toxic leadership, toxic co-workers, etc., is it takes 4 years to make a lieutenant, right? Not 60 days or 90 days of boot camp. It takes that long to train an entry-level officer. And if they get to the front and they last 3 weeks, which is about what I think the burn rate is, you're running out of people to lead. And in the 20 years that Putin's been in command, he has promoted and allowed to flourish sycophantic, kleptocratic, corrupt officers. So the only officers that could be good are getting killed, and that's the junior officers. And the ones that are remaining are the corrupt general officers, the colonels who've been in there diverting uniforms, selling off their tanks, selling off the engines out of their vehicles, etc. I just don't think it's a problem that can be solved. I think you're right about the PhD thesis. We're watching that whole system break down, and I don't think it's repairable. Wow, I'd like to hear what you think about that. Is there a death spiral that an organization can go in? And what do you think? Are given what you know about it, do you see the Russian army in the same light that I do?
Yes, they are in a death spiral. They've been in a death spiral, and I think you're absolutely right. This is the failure on the battlefield of the Russian army is a failure in leadership, not resources, and also is a failure to understand the value of people. Right? This cuts to the core of the philosophy sitting underneath Vladimir Putin's entire regime, and I would say in many cases, Russian society and culture as a whole. And that what's sitting underneath that is a form of nihilism and meaninglessness, and the idea that people are things that can be manipulated and controlled, that people are commodities that can be essentially quantified and standardized, right? And what they miss in that entire thing is that the uniqueness of each individual person creates an avenue of specialization that creates that essentially creates new possibilities and new ways of value creation that essentially are just beyond what the Russian army and what the Russian leadership can conceptualize. But the Ukrainians get this. The Ukrainians value people. They value what makes people unique. A lot of the innovation that has come out of the Ukrainian army is a function of the level of cognitive diversity that you see in Ukrainian society versus Russian society. Ukrainian's very distributive. It's very bottom up. It's very grassroots. It's very communal. But Russia and the way that they have approached this entire conflict has been one of, okay, everybody else is just an extension of Vladimir Putin's mind. Nobody else has free will. Nobody else has agency. There's only one person who has agency, who can decide. But it is a fundamentally strategic, it is a strategic mistake, because at the end of the day, the information needed to make good strategic and tactical choices is closer to the ground than it will ever be to somebody whose head is in the clouds in some misanthropic, toxic, end of the world utopia.
Totally.
Yeah. So anyway,
No, it's good.
No,
we're just gonna grab some other hands here. Lockie, Laughlin, I think his real name is. I'm sorry for doxing you. I only know that because of the Wiggles. You're not that Lockie, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm not that one. No. I do wiggle some, but not that wiggle. Anyways, so we've seen pretty slow support for Ukraine, but finally it's starting to get there and making a difference in the battlefield after summer now. And we've seen like the in-laws for the tanks and the man pads and the HIMARS. And I was wondering about these Iskander missiles that you mentioned earlier. How would you take those out, and what would you like to see in the next aid package as a response to these referendums that have been held, the sham that have been perpetrated?
Wow. Well, there's one thing that we're seeing, the quiet establishment of working from the west towards the east. The Ukrainians have reestablished or are reestablishing an integrated air defense network. We've seen the NASAM missiles going in. They're able to link their air defense. They're able to do a couple of things. The one is to protect the cities and protect point targets, important things you want to preserve, of course, from the Russians. The other thing is to deny your airspace to enemy aircraft. The Russians still have an incredible superiority in aircraft and ground attack aircraft and strategic bombers and strike fighters, et cetera, et cetera. But the Ukrainians, again, we talked about sort of the asymmetrical conflicts. They've got 25% of the world's Stinger missiles are in eastern Ukraine. That's been able to blunt Soviet, what they call frontal aviation. There have been 4 or 5 Su-25 fighters that were shot down in the Lyman conflict. The Ukrainians have only admitted to one of them. Those man pads at the point, at the forward edge of the battle area, that too has prevented Russia from exerting its superiority of its air force and dealing, with assembling and maneuvering Ukrainian units. So increasing its air defense capabilities, extremely important. The other thing that has had an outsized effect on the battlefield, and I did an article last week for the Kyiv Post for this one, the HARM missile, the high-speed anti-radiation missile that was provided to the Ukrainian Air Force. Look, this was a NATO missile designed to be fired off of NATO airplanes, but the Ukrainians were able to adapt it to fire from their MiGs and Sukhois. One of the things this missile is able to do, and what it's designed to do, is hunt and kill enemy air defenses. Within the last 14 days, the Ukrainians have taken out at least 6 S-300 air defense complexes. Those aren't the best surface-to-air missiles that Russia possesses, but they're pretty good. Not only have these been taken out, but not dozens, but 8 to 10 mobile Buk type surface missile launchers. The Buk system was famously the one that knocked down an Indonesian airliner that had foolishly been routed over the battle space. Those things are extremely important because they neutralize another of the advantages that Russia would normally have. The ability of the Ukrainians to take down pretty much at will the standard Russian UAV for battlefield reconnaissance. It's called the Orlan 10. The Ukrainians have been able to use electronic warfare to get these. Every time an Orlan 10 is overhead, they can get this thing to fire its recovery parachute, which brings it down. I'm not giving away anything the Russians don't already know. The fact that the Orlan 10 is a lashed up, put together, it's essentially a big model airplane from a hobby shop, literally with a Canon 200 camera belted into it. The Russians can't do anything. They can't change the firmware. Even if they know exactly what's going on, they can't change it. Those are the advantages that the Ukrainians are using to neutralize every Russian advantage. The ability of them to deploy Javelin missiles to the front end laws, the Russians don't have anything like that. The Russians are afraid to drive their armored vehicles. They bail out of them because we've all seen the flying turrets. It's funny to us, but imagine if you're a Russian tank crew. It ain't funny to them. The cope cages, look, they know they don't work. The thermal blankets that they try to put on their tanks to decrease the thermal signature, look, they know that doesn't work. These are the things that they're making a big bang on the battlefield, and those are the things that smarter guys than me are figuring out what to send down range to the Ukrainians, and it's working.
No, yeah, there's definitely. I think we have to remember that they're not superheroes, the Russians, and they know that their time in the battle is going to be pretty short, and that obviously affects everything, obviously down to the morale. Let's go to Ryan and Polly. Let's clean some of these hands up, Chuck. Ryan.
I've got a question for Chuck from a couple of listeners, actually from one listener. She said, you've said multiple times in the past that you thought this war would last likely through the end of 2023. And with what we've seen in the last couple of weeks, has your assessment changed on that timeline as far as getting Russia out of Ukraine?
Wow, it might go longer than that. Mr. Putin isn't gonna he isn't gonna quit, and I'm gonna have to wrap it up here. But I will say this: look, military defeats are the handmaiden of revolution. I don't think Mr. Putin has forgotten that the Bolsheviks came to power because the Germans were kicking the butt of the Imperial Army on the Eastern Front. One of the reasons I expect Mr. Putin to hang on as like a limpet to his leadership is that he knows this war is now becoming his war. He's doing exactly what you'd want him to do. He's micromanaging the war. He's getting involved in tactical calls that should be way beneath his pay grade. He's beginning to feel the desperation. I think the war is going to go longer than 2023, but if it goes shorter, it will be precisely because of things like the Kherson offensive, like the Kharkiv offensive, like we saw in Lyman, because look, those conference tables are getting longer and colder, and his generals don't have good news to say to him. He's going to run out of people to fire eventually. But there's a turning point in every dictatorial society. Look, if the Emperor Caligula doesn't get killed because he's greedy and he is venial and he is depraved and he is raping the wives of his courtiers, Caligula gets killed when the Praetorian Guard feels they're in danger. When those generals feel that their heads are going to be on the platter, that's when Mr. Putin is going to be in maximum danger. And every one of these defeats mounts and they increase that possibility, which right now, folks, it is remote. But I'm saying
we need more Brutuses in this Shakespeare.
We do need more Brutuses. We do need more Brutuses. But I think there's going to be some eventually. But we need to pile on the defeats and leave the revolution to the revolutionaries. But thank you everybody for having me. I love getting these questions. They're great questions from really smart listeners, and I appreciate it very much.
We appreciate you as well, Chuck.
You're amazing. Let's big round of applause. Give Chuck a follow if you're living under a rock and you haven't been doing it so far. Chuck's a great guy. Thank you, Chuck.
Thanks, Yehuda. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night. Get to bed. He's going to bed. He's got sheep already counted. All right, good, Chuck. All right, Paulie, go ahead.
Yeah, since Chuck, you're taking off, I guess I can pose this question to Yehuda. I was very curious about the Ukrainian success in getting Russian forces to surrender. There's been a lot of outreach efforts, including, at the very beginning, offering rewards for producing equipment and, and the latest outreach. So how is that going? And I see Chuck still here. I wanted to mention a movie. He's probably already seen it, but I really enjoyed it. It's a Ukrainian-made movie about the period around 2014. It's called Sniper White Raven. So I just wanted to throw that out there. So Yehuda, any comments on the success of the surrender efforts?
Surrender where? Sorry, in Kherson or in the Kharkiv and Lyman area?
Well, just generally the Ukrainian forces outreach efforts, like they had a call-in line, especially for the recently mobilized people. I heard there was a lot of calls in, and so how is that going? Right. And other efforts to get Russians to not be cannon fodder, but to surrender.
So, I mean, it really depends, right? We also don't know where when people make the call and they know they're getting conscripted, they don't know where they're going to be, or exactly where they're fighting. Are they close enough to Ukrainian lines? Where are they going to? I suspect that information is very general, saying if you're here, this is what you can do. I don't know too many more details other than that, but we have heard reports about 500 Russian conscripts up and left at the same time. and that's very. I would be surprised if the Ukrainian efforts weren't a part of that. Meaning, I suspect that the Ukrainians are able to reach out to these people and let them know what's going on. So, if anyone else has anything to add to that, I'm not sure. Ryan or Colby. Ryan, are you coming up to the co-host?
I thought so. I think Wendy might have signed off for the night, but he seems to be ghost hosting.
Okay, so he's gone, but it still shows that he's here. So maybe we might have to boot him out and get you up. Pardon me. I apologize.
And I've got a question from Heather. It was originally posed for Chuck, but I think you're probably just as qualified to answer. The question was, looking at the other side of the Dnieper River, what's going on there? Is the T4 or T3 or the P47 in range on the other side of that river? I don't have a map in front of me, so.
Sorry. Yeah, well, right now they're worrying about what's on the, everything's in range on the other side of the river. Depends on which platforms the Ukrainians want to use. But right now the kinetic fight, the close battle is west of the Dnipro. The Ukrainians have already degraded much of the crossings, as we know, almost all of it. So to worry about a few other crossings isn't a big issue. The HIMARS can get there when they get there. And when the Ukrainians need to bound across that river, obviously they'll have the strength of all of their mass fires, controlled fires when it's required. But right now the fight's on the west. That's where I'm focusing on right now.
And I think the intent of that question was probably trying to figure out if the Russians had a likely fallback position or something they would try and defend.
No, I mean, they're pretty open to Melitopol, and all of their forces very heavily concentrated on the west side. So it would be almost a rout, but that doesn't mean the Ukrainians would necessarily exploit it right away. They'd probably want to establish bridgeheads and secure them, and then bring up the line and bring up their supplies. So that's another phase in the war. And currently it would be a bridge too far, I suspect. The Russians have constructed defensives previously when they had moved west across Kherson Oblast to the river, Dnipro. So I suspect they'll find themselves manning those positions at one point. I don't suspect they'll be very good defensive positions, but they will be there. So.
Thank you. And is that the same river that they attempted to blow the dam on a week or two ago?
Correct. And do me a favor, Tyler, can you boot out Wendy and then bring up Ryan? I'm going to need some help here.
You must be struggling if you're asking me for help.
No, we just need to. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now we can bring you up. And we have a bunch of people coming up. Please do put your hand up as soon as you come. Please don't have your mic on. And that's you, Audible, Guided, Dirigible. We were listening to you cough and hack. So please mute your mic and then put your hand up so we know you have a question. And I think we're going to go over to Craig, had his hand up first, and Lauren. So go ahead, Craig.
I came on board fairly late in the program. 3 questions. One, is this a Spaces that is running on a regular basis on a certain date, time? Is there something that I can plan for in the future? 2,
let's answer that question first. Let's answer your first question. It runs at a specific time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the last 8 months. So you'll always find us here. Go to your next question.
Okay, all right, I guess. Thank you. 2 is, could someone give me a summary or give those of us that have popped on recently a summary of, what has been talked about, say, over the last hour or two? I think top of the hour type news. I mean, I'm just off the cuff, but I mean, top of the hour, here's the latest, news that is of interest that's, you know, newly broken. And then third, there's the I've been picking up on Twitter at least one writer talking about a lot of Russians have been taking advantage of visas to take tourist visas to pass through some countries that allowed them to get into the Europe, you know, pass into Europe. Is there much truth or concern about that?
Okay, so we don't have an update available right now, but just generally what we talk about through this whole space is matters pertaining to Ukraine. If it's a topical discussion of the day's news, we go through that, and also we have special guests that come up and speak about specific things, whether it's General Hodges, Colonel Spencer, Chuck Fair. We have a Finnish general. I want to call him Pekka maybe. I'm sorry, forget his name. It's so unique. I should remember. And we have Ukrainian leaders and politicians, the fire chief in Kharkiv Oblast. We have all sorts of really amazing guests that come on here. And we obviously try to get as many Ukrainians in Ukraine who can speak to the situation. You know, as of today, we're talking about the offensive in Kherson and a deep strike and what it means and the implications of the next phase of battle. That's the best I can do for you there. And I'm sorry, the third question, I answered the easy one quickly. So I like
Okay.
to get wins
Yeah,
where I can.
the third one was just, I had heard at least one
Oh,
Twitter
yes, I got
writer.
it. Yes, I got it. Sorry, I remember. Yeah, so listen, the Russians are severely hampered of how they can travel through Europe. You know, will they find loopholes? For sure. But I think we're getting to a stage where we can expect the Russians to have their freedom of movement in Europe severely curtailed. You know, in opposition to Mr. Putin. So there are some stories, yes. Will those get tightened up? And am I an expert on Schengen visas and EU visas? Not really. We do have a couple people in the early morning hours who are specialists in European immigration. But you can also listen to us on Spotify. We have a lot of our broadcasts there, some of our finer points, and we're seeking to do more. So on that note, welcome, Craig.
Thank you. Just one final quick, and that is, I saw the spaces because I follow Chuck. Who should I be? What Twitter handle should I be following to be able to access the spaces 24 hours?
The MriyaReport handle. You can add any of the co-hosts or moderators if you have an issue. Sometimes there are glitches where you can't join certain people. If you want to add some, my co-host Ryan or the MriyaReport handle, feel free to do that, and we're always on. And thanks so much, Craig. I'm just going to stick around. We're going to grab a few hands here, and I hope that helped. And welcome to the space.
Okay.
We've been here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, reporting on the ground from Ukraine, and bringing in experts and analysts rather, to assist in understanding and deciphering what's going on. So let's go to Lauren. We're going to go to.
How do I raise my hand? Just finally.
Just put it above your head and just. No, I'm just kidding. Go down. Go down. Press the heart button.
Thank you. Okay, signing, miking off, muting on.
All right, take care, Craig. Lauren, go ahead.
Hey, thank you. Hey, I was hoping that since you're a lot more clued in on these things with real experience and Telegram and all that, you could paint a picture with your words on kind of when we hear about these unsuccessful advances of the Russians in Bakhmut day after day after day. Like, are we talking about 3 guys with rifles and they're crawling over the dead bodies of the guys that were killed 4 days ago down the same damn road over and over? Or as much as you can know or speculate about what's going on there day to day, I'm very curious. Just like, what does that mean when we hear there's another assault that was repelled?
Right. No, it's a good question. So the reality is, Bakhmut. I'm not going to use military terms. I'll just say, just an easy to understand view of it. I look at Russian military planning almost like, if I was asked to explain it, I would call it, you know, the board game Risk? You know, the board game Risk?
Yep.
Okay. I kind of look at Russian planning like Risk. Like someone sitting somewhere and pointing to a map and saying, I want Urals, I want Irkutsk, I want, it's very, very strange and almost childlike. So for some reason, someone's got it in their head that they need to take Bakhmut because they're going to have a nice entry into Ukraine. And it's so important. They've not thought of going around it. They've not thought of anything else. And the Ukrainians have taken them up on that, and they're fixing those forces. So they're decisively engaged with the Russian forces in Bakhmut. Now, just like Kherson, can't tell you why. It's not worth keeping west of the Dnipro, but the Russians just want it. We are not leaving here. In fact, we're going to go further, and that's what we're going to do because that's what we want. That's what the big boss man says he wants, and that's what we're doing. Bakhmut, similar. It is important to control Bakhmut. For them, for the Russians, any Ukrainian concentration close to Donbass like that is a problem. So they want to destroy it. But the Ukrainians are, sorry, I muted my mic. The Ukrainians are supremely prepared. This has been going on for 8 years, so they're really good at defense, and they create kill zones where different arcs of fire overlap, and the Russians run into it. And from a lot of information on the ground, is exactly what's happening. Russians are just throwing wave after wave of convicts in the Wagner case. They sent thousands there. They all died. I probably suspect it looks like a no man's land filled with littered with dead Russian bodies. Why they're doing it, I can't tell you. It's just a Soviet doctrine. Just throw men at a problem, and eventually you'll overrun the enemy. That might have worked with different types of weapon systems in World War II, but that just doesn't work today. So we've seen several units in Bakhmut area on the Russian side. Pardon me, I'm sneezing. Conduct rips, reliefs in place where one unit will, move to the rear and the next one will move to the front. They'll reconstitute the unit in the back and then they'll switch around again. It's bizarre. Generally in the military, you have a reserve. They're not fighting like a military. The PMC or private military company, whatever it's called, of Wagner, they're hated by the military, and the military hates them back, and Wagner hates them. And they're usually, they were the ones that were alive before were your typical dregs of society, neo-Nazi weirdo types, and they don't work well with others. So that's even a harder thing for the Russians. They were sent there because they do have the most results, as in they're better at murdering women and children in Syria and in parts of Africa. So they were sent as kind of the clutch. Okay, the army can't do it. Let's send the Wagner guys. That hasn't worked out for them either. So every time they conduct these attacks into Bakhmut, these are resources that are tied up by the Russians. Ukrainians have no desire to if I was an Ukrainian military planner, I would think this is a great place to just keep killing them until they figure it out. And they're not figuring it out. So you might say, why don't the Ukrainians push forward? Why? Because Ukrainians are engaging four, they've got 3 motorized or mechanized brigades to their front. Behind them, there's got to be another 3 or 4, and they're just rotating them. And the Ukrainians are fixing them. They're blocking them and they're fixing them. And while they're doing that, the Ukrainian left arm is, going around and hitting the Russians on the side. So if you were to face me and I with one hand held your 2 hands, and then I kept using my left hand to hit you in the side of the face, you'd think that you'd catch on and let go of one of my hands, right? That's not what the Russians are doing. They're very committed. They are committed to being decisively engaged in Bakhmut. I have no other explanation for you. They want it. They want to push west. They think that this is a strategic. They view this as key terrain or vital ground. I wouldn't agree with it. And the Ukrainians aren't married to any position. They're not married to saying, well, they left Lysychansk and Severodonetsk. I suspect they had no problem doing that because they realized when they do come back on their counteroffensive, once the Russians culminate, which most people suspected, and they did, that they could then come through Kharkiv, Liman, Kremina, and hit the Russians in the rear. So I think the big picture here is as long as Ukrainian forces are fixing Russian forces in the Bakhmut pocket, you're going to see more Ukrainian forces orient themselves to the north of that pocket. So that's basically about 1/2 of Russian concentration, military concentration in Ukraine. And the Ukrainians can flank them from the north, cut them off from resupply, just like they did in Kherson, but they don't have a river this time. The river will be Ukrainian military coming down behind those Russians in Bakhmut. It is a phenomenally great plan. It's not a secret. Anyone who can look at a map can tell you this is what's going on. The only problem is the Russians keep reinforcing failure, and they keep doing it over and over again.
So
That
on
helps
like
answer.
that's a great explanation. On your guess on an average day of one of these attacks, like how many how many troops are Russians sending in? Like, is it 50 guys? Is it 200 guys? How many like vehicles are we talking about? 6 vehicles, 20 vehicles? I'm just, like I said, I just kind of want to, it's so weird. You hear about it going on and on. It's hard to imagine that, it's just hard to imagine what the hell's going on. It sounds like some weird zombie apocalypse movie with just piles of dead bodies and just.
From what I'm hearing, it's a lot of dismount, right? Not a lot of space for trucks to move through there. They've already lost hundreds, if not thousands, there. Actually, I suspect the company would move up. The company would be decimated or almost destroyed, and then stragglers would go back. I don't see it being more than that at any given time. So, company, let's say 150 troops.
Oh, wow.
150
Okay.
troops.
But that's still a substantial number of people dying and getting blown up every day.
Yeah, it is. If there's, I wouldn't be, on the days that the Russians are trying to push into Bakhmut, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a couple hundred Russian casualties on each day they do that. We did speak to a Ukrainian soldier who talked to us about being in a position similar to Bakhmut, and he said it was about 3 weeks of Russians just showing up, different Russian units, company size, showing up at a crossroads and trying to take a hill up, their position on top of a hill and enfilade. And so they had the inflating fire against the Russians there, and they would just do it and die, and the stragglers would crawl back, and the next day it would be a different group of people. Like, and it shocked him. He said, "This is crazy," and it is crazy. That's how the Russians do it. All right, Lauren,
thank you.
You're welcome. Let's go to Honorable, and then we're going to go to Gail, and then Greg.
Thank you. Just going back real quick to what you said. I read a story about soldiers being completely Ukrainian forces being completely overwhelmed and suffering PTSD from the amount of dead Russians that they have to just basically go over every day. So my question is, I'm really curious, from what I've seen with those drones, is that they can actually go over and drop little minuscule bombs or whatever they are, missiles, whatever. I'm curious as to how much influence the weapons that the Russian army has gotten from Iran and from North Korea. I mean, are those making any kind of a difference? And how much did they get? How many weapons?
They got drones from Iran, not very good, and they've been neutralized now with some Israeli technology. I don't think they got very much from North Korea, maybe ammunition. I could be wrong. I don't see the Russians getting much from anyone. And overall, their ability to, as we've seen, to wield those weapons is severely degraded. So, I hope that helps. Brian, if there's anything to add, I might pop off for a bit, and you'll go through the list here, no?
Sure, got it.
Cool beans.
Thank you, Yehuda. I'm still trying to get Prince Heather up. For some reason, I cannot add her as a speaker, and I even dropped a couple of speakers thinking it would fix the problem.
I don't even see her. Send her an invite, Heather, just so you know. That happened to me for an hour today. They couldn't even see me or even add me, the people who could see me. So maybe close your phone as well, like actually turn it off and restart it. It might make a difference. And Ryan, I'll leave it to you. I'll pop off for a bit.
Thank you very much, Yehuda. I don't know exactly what the order was. It looks like we've got Dan, Greg, and
I think I was next.
Yeah, it's Gail, Dan, Greg, and Gunther.
Perfect. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Okay, so I'm pretty new to the Austin community. I want to know about Zaporizhia, and specifically when I was looking at the maps from, even a month ago, I was of the opinion that it seemed like it would be relatively easy for Ukrainians to break through these lines. There aren't many Russian BTGs in the area, and there's apparently high partisan activity directly behind Zaporizhia, and it would serve a pretty significant objective to capture Melitopol. That hasn't seemed to materialize. I'm really wondering why. Why hasn't Ukraine prioritized doing this? Do they have the capability of doing it and are just not prioritizing it, or is there something else going on?
I think
Do you want me
if
to take
Yehuda's
it
still on, go
before I
ahead
go?
and answer.
Yeah, sorry, you're saying why isn't there more going on in Zaporizhia going south?
Exactly.
Well, it's a good question. The reason is evident if you look at a map. There's no need to do that at this point. That's in the cards for a later date. I would consider that to be another part of the campaign. You're going to have to see Kherson cleared. You're going to have to see that huge pocket of Russians west of the Dnipro sorted out, whether they're destroyed or surrendered or have retreated or been routed. And that would give the Ukrainians a jumping board from the east and southeast bank of the Dnipro. Their next intermediate objective would be Melitopol. Their final objective would be Mariupol. And at that point, if you are aware, there are large concentrations of Ukrainian special forces being tactically air mobiled into that area, along with a huge partisan network. And what they're doing is they're acting as sensors. They're sensing Russian resupply going west towards Kherson. They're laying low. They're observing. They're reporting. And when the time is right, I suspect they will do something. There are Ukrainian forces situated north of that area, but they're currently blocking Russian advances into Ukraine proper, and they're going to probably be used as part of a flanking maneuver from the Ukrainian side once Ukrainians start kicking off east of the Dnipro, headed towards Melitopol. So just because they're not doing something doesn't mean they're not doing something. Just because you don't see them doing something, they're setting the conditions for being used in a future offensive. Hope that answers your question.
Can I get one follow-up?
Sure.
So I understand everything about the what are they actually doing, what am I not seeing. I don't understand why it makes more sense to liquidate Kherson, or the west of the Dnipro stuff, or to attack into Kharkiv than it does to cut off the line of supply along that railroad. That's the only railroad going from Russia to the west of Kherson. Like, wouldn't that operationally encircle the defenders of Kherson for the Russians?
Sorry, so you said Kharkiv, so that's a different area of operations. Do you mean Zaporizhia?
No, I'm saying the reason you're saying the reason they're not attacking into Zaporizhia is because there's other places that they want to attack more. They want to attack Kherson, they want to attack Zaporizhia, they want to attack Kharkiv. I'm saying
no. So if you heard that, then I misspoke. I didn't say Kharkiv. That's a different area altogether. So the reason why the Ukrainians positioned in and around, facing towards Melitopol, oriented from Zaporizhia into the south, aren't attacking is because the main effort will be in Kherson. There are several reasons. One, that is a very symbolic thing for Putin. Two, the vast majority of Russian forces in the south are actually now concentrated in Kherson, west of the Dnipro. So that's the big problem. They can't let that go unchecked. So they're using a great amount of Ukrainian forces to block and fix those forces, and they have to sort them out. It works both ways. If you're in your enemy's rear, the enemy's in your rear. So if Ukrainians were to push down, then that Ukrainian front would be exposed to the Russians backtracking as well, even if they were to make it across. There are Russian forces east of the Dnipro, so it's not a cakewalk in, and they're going to be using a combined arms maneuver offensive. So Kherson has to be sorted out. There's just way too many men and material there to ignore. Just fixing it isn't going to be good enough. They're going to have to be destroyed. They're going to have to be cleared. That territory has to be cleared. Once the Ukrainians have done that, and they're situated on the east bank of the Dnipro with a healthy buffer, then is when I suspect when they conduct their counteroffensive from the east side after the west has been cleared. They'll deal with those Russian forces to their front, which will be, west of Melitopol, and that's when you'll see Ukrainian forces from Zaporizhia push down to flank those Russian forces. It's a matter of terrain. It's a matter of enemy force composition and Ukrainian forces. So it's not just simple, just go in and take it. There's too much moving in the background and the Ukrainians have limited forces as well. If they had 3 times the military size on the field right now, that could be an argument. I suspect it has to do with force disposition there. Okay.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Ryan, I guess I don't know the list now, but I'm going to pop down and hopefully we can get some more co-hosts here. So call out to our moderators if you're hanging around. I see people there. Rosalie is down there. If anyone wants to come up, Colby, Ben, please do.
I think it was Greg, Dan, Gunther, Luis.
Hi, Ryan, Yehuda, how you going?
Good evening, or good morning for you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Well, it's actually lunchtime, just turned 12. So, yeah, hello, how are you?
Doing well.
Good. I understand everybody's busy. I don't know if Yehuda's still there, if he's had to leave because he's been here for a while already. And I know you've got language coming up soon with the report, so I'll be quick. I'd say I have 3 questions. Like I said, I don't know if Yehuda's still there or not, and just a statement to make. So the questions pertain, 2 of them, to the drones that Ukraine's using. And the final question is just regarding the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. So in terms of the drones, my question is, I think everybody got pretty excited, unfortunately, when it was very dark days back in about April, May, when I think one of the first rounds of the US assistance package was authorized and included, from what I could see, which was a quite exciting development, the 300 model drones.
Switchblades.
Just trying to think of, yeah. Now I know that there were hundreds and hundreds of units supplied. That doesn't mean there's 600 drones that were supplied. It's 600 boxes of drones, and that was supposed to really, I guess, overwhelm and terrorize some of the Russian installations and placements, etc. But apparently they were basically stored and not used. And I know now, for example, the drones are a very big thing. And they're even creating, as in the Ukrainians have also developed the Punisher drones, which drop like a 3 kilogram explosive with a decent range too. So how come they weren't used earlier in the piece in April, May, when there wasn't a lot of munitions and they were desperate? I just can't understand why they wouldn't have jumped on it and just used them to, like I said, overwhelm and just keep the Russians awake at night and just terrorize living hell out of them.
I think drones were absolutely used, but I'll let Colby opine on this as well here in just a second. The Ukrainians have found a lot more utility in the reusable drones, and the issue with the switchblades is they're a one and done option, so it doesn't return to sender and come back and reload with new batteries and new ammo and go back out. Switchblade is intended to be carried on the back of somebody who can't be easily resupplied, and it's meant to give you some eyes in the sky. So I wonder if just the lack of training on that particular device and how it interfaces with the user versus more of this off-the-shelf equipment that has a more intuitive operating system or software. It connects to your phone very easily, and they're a lot quicker to turn out and easier to learn how to manage. Most of those camera operated drones are essentially flying in a safe mode, and they're nearly impossible to crash if they have all of the necessary sensors on them. The difference between those and something that you would fly like a hobbyist racing drone is that they
can very easily crash. And I just don't know that they had enough special operations guys with a need for switchblades as they had for hobbyist volunteers who were happy to scan the skies and attack targets of opportunity, knowing that when the batteries run low, you just fly that thing back to home and swap a new battery unit on it and it goes back up. Once you fire a switchblade, you don't want it coming back to you. So it's a direct attack weapon. Colby, go ahead. You know a lot more about switchblades than I do.
So the switchblades certainly were used. However, Gray, if somebody was telling you that they were going to have some sort of decisive impact on the war, they misled you significantly. Switchblades were discussed fairly extensively when they were first sent by the United States at the outset of the war, and we all came to an agreement that it would be a nice tool for Ukrainian Special Operations Forces, but it was never a system that was going to be game changing. Just because that's not the kind of system it is. It doesn't have too much punch, so it's very limited in what you can use it for. It's a 40mm grenade warhead, so it's a anti-personnel weapon primarily. It could do some damage to a unarmored vehicle, but it's not going to destroy a tank. It's not going to destroy a fortified emplacement. It's not going to destroy a building. So what it can be used for is fairly limited. And the Ukrainians have been able to get that same functionality just by modifying commercial level drones to carry small explosive munitions like that. So they're getting the effectiveness out of a switchblade, basically out of a commercial grade drone, with the benefit that the switchblade is a loitering munition. It's not a drone; it's a loitering munition. So it just it flies and then it flies into the target and explodes like a missile or a rocket would. Whereas a commercial grade drone, you can actually return it and use it again as long as it isn't shot down by the enemy. So there is more utility in a commercial drone that can do reconnaissance and carry munitions than a switchblade, which is a one and done use, and then it's gone.
I think another thing to keep in mind too is that most of these modified commercial drones are built for camera shots and landscape and all of that, and they are made to transmit a high quality image back to the operator. Switchblades are not. So the only video I've seen of a switchblade in action was actually a third party angle where they hit a couple of guys behind a consumer sedan, not an armored vehicle, and it worked extremely effectively, but it doesn't provide that satisfaction money shot that everybody wants to see that goes viral on Twitter. So just because you don't see them working doesn't mean they're not operating.
No, that's fair enough. It's some good answers, guys. I mean, yeah, no, the only point wasn't inferring they were going to be game changing, but obviously at the time when they were desperate for munitions, and you get 600 or 700 units, and you want to throw everything you have at the Russians, even if it is only one way. I mean, and you got nothing else. Like you said though, it is frustrating, but that's war. Where it's probably being used, but we just don't hear much in the public space for security reasons. That's understandable. What about last night? We're talking with Doman, and nobody could really just confirm this, but what's happening with the South Korean drones, the bomber drones? That apparently 700 had been shipped to Ukraine ready for use, but everything's just gone dead quiet. There's been no evidence or publicity saying they're being used at all. Are they there? Are they not there? Because the article that's, basically, I think it still might be, what do you call it, on your actual posting area here. I think it
in the
still
nest
talks about them. Yeah, the nest still talks about it, but it's very iffy sort of language. So, I mean, obviously that's going to be quite an interesting development once that comes online.
I saw that same report a month or so ago. It might have been 2 months ago now. Regardless of whether or not that specific unit has been delivered, as you would see in the video that Doman is referencing, the Ukrainians have been very adept at designing and modifying stuff they already have. So if the ones show up from South Korea or Taiwan or wherever they were made, that's an excellent addition to their existing inventory. But I think the ones that do a straight vertical drop instead of the drum delivery method is probably just as good. I don't know what the differences are. I'm not an engineer, but as long as it can drop a mortar or a 40 millimeter grenade that's been modified with some tail fins on it, I think they're excellent pieces of kit.
No, understood. And the Punisher drones, which are their indigenous drones that they've created, I think it's with a 3 kilogram warhead. Is that just in prototype? Sorry, there's a plane going above my head at the moment. Yeah, is that just a prototype, or are they actually starting to roll it out at the moment?
I have no idea.
Oh, that's right. Not a worry, that's fine. Listen, just to finish off, because I know there's other people waiting. What do you see as the end game for the Zaporizhzhia power plant? Because obviously the Russians aren't going to leave and are going to cause hell when they have to, when they're probably potentially surrounded, which they will be by the looks of it. How do you see that finishing up?
They'll have to withdraw once they're completely surrounded, and they'll probably secure some guarantees through IAEA observers that are on the ground for safe passage. I think they're already scheming on how they have to exit that particular location. I know there were reports this time yesterday that the Russians had taken the lead scientist into custody and essentially kidnapped him or her.
And you think that might be because of a bargaining position that
I don't know what their reasoning would be in that. I need to read the most recent IAEA report. I defer to them on anything related to the Zaporizhzhia plant, to be honest.
No, fair enough. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. I know there's people waiting, so I'll leave. And you have a good day, and thank you for your time.
Thanks, Greg. We're here 24/7, so feel free to come back whenever. Dan.
Thanks.
Dan, I think you were next.
Thank you very much. The news of the day, week, and for the most part, month are glorious. And I just want everybody to take a moment and think about how good the Ukrainian general staff had to be to get us to this point. And I don't just mean the brilliant planning of the offensives, but the sheer willpower it took not to try to relieve MriyaReport in late May when it was clearly going to fall, and that they just didn't have the forces to do it. I mean, there was a meeting, I'm as sure as I can be, there was a meeting with Zelensky where he said, "Can you?" And they just said, "No, Mr. President, we'll lose the war trying." And, Zelensky, to his credit, believed them. And they've just, to hold and hold and hold and feed just enough troops into these trench battles to mostly hold the ground while they put this entire semi-miraculous offensive together. You can't give these people enough credit.
Well, and I don't think they're done surprising us yet.
But it's just truly remarkable.
To me, it feels like a David and Goliath success. Goliath was a drunk, bumbling idiot named Igor in this instance, but I think the comparison might still hold, just given what Russia was assumed to have had in military might at the outset of this war versus their astonishing defeat in nearly every facet since February.
It's true. And then if I could just quickly reference the previous speaker, he was talking about certain systems that have or haven't been used and what we do and don't know. I think we don't know some things because they don't want us to know some things. And there's also, and even over and above that, there's a strong bias in what films well. You don't get particularly good film of a switchblade unless there's another drone watching it work. You know, there's a zillion films of studying the peas because just the nature of that platform makes it easy to take video. So there are several odd biases over and above actual Ukrainian OPSEC and what we do and don't see, and you always have to keep that in the back of your mind.
And that's exactly what I was alluding to when I mentioned that most of these modified commercial drone platforms that are being used are intended as video gathering devices. They're normally meant for, vacations and hobbyists, but they typically have a high quality video feed that's recorded locally to the machine, and then it feeds a slightly lower quality direct to the phone. So even if you do lose your drone, you still have something that can be posted on the internet. And nobody was ever envisioning posting videos from switchblades on the internet. That wasn't in the design plan.
And that's exactly what I'm trying to say.
Yep, we're on the same wavelength there.
Thank you very much. I'll drop down. I got to go finish cooking dinner here.
Thanks, Dan. Gunther was next, and then Luis and Portland.
Oh, hi. I think I've seen some video from a switchblade, and it was pretty dramatic because it's like flying into people's faces. Anyway, my main question is.
Send me that, please.
My main question is how vulnerable is the thrust into Kherson along the Dnieper River on their right flank? Because it seems to me like they're actually in the rear area of the other Russians, so that so their right flank is the rear of the other Russian positions, so they're probably okay. But if we had any information about that, I'd be curious.
I do believe we'll have language coming on probably in the next hour or so. I've got a problem in the moment, so whenever we can get another co-host up, I probably need to restart because it appears I can't add any new speakers.
Okay, I can wait. There's some smart people talking. Problem. So, yeah.
I will say, and I kind of asked Chuck about this. I was asking about Russian lateral movement because the road network in this area is so poor. If you look at a map of this area, the roads are very sparse, so it's difficult to imagine a situation in which Russian forces are able to leave their positions on the front line facing northwards, turn around and attack Ukrainian forces in the flank as they move down the main road along the river. I just don't see how that's possible given the very poor state of the road network in this area. In some cases non-existent. The roads don't really exist aside from like tracks between farmers' fields. So the Russians would have to be slogging it cross country to withdraw from frontline positions to try and attempt to launch a flanking attack on the Ukrainians' right as they move south along the road.
Luis, go ahead.
Hey, thank you, everyone. I'm really enjoying this space. I'm really enjoying just listening to all the news and commentary and updates. So thank you first and foremost. One of the things I just want to point out, and along with these massive failures by the Russians to obtain their objectives. I mean, the Ukrainians have it's been a great weekend for the Ukrainian armed forces, and since Putin did his pronouncement of garbage, for lack of a less polite word, of annexation, right? Since he did that, Russia has now crossed two terribly grim milestone. One a few days ago, and one they'll cross. I believe the reports will show the numbers tomorrow. They've suffered more losses than the U.S. did in fighting 10 years in Vietnam, and as of tomorrow morning, I believe you'll see in the numbers if there's just another 100 or so Russian losses reported, it will show that they have now exceeded 4 times their own, the USSR losses fighting in about 10 years in Afghanistan. So, point there being, I'd love to see the media and all sources add that to the narrative. Just broadcast that as loud as utterly possible to continue to get into the minds of people in Russia as much as utterly possible. So that's kind of my comment there. And I guess the question really is how can we support how can we help get the word out? Maybe it gets picked up by, I don't know, Ilya or someone at Kiev Independent or some of the other great news sources that I've been following. So just that's kind of the question along with the thought there. Sorry for the lengthy question.
No, you're just fine. I think that needs to be picked up by all major media broadcasters, whether it's domestic news I receive here in the U.S. or the BBC or the Kiev Independent or the Kiev Post. I don't know how much traction it will get in Russia's state-sanctioned media outlets, but for the smart Russians who can still navigate around a VPN term or access, word like that spreads fast, and those are staggering statistics. So I agree with you completely. I think Portland and then Crimson and David were next.
So the conversation's moved on a little bit from what I wanted to say, but I'll try to make it quick anyway. In reference to what somebody was saying about how brilliant the Ukrainian general staff has played this, I tend to strongly agree. And just one point of evidence in this is that in all of the Ukrainian advances so far, we have only seen one full brigade set-piece mechanized attack and 1 battalion tank attack. Everything else that they are doing with motorized infantry, light mechanized infantry, and the absolutely vast majority of Ukraine's tank force and their limited stocks of infantry fighting vehicles are, relatively difficult to pin down. We're seeing 1 or 2 here and there, but we're not seeing them in large numbers. And I've theorized for quite a long time that they are likely waiting to get into the good tank country to the east of Kherson, which appears to be getting closer and closer as we go. But if you think the Ukrainians have played a hell of a match so far, hold on to your hats because you ain't seen nothing yet.
Portland, would you mind elaborating a little bit, like what we might see?
I'm sorry, you're coming in a little bit distorted. Could you repeat that, please?
Oh, it was a request if you could elaborate a little bit.
Okay, so if you make okay, so start with Ukraine's known tank reserves. Okay, what they actually had available at the start of the war, what was actually fit for service. Then factor in deliveries, most notably from Poland, of their PT-91 Twardies, which I will admit are not up to Western standards, but that's about as good as you can make a T-72. There were 230, I think 232 Twaddies delivered. And I have seen videos of them in Ukraine flying Ukrainian flags. So we know that they are there. But we haven't seen hide or hair of them in 4 months now. Okay. Then consider the number of visually confirmed captured tanks. Assume that somewhere between a quarter and a third of those will have something on them which allows another tank to be brought back into service. And once you run the numbers, Ukraine has a tank force somewhere between 500 and 700 reasonably capable main battle tanks that we aren't seeing. Their OPSEC is superb. We have seen one battalion tank attack. It was the tank battalion attached to the 93rd Mechanized. They pulled a blinder at an ammunition depot, the location of which I am presently spacing. But essentially what they did was 93rd Mechanized forced a pullback and a rearrangement to a new line by the local Russian defenders. The 93rd, the infantry battalions, then turned to screen instead of assaulting those new positions. And they just fed a tank battalion through the gap.
Okay. Sorry, Portland, just a second. I'm just having some comms issues, by the way. So if you're trying to get up, we have just a bit of a glitch. So we are moving you up there, Joseph and Ryan, and I just came on because I still had the con there. All right, and then we'll get back on track. Portland, you want to wrap it up, and we're going to grab some hands.
I'm sorry?
Do you want to finish off your point there? We're going to grab some hands.
So the point is that was one tank battalion. And that forced a massive withdrawal out of a really quite sizable section of the front in Donetsk. If they can do that with one battalion, what do we all think is going to happen when they really get going?
Good.
That's it, really.
Point. Over to you, Ryan and Joe. Sorry, we had a bit of a comms failure. Not anyone's fault. I heard some websites have had huge data surges from all sorts of activity. Wikipedia was one of them I heard even. All right, so I'll leave it in your hands there. Cheers.
Thanks, Ryan. You know the order?
David Crimson.
I believe
And then
Crimson, go ahead.
Old Coyote.
No, I think it was David. I think we've lost Portland. I don't know what happened. I think we're just losing people here. What's going on? All right, well, please do retweet the space.
I don't want to speak. You can take me off.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, and we're going to have an update soon, and thanks for joining. Sorry about that comms problem. It happens at times, and it's almost like the runaway rail car. Where's Craig when you need him? All right, guys, cheers.
The song's called Runaway Train, Yehuda.
Okay.
I thought that was right in your neck of the woods, age-wise, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, we just had the accordion back when I was growing up.
You poor child. David, go ahead, and then Crimson and Gunther.
Good evening, Ryan and Joseph, and thanks for hosting the space. Everybody who's listening, please take a moment and retweet and share. As you've been hearing, there are some comms difficulties, so it's a good opportunity to take a couple of seconds and tweet out the space. Visit MriyaReport if you can, and give anything you might have or become a monthly recurring donator. I came up to ask a question of the people who have military experience. I've been listening avidly today, and I'm happy to hear the announced advances by the Ukrainians at liberating their land in Kherson. My question really is, I understand that they have made advances and are now, quote unquote, to the rear of the Russian positions. But for someone who's a civilian, perhaps a military-minded person with experience could explain what, based on this conflict, what the rear arrangements of the Russian forces have been. Like, what, I know traditionally there's second, third, different echelons behind in properly trained and constructed militaries, but I wonder, based on what we've seen in other areas of advanced liberation, what is it that they're finding? What is it that they are fighting, perhaps, in the rear, or is it just open season because of the disarray in which the Russians have prepared themselves for this knife through butter kind of thing? And just if somebody could elaborate and have shed some light on that, I'd really appreciate it. And last thing again is please do retweet and share the space if you're listening. 24 hours a day, people here. MriyaReport. If you haven't followed, do follow the account. Thank you. Oh, I do have a point to make about misinformation. Sorry. That was the question on the military thing in the rear. And then point on misinformation is, as we've seen in this conflict, when the Ukrainians re-emphasized the fact that they have the initiative and they are the ones setting the pace and reliberating their territory, we can expect at the moment that the spin masters and the sweaty Soviet liars are frantically spinning up their nonsense factories right now, like writing their BS. Usually it'll take about a day and a half, 3 days, and then we'll find them washing up on various social media, and they will join us here in the space. So just thought it'd be interesting to point that out and flag it, perhaps maybe Tuesday or Wednesday when they get themselves reorganized and are spouting that bullshit again. Thanks very much. Retweet and share.
David, I'm just going to jump in real quick. I did get up because I had to answer some questions, or just to help out with the space. And it looks like interesting things have obviously been happening in Kherson, and it looks like somehow, and I think tomorrow or in the next dawn Ukraine time, we're going to see some new changes on the ground. It looks like this Ukrainian force which pushed down 0403, I think it is, and down parallel to the Dnieper River, have made remarkable. They sort of consolidate. There's some bad news bears for the Russians in that pocket. There were four mechanized brigades plus three artillery regiments, or one artillery regiment, 2 brigades. Things aren't looking good for the Russians. This could be an Izium times 5 times 10. It's surprising to me because there was a 5th combined arms army of the Russians in the center. Don't know where they've melted away to. They could have just pushed south to reinforce Kherson city. But so just responding, I'm making the statement based on a handful of messages I've received from people adjacent to what's going on, let's just say. And it looks like something pretty bizarre in the sense that it's very good. It's a good look for the Ukrainians. So as you know, the Ukrainians have fixed those forces, and they've been attriting them for 3 weeks since they reoriented towards Kharkiv. But it might very well be that we're looking at the collapse of those four mechanized brigades 3 arty units, artillery units. I'm not sure if I want to call them brigades and regiments. I don't think they're not regiments by our standards. They have different nomenclature, but it looks as if there might be another route, just one right after the other with Liman, and we'll I don't think we'll have to wait a week. I think we'll wait a day or two, because Ukrainian forces are decisively engaged and they're committed pretty deep in the Russian lines. The question is what happens. Encircle, destroy in place, surrender. We'll find out. I just wanted to update you. So please do retweet this place. I will stick around a bit longer and see if I get any more feedback from Ukraine, and I will report it here. So I'll turn it over to the competent hosts, Ryan and Joseph, for that. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Yehuda.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, we absolutely love whenever you give us any further information, Yehuda. So thanks very much, and thanks for sticking around to keep us updated if you get anything new.
No worries, and sorry. So hello to David. I didn't say hi and recognize you, so thanks so much, David, for as usual your thoughtful words.
Up next,
No
we have
worries,
Crimson.
just like seeing Russians feel an awful lot of pain.
Go ahead, Crimson.
Hello, everyone. I also agree it's been great to see the progress that Ukraine is making this last month. It's been a terrible month for Russia, and that's great to see. I wanted to bring up a couple comments that relate to some things that are just recently talked about. So when it comes to the switchblades, there were 2 different switchblade systems that were talked about being sent. So the contract that went out in May was for Switchblade 300s, and yeah, 100% smaller payload, shorter range. There were some sort of like off the record interviews that were done by media with Ukrainian troops where they basically just straight up said, we find them to be a little bit clunky, and the investment for having to use them it doesn't pay off in terms of the smaller payload that they have when they're delivered, essentially. However, the sort of X factor is that there's also a Switchblade 600, and the contract for those just went out in September. And so those have much longer range. They also have heavier payload. So it's possible that the fact that they hit harder and that they carry an ATGM warhead may help offset whatever clunkiness they felt wasn't giving them appropriate payback for the 300. And also the maneuverability might give the Ukrainian army options to hit things in ways that would be a lot trickier to do with pure ballistic projectiles. So I think that's interesting. And I think I'm really curious to see what they do with the 600s once they get them. And then with regard to that axis in the south going towards Mariupol, there were some rumors going out from Russian bloggers that Ukraine had accumulated some forces in that sort of Vuhledar, Volnovaha area. Whether or not that was true, whether it was a feint, whatever was going on there, on the Russian side, it was enough that they actually started to reinforce the area. And I think that's interesting. So whether something happens there or not, to the point that I believe Portland raised, there's a lot of equipment that hasn't been seen yet that we know Ukraine has received, but also they're also receiving quite a number of trained troops coming back from the UK now. That's been ongoing, and it's been ongoing for quite a while. So I think it's possible that Ukraine will still continue to find new weak points to pressure. Once that happens, they watch where Russia moves their reserves, and they also watch where they don't move reserves too. And that gives them information that they can use to find areas to attack. So I would think, just like we were mainly talking about Kherson region, and then now we're talking about Kherson and Kharkiv Oblast, that it's highly possible that there's something else coming in the future that we haven't really, been made aware of yet. And they've done it twice already. There was already a smaller push in that sort of Vuhledar area earlier, and there was also a push farther west, closer to Zaporizhia, which moved the Russian lines there back a little bit some months ago. So, yeah, I just say just because you don't see something happening now doesn't mean we won't see something happening in the near future.
Yeah, so a few good points there. We definitely heard a little bit of feedback from a few people, pretty much similar to what you were mentioning. The Switchblade 300 seems like a very good system for what it was used for in places like Afghanistan for U.S. forces, right? CJ mentioned that he used them there to pretty good effect because the goal there was to eliminate civilian casualties or minimize civilian casualties, I'll put it that way. And that, they were mostly being operated by special forces or well-trained American soldiers that were dedicated to using it. In Ukraine, what we've been told, basically, more or less, from a couple of Ukrainians and also someone like Ryan O'Leary, who's messed around with a lot of the drones over there, is that the amount of training it takes to get someone good on a Switchblade is, compare that to a more simple drone, like a quadcopter drone that, a kid can pick up and fly with a PlayStation controller, right? That's like kind of the difference there. They can use it. They can use it to pretty decent effect, but the amount of training required to get a competent pilot is quite a bit higher than the sort of plug and play systems that, a lot of the civilian based systems use. And then just the last thing was that Ryan O'Leary mentioned that the sort of specific target set of the Switchblade is maybe a little too particular. It's a little too picky about what we would consider a good target for it. So I think it's basically like you want 5 or 6 guys relatively close together, like no real cover, no real armor, something like that, right? Maybe in a building or something. So I think that's another issue. He said that like they had a hard time finding a good, like the exact perfect moment to use it in the sort of differing conditions of the battlefield. So that's like the most feedback we've heard about it, Crimson. As far as the 600s, I'm not entirely sure how many are going to Ukraine and when, but yeah, we've heard much better things about them. It's basically I would call it like an increased class, like an entirely like higher class of drone altogether, and that is probably better to think of it as like almost its own thing because it has so many more capabilities. Any follow up there?
A listener sent me a video montage of a bunch of different Switchblade drone attacks, and I would say that they are every bit as effective as some of these commercial off-the-shelf options, but they do obviously fly much faster. And just like you were saying, Joseph, the plug and play or the user friendliness of the software platforms that is used on consumer model drones like DJI is just extremely beneficial for somebody who's never operated one of these to be able to pick it up and fly it almost on a professional scale pretty quickly, as opposed to something like a Switchblade that they probably need a little training on how to launch it and what particular things to fly it at versus just hovering over the top of somebody for half an hour and then deciding whether or not you're going to drop a grenade before you head back home and change your batteries. It's a totally different situation. You would want to deploy that thing when you know it's going to be used. You're not just out vatnik hunting, so to speak.
Yeah, that's right. So I think maybe it's getting some like good limited use for various special forces units, but I think as you point out, Crimson, like it hasn't been like the most. It hasn't been the game changer that I think that the media, when they were initially brought into Ukraine, kind of made them out to be. Just because I think that yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say I think drone technology and remotely delivered munitions have been absolutely the game changer that they were predicted to be, just not the specific platform. The design and delivery method went to kind of alternative production in quick order, and even that wasn't new. We saw modified off-the-shelf drones being used in Iraq, I think as far back as 2016 or 17. So this is just scaling up of old technology and being used to very dramatic effect.
Yep, I think Colby might have something to add real quick about Switchblades, then we'll go to Gunther. Go ahead, Colby.
Yeah, just that as far as I'm aware, the 600 still isn't in serial production yet. The Pentagon just awarded the contract for the 600 like 2-3 weeks ago. And it was a $2.2 million contract. I don't know if AeroVironment publicly released a unit cost for the 600. I'd have to double check, but I wouldn't expect that would buy like a massive number. So we'll see. But as far as I know, it's not in serial production, or it's just entering serial production now. So I wouldn't expect to see it deployed in Ukraine anytime soon.
And Colby, do you know anything about the Polish? I think it's called like the Warmate or something like that. We saw one video of it a while back. It seems pretty effective. Are those in serial production?
I'm pretty sure that Warmate is in serial production. The Polish themselves, I think, have that in service. That is, it's bigger than the 300. And I don't know if it's not quite as large as the 600. I don't think, kind of more in the middle. And I believe some of those have high explosive frag warheads, and some have heat warheads, like the 600 does. So more kind of in the middle between the two Switchblade systems and its capabilities.
Gotcha. Yeah, it seems like a pretty effective system based on the few videos I've seen of it. Anyways, thank you very much, Crimson, for the little drone information, and hopefully we were able to add something to it. Gunther, go ahead.
Roughly how many Ukrainians, conservatively, are being involved in this attack on Kherson? And if and when they're successful, how many of them then could be sort of shifted over to the left to move towards Melitopol after an appropriate amount of rest? Because it seems like it's like 2 or 3, maybe 4 divisions, right?
Yeah, so obviously, for great reason, we have no actual idea how many are involved. But I think Russian forces have been saying something like 5 to 7 brigades. And I don't know if they mean that's like the actual punch, or that's everybody. I have to imagine that's the actual punch. So maybe it's a bit semantic too, of a question like what do we count as the Kherson offensive and so forth. But I think what you said, force structure is a bit outside my wheelhouse, but that's probably roughly accurate. Maybe like four divisions. I don't know. Gunther, any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it seems, it is. I mean, in a way, it's like a game that once those Russian pieces are, those units are gone, they're gone. But then Ukraine gets to keep theirs and then reapply them elsewhere. So that will be significant. And then, hey, I just, as a note that gave me some pleasure, Shuko just shared a video of some Ukrainian soldiers returning a washing machine to a resident, which is pretty awesome. Anyway, I'll drop down. Thanks.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to check that out when I can. Thanks very much, Gunther. And up next, we got Harambe. Go ahead, Harambe.
Hey guys, quick question on Kherson. Does anyone know, are any of the towns of Kherson, does that put the Crimean Bridge into HIMARS range?
So technically, so HIMARS is the launcher, right? So there's a few different systems that are the few different munitions that it can use, a few different missiles. Right now, it's mainly using GIMLRs, which is the pods of 6. It could also fire something called ATACMS. If we were to give Ukraine ATACMS, I believe, in my understanding, it would be in range now. They could hit it now with ATACMS.
Yes.
However, yeah, with GIMLRs, that's about 1/3 of the range, maybe a little more than that. So. Yeah, they would need to take considerably more territory. The thing is, I don't think GIMLRs would have a really impressive effect on the Kerch Bridge, maybe, but it doesn't seem like the tool for the job. That said, theoretically, I would say that like it's a pretty low priority for the Kherson offensive. more importantly, they're going to take control of the Novokhovka Dam. And when they do that, they're going to be able to cut the water supply back to Crimea again. And when they do that, it's going to be really, really difficult for Russia to get fresh water to Crimea that people can actually use. And that means they've either got to make a choice. They've got to pay a bunch of money and really scramble and push their logistics infrastructure hard, which they probably don't have a lot to spare right now. Or they are going to have to remove a bunch of people from the Crimean Peninsula so they don't have to support them with, fresh drinking water and water and so forth for their lives. So I think that's probably like the bigger prize here. But, I think that probably once Kherson city itself is cleared, it's pretty flat. There's not a big stronghold standing between Ukraine and the Crimean Peninsula at large. So it's very possible that within short order, the Kerch Bridge could be like under some form of fire control by Ukraine, but they'd have to roll pretty far. And I think the risk also would be that they would have to cross the river, the Dnieper River. And it's not that they couldn't do it. We've already seen they haven't really had, obstacles that we thought might be obstacles like the Oskil River in Kharkiv haven't proven to really be meaningful to Ukraine. They have no problem crossing rivers, but it might be a bit of a risk to push past a major river obstacle like the Dnieper. They'd have to have all their ducks in a row before they did that. So hopefully that maybe gives some context to the question. Any follow-up there?
Yes. So if they liberated the entire Kherson Oblast, the Gimlers would still not be in range for the bridge.
I think it would be if you go past, but Crimson might know better. Go ahead, Crimson.
Yeah, where the Kerch Strait is, if that's the bridge that you're talking about.
Yes.
It's pretty well insulated from attacks from just about everything that Ukraine has currently, because just sheer distance, because the Sea of Azov is in the way. So at the point where the northernmost part of Crimea sort of like contacts the rest of Ukraine, it's about 200 or so kilometers from there, and from points farther to the east, like Berdyansk, etc., it's still like 100 kilometers or more. I think maybe even 150 or so. So yeah, I think if they were going to hit that bridge from the mainland, they would need something with a bit longer range than what they're using currently.
Okay, understood. Thank you. One last question on HIMARS. Do you guys believe the claim of the Ukrainians that all of their HIMARS are still intact? Do you believe that?
Yes.
Yeah, I do, just because it would be really, really difficult. I don't really see a way for Russia to actually manage to get them. They're able to position them far enough away from Russian forces. We haven't seen the Russian Air Force do anything particularly daring in terms of like sneaking in there. The Russians themselves said, we're going to send special forces units to hunt them down. They've claimed to destroy 48. That's laughable. It just seems unlikely that they would be able to get a good position on HIMARS while they're in the middle of a fire mission, because the fire missions are going to be quick, right? They're going to roll out, they're going to do their job, they shoot their missiles, they might reload once, I doubt it, they're probably not even reloading on scene, and then they're leaving. So they're probably there less than 10 minutes, maybe 20, and I think CJ has kind of talked about what a fire mission of a HIMARS looks like. So the odds that Russia would be able to catch them out in that short time, and certainly not be able to counterfire once the projectile's incoming, they might already be gone by the time the projectile gets there. So I think that's the issue. They really just don't have a good, reliable way to, HIMARS isn't really exposing itself to them. If their Air Force was a little bit more aggressive and willing to take some losses and risks, they could maybe try to hunt them down, but it seems like they maybe tried that maybe up to a week after the HIMARS were introduced initially, and they lost a lot of their best planes, so they haven't really attempted since. Crimson, anything you wanted to add to that? Go ahead.
The only video I saw not the only video, one of the earlier videos I saw of HIMARS being deployed in the daylight, there were at least 3 guys with shoulder-fired rockets, presumably Stingers, standing around running local area defense. I have not seen any conclusive evidence of a destroyed HIMARS delivery system yet. I've seen a couple of videos that claimed to be one, and upon closer inspection, they were easily identifiable as the carrying truck that hauls M777 artillery or something similar. So if somebody has photographic evidence that they think might be HIMARS and not a wooden decoy that have been deployed all over Ukraine, I would welcome them to send it to me and provide something for me to chew on. I have a question for Harambe is Alive. Where the hell is Harambe and why are you holding out on us?
If I told you that, I would have to. I don't want to say. I have no idea. I'm sorry.
Well, you're pronouncing this nonsense and playing with my heartstrings. Harambe is a venerated hero in my household.
Same here. Can I ask one quick question about POWs, or I've spoken too much?
No, you're fine.
Okay, so I'm very supportive of the notion of treating POWs very well. Have you guys are the Ukrainians treating the Russian POWs well? Have you heard?
They're
accounts?
sending them places like Germany to receive emergency medical care after they're left to die on the battlefield by their fellow Russian brethren. I think showing humanity of that degree against invading soldiers that have deliberately targeted maternity hospitals and all of the hospital infrastructure in your country, and making sure people like that get a ride on a plane to receive top-notch medical care in Western Europe is a perfect example of the high regard that any POWs are afforded in Ukraine. And I will defer to Konstantin on that matter. I've seen Russians who were left essentially in a pre-dug grave and walked up upon by Ukrainians who chose to help them out of the hole instead of just kicking some dirt over the top of them. And given what I've seen as far as the lack of regard by so many Russians against innocent Ukrainian civilians, I think the Ukrainians are probably affording them a lot better treatment than I might be able to muster myself. And that's a nod to the Ukrainian officers who are leading these guys and reminding them that they have to hold back their own emotions in certain instances and behave as gentlemen and professional soldiers when they come upon a defenseless enemy.
So let me just say about talk about the experience that I've heard from the people, and I personally captured one of the guys when I was in 2015. There is no when you take someone in hostage, like when you take someone as a POW, or when he surrenders, or when you find someone wounded. There is absolutely nothing at this moment but fear. Well, it's people don't understand, but when you actually take someone into the captivity, you're scared. It's pretty scary scenario for you as well, not only for him, because you don't know what he's gonna do. You don't know what you have to do. You're afraid. You have never been in. Not that many people take POWs. It's like, even if Ukraine captured 10,000 POWs, you must understand that Ukrainian forces are 700,000. Not many people even seen them. When you take someone into custody, it's really scary for you, and most of the people just try to behave like you have something really strange, and you don't want to touch it. You're afraid of it, and the guy who you're taking as a captive behaves the same way. He's scared shitless. He's really either wounded or he's surrendering. He's afraid so much that you cannot imagine. And when you see, even if you have so much hatred, when you see him the only thing that comes into your mind is that let me get rid of it ASAP, like cuff him and pass it backwards, for further processing. And that's when SBU kicks in. So we pass them to SBU, and SBU are the trained personnel that actually this is basically a law enforcement that do know that they're responsible for every move that they do. So it's not like people think that okay, we're gonna just mess them up, kill them or something. It's totally different pipeline that the POWs go through. You try when as a soldier, when you see a POW, when they capture someone, you're afraid just almost as much as the POW himself. And the only thing that goes through your mind is how can I pass it to someone else who's gonna process it further and knows what he's doing. And in so I've uploaded one video. This is only one, and I've seen another video from my friend as well, maybe a couple of months ago, I think 3 months ago, where they captured the guy. And both of those videos, were well, they of course they showed dislike for them, but of course they don't speak with him like they love him and he has some kind of rights. They speak with him like with an invader that they despise, but that's basically it. But at the same time, that when you speak with everyone, with the soldiers, they say like, "Oh, we hate them so much. I don't know. I know that's like we cannot do this, but we all want to just get rid of them and kill them all so they don't come anymore." But it's just a talk that. Because the anger fills up, but when this actually happens, you behave totally differently. It's just a soldier. You see that's just a person, and he's usually miserable. They usually surrender in a miserable state, and you just you handle them like you would do, I don't know, imagine you find an animal that is wounded. Are you gonna laugh at it and kill it? No, you're gonna try to help it. I imagine it goes for everyone who is alive. So Ukrainians are just people, and they treat POWs as people. But of course, sometimes some of them can get some couple of kicks up their butts, and some people go a bit outside what they should do, and can throw a couple of punches at them. But in general, it's like the treatment is really good. But when they get further to SBU, it's like then they are like at summer camp, because SBU worries about the reputation so much more than you can imagine. Because for Ukraine, the reputation at this moment is much more important than, I don't know, getting some weird information or unleashing your anger at some guy who came from Volgograd and does not know what the hell he's doing in Ukraine.
That's a great report, Konstantin. Thank you. I'm very happy to hear that, and thank you for your service. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Harambe. So we got Language Learner here. He's about to do his military update. So I think he's probably about ready. Very briefly, I will go to the hands, and then we will get to the update. So Crimson, if you can keep it tight, and as well as Robert, go ahead.
Definitely. Just had two quick anecdotes to back up things that were said. First one is to say, Constantine, thanks. I learn every time I hear you speak. And I wanted to back up Joseph's point and just say that Rusi did sort of a deep dive analysis comparison of Ukrainian and Russian capabilities, and they found that once Russians identify a target, that if everything goes, the most optimistic case for them is being able to get approval and hit that target within 15 minutes, and that's not a likely scenario. Many times it takes 45 minutes to an hour, they found. And so yeah, that means they're struggling to hit targets that are gone that can't set up, shoot, and leave nearly as fast as a HIMARS. So yeah, it's very unlikely that they hit any. And then I just wanted to back up the point about POWs to say that there's plenty of evidence to suggest that Ukrainians are taking care of Russian POWs, not just physically, but also mentally. Things like scheduling regular calls for all the POWs to be able to talk to their friends, family a couple times a week, etc. And there are even some recent reports of Russian POWs that have been allowed to help in some way. There was a guy who was helping to fix vehicles after he was recently captured. So even just to have the trust to do that, obviously they probably vetted him pretty extensively, but yeah, it all speaks to a country that is caring, even against their enemy once they've been captured. So, yeah, that was all. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Crimson, for those rapid fire anecdotes. Up next is Robert.
I will try to be equally rapid fire. There was I think it was even in the, up above weeks and weeks ago, but there's a fairly extensive analysis out there about how difficult it would be to take out the Crimea bridge with long-range fires, even ATACMS fires. Compared to the Kherson bridges, the Crimea bridges are truly massive. And when you look at a picture of them, you see that they're on pylons every, I don't know, a lot of pylons on that bridge. So even if you're able to blast a hole in one of the lanes of one of the, it's 2 lanes each direction, both completely separate bridges, and then a totally separate railroad bridge. So taking that out with the ATACMS would be a tall order. However, it is something that Biden could do if Putin escalates to nuclear. He could certainly throw a tactical nuke at that bridge. And again, on the Crimea water, shutting it down again after it's been only on for a few months or after being off for 8 years will not be devastating to the Russians. It'll just be another annoyance because the primary use of that water was for agriculture. So Crimea has enough water for the winter, and we'll see what happens. Well, next spring it'll all be Ukrainian. So that's it. That's all I have. And language, I'm so glad you're here.
No, yeah, it's good to be here. I threw up the text for tonight's update if you'd like to follow along reading it. Also, the map code for the evening. If you're just joining us for the first time, welcome. There is a free map. It does not take your data. It just shows you what I am looking at on my screen on a Google map. And I think most people find it makes it a lot easier to find which of the 30 Bilharivkas today that we're actually talking about. If you scroll up to the top of the nest or you look at my most recent tweet, it will have the code for it. If you are in the app and it's prompting you for a code, that is 9, M as in Mike, U as in uniform, U as in uniform 4, or all lowercase 9MUU4. If you're looking at right, you should be looking at Kiv with a little long-lasting UFO icon for a guy who still swears up and down that he saw a UFO 2 or 3 weeks ago. If you'd like to modify it, if you click in the top left-hand corner of the app, you can open up the filters on the left side. Scrolling all the way down, if you click on a specific date, such as 10/2, it will show you Russian shelling for the day and Ukrainian shelling. If you click way down in the furthest lower left-hand corner of your screen, you can change that from a terrain-style map right now to a actual satellite view map, though that may take a little while to load. My audio is about 10-15 seconds delayed for people who are listening. The map is maybe 4 or 5 seconds delayed, and apparently with all the filters on this, it does take a little while to load when it's moved, so they may not be perfectly in sync. But with that, let's just jump right into it, shall we? Okay. Test. Okay. This is the military update for October 2nd, 2022, day 221 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We'll start in Belarus, proceed clockwise, and end with some general statements. In Belarus, there is increased movement of Russian military equipment continuing along the Belarusian rail lines, as well as increased movement of Russian aircraft. The risk of air and missile strikes from Belarus is likely to increase. The risk of Belarus itself becoming militarily involved remains essentially nil. And Poland today announced that they completed the construction of a border wall with Belarus in order to curb illegal movement. This is one of many tactics that Belarus had used to try and put pressure on Poland in the past. In Kiev, Western Ukraine, and the politics of the day, thanks to an online event, marathon, called Race for 100,000 Bulletproof Vests, volunteers managed to raise over $54,000 for bulletproof vests for Ukrainian defenders to be produced and sent to them in short order. The project lasted for 2 weeks and involved almost 2,000 people from 35 countries around the world. Today, the Yermak, representative of the Ukraine government, met with the U.S. President's National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan. They commented on the positive allocation of aid to Ukraine, but did not speak outwardly about NATO membership. Residents of the liberated territories will receive additional cash assistance of about 2,200 Ukrainian hryvnia, or approximately $60 in addition to whatever pensions that they're owed. The Ukrainian government stated there have been massive blows to Russian morale in recent weeks, and numerous troops, including the recently mobilized, now are leaving their positions upon receiving any kind of attack or even just a threat that the Ukrainians will be there soon. And the Ukrainian parliament is preparing to discuss the nationalization of more than 900 Russian assets in Ukraine, predominantly bank accounts and funding. With that, we'll move over to the east to the Chernihiv and Sumy regions. Harassing strikes have continued over the day, being fired into Ukraine from Russia, and 2 civilian vehicles hit landmines today, resulting in 5 dead and 2 wounded. Ukrainian border guards issued a video appeal in Russian to enlisted Russian nationals, urging them not to enter Ukraine, stating for Russian citizens to avoid conscription or surrender, as attempting to fight will get them killed. Moving to Kharkiv city and areas to the north. Russian strikes continue along the Russian border region, with severe damage to the Ukrainian villages immediately across it, such as Udi and towards Kozachalopan. A Ukrainian ambulance hit a landmine in the recently liberated area, killing the driver and wounding the paramedic. And another civilian vehicle was found after hitting a landmine several days ago while trying to evacuate, apparently killing all 5 passengers. Demining the area is unfortunately going to take some time, and it is an ongoing problem. Moving further east towards Kupiansk and the Oskil River itself. Ukraine troops continue to attempt to expand their positions along the eastern bank of the Oskil River. In the north, near just across from Dvorshna, while Russia continues to shell into the villages on the closer side of the river to their positions, Ukraine attempts assaults towards the northeastern suburb of Tavilzanka. The exact control of this suburb is unclear right now. If Ukraine is able to take it, it will allow them access to 3 different directions of movement via highways. But given that Russia continues to shell into it, it's widely believed that Russia has at the very least pulled out of most of the town. Further to the south, near Kupiansk, Ukrainian troops have reportedly made considerable gains to the east of Kupiansk along the P07 highway, moving to Orlyansk and several small villages much further to the east. It is unclear the exact extent or mechanism of the Ukrainian advance in this area, but following the destruction of a number of very poorly orchestrated Russian counterattacks, the Russian forces may simply be too depleted to put up much resistance. Otherwise, Ukraine continues to assault down the highway to the south, with the apparent goal of clearing the full east bank of the Oskil River. Moving down to Liman, Ukrainian troops finished clearing Liman today, although there are still scattered reports of individual Russian soldiers still hiding out or fleeing to the forests around it. Ukrainian troops continue to advance to both the north and east of Liman, proceeding up the eastern bank of the Zerabets River and towards Kremina, as well as the Borova-Zvatov highway. Russian shelling and airstrikes continue very heavily in this region. To the northwest, Ukrainian troops continue attempts to advance to the southern Borova suburbs, and there are incidental reports of a large quantity of modern Russian T-90 tanks being essentially abandoned around here by the river itself and captured by Ukrainian forces. Ukrainian troops also continue to assault towards strong points closer to the Borova-Svatove highway, with the apparent intent of cutting it off. There are already Ukrainian artillery strikes on Russian strongpoints along the highway itself. along the Zarabets River. Ukraine conclusively took Torske today and proceeded further north all the way to Nevske, apparently after mass Russian retreat. Ukraine now has artillery range along the southern P66 highway to Crimea, and it is only approximately 30 kilometers from Svatove, meaning that it is very much within Ukrainian artillery, long-range artillery range. Wreckage from a Russian Su-34 fighter bomber to the tune of some $30 million was found in Liman today, and it had not previously been reported as shot down, so you can just scratch one more up on the check there. And Ukrainian fighters from the 4th Rapid Reaction Brigade of the National Guard managed to capture a modern T-72 tank in the forest near Liman, also appearing to be abandoned. It appears there's going to be a large quantity of Russian military equipment that they just left behind. Moving down to Seversk and Lysychansk. Russian troops have apparently broken off on shelling Seversk, although shelling still continues along the front line. Russia is reportedly attempting to rush multiple forces into Crimea, although it is being heavily shelled by Ukrainian troops on the advance. There is likewise similar shelling into Rubizhne, Lysychansk, and Severodonetsk to the further southeast. And per the Ukrainian government, after the liberation of Liman, they say that the Luhansk region is the next goal. Moving down to Soledar and Bakhmut. In Soledar, Russian forces continue to shell the city with airstrikes and artillery, and Ukraine returns the favor on Russian positions. Russia continues to deploy its prison-recruited soldiers from the Wagner Group here to fight, with high losses. Fighting continues on the eastern side of Bakhmut city, with no apparent Russian gains. There are continuing Russian airstrikes on the most heavily defended areas in the east, as well as artillery in the central regions of the city, where Ukraine has been moving its supplies and other equipment through. Russian forces continue to shell and attack towards the Ukrainian strongpoint of Zaitsev to the southeast, attempting to push through Ukrainian positions here. Thus far, they continue to be unsuccessful. Otherwise, we continue to see Russian attempts to move to the southern highway leading up into Bakhmut as a way to try and circumvent the other defenses to the east of the city. Thus far, they've been somewhat unsuccessful. Regarding Donetsk and Mariupol, frankly, there's not a tremendous amount of information to report today. There continues to be heavy Russian shelling along the border near Donetsk and Horlivka, but beyond that, the situation remains as normal. In Mariupol, there's nothing to report. Moving to Zaporizhzhia and the southern axis, the Russian mystery of why they were burying a whole ton of sea mines was revealed today to be part of a propaganda video purporting the destruction of a Ukrainian ammo dump by blowing all these things up under the ground. It appears that Russia is really and truly desperate for a win these days. Russia continues to maintain forced mobilization in the south and has intensified their stoppages of civilian vehicles trying to leave the occupied territories. Civilians often spend many hours, up to several days, in order to pass the checkpoints, and frequently have had personal belongings stolen during inspections. The International Atomic Energy Agency is making every effort to release Igor Murashov, the general director of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, who was kidnapped by Russia the other day. And Russia say they plan to convert all of the temporarily occupied territories to using the ruble as currency starting in the new year. Right now, it's on kind of a two-part system, and people are not super eager to hop on the ruble. Moving to Kherson, where we have seen the most activity today, Ukrainian troops do continue to advance in northeast Kherson. We'll just zoom in on that. Ukrainian forces continued yesterday's offensive, pushing down along the northeast highway along the Dnipro River towards Dodchany en route to Berislav. It is reported that some 100 plus armored vehicles are engaged in this assault, and that upon breaking through the Russian defensive artillery strikes, they were able to progress up to 30 kilometers along the highway in just the last 2 days. There were 7 Ukrainian airstrikes in this region over the last 24 hours. Ukraine also launched over 340 artillery strikes today and shot down a Russian Ka-52 modern attack helicopter near Berislav, further to the southwest, and eliminated 40 soldiers, 2 tanks, 7 armored vehicles, and a number of supply hubs. Otherwise, the exact information regarding this assault is still coming out very piecemeal. We'll start to the west of Kherson City, proceed clockwise, and then sort of finish up with the ongoing offensive there. Shelling does continue to the northwest of Kherson City with no apparent change. Russian shelling and airstrikes also continue along the Ukrainian space on the far side of the Invades River, closer to Russian positions. However, Ukrainian forces in the area do appear to be targeting into the city of Davidi Brid, immediately to the northeast of here, where they both have heavy artillery and missile strikes over the recent days. There is reports that there was a Ukrainian assault towards the city today. Per Russian sources, it appears the assault was repelled. It remains to be seen that if these assaults, in tandem with the Ukrainian gains further east, will motivate Russia to try and withdraw to more defensible lines and consolidate their forces. Russian UAV recon has apparently increased dramatically in this region, and Ukrainian troops continue to bring artillery to fire on all kinds of Russian logistics and command hubs. Further upriver, near the Inhula, near Arkhangelsk, Ukrainian troops reportedly have fully liberated the town after fighting over it for several weeks now. This will allow Ukrainian forces to either proceed south to Velika Oleksandrivka, a major Russian base, or they can proceed east and work to try and menace any Ukrainian or any Russian forces that are still caught between the two offensives. You can see there's a little bit of a bulge there. North, there are reports of the continued Ukrainian offensive from the northeast here along the eastern highway towards Zolota Balka. Reportedly, the large group of Ukrainian army units pushed through Russian positions, heavily shelled for weeks now. Or rather, the Russian positions were heavily shelled for weeks now. The Russian troops did attempt to stop this with artillery, but the Ukrainian forces were now repelled, dispersed, and continued the attack. It does appear the broad goal here is to push down this highway and restrict the really only one main source of Russian supplies here, and also proceed further towards the center here in a way to try and clear out these small villages. Ukrainian forces are reportedly close to the outskirts of Dochany, having moved 30 kilometers in the last 2 days. Ukrainian troops also appear to have broadly liberated or cleared some of the Russian villages along the highway, including Bielolivka to Harvilivka, following Russian retreats. Harvilivka, sorry. Ukrainian troops appear to be pushing somewhat down the central section of the frontier, and Ukrainian artillery is reaching quite far, including to the much further away Russian strongpoint of Tryfonivka, which supplies pretty much everything here in the central section. Ukrainian troops that are pushing towards Dochany will have to contend with about 1,000-foot dam river crossing just south of the town, and Russian forces may very well attempt to blow part of this, forcing Ukraine to go along further to the west. Russian military bloggers continue to panic about the likely continued assault towards Berislav, which would essentially cut off the major Russian supply lines in the entire northeast section of the frontier. Everything that's north and east of Novokakhovka depends on these highways. Russian forces were in such panic they turned to social media to ask for air support, indicating the dire nature of their circumstances. Russia has restricted movement out of Kherson to Ukrainian territories for those seeking to evacuate, now requiring a special permit and only allowing 11 people to leave today. Moving down to the Black Sea and Crimea. Reportedly in the Black Sea, Russia has strengthened its grouping with about 3 combat ships and 2 submarines, about 32 missiles available for use, deployed just off the coast of Crimea, sheltering from storms. The Ukrainian anti-submarine corvette, the Hetman Mazepa, was launched today in Turkey, which will be the first ship of this class for the Ukrainian Navy. With a speed of up to 30 knots and a length of 100 meters, this vessel will carry anti-ship missiles and torpedoes. However, it will likely be some time before it is fully commissioned, as it requires sea trials and equipping. It is essentially incredibly unlikely this ship will be involved in combat operations with Russian naval vessels in either the Mediterranean or Black Sea. And Russian authorities in Crimea blamed a lightning strike for a loud, mysterious explosion near a shopping mall today. About 2,000 mobilized Russians arrived in Sevastopol today, crossing over from the Kerch Strait. In general, yesterday, Ukrainian forces eliminated 500 Russian soldiers for a total of 60,110, 26 armored vehicles, 23 tanks, 12 artillery systems, 4 of them being rocket artillery, 10 cars and trucks, 1 helicopter, and 6 UAVs, with the greatest losses in the Liman and Kherson regions. The U.S. has said it's willing to provide Ukrainian financial systems with $1.5 billion a month in aid while the all-out war against Russia continues, and is pushing for European allies to provide similar amounts. Right now, I want to say it's somewhere between $3 and $5 billion in deficit that is running up every month in Ukraine, and the more money that can be provided to take care of that will help avoid economic catastrophe. Russia blocked the SoundCloud website domain due to the prevalence of, quote, materials containing false information regarding the nature of the special military operations. But it really does appear this is much more broadly due to Radio Free Europe and the BBC than anything I've done, but I still find it funny. Denmark, Norway, Germany, and Slovakia have signed an agreement on the production and transfer to Ukraine of 16 more of the Slovakian Zuzana II self-propelled artillery guns, the production of which will be jointly financed. These have very long range, up to 40 kilometers at max. More than 180 summons for conscription were handed to Russians along the border with Georgia in North Ossetia, where there's been a whole little tent city springing up of people trying to flee Russia. Reportedly, the price for smuggling people across the border massively increases day by day. So if you're looking for a side hustle, you can continue to jack the price up. In Germany, unknown people use drones to spy on the training of Ukrainian military at a German training ground. For the first time, the Catholic Pope directly called on Putin to stop the war, although, frankly, his statements kind of try to sit on both sides of the fence, and he's getting some heat for that. Per the Institute for the Study of War, the Russian army is not capable of operating on a nuclear battlefield, and that any areas affected by a hypothetical Russian nuclear device would be impassable for the Russian military, and thus making it impossible for them to advance. This will likely play into any calculations should Putin try and go full stupid. The gas pipeline between Bulgaria and Greece has become operational as of today, and will reduce dependence on Russian gas in Bulgaria, who was previously very dependent on it. And yesterday, Poland also started receiving gas from Norway through the newly constructed Baltic pipeline. As a result, even with the destruction of a number of, Nord Stream pipelines, and there's been some more speculation on exactly how that happened, there will continue to be some energy supplies delivered to Europe. With that, we should be about done. Thank you so much for listening. If there's any questions, I'm happy to stick around.
Thanks very much, Language. If anyone has any questions, you can press the microphone in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Come on up and ask a question. Bionad has a question. Go ahead, Bionad.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. So, Language, do you actually sleep anywhere?
Yeah, it's not so much. I actually work 2 jobs on top of this, so my day.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's generally how I feel about this. Today's a weekend though, so it's just this. But yeah, not a lot of sleep.
Yeah, I'm from the European shift, and I see you, and I see other people, but damn. The question I wanted to ask is about the coverage of the air battlefield. How is it? Which parts are dominated by the Ukrainians and which parts are dominated by the Russians? Do you have any data on this?
Which parts of where are controlled by who?
I mean from the kind of the air battlefield, from the airplanes flying and
You're asking about where the air control is broadly between Russia and Ukraine?
yeah, absolutely. Where is the border where the Ukrainians fly their sorties and where the Russians fly their sorties? And did we had any change in the last weeks about this area?
So the specific locations where Ukraine is flying sorties, broadly, I'm not going to talk about. Russian planes generally do not go over Ukraine positions. There have been times where Ukrainian planes go over Russian positions, demonstrating that Russia does not have the capability for their, anti-air systems to the fact that Ukraine can freely operate there. There's also helicopters firing rockets from a distance away, but that's more commonplace. In the south, we have seen some really deep Ukrainian strikes that have been made public, including not only along the river in Kherson, but also almost all the way to the coast in the Zaporizhia region, where reportedly a Ukrainian airplane all but shot down a Russian aircraft, which managed to return after being heavily damaged by some kind of missile. The Ukrainian plane disappeared, doesn't appear to have been shot down, but the simple fact that Ukraine can fly their jets the better part of 100 kilometers into Russian territory leads me to believe that the Ukrainians may not enjoy a numerical advantage, but seem to enjoy other kinds of advantages in the sky. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think in perspective of the air defense capabilities of Russia? I mean, they've shown that they're not really working in the defensive capabilities against, for example, HIMARS or something like this. So I think this were huge implications, for example, for China and the Taiwan conflict. What do we see about the Russian air capabilities, and they can't even shut down like air sorties from the Ukrainians?
So they're not super great, especially with the delivery of anti-radiation missiles, so anti-radar. We're not talking about nukes here. The Ukrainians have done very well at devastating the controls for these and the sensors for these anti-aircraft installations, which does give them more free range. It's a much longer question about China and Taiwan, but the really short answer is that China's not doing that anytime soon, and if they did, it would be incredibly challenging. And if you want to know why, beyond the fact that it took the better part of a year to plan for D-Day and there weren't satellites looking at everything, take a look at a topographical map of Taiwan. It's pretty much all mountains in the center. So I don't know if there's a
Yeah, I
lot of
think
yeah, but it's definitely causing a lot of other countries, such as India and Turkey, who have previously tried to opt into Russian air defenses for purchase, to rethink those contracts.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if we look at Taiwan and China, for example, I think the most industrial centers of China are absolutely in range. For example, not even ATACMS, but normal HIMARS systems. Yeah.
Thanks, Punat. Up next is Prince. Go ahead, Prince.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus, Ryan, I finally made it up here. Ryan,
I think it was a problem on the co-host end. I was not able to bring anybody up, which I understand Joseph has problems with frequently as well.
I tried for 3 hours earlier to get up to speak. 3 hours, and finally gave it like an hour and a half off, and now I finally made it up. Anyway, just quick question, language. Did I hear something today? I haven't seen any posts about it. I heard somebody mention it, that a couple of Ukrainian MiGs had been shot down. Is there any information that we have about that as to if it is accurate or not? Any more information on that?
I haven't seen anything about that, even going through Russian Telegram sources. If you have something on it, if you want to send it to me, I'll take a look. But broadly, I haven't seen that. And if there's any evidence of it, the Russians are usually all too proud to share it. So
Okay. Yeah, it was just something I heard while listening to the space. So I have not seen anything about it. If anybody else has, send it to language, and I'm sure he'll let people know. But yeah, because I don't do Telegram. But thank you, language. I appreciate all the work you put into your updates.
thank you. And then
Yeah,
I got a
but,
DM from a listener. Oh, sorry. A DM from a listener that said that the video that I thought was a result of those mines is apparently an old video. So the mystery is still out on exactly what the hell they're doing with them.
No problem, language. I was just going to say, I'll put out another call. If anyone does have any questions for language, you can always press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Language, I was wondering if you could maybe talk a little bit about the geography of the area of Kherson Oblast that has been liberated. It's about 1,500 square miles. It's about half the size of the recent liberated territory in the Kharkiv area, in my understanding. Do we know like a lot about like the terrain, I guess you might say?
When you say 1,500 square miles, are you talking about like everything in Kherson to the west of the? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, let me pull that up real quick. I have it here. I want to say, because we're running right along the banks of the Kherson River, or rather the Dnipro River. It's mostly fields. I'd argue it's almost entirely fields. This is apparently a place known for growing produce, specifically watermelons. Everything along this highway is essentially all just grassland fields. There's no real change in elevation at all. I mean, you might have some small rolling hills, but we're talking like 40, 50 feet max. It's not making a huge difference. There are some pretty steep drop-offs once you get to the river itself, but beyond that, I don't think they're going to be fighting on the beaches here anytime soon. So they're pretty good. There is a river that runs immediately to the west of the highway here, especially towards Dochany, that will probably have to be navigated at some point, especially if the Russians find some way to blow the bridge down towards Dochany itself. But beyond that, it's just all fields and small rivers, really all the way down. This is very much an agricultural area. And aside from navigating those rivers, which could pose an impediment, the closer you get down, there are some larger ones that would have to be dealt with. It's very much flatland or perfect tank country, as they say. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Language. We got a couple of new hands. So we got, I believe Eric was next, then Vincent. Eric, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Language. Appreciate the updates as always. Quick question. In a few of the previous updates, you noted that there were a lot of forces massing in the Zaporizhia fronts, and the Russians were generally concerned that there might be a major offensive there. I was wondering if you had any information as to whether any of those troops were reallocated to the Kherson front and participated in this attack, and just in general, whether that may be the case or not, whether there's any indications concerning whether there might be an offensive happening in Zaporizhia anytime soon.
So as far as Zaporizhia, we'll have to wait and see. As far as where these troops came from, it does appear that this is another grouping of troops, not one that was previously engaged in the area. We didn't see a whole wide deployment of Ukrainian armored vehicles from other sections of this frontier. So your guess is as good as mine. Could they have come from Zaporizhia? It's a possibility. I don't know. Could they have been detailed specifically for this operation from somewhere else? Also possible. But it does appear that this isn't just a group that was sitting around cooling their jets for the past month. This is a group that was brought in to do a job. So hopefully that kind of answers the question. I don't really have enough clarification on the other stuff, I'm afraid.
Yeah, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Up next is Vincent.
Yeah, hi, Language. It's about those sea mines in Kherson. Oh, you've seen that today on Ukrainian Telegram. They said the exact same thing as you. But I was thinking, that's an awful long way to bring mines for a propaganda photo. And then inept as the Russian officers are, even they must realise they have fields closer to the sea if they just want to blow it up for a picture. So I don't think it's that, because it's way too far just to pull for the propaganda stunt a couple of kilometres from the front lines. What are you thinking about that?
It's a good question that now I'm honestly more confused about than I was 30 minutes ago. Originally, they said it was a video. They do have the place geolocated. It's actually
Yeah, I seen that as well. Yeah.
So they know where it is. It is in the direction of where Ukrainian troops could come if they were pushing towards Kopani from their base in Orikhiv, about 10 kilometers north or so. But I don't know. They could be trying to make the mother of all IEDs. There's no water features or really anything around that they can change with this. They would just make a big hole next to a road. So apparently that video, I'm being told, is from some time ago. So it's not the same site, which means I have no idea what they're doing there either. I imagine they're doing it to blow them up because, like you said, this is a long way from the water. If you just want to detonate them, I imagine you'd find some other place to do so. So your guess is as good as mine, I'm afraid.
Just a quick point of order. I just had to meet you real quick there, Vincent, because just because of how Twitter works, if we have two mics going, it really clouds up Language's audio or anyone else who's trying to talk. So I just had to meet you. You can unmute if you had anything else to say. Go ahead.
No, that's just it, mate. Thanks a lot. That's all I just wanted to say. You can drop me down.
Thank you, Vincent. Yeah, just a quick point of order for anyone up here. If I ever mute you, it's just to make sure the audio is clean for the listeners. It's not because I'm trying to shut you up. But anyway, thank you very much, Vincent. Up next, we'll go to Chris.
Hey, language brother, can you clear up? I got a question and maybe something just for some clarity here. The region of Zaporizhia, they got the power plant that's under occupation, Russian troops. How much of the region is actually under Russian occupation? Excuse me. Reason I ask is, they're launching missiles in there, and so that just kind of counterintuitive if they're kind of launching them on themselves if they're in and about there, or are they not? Are they only controlling the plant and not the region, or?
Well, they control the area around it. It's the town of Enerhodar. Ukraine does strike in areas around the town. They're very conspicuously avoiding striking near the nuclear power plant. But Russian tactical doctrine is to use critical infrastructure such as nuclear power plants or dams and what have you as some kind of shield against artillery. That doesn't work really well against very hyper-accurate things like suicide drones, much to the Russian chagrin. But as far as the area they control, I mean, they've developed a number of lines of defense here. Actually, they mostly run north-south, so like a straight line or an angled line in that direction, which means this is a little more of a reinforced area than we've seen before from the Russians, arguably one of the more reinforced areas outside of possibly areas they've controlled since 2014. But I mean, in the very tiny villages, they don't have a huge presence. They don't have a tremendous number of troops here. So you end up with a couple guys hanging out in a village, but you don't end up with massive bases in every single village. This is similar to what we've seen in other areas of the front where they have a major front line, then they have a couple cities, areas of concentration, and then everything else is pretty much just towns they drive through and drop people off every once in a while. Does that kind of clarify the situation?
Yeah, it does. Thanks. Yeah. Just because I mean, they bomb those civilian cars. They're all lined up there, and I'm just thinking if they're controlling the region, are they just terrorizing the neighborhood type thing? Or
That seems like that was an intentional strike. It wasn't just random artillery firing off. They fired 4 of their S-300 anti-air missiles, which they can be used for that purpose. They have been used for that purpose, and they're reasonably accurate when they're used for such purpose. Plus, this was a Russian-controlled checkpoint where these people had been stopped. So immediately afterwards, Russia came out and said, "Oh, Ukraine is bombing its own people as revenge for us taking their territory," which doesn't really hold water. So that seems like that was just a really shoddy attempt at some kind of false flag attack, and unfortunately ended up killing. I want to say the number's up to 32 people now as a result, and wounded the better part of 100.
yeah, thanks for the clarification there. And my last question, just a general one, is just at the height of Russia's invasion, when they were at their the most land occupied, what would you say if you gave me a percentage of land taken back? If whatever they were at was 100%, has Ukraine taken back 50%, 20%?
This is going to be a number I'm pulling out of nowhere. I'm sure somebody else can give me better info. I'd say closer to 25%. We're looking at somewhere close to like 8,000 square kilometers. I believe the terminology is that Ukraine has taken back more territory in the month of September and into today as well than Russia had taken since April or May. So the difference in movement or movement speed is considerable.
Yeah, right on. Thanks, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Up next, Prince, go ahead.
Hey, language user Christy sent me a message, and she said she sent it to you also, but I'll just say it out loud. I won't try to pronounce the name, but basically it was a pilot just announced evidently today who died in the sky over the Black Sea on June 26th. So that sort of fits with one of the things that I heard was that a plane was shot down over the Black Sea. So I think somebody was not quite understanding this post and thinking it was today, but it was actually June 26th that this happened. And I haven't heard any, I just know that one. I haven't seen anything about a second one. So I'm betting that they're combining the 2 events and it happened at the end of June, not today.
That makes some sense. There's been occasional, I'm not, so tuned in that I can tell you exactly what happened on June 26th, but there have been a number of sorties over the Black Sea, and unfortunately, that's proven costly in some cases for Ukrainian pilots. I'm sure when the war is over, we'll get more info on it, but it sounds like there's been what the military aviation nerds would refer to as a furball, or a whole bunch of planes engaging each other at the same time, at least a couple times there, especially since the Moskva got sunk, which was Russia's big air defense in the region. Unfortunately, there are losses on both sides. While the Ukrainians appear to have superior training and discipline, the Russians demonstrably, certainly in June, have a superior weaponry in how far they can fire it from, which has posed a concern. So, I mean, it's sad to hear that it happened, but it's good to know it's not something necessarily more recent.
Exactly, and just because I introduced something without any evidence and knowing exactly what it was, knew it, I wanted to make sure that I cleared the air to make sure that the correct information got out. So thank you very much for giving me the time to do that.
Well, thank you, because it's always important, for all of you, certainly myself, that if I throw out something, somebody goes, "Hey, can you give us a little more evidence on that?" Doesn't make anybody a bad person for asking, right? This is how we all learn. So thank you very much. I didn't know the answer, and you were able to provide the answer, and I appreciate that.
Christy provided the answer, but thank you.
Right. Speaking of, let me check my DMs, and I've got 6 of them, or 7. So let's check and see. One's on Dip, same guy. Question from Phil about Crimea. So let's move over there on the map. This is the town to the east of Liman along the P-66 highway, which is a larger Russian supply highway here running all the way from Severodonetsk up north. Ukrainian troops are assaulting it from a couple sides. I don't know if it's necessarily surrounded on 3 sides here, Phil. It does appear based on this map that the Ukrainians are on the west and the south. They are trying to flank more towards the east as well, but I don't think it's necessarily cut off as well. Will it be siege like Liman to allow all territory around it to be taken? And it seems that Russia sent an awful lot of troops to Crimea. It wouldn't seem like the Ukrainian MO to just full-on assault it. That seems likely. There's other ways to cut it off. If you hit some of these smaller villages to the north and south of it along the highway and threaten them, I mean, looking at the terrain, that's a bit of a jump if Russia wants to sprint across what almost looks to be sand or hills. I'm not entirely sure, actually. I'd have to zoom in on that. It's not going to be super easy for them to just sprint across what appears to be, I don't even know what that is. It looks like a lot of fields and dirt, but not any that I've necessarily seen before. I imagine we're going to see continued artillery strikes. If Russia has been able to deploy a bunch of forces in here, we'll see if they stick around under that barrage. Russian reporters in that town today seemed exceptionally nervous about it. But you're right. If Russia somehow manages to codify a defense, I don't see Ukrainian troops sprinting into there. And hopefully that answers that question. And we've got some hands up here as well.
Okay, I guess we'll go to Crimson. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, I was just gonna add a specific anecdote to that about Crimea. I reference Dmitry, our war translated, a lot because he has great translations of mainly from soldiers that are fighting in specific areas on the Russian side. And there's a translation today where he basically went through. There's some sort of soldier, I'm not sure what rank, going through the situation at Crimea, and they said that basically the western outskirts of the city are already under artillery fire. They said that they expected the main advance to come from the northwest. This is completely anecdotal. It's just their guess, so no guarantee on the number here. But they said that they felt that the number of enemy forces was estimated by fighters and commanders at approximately 12,000 people. So enemy meaning the Ukrainians. They said they felt there were 2 scenarios for the developing situation with the Ukrainian advancement. So they felt that a distracting blow would come from the west, and another along the road to Svatove. So the control of that route is already variable because there are Ukrainian recon groups that are already reaching those roads. That corroborates with a couple of other reports that I've seen that although the main body of Ukrainian forces hasn't reached Crimea, that there are smaller units, maybe special forces or recon groups, that are a little bit ahead of them and that are starting to make contact with Russian troops. And they said at the moment the Russians are completely controlling the road from Rubizny to Kremina, which makes sense because that's a little bit farther deep into Russian territory. But they specifically mentioned this town, Peshchenoye. And the reason that they highlighted it is that they said it has that specific area has dominant height over Crimea. So they felt that if Ukraine gains control of that specific area, that basically it would be hard to defend one entire flank of the city. And so that was something that they specifically highlighted in the report. And then the last thing that they mentioned was that there were some reinforcements of motorized infantry and heavy equipment coming into the city. So yeah, just wanted to pop that in.
Well, that's good to know. And as far as assault for the city, if we're talking about the same place, and I may be off here, if you're looking at Crimea now, I'm still not entirely sure what the heck that is to the northeast, but it looks like it's mostly scrubland of some kind. I don't think it's a desert. But the northwest, immediately into the city, there's a lot of forest there. And I'm not spoiling anything by saying that's where the Ukrainians are doing their best work. There's also forest to the south of Crimea. It kind of sits between these two largely wooded areas. So it's not outside the realm of possibility for Ukraine to strike in from both of those sides, because they can get much closer under cover of the trees than if they're, say, sprinting down the main highway. Now, there is a river that runs through Crimea, kind of dividing it into an east and west section. I don't know how that will necessarily play into things. We will have to wait and see. But those forests and the fact that Ukrainians are already demonstrably in them are going to make it difficult for any sort of Russian defense, because it's not going to be as easy to recon out where the Ukrainians are striking from, especially these recon and special forces groups, who I still believe are the bulk of the Ukrainian forces here. I don't think we have the entire main army sitting outside Crimea at this point. And the stories or the tales of 12,000 people, I suspect they're talking about the whole front around Liman in general, rather than all of it around this one town, or else I don't think Ukraine would have waited to take it.
Thanks, Language. I think you got a few DM questions, so I'll put out one last call for questions, and then maybe Language can go through his DM questions, and then we'll any hands that come up in the meantime we'll get through, and then maybe Language can call it there. So go ahead, Language.
Right. Okay, one from Gimpy's typing some stuff up, so I'll get to that in a second. Another one about Crimea, which seems like it got answered. Question about just east of Oshki Sands in, I'm not entirely sure where that is. We're talking about Kherson, or are we talking about near the Kherson Desert? I don't think we're there yet. That's on the other side of the Dnipro River. Yeah, that's, I don't know what that is. That's a town you're talking about, but that's very much on the far side of the Dnipro River, near what is actually physically a desert, and unfortunately, that's not really entered into the discussion now, because Ukrainian troops are still on the north side of the river. Perhaps in the future we will see desert combat in Ukraine, but hopefully the Russians will simply withdraw from them. With that, and then from Gimpy, who, if we can get up here, would be fantastic. Yeah, so he's bringing up a very excellent point. We're talking about Ukrainian losses over in the air over the Black Sea. Russia does have AWACS craft. Airborne Warning and Control, MBS stands for something I don't remember. These are those large planes that have a big radar dish on the back, and to put it very broadly, if you're in an aircraft, they allow you to cheat. If your enemy does not have one, they can do all kinds of things, not just finding where the enemy planes they want to shoot down are, but also actually guiding missiles in, which would be very challenging, because the individual Russian planes can then basically turn off their radars, so they're harder to detect themselves. They fire a missile, and the AWACS craft basically takes control over that missile remotely and guides it into something that the plane itself may not actually be able to see. That's a definite advantage. Russia has had a couple of these AWACS craft around, and Gimpy is saying that because of the terrain differences, they don't work as well over land, but they work very well over sea, which could be contributing to some of these losses we've seen. and then statements about it. If he wants to come up and maybe he can explain it better, that because there's MiG-31s, which I'm far from an aviation buff, but those tend to fly very fast. They're the fastest Russian combat aircraft I know of. They also can carry much longer range missiles than some of the other Russian planes we've seen, that in combination with one of these all-seeing eyes of Russian AWACS, they could unfortunately snipe Ukrainian planes out of the sky long before Ukrainian planes were within range of them. So I probably butchered a lot of the information there, but if Gimpy wants to come up and comment on it, I'd appreciate it. Otherwise, I think we've got James.
Yeah, please do come up and request if you'd like to Gimpy. James, please go ahead.
Hi, I really appreciate the formality of the space. It really allows for constructive discussions to take place. If it's okay, I wanted to do something quite informal that I hope that people on here find possibly quite fun and cathartic. I'd like to count to 3, and on 3 say fuck Putin all together if people are on board.
I think we should probably skip that when we try to avoid obvious profanities,
Yeah,
just to
okay, fair
maintain
enough.
professionalism here.
Yeah,
We
I
also
totally
are sometimes
understand that.
broadcast on local public radio channels, so
Yeah.
they would probably frown on.
Which are FCC regulated.
Yeah,
The
with
ones
you in
that we're
spirit.
broadcasting are almost certainly not, but that's a little different. Because I can go and listen to the ones that were broadcasted on, and that's a whole separate topic. But yeah,
I'm totally with you in spirit, but let's not and say we did.
Okay, we can all do it in silence, let's say. Anyway, I really respect that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, James. Of course, if you have any questions, we do, of course, we'll be happy to answer them. And yeah, I don't know. I'm all for interesting ideas, so don't ever feel bad about coming up and suggesting something. So I think up next we got Gimpy because we sort of tried to get him up here earlier. I'm trying to pull him up. If not, we will go to. Oh, here we go. So we'll go to Gimpy, then we'll go to Liberal. Gimpy, go ahead. I think we lost him. Okay, we'll get him up here pretty soon. Go ahead, Liberal.
He never ceases to frighten me with his new profile pics.
No, right? Terrifying.
Yeah, just an observation for language. Language, have you seen any resistance by the Russian forces to Ukrainian offensives? It seems like whatever front lines they have for defense are thinly occupied and perhaps thinly supplied and protected. It just seems to me that every time the Ukrainians launch an offensive, there's very little resistance by the Russians. Do you have? I guess my question is, are there just the worst of the worst protecting the front line?
I think it's more so that the first line of defense is the only line of defense, and once the Ukrainians are through that, there's not a whole lot more until they hit the cities, places where Russia has actually grouped their soldiers and their equipment. Add into that the general Russian poor morale and the fact that they like to retreat, et cetera, leads to a bad time for the Russian forces. I think that's more what's happening here, though this seems to be a common repeat here multiple times. And I'm getting something in before Gimpy jumps in, being told that Russian AWACS craft cannot control missiles, so maybe he can comment on that as well, because I am notoriously out of my depth here.
All right, without further ado, a dog called Gimpy, please go ahead. Gunny, we also call him.
Yeah, morning all. Yeah, so if you'll remember, a few weeks ago there was a strike on a Russian airfield, which we know to be a staging point for their AWACS, either the IL-76 or the very rare A50, I think it is. I suspect the reason for that was, the Ukrainians might have tried to push their luck over the Black Sea, and really push forward the air defense bubble, and probably got their fingers a little bit burnt. The thing with Russian air defense, and particularly AWACS, and their high altitude interceptors, is that they seem to have real problems over land, probably because they've got bad moving target indication. By which I mean a radar picture over land is very cluttered because you've got everything obviously on the land, and a moving target indicator basically looks at all the echoes coming back to the system and goes, that's moving, yeah, and that one's moving, and that one's moving, and it kind of filters it out, filters the radar picture a bit, and if it's automatic, we'll even chuck a track on it for you and start tracking it. They're not going to have that problem overseas. So we will probably find IL-76 and A50 AWACS systems are very effective over the Black Sea. The Russians are, despite what everyone says, they are fairly competent at controlling aircraft, either what we used to call GCI, ground control intercept, which is when land-based radars control the aircraft, or when the AWACS do it. So what happens is you put an AWACS up, you have combat air patrol stations where the aircraft will go up and fly lazy figure of eights to conserve fuel, so low throttle, kind of just flying around. And then when the AWACS detects tracks, it will tell the aircraft, the fighters on the combat air patrol station, and it will vector them in without them using their radar. You can either do it via voice comms, which can be intercepted, which isn't good, or you can do it via data link. And we do know the Russians do have data link capability. So what the AWACS does is it talks to the pilots in the fast jets, and it sends them information over a digital comms unit, which is all a data link is. And then at the appropriate time, the aircraft, the fighters will flip their radars on and then start shooting. Now, the problem for the Ukrainians is, I think the MiG-31, we know they're in theatre. It carries the R-33, I think, which is the modded version, might be well over 300 kilometers range. That's long shoots. So the Ukrainians probably would struggle to counter that. We don't know how good the R-33 is, obviously. And then when your radar warning receivers go off, you pop chaff and flares and all sorts of things, and the missiles might not be very good. But the problem is, if you're flying a mission and you're hundreds of kilometers away, and someone suddenly starts shooting at you, the mission goes out the window, and then you've got to fly defensive. That's all. Basic air defense. The Russians have that capability. I think probably one or two missions were flown by the Ukrainian Air Force, got intercepted way out over the Black Sea. They might have lost one or two aircraft, and therefore they went, you know what, we're not having this, and they went after that airfield. I never saw a BDA, a bomb damage assessment, for that raid, so we don't know who they caught. But the lack of activity over the Black Sea would suggest it's still in contention there. The Russians aren't sending surface ships very far west, which means they're probably concerned about some kind of maritime anti-shipping strike by the Ukrainian Air Force. But the Ukrainian Air Force aren't really pushing it again east, which means they're probably concerned about the Russians' ability to still control a substantial part of the airspace. So yeah, I think language is bang on there. I don't think the A50 can control missiles. I don't think they've got that capability yet, but it doesn't really matter, because if you've got MiG-31s on station, they can start shooting at you from considerable distances, and it just, you're just wasting your time a little bit. So I think the Ukrainians probably backed off from that, and they'll leave it for the moment.
Thank you. If anyone has any questions for Gunny, I don't know how long he can stick around, but he might be here for a minute, so please feel free while he's up here. Steve, go ahead.
Hey, is this me?
Yep, go ahead, man.
Okay, good. Awesome. Thanks. Hi, everybody. So my question is actually for language tonight. It's kind of banking on this, discussion of the Russian air capabilities right now. I'm seeing on my Twitter space, a lot of talk about this social media channels being used by Russians to request air support. And language, you posted something earlier from a Telegram channel, kind of showing some of that, a little bit blurred out. I couldn't see the channel, but I follow a lot of Telegram channels on this, and what's been strange is that I have not been seeing this showing up on a lot of the Ukrainian channels that I follow. So there's this question about this story about, if Russians are so desperate that they're using social media to try to call in air support. And what I'm wondering is that really what's happening? Or is this maybe another kind of viral meme story that's put together to essentially make fun of Russians and troll them? And I just think it's really interesting thing, because I heard everything earlier that Chuck said about what's going on right now in Kherson, and I know about like the rain and the weather right now. It's very likely that Russian air support is maybe not available. But this idea that are the Russians really using social media to try to call in an airstrike? Anyways.
So, great question. This is, and I say this a lot, it's both yes and no, right? Yes, does appear to be a pro-Russian channel, that because the other statements there were broadly, don't panic, this is going well. But then it wasn't so much we need an airstrike at this grid coordinates, because when I first heard about that, I go, there's no way that that's stupid, right? But
Right.
It was more just, can anybody pick up at Air Command and answer the goddamn phones? Or anybody who could tell them we need air support now. So that was more just whoever's there panicking for a second and throwing, a message out. Which, it's
Like
still
you would
dumb.
at an airline, right? Language, like you would at the airport. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. This is like, if my, airline flight gets, delayed, then I start, I can send a mean tweet, be like, I can't believe they won't let me bring my oversized luggage, right? That's more what happens there.
Right. So the thing is that, and I mean, I don't know if you want to share that Telegram channel with globally, or if you can DM me, or if I don't know if you.
Go and see
What
it
is that?
again. I'll have to pull up the exact channel again real quick. It's gonna take me a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a little connectivity issues there. What was that?
It's gonna take me a little bit to actually pull up the direct channel. So.
Yeah, it's especially important we all mute ourselves when language talks, because his mic's unique, I'll say. Up next we got, go ahead, language. Up next we got Crimson. Go ahead.
I think James was before me, and then I'll jump in after that.
Very polite. James, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My question was, I recently saw a video that was quite inspiring, showing how professional the Ukraine army was in dealing with the offensive in Kharkiv. And I was actually shocked by how well organized it was, with what they call, you have, combined arms. I'm just wondering if that's quite representative of Ukraine military in all areas in which are fighting right now.
Well, yes. I mean, somebody made a good post on this before, that it's not to diminish what the Ukrainians are doing. It's not that that they've come up with a whole totally new, different way of warfare. It's just they're doing it right. 8 years ago, Ukraine was in a very different place militarily. You can take a look at photos and videos from that time. It's quite literally night and day to what it is now. And if it was the 2014 military going up against the whole might of the Russian army, it'd probably be challenging, to put it mildly. but the Ukrainians can integrate and operate and do so with tremendous communication, intelligence, et cetera, and the Russians can't. So this is more broad training that's been applied across the Ukrainian military rather than, specific small unit tactics. They read the books, they listened to the instructors, and now they're implementing it themselves.
And I must say,
I'm sorry to interrupt
go ahead.
Can
We're
you?
gonna let Konstantin go ahead. Konstantin actually served in the Ukrainian military, so I think he's a
Yeah, I
great voice
wanted
to
to
have.
ask you
Go ahead,
which
Konstantin.
specific videos are you talking about? Just wondering. Before it, if I don't ask now, the question is gonna fade away. So, which videos are you talking about? What did you see on them?
I can't remember really. It was a video retweeted. I think I retweeted it on my stream, but it must have been posted a couple of days ago. I possibly shared on Reddit as well, but it was on the Kharkiv offensive. Sorry, I can't talk right now. Kharkiv offensive before Lyman. I only seen one of the topic, and it was different segments interviewing different people within the army, and the montage altogether kind of gave this clear picture of how well organized the Ukraine army was. And I was quite shocked because it's almost as if, I'm from the UK. It's almost like I would expect a regular NATO army, kind of like get organized and fight. Of course, it wouldn't be exactly the same, but like it was a lot more well organized than I ever imagined. So I was really impressed by it.
So why I'm asking that is because I'm actually looking for trying to collect videos like that, and that's why I've asked. Do you know at least the time when you retweeted it, like a month or a week or 2 weeks ago?
If you DM me, I will very happily look for it. I don't think it should be too hard. I've shared it with some friends on WhatsApp, so I can definitely get it from my WhatsApp chats and forward it to you.
Okay, I got it. I think there was people who messaged me while you were talking. Is it the Kraken video that was compiled together? A Kraken unit.
Yeah, it must be related to that. And I
Got it.
really
Thank
like the Kraken name as well.
Thank you. I appreciate for saying that. I was I had that video. I was just thinking maybe it's something else that I could take a look at. Cheers. Thanks.
Thank you, Konstantin. Up next is Crimson. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks. So, since I've been reading a lot of different reports from Russian troops, bloggers, and everything like that, someone had asked about the reasons why some of these units are falling apart the way that they are. So I just wanted to share sort of just the basic information I've been collecting on that. So, part of it is because the truth is that Russia doesn't have enough troops to hold the entirety of the line that they need to hold. It's a very long line that extends all the way across the country. And aside from just having a basic shortage of troops in certain areas, they have an even bigger shortage of experienced troops, right? So that means they have to kind of take educated guesses about where to leave the better defenders, where to move them. And if you're guessing about where you put them, that means you're liable to be wrong. And in addition to that, even if you do move them to spots where they would be best utilized, they're being killed at such a rate that as the war goes on, a lot of their more experienced soldiers end up being killed anyway. So they just don't have the resources to be able to allocate the people they need to the places they need. But even beyond that, even when they're there have been a lot of reports, intercepted communications from Russian soldiers, things like that, that indicate that communication between units is pretty abysmal right now. And so that often means that sometimes a unit in one town has no idea what's happening in the town next to them. And so when things are as they are now, where things can change very quickly, even in a day or half a day, that's a very bad situation to be in. In addition to that, you have situations where leadership is a huge problem, either because the leadership in an area runs away because they'd like to be safe, but as one soldier,
We're talking about Russia, correct? Not Ukraine.
yes, absolutely. Yeah. So they run away because they'd like to be safe, but that means often when communication isn't great, they don't have the best idea of what's going on with the troops that they're supposed to be commanding. Or there's situations where leadership is not present. So, for example, there was an interview with a prisoner from one of these new Wagner units, prisoner meaning from the Russian prison, that was conscripted to fight with the Wagner sort of, post prison outfit. And what he said is that when he got into theater, the officer, quote officer, that was in charge of his unit was also from a Russian prison and had gotten there very recently. And he felt that the reason that that person was in charge is because whoever the original officer was killed, and they just assumed command. So that tells you right there that's not a great situation. Then in addition to that,
Nobody better to command the prison gang unit than a former commander of a prison gang.
I guess so, right? It's really a desperate situation. So yeah, in addition to that, equipment is a big issue. So there was another report from this week where there was a soldier talking to his wife, and he said, "Yeah, we're holding a key geographic point with a total of 3 companies of infantry, and we have 1 armored vehicle between all of us, and we have
Well,
0."
that's more armored vehicles than a bunch of these guys who are being marched to frontline positions.
Right.
Daniel's been waiting forever. Can we go to a couple other hands?
Yeah, sure.
Daniel, go ahead. Good morning in Romania.
Good morning to you. Maybe Gani is still online. All eyes are on land, but you saw yesterday the First Lady of Ukraine launched the first anti-sub corvette of Ukraine in Turkey. And I wonder if the first corvette built by naval group will come to Romania, and maybe they finish the modernizing Type 41 missiles of UK sent to us 20 years ago. It will be finished. It seems this sea become a small lake with too many ships, and I wonder how much cooperation will be Romania, Turkey Navy, Ukrainian Navy when will become a navy, and things are escalating quickly in this direction. I understand launching the ship and sea trials and training the sailors is not such a thing you make very fast, but it's very, very interesting. We have new ships against Russian ships.
The article I read in regard to that said it would be undergoing some testing for seaworthiness, and the Ukrainian Navy would have to become fully familiarized with all of its capabilities. So it wasn't expected to see any direct sea combat in this current war. But I don't know, given how quickly the Ukrainians have adopted other combat systems or whatever you want to call them, I wouldn't totally write it off. I don't think that was the intention to introduce a new warship by the Ukrainian Navy, though.
I didn't say that, Brian, but imagine they launch the ship, okay? So you'll make sea trials, you'll train the crews. This will take some time, but it's one ship against Russian ships. After that, we need to receive our corvette from French naval group this year. They must be delivered. They also rearmed the Type 41 from UK, which we have in our fleet. This means activating some new platforms. It will be at the end of the year, the beginning of the next year. It's interesting to get new actors in on the sea. That is the idea. For example, we have anti-sub helicopters. It is something interesting because the west of Black Sea must be contested and keep away the Russian ships. Because, of course, they can move their airframes like MiG-41. But when you have corvettes there, it will be not so funny. Same for the subs.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Daniel. So,
like,
Language
2
had
years.
something to add real quick. Go ahead, Language.
Yeah, I look at it. It's going to be like the better part of 2 years before that's operational. I won't pretend to know where it's going to be fitted. I imagine it would be a little awkward if it started sailing around next to Russian ships in the Mediterranean or Black Sea. So to be perfectly honest with you, I don't see that entering anywhere into the Black Sea anytime soon because it would be too tempting for Russia to say, oh, a sea mine flew into it or something crazy like that, especially if it's being crewed by Ukrainian, sailors. So because then that's something that they can take a bunch of pictures on and have their own Moskva moment. So I imagine it's going to stay fairly safe somewhere in the Mediterranean, at least until the war is over, if not it's fully equipped and refitted. But any Ukrainian vessel that just decides to sail into the Black Sea at this point is going to get murdered very, very quickly, just based on everything the Russians have and everything the Ukrainians don't. So there's probably not a lot of reason to go do that.
It's going to stay in port in Turkey because it was supposed to go to Mykolaiv to be finished fitting out. It's not actually completed. It was supposed to go to the shipyard in Mykolaiv, where it was going to be finished with certain systems. I don't know exactly, but Ukraine was going to do some of the work themselves. Turkey did most of it, obviously. It's substantially complete, but Ukraine was going to install other systems and other equipment on the vessel. Obviously, that can't happen right now, so it's not going to go anywhere, I would imagine.
They can go to Mangalia shipyard. It's a Daman military shipyard, and with Turkish crew, and that's the feeling. And you can put the Turk flag.
I like this subject, Daniel. Let's go to Gunny, who, of course, we can't talk this much about boats and not let Gunny have a word in. So go ahead, Gunny.
Yeah, so as Language said, this isn't happening anytime this side of 2024. Look, training Ukrainians who've already got a background in tanks, how to operate an upgraded vehicle is very, very different from getting a warship to sea, I'm afraid. I've had 4. I've brought a carrier out of a deep refit and a destroyer out of a refit, and it was about a year for the 2 before we were deployable. There are massive things that you have to do to a ship that's brand new, or and a ship's company to get them operationally effective. You've seen Queen Elizabeth, Prince of Wales, our 2 new carriers. You just don't plonk a load of people on a warship and 6 months later, whizzity whiz, whizzity woo, suddenly they're off fighting the Russian Black Sea Fleet. So Ukrainians are currently training on Sandown class minesweepers here in the UK. They have been for some months now. That's just a minesweeper. You've got to start at the absolute basics, basic damage control, sensors, getting acquainted with it, the maintenance side of things, fighting the ship, dealing with damage, everything. There's a plethora of stuff. And then let's say that the war was still happening in a year's time and she was trained up and ready to go. As Language said, she'd be underwater very, very quickly. So I would anticipate her fitting out. Dribs and Drabs crew will join and start getting acquainted. Then hopefully when she's seaworthy, she's done her basic sea trials and she's been handed over by the contractor to the Ukrainian Navy, maybe run her up to the UK, we'll send her to Plymouth. She'll come under Flag Officer C training, and then she'll get a workup. But until there's 4 or 5 of these things, then going to have absolutely no impact on the war at all. That said, in the future, 3 or 4 years' time, she will be a foundation stone for a newly reconstituted Ukrainian Navy. And maybe we'll see some of these operating with NATO battle groups in the Mediterranean in the future. That would be really something. I look forward to seeing that, but it ain't happening anytime soon, I'm afraid.
Thanks, Connie. So just real quick, just a housekeeping note. I do have to sometimes bump some people down because we have a full panel right now. So it's nothing personal, just to get more people up. So please raise your hand if you have a question. If you don't, I might bump you down. And please do re-request if I do bump you down. So again, it's just to make sure everyone has a chance to speak. So I'm going to let Constantine go ahead, and then we'll go back to hands. Go ahead, Constantine.
So what do you think the is gonna be the future of the ship in the next 2 months, like a year? Is it gonna be just parked inside Turkey without any chance of leaving the bay, or maybe it's gonna be taken out towards other missions outside Black Sea? Because the Black Sea, obviously, if it sails into Black Sea, it's going to be sunk pretty quickly. I don't think we have capability to get it safely to Ukraine.
Yeah. So the usual routine is so the ship enters the water, but she's not equipped in any way, shape, or form. They'll fit her out. You'll have dribs and drabs of crew, like what you call the initial ship's company will join from Ukraine. Things like the captain, the marine engineering officer, the weapons electrical officer, key bodies, and they'll start getting acquainted with the ship and the systems, and they'll work with a contractor to bring her up slowly. It's a very complicated affair. Rarely sticks to the timeline. She goes to sea for the first time. She does contractors trials. There will be defects. There always are with these things. She'll come back into port. They'll probably have to dock her down again. They'll do the defect rectification. They'll take her back out. They'll do more trials. There'll be more defects. They'll bring her back in. They'll fix those. And then she'll be declared seaworthy. The Ukrainian government, through the ship's captain, will say, "Yeah, we're happy with that. Thanks a lot." Everyone shakes hands. She raises the Ukrainian ensign, but she's not a warship. She's a grey thing with some guns and missiles and radars on her, with a crew on her, but she's not a combat vessel. So she's absolutely no use to anyone. So then she needs to enter a period of workup. So what we used to call, it's called something different now, but what we used to call a BOSS, basic operational sea training. So that will need to be carried out by someone proficient, a proficient Navy. The Italians might do it. The French might be happy to do it. But we're seeing Ukrainians on Royal Navy, former Royal Navy minesweepers up here. So it would be nice if she came up here. She then has to go through what we used to call SSC, Staff Sea Check, where she's assessed for safety and ability to start training. And then a very basic operational sea training for a Royal Navy ship. Bearing in mind that this is a Royal Navy ship manned by people who've been in the Royal Navy a while. Figure 6 to 8 weeks for a BOSS. Then she'll need to go into the more intensive kind of training phase. So BOSS basically says, yeah, you can get to sea, and you can probably fight the ship, but they're going to want something more than that. So because they're starting from scratch, so then there'll be a more intensive working up period, and then she'll be declared operationally ready, but she's only one. So she's going to have a very, very busy ships program. Actually, being on a ship that's coming out of deep refit or just being built is pretty stressful. Lots of things go wrong because the ship's not bedded in properly. You're in and out all the time because you always have these defects which you get on new ships, and then you've got to start from scratch and you've got to work up. And even just think about the working up. It's not a case of go to sea, there's a radar picture, fire the gun. You have to know how to do air defense. You will go to sea and you'll be attacked by friendly aircraft. You will learn about your tactical data links and integrating yourself with other NATO. By then Ukraine will be NATO, but integrating into other ships' air picture. You have to do the surface warfare side of it, how to fight other ships. You have to learn about the sonar.
So, Gunny, before you deep, I think you said a lot of interesting stuff here. And my next question for you would be: do you know if Turkey had any experience building ships like that before? Because for me, Turkey as a shipbuilding, as a shipyard, is something new, and I heard it. I knew about this project before, but never dug in. I'm not in any way have any knowledge about marine warfare, so I was just wondering if you know about Turkish shipbuilding capabilities, successes or failures, or just in general information on that.
They've built a bunch of these already.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. I think Brad was up next.
Yeah, so this is a gunny question. So first off, this story about this new Corvette of the Ukrainians caught my eye, mostly because the name of it is the Ukrainian name. My last name is actually Heitman, which is a Germanized version of the Polish name Heitman, which is the same thing that the name of this Corvette's based off of. But my real question is, which is kind of fun, and also my grandfather used to repair minesweepers in World War II. But my question for Gunny is, if this is the start of a new Ukrainian naval fleet, and let's say they produce 1 to 2 more boats per year for the next 7-8 years, what are the next boats that, if this were your fleet, what do you build next, and what capabilities do you need to have straight out of the gates that you want to plan for and prioritize for?
Yeah, so we discussed this before. Look, it depends what you want out of your navy. Do you want a literal combat group capable of contesting the Black Sea against the Russians in the future, or do you want a naval capability that will see a Ukrainian frigate accompanying a British aircraft carrier on a trip out the Far East? They're two completely different things. One is literal combat and one is global force projection. So I suspect the Ukrainians will primarily just be interested in contesting the Black Sea. They won't need big ships for it. They'll need things like corvettes, fairly large fast attack boats, probably maritime patrol aircraft. That would be a good start. Some sort of rotary wing ASW capability. Submarines, again, these are big asks. You don't get into things like anti-submarine warfare from the basement, and 6 months later you're hunting kilos. It's an art, it's a skill, it's witchcraft. It's hunting submarines is something that we've been doing for a very, very long time, and certainly my experience was being handled very roughly by American and US submarines. We always struggled with it, and that was with the very, very best anti-submarine capabilities that we had on surface ships. So you don't jump into it. It's going to be a long, long road. There are going to be a lot of financial priorities. I foresee a few P8s making their way into the Ukrainian inventory post-war, some corvettes, probably some anti-submarine helicopters, a lot of interest in mine countermeasures, which we're already seeing because the Ukrainians are working up Royal Navy minesweepers ready for them to be handed over. And then let's say 10, 15 years, maybe the Ukrainians, once they're in NATO, will say, you know what, we want to play a slightly bigger part, and they'll order themselves something substantial, a destroyer or a frigate, something that they can actually send into the Med or attach to NATO exercises, like Joint Warrior, which is about to kick off up north. Hence, we're seeing the Russian gathering of fairly substantial number of aircraft up in their northern fleet area. So that's what I would expect, to be honest with you. But like I say, money's going to be tight, isn't it? I'm sure Konstantin will agree. There's going to be a lot of defense priorities after this. And the thing about the Black Sea is you can control it using aircraft and anti-ship missiles effectively, or certainly you can deny the battle space to the enemy using anti-ship missiles and aircraft. So I think this will be nice. I'm a bit surprised at the name. I think the Ukrainians should maybe start thinking about other names: Revenge, Repulse, Retribution, stuff like that. Really, really good names. Maybe Azov. Be good to see a frigate or a corvette called the Azov. But yeah, we'll see. It's a step in the right direction, but it's going to be a long road to get that corvette worked up and ready for ops.
I don't know. I'm okay with the name. Thanks, Gunny. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. So I think James is next, and Daniel. James, go ahead. Okay. Maybe
Your mic is muted. James going twice. We will come back to James. Was Daniel next or Regina?
Oh, sorry, Daniel's next, and then Regina.
Okay, Gani, you know, Saturday you talk about NATO, Zelensky, and the answer to his call. And we see yesterday, the call was answered by Baltics, Poland, Slovakia, Czech Republic, North Macedonia, Romania. And I wonder, why just them? Because we are Russophobic or something else?
If I could jump in a little bit, this is going to attract a lot of anger. The Baltic states have a little bit more flexibility in what they say in NATO because they are not the largest contributors. Estonia does a great job. They all do a great job. But there's a very big difference politically when you have Estonia saying, you know what, yeah, let's go do it, country 3 million, and you have the nuclear armed United States saying, we would like to see this happen. One of those is more of a, this would be cool. The other is much more of a directive. And that's why, very clearly, we haven't seen the US do it. We have seen Canada do it, which frankly surprised me today, to come out and say we'd like to see Ukraine join, but every country has also come out and said, but this is a consensus of 30 people. So you have a little bit more flexibility when you're not the core members of the alliance. It's still a very good political statement. It still is showing fantastic progress, but frankly, anybody outside of like Hungary and Turkey coming out and saying it, or the UK and some others, Canada, the US, I don't want to say it's performative because it's not, but it's more of a political statement than an actual military statement.
Thanks, Language. Any follow-up? Person who has questions, sorry. I'm having some technical difficulties, guys. I'm going to rejoin.
I'm just going to weigh in on this question because Language mentioned Canada. Our government supports NATO membership for Ukraine because it is a way for them to signal their virtue without actually having to do anything, which is the manner that Canada has historically conducted our foreign policy with few exceptions. And they know very well that because the United States is not currently in favor of Ukraine joining NATO, it's not going to happen. So they can say it without having to actually worry about having to actually vote in favor of it. Though I imagine they probably would, should it come to that, if it came to that in the immediate future. But this is still ways away, in my opinion. I don't anticipate Ukraine joining NATO until the war is concluded. The votes just aren't there right now.
And I think it's also important to note that Canada has a very large Ukrainian population or population of Ukrainian ancestry. So there's also domestic political consequences for this, I imagine.
But
Yes.
you don't care about piecing off eastern flank because they will feel betrayed.
What are you saying? I don't understand.
You don't understand. Okay, so all eastern flank say, okay, if they are not responsible because they say we support this shit, and the great power says, okay, we are prudent and we don't say anything very, very clear, because that is the question. 7 months, the guys from the east say, help them, support them, and the other guys say, we shall see.
Just about, yeah. I think you've got it more or less correctly. Not to be too cruel here, but the U.S. foreign policy is probably not going to be dictated by the Baltic states' perspectives on this matter. And that I wouldn't expect. Every country is going to look out for their own interests. The United States is going to look out for theirs. It's not nice, it's not polite, but the Baltic states are not going to dictate U.S. foreign policy in this matter.
You thought you just say Baltic states, Poland, Romania, Czech Republic, Slovakia, North Macedonia, who sent all his airframes and tanks.
That doesn't really change the equation.
Doesn't really change the equation. Frankly, to be perfectly blunt, unless every other member of NATO, including Hungary and Turkey, come out tomorrow and say, we want this, and now the pressure's on the U.S., it's not going to change the U.S.'s response.
It still would not happen. The votes do not exist in the United States Senate for this to happen right now, given the current realities of what's happening in Ukraine. And again, to be clear, I'm sure everybody in this chat right now, in the space right now, very much supports Ukraine joining NATO. The point that I'm making, and I think Language is making as well, is that it just realistically isn't going to happen now. That's just politics. It's the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, there was statements made by two anonymous people to Politico from the Biden administration, which is a great way to kind of leak out information, make a statement without making a formal statement. They asserted that they had been taken by surprise by this declaration, and that there's been some more rumors that really the whole point of Zelensky is saying, okay, Russia's going for this. He's announcing annexation. I'm taking the thunder. We're applying for NATO, just enough to put a little bit of fear and change the political dynamics for Russian military to go, okay, is this something we have to worry about now, and thus defray the cost of escalation. But as far as a reasonable thing, how long it would take, I understand that yes, technically there's no laws against it, and technically it could be done in a week, but functionally it's not going to happen. And NATO is never going to admit a nation that is engaged in an active war with a nuclear armed power, especially Russia. I would love to see that happen, but at that point, how does that change anything unless we're going toe to toe with Russia now physically? At which point, you know what? Why don't we just skip the whole thing and just start dropping bombs on Moscow? It's nice. I'm not going to call it performative. It's something to look to, but it's not something that's going to factor into the equation until this war is over at the very least. And that's just
allow me to say something. I didn't expect fast ascension this year. I didn't expect this to become really everybody now puts Ukraine there. Just some political courage to saying, okay, we agree with all the context. When the war is over, when all the borders are reached by Ukrainian army, but a political statement of power and saying we support it, because that is the appeal of the eastern flank. That's why I asked, because in my opinion, it's not about formalities, the treaty. It's about the stand. You put the stand. We are behind them. Just that.
Thanks, guys. So let's go to Constantine real quick, then we'll go back to the order. Go ahead, Constantine.
So I definitely think that Zelensky would not issue statements and do anything like that before he actually made consultations with the allies. And this was a planned step. The reasoning behind it is not exactly clear, but for me, I think that it was more like, okay, you want to annex it, the key here was, this saber rattling was the nuclear weapons, and it showed that if you want to escalate, we can escalate even further. We can Ukraine can become a member in a matter of days if you try to do something stupid, and that's going to be much worse for you and for your forces than you can imagine. And it was just a step, just to show what can be done, and to cool off some heads in Kremlin. That was the only how I would say, like, reasoning behind this. Even though I think Ukraine will join NATO, the process may be really long, but since this application is there already, it just shows, well, and everyone understands the application is just a formal step when things go haywire. It just, the idea behind it, as understood, that if you want to really escalate it, in a matter of days, we can, suddenly Ukraine can become a member of NATO, and then your forces are just going to be thrown out of Ukraine. You're going to be humiliated, and it's going to be a total disaster for you. So let's just continue doing, continue your, stupid game in which you're losing right now, and we want to watch you keep losing until you pull out or agree to some kind of agreement where you save your face and pull it out, and at the same time don't completely humiliate yourself.
Thank you very much, Constantine. I think Regina's up. She's been very patient. Go ahead, Regina.
This question is for Gunny. What will take down those AWACS planes that he was describing earlier? If there's such a threat, then what kind does Ukraine have the missiles or the capacity to shoot them down? I'll go off on mute now.
Yeah, to use CJ's phrase, that's a great question. How do you go after an AWACS? A multi-asset strike. You will essentially, because they're back from the combat air patrol, and probably overland, and therefore within coverage of land-based surface-to-air missiles, going after an AWACS is a big operation. You will have to fight your way through. If the AWACS even gets a sniff that you're chasing him, he'll head off. He will go further into the Russian air defense zone, and you'll just have to keep chasing and keep chasing. Therefore, you'll have to start killing land-based surface-to-air missile systems, which means that you've got to kill land-based radar systems. The Russian version of the quick reaction force, the aircraft that's set on the dispersal way, ready to go. A couple of minutes notice, they'll be up. And to be honest, mate, it's just not worth the effort. Best way to kill them, get them on the ground. That's the easiest way, because on the ground it's just an aircraft sitting on the pan, and then you can kill it that way.
So, like a quick follow-up here, is it true that as far as I understand physics, the AWACS aircraft is like a huge, like a sun on your radar, right? Because it's active, it's just super active radar shooting the particles, right? And you can detect it and track it really easily, as long as it actually tracking targets, as long as it's doing its job, right?
Yeah, NATO have been tracking them since day one. You cross-fix it, they will have established operating patterns because they're potato and they don't know any better. We think they've been operating over the Sea of Azov. Certainly that was Portland's impression. And of course, because it's high up, Earth's curvature, so it transmits and it gives it much better range than a land-based system. Switch the radar off, it's not transmitting anymore, it's quiet. So if they feel really nervous, they'll kill the radar, dive, and try and get out of Dodge fast. But you're talking about a very, very big effort to kill one in the air, and you will probably lose aircraft in order to do it. And the Ukrainian Air Force is just box clever from day one. So I think, as I said, I think they tried something over the Black Sea, maybe pushed their luck a little bit. And the Russians said, well, hey, we're not very good at air defense, but over the sea, we can still come at you if we need to. So, yeah, I just really wouldn't worry about it. We kind of said it a long time ago. I was talking to Portland about it. Russian AWACS are just going to be something, unless you can kill it on the ground, either long-range missile strikes or special ops. They're just something that the Ukrainians will have to contend with, unfortunately. Luckily, not particularly good over land, we don't think. And they don't seem to be, apart from the Black Sea, they don't seem to be impacting. I mean, look at the Ukrainian CAS sorties. They shouldn't be able to do that. They just should not be able to be flying close air support over the front lines and not be interdicted by Russian combat air patrols. It's just baffling. But they are. Therefore, Russian air defense over land remains potato. Russian air defense over the sea, yeah, probably a little bit different, to be honest.
Just as a data point here, talking about what this looks like, obviously times have changed. Early war, I want to say first month, there was AWACS bopping around in Belarus. Ukraine tried to take a run at it, and all of those planes got shot out of the sky. So we are talking about a very capable sort of system here that even the Russians can use well enough, at least in one instance, possibly this other instance over the Black Sea. And if Ukraine had thousands of combat aircraft, sure, maybe it's worth it, but they don't. So if there's a way to avoid it, all the better, right?
Yeah, I mean, killing a HIMARS and killing a MiG-29 are two completely different things. One is seemingly near undetectable, but a MiG-29 is a MiG-29. It's a big airframe. It is detectable, and the Russians are not completely stupid and not completely backwards technologically wise. So, yeah, you just AWACS are very, very hard to get at. So kill it on the ground or just workarounds. You've just got to work around it, unfortunately.
I think Colby might have something relevant to say here. Go ahead, Colby.
Just that the Ukrainians do actually have air-to-air anti-radiation missiles, the R-27, which they actually think manufactured themselves as well. But as Gunny said, the challenge is just being able to get close enough. The Russians haven't been so stupid as to just fly these things over the front line. They're kept far enough back to where Ukrainian aircraft are going to have to penetrate some depth into Russian-controlled territory, and that's obviously extremely risky, especially when AWACS are up and they're going to increase the effectiveness of Russian threats to Ukrainian aircraft.
Thanks, Colby. I'm not sure if James is awake. James, you there, buddy? Nope, he's like a statue on the panel, stoic with his hand raised.
If you don't mind, I will ask the question then.
Sure, go ahead, Constantine.
So how do you rate the Russian AWACS capabilities? Because having planes is one thing, having them in the air 24/7 and patrolling wide enough area is still a different thing. So how do you rate what they're doing with the aircraft? And it's the question to Gunny.
Yeah, and you can't answer that because it's like Russian warships, isn't it? I can tell you what I think happened with Moskva. Was it because the kit was crap, or was it because the operators were crap, or was it a mixture of both, or was everything shut down? I can't tell you that until I get to sit in a Russian warships ops room and see how they operate, what the display's like, the ergonomics of it, how their command team work, all that kind of thing. So it's the same with Russian AWACS. But I would suggest, certainly in terms of the A-50 aircraft, probably fairly capable, and the fact that they're still flying, and language said there was an attempt to get at one when they were flying over Belarusia, and it didn't go well. That would suggest to me that they are pretty competent in that kind of way. We like to say the Russians are crap across the board. Some things they are still pretty good at, but we don't know, do we, mate? If you sit in the aircraft or put me on a warship and then give me a Russian AWACS to play with and then see how it performs, I can tell you just how good the aircraft is. Is it as good as an E3? No. Is it as good as a Wedgetail? Absolutely not. Is it good enough to defend out to 150, 200 kilometers if you've got MiG-29s and 31s on cap station and you've got a fairly competent set of controllers and you're digitally integrated into the ground-based radar and surface-to-air missile systems? I don't think the Ukrainians would really want to waste the effort. Juice versus squeeze, isn't it? So we will know. NATO are picking up rafts of data about it, and simply the Ukraine.
I think we might have lost him. Johnny, I can't hear you if you're talking, brother.
I think we lost him. I was afraid we'd lost me. Gunny, we lost your audio mid-sentence. If you can request, I will try to get you back up.
I bumped it back down. So yeah, as Ryan said, please do come back, Gunny. In the meantime, unless he immediately re-requests, we'll go to the next hand. So I think we will go to MS. Go ahead, MS.
Hey, hi, and thanks for bringing me up as a speaker. I was just scrolling through my tweets, and I saw one that said, and I just want to know if you feel it has validity or if it's an exaggerated tweet. It says that an estimated 25,000 Russian troops are surrounded on the Kherson front. Is that does that seem accurate?
That's definitely not the reality. There are no 25,000 encircled in Kherson front. There may be total 25,000 troops, but they're not anywhere to be encircled. So the front is quite active. There are, things are moving, but there is definitely not 25,000 encircled.
Boy, it would sure be nice if false information like that could become reality.
Yeah, I would love that more than you can imagine.
Yeah, people are going, oh, there's maybe up to or were up to 25,000 troops north of the Dnipro River, and thus because the bridges have been blown, they're all encircled. That's not a great accurate take on the situation, but it's one I've seen a bunch of times. There might be a couple Russian encirclements from this latest Ukrainian breakthrough. These small villages along the river. There's one that starts with a K whose name escapes me. But we're not going to likely see 20,000 Russian troops suddenly get cut off in a day or two.
Okay, fair enough. And thanks for the information, everyone. And let's just hope it continues, the good news.
Absolutely.
And by good news, I don't mean the fact that there aren't 25,000, but just there's been just so much movement by Ukraine in taking back land, and it's just been really, really awesome.
I think we're expecting some more good news in the coming hours, and probably reports of more encircled or unaccounted for Russian troops. But I'll let the experts do the talking on that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Language, I didn't mean to ask you, how you doing on time, buddy? Do you need to get going? Or?
Yeah, probably just about.
Okay.
Want to do one more from Kalo?
Yeah, sure. I'm just turning in for the evening.
Kalo, go ahead.
Well, my question was for him, so I'm glad he stuck around for one more. First of all, language, you were spot on about the politics in Canada. You know, Trudeau had some missteps with the Jewish Canadians and Persian Canadians in the last couple of weeks in some of those swing ridings in Toronto, and there's a lot of Ukrainians and Eastern Europeans been coming to the Toronto area as well. So really spot on for calling that out. The question I had for you two, language, was, I know this isn't a we don't talk politics on here, but I've got a sense that there's going to be a huge influx of cash potentially coming to the Ukrainians in November. There's a lot of quiet hawks that have been dormant in the U.S. Senate, and depending on who gets the Republicans get power, they also happen to have a lot of the in those red states. They have a lot of those plants. I'm thinking in Boeing or Lockheed Martin or the, they happen to be in a lot of red states. I don't know what your thought is on that, but those, most of them are still hawks, despite what happened in the last 8-10 years. I don't know what your thought is on that.
I just, like, as a general rule, I never talk about politics online because it's never productive. There's a lot of ways it could go, depending on how the makeup of the House and Senate changes or doesn't change come November. I wouldn't be surprised because the statements I've been seeing a lot of is, hey, we're sending all this money to Ukraine when instead it should be used for X, Y, Z, P, Q. I would not be astonished to see people trying to pound that drum from, more of the very right-wing sectors of the Republican Party, Lauren Boebert, et cetera. That's something I envision happening because I've physically seen it happening, and I've talked with people who move in those circles, and that's the statements they regurgitate. So after November, who knows? I think that there's already some inertia here, and inertia is very hard to break. It's not going to look good to be a group saying, oh, we're canceling Lend-Lease, so that won't happen. But I imagine things are going to continue in a pretty much linear growth here. They're not going to change super dramatically unless, Marjorie Taylor Greene ends up becoming like the head of the House of Representatives or something crazy.
Yeah, good comment. I just think they want to build Abrams tanks in Ohio, and they want to build planes in South Carolina, and I just think I actually think it'll. That's interesting that you're mentioning that. It's definitely a risk. I actually think it's the opposite's going to happen. I think the Republicans are going to push to spend more for political reasons, but I think they will. But I guess we'll find out. And I know you want to go to sleep.
The narrative has been so much so, look at all these billions of dollars we're sending. Yes, on a local level, you will get more votes by bringing more jobs to your district. However, there is a larger narrative that is being pushed by certain elements of political establishment in the United States that is looking at this as a dollar and cents issue, and that's what I've heard more so. The general, and I've talked to guys who are somewhere right of the militia movement. Okay, so this is a very small edge case. It's Zelensky's corrupt, the Russians are men. We're all pussies over here anyway. So and why are we sending money there when gas prices, whatever. That's something that resonates among certain sectors of the American populace. And I am concerned that is a drum that somebody will start beating on once again. They will call it fiscal responsibility. They will call it, we don't need to, send our troops to die. They'll say threats of escalation, all kinds of things. And it will become some kind of manufactured wedge issue.
All right, just as a moderator, I'm going to let Colby maybe add something here real quick, but then I'm going to kind of put the kibosh on follow-up because it's getting a little political. But I think Language laid it out as best he could. Go ahead, Language.
Yeah, that's about it. Like, this is why I don't get into politics online. This is a hypothesis,
Exactly.
and yeah.
I didn't take this job to argue politics on the internet, Ryan.
I can jump in and just quickly counterpoint that and remind everybody that the movers and shakers in both political parties are wholehearted supporters of what's going on in Ukraine. There are some fringe elements of one party who might be dissenting for whatever reasons, but those are not the actual shot callers of either political party, and we are a two-party system here in the U.S. for all intents and purposes. Any claim that there are third rail parties that have any pull or swing in the U.S. political system are sorely misinformed or delusionally optimistic.
It was nice while we're wading into politics, probably against our better judgment. It was nice to see CPAC retracted a statement today regarding Ukraine that was quite irresponsible. So at the very least,
what I was trying to hint at without getting directly into it. That was really the nuts and potatoes of the whole thing. That I wasn't aware they had retracted it, but I'm glad they did. So, like you said, a few extremists on the political sides of the political aisle are not indicative of the greater political tempo in the United States.
Yeah, they retracted. It was kind of a weird explanation. They said that there was like a lag time between everyone's in Australia basically, and they like didn't know, and there was a quote unquote unauthorized tweet issued. So it's kind of an odd explanation. But point is, yeah, we don't want to get too deep into it. But I think that the general takeaway is there is broad consensus. There are some people that it was outlined, maybe are on the fringe who are making noise, but overall, I think that we're pretty satisfied with the current level of support, and it's kind of already locked into law, right? And we would like to see obviously more, and we're bullish on support. We encourage everyone to write all lawmakers, right, to in the United States and other countries to send more equipment to Ukraine and training and so forth to support Ukraine. Yeah, anyway, we don't want to get too deep into this because what happens is someone comes up and then they say something political and then someone else comes up and says, I don't like what that person said. And then it just becomes a whole thing. So hopefully that satisfied everyone in terms of like the political situation. And I'll let Colby wrap it up because I know he can be responsible. Go ahead, Colby.
Thank you, Joseph. Kalo is correct. Senator Inhofe of Ryan State of Oklahoma, ranking member on Senate Armed Services, wanted there to be more money, more drawdown money in the Ukraine Supplemental Appropriations Act, which was signed by President Biden on Friday. Leader McConnell wants President Biden to send ATACMS through drawdown authority. These are the positions that matter. I don't doubt the things that language says he's heard from people that he speaks to, but that is a fringe minority position and is not representative of the views of the people who actually matter, which is the senators in the United States Senate and House leadership as well. These are the people that matter. These are the people that do, in fact, want jobs in their districts. I've made a point of saying recently on Twitter that HIMARS is manufactured in Camden, Arkansas, a place that nobody has ever heard of. The sort of flyover place that tends to be forgotten, but there's lots of people living in these small towns and cities in America, and U.S. manufacturing has been hurt certainly over the past years, and people want jobs, or politicians want jobs for the people back in their districts, and there's going to be a lot of work to come, and that factory in Camden is probably going to be very, very busy as customers around the world line up to buy HIMARS and buy Kimmler's rockets and ATACMS and everything else that they produce there.
Obviously, anyone with a brain's concerned about politics, but it's. I think that overall, there's already a lot of support in place, right? As of right now, there's sort of continuing support in place that is going to carry Ukraine forward. But obviously, we want more, of course. So we're hoping that it continues to stay a broadly bipartisan issue, and so on and so forth. But yeah, so hopefully we can maybe get a topic change going here. Maybe we can go back to a military situation. Or Ryan, you have any news? Ryan, what's going on with the pipeline thing? Have we heard anything about the pipeline lately?
I got a shared article from the New York Times a couple of hours ago from a listener who was gracious enough to share the article so I could read it, even though I don't subscribe. And they have confirmed that the flow out of the Nord Stream 1 and 2 lines has subsided. which tells me that the pressure is equalized and the pipeline is now full of water.
And that's good?
Um,
Like better than before?
it means there's no more gas in the pipeline, or any gas that's in the pipeline is trapped in, some confined section. It's stopped its slow leak. I don't know how slow it was, if it created a giant half-mile bubbling gas pond on the middle of the ocean, but I digress. Things have returned to homeostasis, and I presume people can now drive their boats over that part of the ocean.
Gotcha. And when Russia or I guess some other country that would have no plausible reason who isn't Russia that I can think of blew it up, like in terms of the actual level of how difficult is that to clean up, Ryan? What happened?
To clean up, methane is lighter than air, so it pretty much just emulsifies into the water column, which the ocean can absorb some of that, and the rest of it will evaporate into the upper atmosphere. There's not really much to clean up.
Okay,
it's not like
I
an
just
oil
know
spill.
Okay, I just know like when methane's released from other stuff, sometimes like a bunch of stuff dies. That doesn't happen in this case.
The ocean's really big, and there are lots of natural methane leaks across it, as are there natural oil leaks, and unnatural, but there are microbes in the ocean that can eat that stuff up. It will probably, I don't know, I'm not an ocean biologist, but it doesn't stick around for long. It might cause
it's not like oil. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, it's not like oil. It's not going to create a slick on a whole bunch of animals and kill them. It probably took some fish with it, as did the explosion, but the ocean will be okay, I promise you. The upper atmosphere might be a little warmer. I, for one, wanted to see somebody fire a flare over that methane leak, just because I like to see fire, and the ocean on fire is usually at least pretty, if nothing else.
I just know I said it. I didn't think it was a big deal, and I got some DMs that people were kind of upset. They said like the environmental impact, and I just wanted to get like kind of an expert opinion on like I just want to get someone's opinion. Go ahead.
Well, and that was the environmentalist in me saying that it would have been better for them to burn that gas off as carbon dioxide over leaking methane, just because methane is worse as a greenhouse gas than CO2 is. I think methane actually breaks down into CO2. If the chemist major in my house were up, I would ask her to explain it more thoroughly, but in the long run, it's better off to burn it than just release straight methane into the atmosphere.
Gotcha. Thanks, Ryan, for that explanation. Go ahead, Language.
Yeah,
Language might know a little about this.
Yeah. So 1 kilo of methane is a lot worse than, I want to say it's like the better part of 100 kilos of carbon dioxide. Trying to date back to environmental chemistry. I do have an interesting take, and I'm going to throw it up in a tweet. There's an article. So I know we're all here about, Russian sabotage. A guy made a really impassioned point, and I would like you, if you could maybe take a look at it, Ryan, that this could have genuinely been an act of negligence from Russia in trying to clear a methane, I believe it's a methane hydrate plug.
A hydrate gas plug.
Yes, possibly. And that as a result, they tried to depressurize it from one end, basically, and then it
blow
exploded.
the slug out.
Yeah, and the reason they did is because they're incompetent. But his big crux, which I can't square this circle, so I have to take it as a possible hypothesis, is that there was that ladder explosion that happened 19 hours later. And if you're doing spooky boy stuff on the ocean floor, you're not going to wait 19 hours after the entire world in Europe is looking at you to go blow up something else. But if you tried this poor way of trying to clear a methane hydrate plug, then if at that point the die has been cast, you can't stop it, and the other one blows up shortly thereafter. So I'll send a link to you, and I'll throw it up in a tweet of people who are much more understanding of the physics of the whole nature, because my background is chemistry and certainly nothing that would necessarily apply to this. Maybe you can tell me whether it's even a hypothesis worth considering or not. But sometimes, the least malevolent hypothesis is the one that's most likely, and will always take incompetence as more likely over malice. So I'll kick that out to you.
Yeah, I think incompetence is a perfectly reasonable explanation as well. Thanks, language. Next, we'll go to Luis. Luis, go ahead. Luis Olivier, go ahead.
Yes, hello. Today I was reading a tweet from a Portuguese. I actually liked a lot this commentary, and he said that it is likely that Ukraine will reduce the number of troops that I won't quote it correctly. It is likely that Ukraine will cancel the winter military service because in winter, I don't know how to explain exactly, but it boils down to lower the mobilization in Ukraine. Does this make any sense to you? The rationale would be because things are going well, so Ukraine would need less troops than it has now. Does that make sense?
Ryan, what do you think?
I'm sorry, I just got back in. I had to let the dog out.
Let's let Colby.
Yeah, I think Constantine answered this question last night or the night before it was asked. And if I recall correctly, they're just canceling the regular call-up that they would do under normal circumstances because they're already under a general mobilization in Ukraine, if I understand correctly. So there's no reason to have this regularly scheduled call-up that they would do during peacetime. I'm probably misstating this, but that's my recollection of what Constantine was saying when the question was asked the other night.
That's clear.
Thanks, Colby. Yeah, I wouldn't.
People are willing to fight for it right now, so they don't really need this.
Thanks, Colby, and thanks, Luis. And up next, we have MS, and then Jeff. MS, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. So I'm going back several conversations ago. My hand was up, but it was showing as up, but it wasn't up. So I'm having some technical issues with that. But when I first started listening tonight, I thought I heard someone say that Canada wasn't doing much, and maybe I'm taking that slightly out of context. But then I heard something similar repeated, and I just want to say, in terms of what Language Learner had said, there's a lot of bot activity going on, and a lot of misinformation, and the media in Canada is predominantly Koch owned or backed media, so we're really in a bad situation in terms of hearing the actual truth of what our government is or isn't doing. But I do want to say that I was really shocked, even myself. Zelensky addressed a graduating class in Eastern Ontario in August, and he said that no country, and this surprised me, no country had done more for Ukraine at that point in time than Canada. So, and we do know that Zelensky and Trudeau are very close friends. Zelensky has tweeted that Trudeau is the reason why, one of the reasons why he went into a life of politics. So there is a strong friendship there. I think somebody did mention, and I'll just confirm that, yes, in fact, I believe Canada has the largest Ukrainian population outside of Ukraine. So definitely some connections, but just like Language Learner had said, I'm seeing even those tweets on my feeds in Canada about why is money going here, and I do believe that's bot activity. they front as Canadians, but I don't believe a great majority of them are Canadians. So, and I see Colby put his hand up, and I know that there's a lot of divide in terms of opinion on what's happening in Canada. I can say that I am very politically active. I was elected, and I know firsthand that there's a fascist movement going on in Canada, and it scares the crap out of me. But we'll leave it at that.
So yeah, I think this is maybe getting a little bit too into domestic politics, but I think I will just say,
Totally.
obviously, on this, on the space, right? We're obviously very pro Canadian, or you know, we think Canada's done a lot, right? Because first off, a lot of people on the space were in the Canadian Armed Forces, and were either part or know people who were part of Operation Unifier, which was the effort by the Ukrainian military to train, by the Canadian military to train Ukrainians. Sorry, it's easy to get Canadian and Ukrainian mixed up in my brain. I don't know. And maybe that's you know, because they're so close. But anyway, yeah. So and of course, MriyaAid, which is the charity organization we support. Please do visit MriyaAid.org, folks, if you can. It's an organization that's sort of run by the people involved in Operation Unifier in some capacity at some point, who are involved in military procurement, and they're working on getting non-lethal aid to Ukraine. So they get things like tourniquets, bandages, body armor, night vision, drones, thermal vision, bomb disposal equipment, firefighting equipment, and vehicles and so forth. All sorts of equipment that soldiers and civilians need on the ground right now to help Ukrainians. So you know, we're big proponents, or I'm a big believer in everything Canada is doing for Ukraine. Obviously, as you pointed out, there's a big Ukrainian population there. You know, there's a lot of people involved in organizing the space that are involved in, you know, real efforts in Canada to promote, you know, Ukrainian culture, and to help, you know, fight the invasion and so forth. So yeah, I just want to say, like, on the space, we're very positive about Canada for the most part. And yeah, I just don't want to give anyone the impression that we don't think Canada is doing enough. There's plenty of Canadians on here who dedicate a lot of time and effort, and they're doing things like donating medical supplies and great stuff like that. So a lot of great work from MriyaAid. I'm not suggesting MS, you're accusing us of that or anything. I just wanted, if any new listeners are here, you know, that's kind of where we're coming from as a space. Go ahead, Ryan.
I was going to
Totally
say,
agree.
Moose has been pretty stingy with the maple syrup reserve. I think he could easily afford to come off of a few more barrels of that sweet maple gold.
That's right, yeah. But just for real, MriyaReport would not exist without Canadians. Like they, you know, me and Ryan are basically along for the ride, and you know, it's a great ride. We work as hard as we can for MriyaReport, but yeah, it's Canadian. I mean, it started as a Canadian
Yeah.
outfit.
And I just want to concur with your comments. I totally agree. It's just, I just want to caution that, you know, some people on here you know, and I don't mean to point fingers, but some even say they're card carrying Tories. So they've got a political lean. So I just want to be fair to our prime minister. I think he's done a good job, and, you know, nobody's perfect, but I think I am really relieved he's at the helm at a time like this. And I know because of those ties to Zelensky, he's doing everything he can. And yeah, I mean, there's all those conversations about putting more into military spending. I get all that. You know, government's not an easy job, and there's a lot of initiatives that demand money and funding and so on, and it's everyone wants a piece of the pie, and unfortunately the pie is never big enough to satisfy everyone. So yeah, that's all.
Thanks, MS. So I'll let Colby close it out here. We probably, to me and Ryan, this probably just looks like a polite exchange. We probably created the most controversial political show in Canadian history. But Colby, just real quick, go ahead, and then we'll try to get on to back to Ukraine. Go ahead, Colby.
Thank you. Who is Kosh, and what Canadian media do they own?
Well, Kosh owns a ton of media that's American owned, And I know that some of our mainstream media is owned by Kosh
Like who? Be specific, please.
Global or CTV. One of those is. The other one's backed by conservatives.
Okay, well, you're just so goalposts are shifting already. I see. CTV is Bell, I believe. Global is Shaw. Those are Canadian companies. So I don't know who Kosh is, but no, they don't own. I don't think
Well,
whoever that is. They don't own Bell Media or they don't own Shaw.
there's funding coming. Well, we could discuss that, but there's funding coming through supporting those networks. So I mean, why aren't we hearing ever on the media what our prime minister is up to? Why is there absolutely no media coverage on Doug Ford's absence in Ontario? I mean, we
Right.
could
Yeah.
go
So
on and on
we're
and
not here
on.
to debate. We're not here to debate
Exactly.
We're not here to
Exactly.
debate Canadian domestic politics and various
Yeah.
conspiracy theories about what the media does and does not cover. I'll just say on the question of Canada and how it's supporting Ukraine. Canada has done a lot for Ukraine over the years, but certainly the current state of military support being offered leaves a lot to be desired. And we're not nearly contributing what we could, given that we are a very wealthy country. And even with our extremely meager defense budget and decades of underfunding, there's still a lot of capabilities there that I think could and should be sent to Ukraine to help them. And this has been covered very extensively by the Canadian media, by multiple outlets, whether it be CBC or National Broadcaster or National Post or any number of other outlets have written about the conversations that they've had with government sources and people in the defense community about what capabilities could be sent and weren't sent for whatever political reasoning that the current government has.
And I will admit that I don't think I'm close enough to knowing military capabilities to make those comments. And if that is in fact the case, I agree with you, because I do want Canada to do everything that they can do. But I've also seen the criticism of, well, why aren't you? And again, I think it's bot activity. Canada's sending this overseas, but not taking care of the poor at home. I mean, we're subject to that propaganda, and it's powerful, and it does impact how people think, and it's unfortunate because we need people standing behind this movement, and we don't know how long this war will go on. And that's what I'm most concerned about is the interference, the propaganda, and how that plays at home on the different, at home for the different
May I
countries.
interrupt? May I interrupt for a minute? This is getting very political.
Yeah, it is.
Let
I'm
me
sorry.
clarify something. By Koch, you mean Koch, the Koch, which is a German name. Anyway, so I just wanted to clear that up. And then basically, I like to listen to this program. I don't talk, but I like to listen to it because it's like listening to a police scanner as to what is really happening militarily. The politics is so mired in every area with propaganda and misinformation. It's really not very helpful, and it's best if each person just digs into it on their own. Well, not via other channels. Let me put it that way. Dig into it somewhere else, because it's impossible to resolve anything if it turns into a political argument.
Thank you,
Yeah,
and
thanks.
I agree. I'm sorry, and I agree that maybe my comments went too far. So my apologies to the group.
Yeah, it's okay. It's understandable. We get a lot of new listeners, so people might not understand, right? I think a lot of people, sometimes, I wouldn't say this happens often, but sometimes people come up and they say to me, like, listen, this political stuff is important. Like, you have to, you have to address it. Otherwise, like, we can't fully support Ukraine. And I mean, hopefully this is maybe illustrative of like why, right? It's not super productive, right? We don't get like super far with it. It winds up just kind of getting off track. We can't seem to manage to keep it on track and keep it about Ukraine and keep it like organized and so forth. And it just winds up in some back and forth between maybe two people for too long and so forth. So it's I'm not saying that it's anything that just happened was terrible. I think it's just maybe a good example of like why we try to stay off that topic on the space. And hopefully for people who might think that we like avoid that topic for like other reasons, like can maybe see why we take that approach. So anyway, thanks guys. So I do kind of need a new topic to get away from it. I threw out the pipeline as my best effort at a distraction. I think Ryan did an admirable job, but I don't have another one. Ryan, do you have one?
I can help.
Oh, perfect. All right, go ahead.
Sure, Jeff.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, as I was going to comment, I was going to let Colby go first because I figured he needed to comment directly on the previous speaker. But what I was going to address is questions having to do with methane. Now, to give you some background, I've done Arctic research for the better part of 2 decades, and so the whole idea of methane release from methane hydrates is something that looms very large in my mind. So specifically regarding the pipeline, to put everybody's mind at rest, the release of that amount of gas was trivial. It was on the order of somewhere under, at a maximum, of 300 kilotons. Total global release of methane from all sources, whether you're drilling, whether it's coming out of the ocean or anything else, is just under 600 megatons. So we're talking about 1/20th of 1% of the total global emissions of methane. The leaks from the pipeline, while annoying, are not a serious risk to the environment. They are in fact within the realm of the typical annual variation in the amount of gas that's released. So I just wanted to set that aside. Now, the other thing that I was going to do is I was going to redirect people's attention to Berislav over in Kherson and to see if we can pick up the thread there. I've been following things on Telegram and elsewhere that the main question is, are we talking about Berislav region, Berislav district, or Berislav city, with the current presence or absence of Ukrainian military in those areas? So I am just very excited to hear anything that somebody might be able to add to our current body of knowledge as to what the Ukrainian military is doing there, because I think it has very dramatic portent for what we are going to be seeing in the next few weeks. That's it.
Thanks, Jeff. Okay, so I was lucky enough to be a fly on the wall when this was being discussed by some of the people that we actually look at the military stuff more closely, like Artur and those guys. And so our understanding is that it's sort of a mistranslation, or it's sort of people like taking the information that they got and like mistranslating it or misconstruing it is the best way to put it. We think that what they mean is the Berislav direction. There's been an attack in the Berislav direction, right? And that clearly that they're on the way to Berislav, but reports that they're like actually in Berislav or outside Berislav, as far as I understood, were taken from kind of one less substantiated account that is like not and even then like the evidence that they're in Berislav is from one like not super credible account, and the rest of the information that we saw just said Berislav direction or towards Berislav. It didn't say they're at Berislav. So they're heading towards Berislav, but they're not there yet. So does that clear it up, Jeff?
More power to them.
Yeah, absolutely.
It has, how much do you think that there is in the way of force that's trapped north and east of that? It's a strategic decision point, really, or well, regional decision point, not really strategic as far as the entire war is concerned. How much force are we looking at possibly pocketing, and what do we know about the Ukrainian pocket that's pushing out south of what is it, David? I'm blanking the name. basically in the center of the lodgement that the Russians have, and whether we have any sense of whether they've been able to make any headway to the southeast to try to join up at Berislav.
Yeah, so the question is like how many in the Kherson area with the recent pushes have been sort of encircled. We're not sure. The last I heard was that there was a possible order for them to basically withdraw from the whole area and like reform a line further south, and that would indicate that you know they've sort of they haven't been in like broadly they haven't been encircled or they were able to if they withdrew they weren't encircled. I'll put it that way, right? That said,
I'll take withdrawal.
yeah, absolutely, yeah, me too. But so that said, so there's that issue. I think some of them might have been encircled, right? I imagine not all of them managed to get out and so forth. But so then the other issue is just we're not 100% sure how many Russians are exactly there or how many they have committed to that specific part, right? There are like a few, basically, the people that are actually looking at like where the Russian brigades are and stuff, there's a couple of them missing. And so they might be up there and like they might be getting encircled right now, or they might have been redeployed somewhere else and so forth. So we're kind of like, the jury's still a little bit out on exactly the numbers of Russians, I think, at risk of being encircled, but I have to imagine it's like a few thousand. Someone earlier came up and said maybe 25,000. That seems like quite high.
No,
But
that's way high.
yeah, but maybe 3,000 to 5,000, ballpark, but I don't know.
Yeah, you might have 25,000 in the entire lodgement to the west of the Dnipro, maybe. But yeah, 3,000 to 5,000 sounds basically ballpark. Well, it'll be interesting to see what they leave behind because I have my doubts with the attacks on logistics that they even have enough fuel to get all of their equipment out. But let us hope for the best. Anyway, that's enough for me for right now. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, and I will just implore everyone, you are listening to the Maria Report. We're a 24-hour Twitter space. We're dedicated to discussing the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the Russian genocide against the Ukrainian people. We do our best to bring you guys panelists who can try to answer questions about the military situation, the political situation, military aid going to Ukraine, economics, politics, culture, so forth. Of course, we do our best to bring actual, distinguished guests, people like General Ben Hodges or General McRyan, and of course, experts in other fields for scheduled interviews. And then, of course, we do our absolute best to bring you guys Ukrainian voices on the ground, right? People that are in Ukraine right now who are doing work to, resist the Russian invasion of their country. So that's our mission here. We try our best, and we do ask that all our listeners who support us, thanks so much, guys. Please do retweet the space. It does help us out a lot. I know we ask it quite frequently, but it's just part of the Twitter game, part of the social media game, right? We have to stay relevant in the posting, and that helps us to expose the message to people who might not have heard about us. And we're getting tons of new listeners every day. Quite honestly, we do try to follow our metrics, and a lot of it's what Ukraine does, right? I mean, a lot of you are here, let's be honest, because Ukraine is kicking ass right now. And that's totally fine. Welcome. We're very happy to have you guys. We just want to let you know kind of what we do, right? So please do feel free. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Retweet the space. Let other people know who might be curious about what's going on in Ukraine that we exist. And please do check out MriyaAid.org. I already kind of gave you a spiel about what they're all about again, so I won't belabor it, but do go to MriyaAid.org, see what they do, just support Ukrainian charities in general, support the Georgian Legion, support whoever you want, but yeah, support Ukraine. And I think that's all I got right now. Ryan, anything you want to add to my spiel?
No, I think you've covered it pretty thoroughly. I was going to go to a new hand, Callan.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm a brand new listener to this space, so I apologise to your listeners if this has been covered before. Just got a question
It has,
about.
but don't worry.
So, just about HIMARS. So they've been a known capability since 2013. So before deciding to engage with a further invasion in February, the Russian Military of Defense would have had a planned counter. Do we know what that was, whether it was internal or from a partner? And do we know why it didn't materialize?
Where's CJ when you need him?
I know, right? So yeah, great question for John or CJ. But Colby, I think, will take his best shot. I think they're basically the short answer is on paper they thought they could, but they couldn't. But Colby might have a more like detailed explanation. Go ahead, Colby.
Well, Ukraine did not operate HIMARS, so Russia did not assume that they would have to worry about something like HIMARS.
Well, but they thought they were going to go against a NATO army, like eventually, right, Colby? That's what they built their army around.
Well, sure, yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't. I'm just speaking about the context of Russia's current invasion. And yes, Russia knows about HIMARS and every other system that NATO militaries operate. But I don't think. I mean, this is the problem with the Russian military is that their defense industry is so corrupt and broken that Putin has you can't say that he doesn't know, because this is the system that he has created, in which the oligarchs who he has appointed run these defense companies and get very rich. And the way they get rich is by not actually conforming to Russian law and running these companies in a manner which is not becoming of running a successful defense contractor. So the Russian military industrial complex has not been able to produce weapon systems that can match Western ones. But despite that, Russians have deluded themselves into thinking that they could do this. So in their minds, Smerch and Uragan and Tornado and everything else is just perfectly equally matched against any NATO system, and better. In fact, if you ask the most fervent, mill bloggers in Russia, all of their equipment is actually better. T-90 is better than Challenger. T-90 is better than Abrams. T-90 is better than Leopard. And as I've discussed many times, none of that is true. But the Russians really convinced themselves that they at least had technological parity or technological superiority in some cases, and certainly they have material numerical superiority, because they have so much more equipment. They have 10,000 tanks, more than 10,000 tanks. How can NATO possibly do anything against that? So a lot of thinking in Russia as well seems to be based on the premise that they think that they still sort of have the capabilities that the USSR did, which they obviously do not. Even in manpower, their country is atrophying, and it cannot deploy the same number of forces that the USSR could. But the thinking in Russia seemed to be that their military was going to be up to the task, and even